by a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for The Crossover, when Willard and Dibbs join Steiny and Guru. Presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey there, it's Bonte with a fresh springtime update from River Islands in Lathrop, where the good life can be your life. Everything is in bloom here, including the home selection. With neighborhoods designed for all kinds of lifestyles, it is easy to find your perfect fit. Looking for a bright kitchen, a home office, or space for guests? You'll find it here with homes from the low 600s to over $1 million. And the Town Center, located by Islandersfield Ballpark, is really coming to life. The Redwood Cafe opens this summer, and a new amphitheater is on the way for concerts and community events. Sutter Health is building medical offices, and a major grocery store is coming soon, making it a great place to gather and unwind. The Lakewood Club at Del Webb has just opened its doors, and a brand new K-8 charter school welcomes students this fall. All part of the exciting growth happening within River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
San Francisco, partly cloudy, high of 64 today.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Rise.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Hello there. Welcome into the morning roast. On this, a fabulous Friday, April 17th. Good morning to everybody out there. Good morning to Steven Risotto handling things behind the glass for us today. Appreciate the work that he is putting in. Good morning to the San Francisco Giants. Y'all won a baseball game yesterday. We will discuss that, of course. Good morning to Macklin Celebrini and the San Jose Sharks. Finished off their season with a 6-1 win over the Winnipeg Jets. And Macklin Celebrini with a goal last night, 115 points on the season to set a new Sharks single-season points record as a 19-year-old. We will mention that later again at some point in the show as well. Good morning to everybody else out there on the roads. Good morning to the Golden State Warriors. They got a big one tonight against the Phoenix Suns for the right to get into the playoffs and get that 8th seed to take on the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder in that first round. And, of course, good morning, last, not least, the most important good morning of the morning, Joe Shasky. How are you, bud?
It's do or die. It's do or die. Suns, Warriors down in Phoenix. Dylan Brooks already talking smack. I mean, I think pretty much everybody's ready for this one.
We are very much ready to see Dylan the villain. He was asked straight up, were you rooting for the Warriors on Wednesday? And he said yes. Why were you rooting for the Warriors? He said Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. That's it. Oh, and Steve Kerr. So Dylan Brooks is absolutely ready, and the Warriors, they descend on the Valley of the Sun, and they are going to try and set those Suns tonight in that play-in final tip-off at 7 o'clock. Warriors Live with one of Mark Grandy or Evan Giddings. That will be at 6 o'clock. So we are going to get into that game throughout the show here, but I want to start off with the Giants because this is how that game ended yesterday.
Up, probably let the emotions get the best of me. I mean, I'm not.
Hit the wrong button. Let's try this button here.
1-2. Miller throws. He got him with the fastball. And some emotion from Eric Miller. Big time. And now Stewart and Miller's pointing at all the Reds. Here comes the Reds bench. The game is over. The Giants have just won. And Stewart, I guess he didn't like the reaction. I don't know. Everybody coming in from the bullpens on both sides. Hopefully we can just sort of agree. Game's over. Let's move on. That's about as much emotion as we've ever seen from Eric Miller. I mean, he literally started pointing all over to the Reds dugout.
That was Dave Fleming on the call there for NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants win 3-0 over the Reds to salvage a series in Cincinnati as they head into the nation's capital, take on the Washington Nationals. And that was a pretty fun end to that game. Eric Miller, he was fired up after that final strike out there going, yeah, yeah. And then that's when the kerfuffle started there at the end.
Well, it's about time somebody showed some life on the Giants. I mean, Jesus. I mean, like, seriously. Finally, someone shows some life. How about we show some life maybe 2 or 3 days earlier before this kid hit 3 home runs over 2 days?
Yeah.
How about that?
Sal Stewart.
You know, and like this whole thing started off with Brubaker and
Spencer Steer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Calling a late timeout, which nothing drives me crazier.
Brubaker?
Throw a pitch, get in the box, let's hit. Let's go. Like, what are we doing?
Well, no,
and Brubaker should have just thrown the ball. Like, that's what I tell all my young pitchers. If a guy calls a late strike, just throw it down the middle so you don't hurt yourself because you don't want to stop abruptly, right, Risotto? I always say, just throw the ball. I'm not saying you have to throw the ball at him. And I'm not one to say, like, oh, let's start a bean war and this and the other. But, like, it's ridiculous that the Giants, like, basically needed to go after this kid to fire themselves up because they've been so dismal with their own performances over the last couple of weeks. But, like, that's where we're at right now. And so, unfortunately, like, the reality is the Reds were victims of the Giants trying to spark themselves. Let's just call it what it is. And they needed it. And Eric Miller going at the kid, it's like, hey, look, Eric, newsflash, tell the rest of the staff, stop serving up donks to this guy. And maybe you don't have to be screaming at him to say, sit the blank down. But the other side of this is that I absolutely loved it because for once the Giants showed life. This would not have happened under a Bob Melvin-led team. Let's just call it what it is. And really, the game started off, they should have challenged the Arise play in center field. That was clearly a drop.
Oh, my God.
And the umpire should have let that play go. That was on the umpires first. Should have let that play go on. If you blow the play dead, you don't know where the runner's going to go, right? Like, you have the luxury of review now. So, look, I'm happy they salvaged one and showed a little life. And throwing it at Willie Adames, they hit him below the belt. Okay, no big deal. Willie and the Bat Boy kind of like staring at each other. Just the whole day was ridiculous, over the top. No one really throwing an actual punch. Classic baseball.
Yeah, again, you got to get that fire from somewhere. Yeah, you would have liked to not let Sal Stewart go off on you. I do agree with you on that one, Shasky. But you mentioned the Brubaker thing, the Brubaker versus Steer. I guess I had missed some of the minutiae of it the other night when it happened. I went back and rewatched it yesterday, and there's also the part where, Brubaker's yelling at the umpire. This was on, today's Friday, so this was on Wednesday night.
Yeah, again, he should just throw the pitch.
Yeah, I agree. In that situation,
it's not going to count. Just because you're going to get hurt.
Go through the motion, exactly. That being said, when it's the other side, when it's one of my, when it's a Giants player calling a time like that to disrupt the other pitcher's rhythm, I personally love it when it's your guy doing it because I like trying to throw the other team's pitcher out of rhythm, just, small game within the game stuff.
Now, it's not like it used to be. Back in the day, they'd sit there and there'd be a staring contest between the two. With the pitch clock now, it's like, get the ball, get on the rubber, let's go.
And that's kind of what Steer was saying to him. You could see they did some lip reading there. And there's a video of Steer, staring down Brubaker and say, throw the bleeping ball.
I'm with him.
Just throw the pitch. And that's kind of where that got started up there. And then I guess Landon Roop.
And then he ripped a single.
Yeah, and then he hits a single right off that, which is like,
pitch.
Great way to take the L on that one there. So Roop hit Spencer Steer on his first at-bat there. I believe there was a runner on at the time, so it's like, I don't know if it was intentional or not there. Maybe it was. He also hit...
I think it was.
Yeah, probably. He also hit TJ Friedel in the 6th inning after Higgins broke up the no-hitter, which, of course, burying the lead here. Landon Roop took a no-hitter into the 6th inning yesterday, which he was...
Standing.
He has been... I mean, if Luis Arias has been... The breath of fresh air for the offense to start the season off.
Defensively.
Very good defensively. Landon Roop has been just absolutely outstanding for the Giants here in this first month of the season.
You could make the argument he's been their second best pitcher outside of Robbie Ray, and some might argue better than Robbie Ray.
See, I might take that better than Robbie Ray argument. I think
Robbie's been pretty good.
Yeah, no, Robbie has been pretty good, but I think that just more speaks to how good I think Landon Roop has been out the gate here. Like, once Logan Webb, who he'll be on the mound tonight in Washington, once Webb kind of gets his thing going, which you assume that he will, he has that track record. It just you have a great top three of this rotation between Webb, Roop, and Ray.
There's another thing that is like circulating right now. Bring Bryce Eldridge up. What are we waiting for? You know that he's got an over 1,000 OPS?
He's killing it down there.
Like, what are we waiting for? This team needs to pop. Raffy Devers, earth to Raffy. The season has started. How many right down the middle bomb shots are you going to miss? Earth to Raffy Devers. Wake up. The season has started.
Once his back gets going, that's going to be the catalyst that makes the rest of this lineup kind of fall into place there. Yeah, that needs to get going as soon as possible. But again, you got the win today. Sure. You got a happy flight. Hopefully this team's a little bit fired up. They're coming together a little bit more. They're coalescing a little bit more. And now you're going to take on a pretty bad Washington Nationals team. They are 9-10, but they got a pitching staff of a bunch of
bad.
I know, we are pretty bad too.
We need to thumb our nose
We're
down.
accidentally bad. The Nationals are on purpose bad, though.
Well, they've got a lot of young talent. But,
yeah.
Sam, I think
Abrams
there's the
very
Roop
good.
angle from yesterday's game. Obviously, the fight to fire everyone up. But lost in the sauce, Jung-Hoo Lee has had a good week, if not a great week. And so you got to feel good about Jung-Hoo Lee and some of these 2-out RBI singles that he's had over the last 7 days.
The biggest bugaboo I have with Jung-Hoo Lee is when he just goes dead pull. I'm just going to try and pull everything to right field, everything to right field.
He is now.
Yeah, I'm going to be a power hitter. Well, the last few weeks, he's been using the rest of the field a little bit more. And I've always felt that he is at his best when he is utilizing all sides of the field instead of just trying to go to right field. When he goes straight away or opposite field, that's when he does his most damage. And you saw that a lot in this series with the Reds. I'll say this, Shesky, in the last 9 games, he has pulled only 9 balls out into right field. At the same time, he's got 6 balls that he's put the opposite way in that same stretch. So again, he's always going to be more pull than opposite. That's just how lefties are. Any hitter is going to hit the pull direction more than the opposite. But the opposite field hitting is going up for Jung-Hoo Lee. Can he keep that going? That remains to be seen. But hey, you had a good week, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Bats look great.
Yeah.
I mean, they just look great right now. And Risotto's in my ear. Like, even when he goes over, he's looked good. But like Patrick Bailey, 2 strikeouts, and then early in the game, I think it was the second or third inning, Drew Gilbert gets a walk and he grounds right into a double play. This is the most automatic thing ever. How many legitimate hard hit balls? Forget this, exit velocity and StatCast, just your eyeballs. How many legitimate hard hit balls have you seen this year, outs or not, from Pat Bailey?
From Pat Bailey, nothing jumps off the page.
Pickleball players are hitting the ball harder than Pat Bailey right now. Like, what? It's so bad.
I think Tony said
it's so bad.
Tony was asked about this.
So bad.
Tony Vitello was asked about this pregame yesterday. It sounds like the switch is starting to happen. You are going to see, I think you mentioned before the game that you might start seeing more of an even split at catcher between Susac and Patrick Bailey. Yesterday it was a day game after a night game, so maybe if you want to play the whole, that's why Bailey was in the lineup over Susac. Sure, there's a baseball answer to that one.
Sam,
but
you know how many 14-year-old kids are going to play at Twin Creeks this weekend and have a 5 o'clock game or a 7 o'clock game that's going to be 2 or 3 hours and then turn around and play at 8 a.m. the next day?
Yeah, there's probably going to be a few. But
I think Daniel Susac at 25 years old is more than capable after sitting and basically only playing twice over a 2-week period. He can go night to next day game. Which I think we've overthought this catching thing.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what those conversations
played
like.
150 straight days.
Again, I don't know what those conversations like. The big league level is going to be a little bit different than the youth level there and how things are gone about.
How many high schools? You look at the college guy. There's an Arkansas prospect right now, the first-round pick from Arkansas, who is an absolute stud. He's going to be like the 18th overall pick in this year's draft. Yeah, the guy catches every inning of every game. And you're telling me Susac can't do after sitting for days on end, can't play the next day? I think that's insane.
It's a longer season at the big league level. I'm not going to sit here and say that the wear and tear that you have at the lower youth level is going to be at the same as the big league level. I'm just not going to subscribe to that.
Okay.
Like, I hear what you're saying. Like, yeah, in theory, yeah, he should be able to do it at the age of 25 when he's fresh. But if the reasoning is the 14-year-olds can do it, why can't the big leaguers do it? I don't know if I can get on board with that one.
He played 120 games every year. Yeah. And so, They can do it, Sam. Like, we're over there in the squat, and these are not 4-hour games anymore. These are 2-hour games. So the time in the squat is actually significantly less than it used to be, and you haven't played but a couple times. I think we've overthought the whole thing. I think it's insane.
Again, at the end of the day, though, you're seeing the switch at catcher starting to happen.
Sure.
Which, a week ago, we were banging on the table like your Steve Kerr after a press conference, saying, let's make the change. And I'll say it's going to be gradual at first, and then you're going to start to see it happen more and more. At the end of the day, we can haggle over how fast it's happening. It is happening, though. Just a reminder, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Speaking of youth baseball, Shasky, there's some fun youth baseball, I believe, is going to be played at Oracle Park this week, and we're going to talk to your guy, Ryan Sittower, coming up next here at 6:30 about what's the Bruce Mahoney Classic going on this week. And can you give us a little preview of that?
Yeah, so Dante's Boys is a foundation here, and Dante Benindetti was a local, like a hero, basically, in North Beach, and did a lot of great things. He would drive around in his car in the 70s and 80s, and he'd have sports equipment in the back trunk, kind of like a modern me, if you will. And he would give out gear to all the kids in the neighborhood. And it's now spurned into a nonprofit that supports junior giants. It supports My Flame program, and it provides a lot of other youth opportunities, giving thousands and thousands of dollars to youth organizations so that kids can play. And Ryan is one of the members on the board, and he's a great guy. And so they're doing a big tournament over the weekend, or I guess not a tournament, it's a standalone game where you have 3 separate games down at Oracle Park. So there's 3 separate high school games. Reardon is in one of the matchups. The Bruce Mahoney, which is SISH, oldest rivalry west of the Mississippi, is going to be the middle game. And I believe San Marin Redwood, or I forget what the match. I'll get the matchups. I have them up here. I thought we were going to have them later on in the show. And so Ryan is a part of that board, and they just do a great job of giving back to the community. I think a lot of places now, with all of the investigations on nonprofits, very few are doing it right, and this is one of them. And we need to highlight someone in our community, or a group of people in our community, that are doing a lot for kids that I see firsthand, getting real gear, real opportunities, real field time. It's special, and we need to prop these people up and give them their kudos.
No, I love that, and that's one thing I've always loved that we've done on the Morning Roast ever since that I've been a part of it, is that we've always found these people within the community here around this greater San Francisco community, or even in the East Bay, Oakland, and whatnot, who have been giving back. And we have used our platform here on this show for them to get the word out on what they're doing. So we'll be doing that coming up on the other side. Cousin Nick Friedel will be joining us at 7:20 this morning because there is a big Warriors game tonight. We will get his thoughts on that. What's going on with Kristaps Porzingis? Oh, stop me if you heard that one before.
He's got to play. He's got to play.
He pretty much has to. Get out in the court. If the ankle isn't working at that point, we cross that bridge if we get to it. I need Kristaps on the floor tonight. You know who might know if Kristaps going to be available tonight? Maybe Terry Stotts, Warriors assistant coach.
What?
He will be joining us this morning at 9 o'clock. We got an absolutely stacked guest list, just so you guys know. He'll be joining us at 9 o'clock, so we'll pick his brain on what's going on with tonight's game, how they got to stop Dylan Brooks, the Warriors' biggest fan. He was rooting for him on Wednesday night. And then because this is such a big game, we got to get a little bit of baby energy in this one. So we're going to have Bonte Hill call into the show for 10 minutes. And
baby!
Make him talk to myself and Shasky, and have him preview this game a little bit as well. So we got a lot of fun stuff that we're going to get into on this show today. We got Ryan Sittower on the other side. Then we're going to jump back into this Giants game, though, a little bit, because it was asked a little bit yesterday of Tony Vitello and as well as Eric Miller if games like this can bring this team closer together. Plus, Shasky, you're seeing a frustration with this team starting to bubble over a little bit, and I think that might be a good thing, especially when you consider what is coming up for this team. 3 in Washington, and then next week, Giants come home, and they get to face those blue people from down south. So we'll talk about that next week, though. We're going to be a lot of Warriors today as well as the Giants. So we'll get into all that coming up on the other side. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Your Toyota's been through a lot with you. Traffic, rain, potholes, you name it. But it keeps showing up mile after mile. So maybe it's time to give a little back. For a limited time at your local Toyota dealer, get 3 new tires and get the 4th for $1. Because a ride that's always there for you deserves to be taken care of. 3 tires, get the 4th for $1? Go on. Treat your Toyota. Deal ends April 30th. Keep your Toyota a Toyota. Restrictions apply. Toyota and Scion vehicles only. See participating Toyota dealers for details.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Winery. The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Who wants to go to a Giants game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
It is the morning roast here. Sam Lohman alongside Joe Shasky. I am filling in for Joe Spadoni while he is out on baby leave. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. Warriors Live again tonight at 6 o'clock with one of Mark Grandy or Evan Giddings. Again, they never tell me which one, so I'm a guess Mark Grandy because he's usually right there when Warriors Live begins. So that'll be tonight at 6 o'clock. Warriors and the Suns in the play-in final in the right to play the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round of the playoffs there. We're going to be breaking down that game throughout the show here in terms of what to expect, what we're going to be seeing tonight, how confident we're feeling, all of that fun stuff. We're going to talk to Nick Friedel about that at 7:20 here. We got our guy Ryan Sittower coming up here in just a minute. We're going to talk about the Dante Benedetti Baseball Classic, which is taking place at Oracle Park. You know what? Don't let me bring it up. Let's have him talk about it as Ryan Sittower will join us right now on the River Islands guest line. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us bright and early here on a Friday morning. How you doing this morning?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Great to have you on again. Just tell us a little bit about what you got going on tomorrow at Oracle Park. And 20 years you guys have been doing this event. Kind of tell us how this event came to be originally.
Yeah, the event is coming up. So it's this Saturday. 20 years ago, a lot of former USF baseball alum got together and wanted to put on this unbelievable thought and organization to host a game at Oracle Park in honor of Dante Benedetti. Back in 2006. Larry Baird, current president of the Giants, was a big part of that, and one of our founding members, Tom Lunabis. And it's hard to believe that 20 years has already passed. We've served, I think, over 2,500 student athletes have played in this game, high schools, college, etc. And then most importantly, Joe and Sam, is, all the contributions of this game have gone back into the Bay Area community for over 20 years now. Yeah. So something we're incredibly proud of, and we'll continue to do so to create memories and also opportunity for those in need, youth, sports, equipment, etc.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been, Ryan, it's good to hear from you. Long time no see. My buddy Dan says hi, Vincenzi, and
yes.
I still think he thinks he can, whiz one by you, but I doubt that. I know a lot of kids that you guys have served, the Seeds program with my buddy Mike Accardi and all of the youth kids that have gotten opportunities to play at USF. What you guys did with my Flame program, helping us out with equipment and whatnot, Novato Little League, Pleasant Hill Little League, Petaluma Little League, Mission High School, where a bunch of I got one kid right now, James Velasquez, who plays for them. You guys have done things for elite baseball. You really have touched the entire community at a grassroots level. And I think that goes back to the founder, and who the whole thing was created for, Dante Benedetti. I mean, he used to literally drive around the North Beach neighborhood with equipment, handing it out to kids. And at one time, coached USF for $1 a year. Is that correct?
That's correct. So, he was really he saved the program at USF back in the early 60s. And he took it over from 1962 until 1980, and he coached for $1 a year. And I think one of the greatest things, coming to USF and then being, working in the city for over 25 years personally, is honestly, Joe, hearing those stories. Right? We all love talking baseball, but every time you bring up this man, the stories are just incredible. The generosity, the outreach, the passion, that's what it's all about at the end of the day, and 100%. We want to continue that legacy. So honored and humbled to do it. But for the 20th year, we've got a lot of family coming out, the Benedetti family coming out to honor them, for them to really see what we're doing. And they've been involved for 20 years as well. But just wanted to really see the event. Hopefully you can everyone can come out, have a great time. We got 3 games. It's an all-day event. Really encourage the kids to come out too. Wear your uniforms.
Yes.
Bring snacks. We're going to have nice weather. Just enjoy it. And I think one thing to think about with families and kids is when the stadium is not full, it's a lot of fun for kids. You got foul balls all over the place. So you get kids running all over the place, having fun, telling stories, watching some great high school baseball up close in those first few rows. So it should be a great time.
Yeah, there's some great ball players for University right now. You got University versus Reardon. I've known Craig and Bob forever, who run Reardon. I know a lot of the young men over there, Keone and Kermie and all the kids that are playing out there. Then you get SISH. Okay, so you get the Bruce Mahoney game. I mean, this is one of the oldest rivalries in the entire country, oldest west of the Mississippi. And then Marin Catholic, Adam Callan's Marin Catholic team against Acalanes. This is really cool for a lot of these kids in high school. Some might go on to the next level. Some, this might be it. For them to be able to play where the San Francisco Giants play, and then their families be able to sit in the stands and watch them. I think this is a really special, cool day. And we put the link up for tickets in our YouTube chat, and I'll tweet it out a little later. You can go get tickets now and help support. But I think what you guys are doing is just freaking awesome, helping kids see their dream. I mean it, man. It's free. It's really cool.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I'll close with this too, Joe and Sam. I think, the experience for the kids is they get to literally have a day as big leaguers. They arrive. They get to warm up as big leaguers. It's something for 20 years. I'm certain that nobody has ever forgotten playing in this classic, especially as a former baseball person. It's unbelievable.
I appreciate you saying that. Like our little baseball community in these inner cities, whether it's Oakland, whether it's San Jose, San Francisco, et cetera, and all the communities in between, we're a tight-knit community. And so if I'm listening right now and I'm like, hey, how can I support? How can we get involved? Maybe I'm running a league and we're running a little low. How can I reach out? What would you suggest people to do?
Well, I would say please reach out. Tell your story. Tell us what you need. Take a look at our website. We're always available, and we're looking to help. That is what we do. Primarily, it's gear, kids in need. We don't want anyone not playing, whether it's baseball or youth sport, because they don't have the ability to do so. Whether it's funding, et cetera, we're always interested to help and provide opportunity for the youth.
Ryan, you're salt of the earth. If you want to, go to the website, dantesfoundation.org. Great dudes, better community that they've created, and they're really supporting our kids out there that need it. It's become a very expensive sport, and so without people like you, we don't have the resources to be able to help families that need it. So thank you, Ryan.
I appreciate it. Thank you to the entire Dante Boys Foundation community. We got a lot of help out there. So thank you, Joe and Sam, for having me.
You give Gino a hard time next time you see him, all right? You tell him I miss him.
Every time I will.
All right, brother. Have a good one. That's Dante's Boys, but you can go to dantesfoundation.org to support. They got 3 high school games this weekend. Risotto Zamir are going, God, I'm so jealous I didn't play. University versus Reardon. Then it's SISH, the Bruce Mahoney game, and then you get Marin Catholic, Acalanes. Yeah. It's going to be freaking awesome. I know in years past they've had San Marin, they had Redwood, they've had all these different teams, and so for them to be able to play that game at Oracle, I mean, could you imagine having done that as a high schooler, Sam?
It would have been one of the coolest things I would ever have gotten to do as a high school kid. I only played a year of baseball in high school, but I mean, when you are on that big league field as a kid, I mean, as you said, you get to be a big leaguer for a day. I remember just in Little League, it was a big deal when, like, once a night you got to play a night game where, the park had the lights turned on at night.
Yeah.
And, you're 9 years old and you're feeling like a big leaguer. Best. It is awesome to have that feeling because it's, for these kids, I mean, you don't know how many of them are going to go on and play baseball at higher levels and stuff like that. No, incredibly few, stupid levels of few. But in order to get to that level, you got to have that passion and drive for it. When you get to play on those stages, it just reinforces your love of the game. And the other part that I really love about what's going on with this foundation is the providing of equipment, because you hit the nail on the head right at the end. Baseball's become an incredibly expensive sport. Like, it really has. Like, certain sports like basketball's, you don't need that much. You just really need to get a basketball early on. You can get started, but baseball, it's gone are the days where I think you can just show up to practice with a bat in your glove and you're good to go. You really got to have much better, almost specialized equipment these days. And the kids who are able to get their hands on that, it does give them a bit of a leg up over others that don't. And so it's great that there are foundations like that out there that kind of help level the playing field.
There's a comedian out there now that has a great line that I've used 1,000 times. If you go into any dugout in any Little League team, anywhere in America, there might be $2,000 to $3,000 worth of bats, and you might have 2 hits. I mean, is that not a line, or is that not a line? But like, it's crazy. So like, we had a lot of young kids in our program. We'll get back into the Warriors. I promise. We'll get back into the Warriors. We have a large platform. I just want to give some love to some people doing some really good things in the community. I've seen what Dante's Boys does. They came out. They gave us a ton of bats. You know how cool it was to tell all the parents, don't worry about buying any bats. We've got this. We've got an entire dugout of bats for every single level. These bats are so expensive, and then it doesn't fit the kid because you want to get him one that he's going to grow into, but he can't swing because it's a little too heavy. And it's just for them to come, and they gave out gloves, tons of gloves. Boys that never had gloves, that's one thing. I have a lot of gloves, and I like to give them to kids because if you give a kid a glove, now like they're a baseball fan for life.
Yes.
I had a little boy yesterday. His name is Max. He's actually a really good player. And he lost his glove.
Oh, no.
And I go, dude, I got a bag of gloves, dude. Just go grab one that you like. His face lit up. I mean, he's heartbroken that he left his glove at the park and no one picked it up. And it's like, you buy a $200 glove, a $300 or $400 glove. Most families can't afford that.
That's a lot. That's just a stupid amount of money for a glove. And you mentioned that, like, a good glove becomes a part of you. This is my glove.
Of your hand.
This is my glove. There are many like it, but this one is mine. And I mean, Chassie, again, like, I still have my glove that I played in high school with. And I bring it to games with me. And I am one of those people, I bring gloves to baseball games because the one time you don't, it's going to bounce off your hand. You're going to be put on TV. You're going to get booed. Kruk and Kuiper are going to make fun of you. So I always bring my glove. But yeah, it is an extension of you. That's why I still have it. I still love my glove, even though it doesn't get as much use as it used to. But to your point, the equipment matters. It becomes a part of you, and be able to set these kids up with the tools to succeed at this sport. It's awesome that we have foundations that do this.
We're going to get right back into the Warriors here, I know, but you see Steph Curry and other guys like Kevin Durant, and I'm not knocking them at all. I'm being very sincere. But these like one-day camps, they're great. But, when I see them redo like the surface of a court in a community, that is way more impactful than a one-day camp. I'm not saying that a one-day camp
where
these players get to meet the kids and the kids get to meet their heroes, that is extremely impactful as well. But when you really impact the community is when you upgrade infrastructure, you provide backpacks, and you give out real hard-nosed equipment to these kids.
Gotta get cleats. These kids are growing. I mean, that's the other thing. These shoes are expensive. A year later, your kid's bigger. You got to get those expensive shoes again.
100%. And I'm not expecting athletes. I want to make it clear. I'm not ripping them in any way. They're doing their part.
Yeah.
But like these other community programs that are grassroots, that are doing the Lord's work, literally the Lord's work, whether you believe in the Lord or not, I believe that they're doing the Lord's work by helping others and helping our community. We need to support them. So DantesFoundation.org, please support them.
Awesome. That is Joe Shasky. I am Sam Lohman. On the other side, we're going to get into this Warriors game a little bit. Also, Willie Adames. What are you doing yesterday, dude? We'll get into that on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live. Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now back to the morning roast.
Beautiful Marin right now.
With Joe Spadoni.
Well, you can't get a prettier place than here in the country.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
It's beautiful in San Francisco right now, too.
Oh, God. Are you kidding me?
No, Jan. I am straight up serious. It is beautiful out in San Francisco today. It's really nice in Oakland. It's really nice all over the Bay Area today. It's a great day for the Warriors to get a win. It's a great day to be brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. It's also a great day not to get thrown out on the base paths. I'm talking to you, Willie Adames. That one, first inning yesterday, Willie gets on base, steals second, gets thrown out by a mile. It happened in the middle of our show. You were fuming about it. I was in the middle of talking when it happened. I had to really bite my tongue there to not react to it in real time. And I see it in two ways, Shasky. On the one hand, it's like, why are you stealing there, Willie? You're not that guy. Stop it. On the other hand, it's like, last year, I remember asking Bob Melvin about this. I asked him, like, how come you guys aren't stealing bases anymore? And he's like, well, we're not really getting a lot of opportunities to get guys on base, so we don't want to, get guys thrown out. We're not getting that many opportunities. And I just thought that was just such a passive approach to trying to generate offense last year.
Who on the roster is a base stealer?
That goes back into that first point there where I don't know who that base stealer is on this team. And I just, the stolen base thing, I'd like it to be more of a thing. I'd like them to get away from this trend they've had over the last few years of not stealing bases. When I saw that stolen base yesterday, Shasky, for me, that was a sign that they're desperate to score runs, and they're literally just going to try and do anything to get some sort of a spark going. And the thing about baseball is the more you have to force it, the less it's really going to go your way. And they end up getting a nice little rally in the 7th inning later on. But that's what I saw there from that Willie Adames stolen base there.
I just don't know why they're stealing with Rafi Devers on. Because you're just going to pitch around Rafi Devers and put him on first. I'd rather him have to hold on the runner at first, and then now you're opening up the pull side for Rafi. I don't like stealing with Rafi at the plate.
No, it's an excellent point there, and that's why I think it's just when you're forcing it too much, you're missing those little details there. And I think you saw it with the Mets series. Matt Chapman, he stole that base. So it was Saturday, I believe, was when he stole that base, and Gary Cohen was ripping him on the Mets broadcast in the 9th inning that basically destroyed any semblance of a rally the Giants could have had against the Mets. Again, I don't know if it would have mattered in the grand scheme of things, but it's just these early trends you're seeing from some of these guys where it's the offense isn't there and they're starting to force things on the base paths. On the one hand, I don't like the overaggression because you end up, screwing yourself over on the base paths. But after watching how passive this team was last year when it came to the base paths, there is a part of me that's just like, you know what? I like that there's an effort to try and get things going and not be as passive. You just wish that it would go your way. And that's kind of how I saw it yesterday with that stolen base.
Well, they're going to need to generate more runs, and Rafi Devers needs to get going. And so I think taking the bat out of his hands in situations where there are runners on, or at least taking runners off base when he's at the plate, I just think that's not a smart strategy. So whether he went on his own or whether they told him to, he's got to get going here. He had another offer. He's batting .211. It's just not good.
Snapped the bat in half the other day, right?
Well, that's the 3rd hardest hit barrel he's had all year.
It's just, I don't know where we had Dave Fleming on last week. He said when Rafi starts going out to left field, that's when he's starting to come around. He had that home run later that day against the Phillies, and you're starting to think, oh, maybe he is coming around. And it's been very lackluster ever since then. And at some point, Joe, he's got to turn around because you cannot have him be the black hole in the lineup, especially when we keep moving him all over the lineup so the black hole gets to be in a different spot every day.
And when they got Schmidt DHing right now, which is the appropriate thing, they need his bat in the lineup, but they've got Gilbert and Brennan, and I think they're going to have to experiment with one of these other guys in the outfield. whether that means Schmidt, whether that means Eldridge, someone's going to have to get out there and play some defense in the outfield.
Those changes are going to have to come there soon as well. There's somebody else I wanted to just ask you, but then it just escaped my mind, so I'm sure it'll come back to me in a moment. Let's talk about Landon Roop a little bit. He had a great outing going. Actually, no, I don't want to talk about Landon Roop. I want to talk about how that game ended. That's more interesting to me. The end of that game, Eric Miller showing fire on the mound after he struck out Sal Stewart, which, again, Sal Stewart, quick aside, that's one of those guys that makes you want to call up Bryce Eldridge. He's 22 years old, and I actually broke down the numbers there of Sal Stewart's performance in the minors versus Bryce Eldridge's in the minors, and there is a lot of similarity there other than the strikeout rate. Stewart strikes out a little bit less than Bryce Eldridge does, but
obsessing over strikeout rates. We are
exactly obsessing.
It's just insanity to me.
Bryce Eldridge in the minors coming into this year, 1,145 plate appearances. Sal Stewart had 1,378 plate appearances. Bryce hit 283 in the minors. Sal hit 289. But the strikeout percentage, 27% for Eldridge, 15% for Stewart. Walk percentage about the same, 11 for Bryce, 13 for Sal. You keep saying, bring up Bryce Eldridge, and I see all these other teams just promoting their top prospects and then just giving them massive deals. I'm not saying give Bryce Eldridge a massive deal when he gets called up, but seeing all these guys, like whether it's Connor Griffin, whether it's who's the guy, Chase Owens, I think, with the Marlins or whoever, all these young guys getting called up and the Giants aren't, you get a little bit of FOMO there where it's just like, why are we not doing that as well? Why can't we just put our top prospect in the lineup?
This obsession with strikeout percentage is bizarre to me. If he was a contact hitter or a guy that didn't give a ton of power, I get it. Like, yeah, we want to put the ball in play more. We want to have more productive outs. An out is an out. But if you're giving me plus premium power and plus premium, slugging, who cares if you strike out a little more than other people? Like, this isn't just some regular hitter who's going to hit 20 jacks a year. Like, that's not what they're projecting. They're projecting 30 to 40 home runs a year for this guy. That's what they're hoping, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what he profiles as.
Like, right now in the minors, balls he puts in play, he's batting like 600.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, what difference does it make? Like, I find it bizarre.
Well, also, Joe, again, we're obsessing over strikeout rate. Right now, Willie Adames is rocking a 26% strikeout rate. Rafi Devers is rocking a 29%. Harrison Bader's at 30%. And then Elliot Ramos is checking in at 35%. So, we're already striking out too much as it is. In that sense, Bryce Eldridge might fit in perfectly with
but it's not like he has like a ridiculously low batting average to go along with a bunch of strikeouts.
And he's walking more too.
I just think we're trying to nitpick the one. First it was the defense, and it's just striking out too much, and we're just doing cartwheels to justify just suppressing him. And I think it's insane.
You don't think they're trying to do the soft landing spot with him, do they?
He can't play Cooper Flag until he fully develops his offhand jump shot. What?
It would be weird. Well, I mean, baseball development versus basketball development versus football development. Imagine if just like the Niners, until Michael Williams gets that second move, we're just going to have to keep him on the practice squad. It doesn't allow for that, though.
Shanahan does do that to wide receivers.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
He does do that to wide receivers. But I agree with you. It
drives you nuts, though, too, doesn't it? When Brandon Ayuk was in the So hopefully we'll get him up there soon. But again, the end of that game yesterday, you had the little kerfuffle there at the end. Everyone comes out. No punches were actually thrown, which they rarely are in a baseball game. But I did love that energy, that fire that Eric Miller had. What I really loved was how he's pointing at the dugout, like, you suck, you suck, you suck. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of a couple years ago. It was the end of a Clippers-Sixers game, and Kelly Oubre Jr. got pissed off at the refs. And there's this clip at the end of the game. He's pissed off the call. He goes up to the ref and goes, you will be, and you will be. And then he just walks off the court. And that's what it reminded me of.
He better back it up over the next couple of weeks, though. That is, if you're going to talk the talk, you better walk it.
I'd be curious. Again, it was his first career save yesterday. I don't know if he'll keep getting save situations.
He's a large man.
He is. He is not a guy I would want coming at me.
He's a large man.
Eric Miller's one of those guys in this bullpen I trust when he comes out of the mound, only because I've seen him do it so many times. I mean, Shasky, he was sporting like a 1.70 ERA last year before his elbow flared up and he missed the entire second half. He's a guy I'm totally fine with him in the 9th inning. Honestly, I loved how Vitello did the bullpen yesterday. Walker in the 7th was great.
Yeah, high leverage situation.
Keaton Wynn in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
I like him as
Keaton's had a couple of now good performances in a row.
Well, that splitter, again, I said it the other week, I think that splitter might be the best swing and miss pitch the Giants have in their bullpen right now. Because when it's clicking, it is absolutely filthy. He used it a couple times, get some outs yesterday. And then, Eric Miller, very emotional end there. Hey, Eric, what happened after that last out there?
Yeah, I mean, I was just fired up. Probably let the emotions get the best of me. I mean, I'm not trying to, like, direct anything specifically, like, to him. Like, I have no problem with him. I just said a sentence that most hitters probably don't like to hear, so I can understand why he's upset. So, but no, it was just more like I was just really fired up, and it wasn't anything personal. Like, I don't have anything against Stewart. It's just he happened to be the guy at the plate. So,
Listen to the music in the background.
How often you get music in the
I can't remember
background?
last time the Giants had like energy in the clubhouse.
Joe, you know how many times I've heard music play in the clubhouse this year at games I've been at? 0.
What about last year?
I am 0-6 at Giants games. Oh, quite a bit. I mean, they always have music in the.
But what kind of music?
What did they play in the clubhouse? Oh, you know what? It was a lot of Kendrick last year. I think Matt Chapman was in charge of the music. There was a lot of Kendrick that's been playing in the clubhouse the last year. And then the year before that, when Brandon Crawford was the head DJ, the song that always come up to that was always playing was "Bounce It." I forget who it's by, but I added it to my playlist. It's not a song that you can bring up on air. You can play on air. I'm just going to say its name is Bounce It. Look it up. Enjoy it for yourself.
And it's the same order, too. Every single song you hear in the clubhouse, you know it's coming up next because they play it the same order after every
There's
win.
no shuffle.
It's like the same playlist.
We got to get my boy Young Guido out there. He won't even let a song go through a minute and a half. He'll be to the next one. We got to get a quicker DJ. I don't like that. I don't like that.
What do you think the sentence is that a pitcher says to a hitter that a hitter doesn't like?
What do I think the sentence is?
Eric Miller said, I said a sentence that hitters don't like, and that's what do you think angered him?
Sit the blank down?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
He said that, I said something that hitters don't like, and that pissed him off.
Wow, there are a lot of things you can say on the field.
I know. I'm always
that would piss someone off.
I know. I'm just always curious. Like, when you see these guys yelling at each other like that, like, you'll ask them afterwards. They're always going to play coy. It's like, we're just yelling at each other.
They don't
blah,
even
blah,
remember.
blah.
Sometimes guys black out in the heat of competition and they just be saying things.
It always still I'm always curious as to what is said in these heat of the moment situations. There was another video yesterday of the umpire and Tony Vitello were yelling at each other.
Well, the Arise ball was dropped and it should have been reviewed and they should have let it play out.
Yeah. And so I'm always curious there. I wonder if the sentence was something like you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I wonder if he said that would piss someone off on a baseball field. You know who's
their best work all week.
I wonder if Richie in Queens knows what the sentence that pisses off hitters is. Richie, how you doing today?
Yeah, I had no problem with that, guys. Yeah. I mean, we have been so emotionless, and we
agree.
And I've heard Miller before. Miller's a very docile, laid back guy, and he's in a spot. They haven't won. And the guy killed him, the first baseman. You brought up Eldridge. My brother said, "Why can't he's not big into Eldridge as far as I am, but just you got this kid that was a minor league guy. Eldridge was rated higher percentage wise." Why isn't he up? So I think he killed us. I think the emotion got the best of him. And you know what? I think, nothing really came out of it. I thought it was awesome. And what he said was, I would react to it too. But again, I think I'd feel that way either way. I would look at it and say the guy got emotional for that particular point. And why not? We need something. And going forward, Roop, he's got an ERA of 3. I mean, he throws 93, 94, but with his off speed, that's like a 96 mile an hour fastball when he does throw it. But he's got good stuff. I like his demeanor, and it was a win we needed desperately, So
Richie,
going forward, you know how I feel.
Richie, he kind of reminds me of, it's not exact. He's got a little like Roy Oswalt in him, where he's not the hardest thrower, but he hits his spots. He mixes up his pitches. Like I really like I like the way he goes about it.
Yeah, I do too. Oswald did throw harder, guys.
He did.
Oswald in his early career, he was throwing 96.
I meant more like older Oswald, where he was more guile.
Yeah, I'd like to say he's like a Maddox, where we're hitting spots and stuff like that.
Ideally,
and it
yes.
seems like they make soft contact with them, but hey, look, it's a beginning. We're playing the Nationals. I'd like to see us pick up. Like you said, we're going to get back to 500. There are a lot of mediocrity. Guys, there's only 5 or 4 teams that are 4 games over 500. So you win 2 or 3 in a row, and
I agree. You're right there.
You feel good.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick with your, I watched Curry the other night. My favorite player. Incredible. I think I beat Portland. I think Porzingis is such a key. Horford was out of his mind. Horford always seems to come up big. And you had discussed it earlier. Does it mean anything to get in as a 10 seed and get beat up by OKC? I think it does. The fact that you win and the fact that there's hope. So, and Curry is just, there's no words, no accolades for him.
Hey, look,
always
Richie,
a pleasure talking to you guys.
You brought it up. I love you, Richie. I do. I really do. Me and Richie could talk ball all day. Here's the thing.
I wonder what he thought about the Giants basically backing up Brubaker yesterday, because that's what that was. That's what that whole thing started, was Brubaker versus Steer.
Richie had put a hit out on someone. That's what I think.
Is it going to be on Brubaker?
Getting into tonight's game.
All right, let's get into tonight's game.
I have no expectations. And what I mean by that is
it's funny that you asked that.
If they win, I'm going to feel great, and I'm just going to ride the wave. And if they lose, I'm still going to be proud of them. And I know that sounds like loser mentality. Look, I was wrong. I wanted them to get the pick, whatever. It doesn't matter. That win was so much fun. I was intoxicated by the moment. I'm riding the wave. I have no expectations for tonight. I'm just going to enjoy it. If we win, it'll be a great accomplishment. And the more and more I think about it, I think he's onto something. I actually do think it means a little something. Even if they get blown out by OKC, so be it. They're not as good as them. But there is something to be learned from this, and I do think there's some stuff to be gained for it. We had a guy calling about Guy, and we've had many people calling about Pods and Guy in these important games for them and how the growth and whatnot. And, seeing what he did in that game and seeing where he could take his game, and I have no illuminations that he could be some star, quote unquote, but can he be a really, really good starter? Hell yeah. And to take out Dylan Brooks along the way, exonerate some of those demons, take out, Devin Booker, who Clay famously got into it with a variety of other Warriors. I do think there'd be something there. And just another, notch on the belt for a bunch of old gunslingers who aren't ready to call it quits.
Yeah, I do feel like the Warriors it's almost like a win-win situation, so to speak, especially if you're kind of like us, Shasky, where you're a fan watching on the outside looking in. If the Warriors do lose tonight, I believe that locks them into probably the 13th draft lottery odds, which carries a 4.8% chance of moving up into the top 4. Now, of course, you could move up.
That's with a win?
That's with a loss tonight.
With a loss.
With a win, they are in the playoffs, and they can get no lower than 15th in the draft.
Okay.
That's assuming that they don't move on past the Oklahoma City Thunder, which we'll cross that bridge.
And I know we would have a game tonight, and then they would play again on Sunday if they win.
12:30 on Sunday, I believe, is when that game will be.
I went through the history of first-round matchups and who are the worst teams to make the playoffs record-wise, okay? Yeah. And in an 82-game season, there have been actually a variety of 36, 37, 38, 39-win teams make the playoffs. No team under 40 wins, all right, in a regular season has won a series. A couple 39-win teams have taken it to 6 and 7 games. No one's won a series.
Well, I believe it's only twice, right? That 3 times that an 8 seed has actually upset a 1 seed in the first round, right? Well,
it would be the Nuggets in 93, 94, whatever year that was.
Well, that was, I guess, when it was a 7-game series. I guess.
That was a 5 going back.
Yeah, the Warriors were the first doing a 7-game series, and then
Sam's. No one's won a series.
Yes, under 500
series. Yeah, well, under 40 wins. I couldn't go back. I mean, there's so many teams that have made the playoffs under 40. I was just doing my math. They went 37 and 44. So if they were to get into the playoffs, this is going to sound, there might be an argument like maybe you just rest everyone for game 1.
And
then you kind of reset your health. No, I'm dead serious.
No, I'm laughing
dead serious.
I'm laughing because sitting in this chair a year ago was a guy named Joe Spadoni saying the exact same thing. The Warriors should do that for the Rockets, and we all laughed at him over that concept. And now here we are reawakening that thought. And to be honest, Shasky, you kind of beat me to that. I was going to maybe, float that same theory out there that maybe you do got to load manage that game on Sunday.
You got to win tonight. You got to win tonight. But I'm just thinking of how do you navigate? Because, look, Steve has talked about himself. They played Steph 44 minutes in the Game 7 against the Rockets, and then they had to turn around, whatever it was, 36 hours later and play another game.
That's tough.
That was the game he ended up getting hurt. No, whether it was the idea of, all of the depreciation prior or just the 44 minutes, who knows. But, I do think that there's a plausible argument that really makes sense to me where it's win tonight, rest Saturday, Sunday, legitimately Monday, Tuesday, and then just gear up and try to steal game 2 on Wednesday.
Yeah, the boss man, he sent out the schedule for the first round if the Warriors win. So
because it really is favorable after that.
So game 1 would be Sunday at 12:30. Game 2 would be Wednesday
which would
at
be that
6:30.
36-hour. Same kind of 36-hour turnaround.
No, it all does check out because, you give 2 days off over the weekend, then Tuesday, Wednesday. So, that would be 4 days heading into that game day on Wednesday that you would have Steph, Draymond, and Kristaps off their legs.
Well, Melton could use a break. Horford could use, some time to kind of settle himself.
No, absolutely. So that's where I feel again, it feels kind of win-win for the Warriors tonight, where if they lose, you're still in the draft lottery. You still have an outside chance of top 4. You still have a solid chance of getting into the top 7 or 8, which you can still find talented players at that part of the draft. So you're laughing.
No, I'm laughing because Adam Silver, the notion of you get into the playoffs and game 1 against the number 1 seed defending champs, you're load managing, the Warriors. Well, but if any team had earned the right, it would be the Warriors.
Well, I'll say this. Adam Silver, you could have a great playoff here if you do the right thing. So if the Warriors win, they get the 1-8 against the Thunder, right? And then if you win, you play the winner of the 4-5 series. Who's in that 4-5 series? The Rockets and LeBron James and the Lakers. If you orchestrate some upsets here, Adam, if you want to really have good, if the name of the game is TV ratings, I'm just saying.
Look, they have to handle business tonight.
The pieces are there. I'm just saying, put it together. Well, maybe it starts tonight. Maybe I get the Warriors out of this game into the playoffs. It's just, if we want more Steph LeBron, you got to do some legwork, Adam. It starts tonight.
I identify, it was easy. Everyone did, but Mathurin in the last game was kind of the X factor. I look at guys obviously Devin and Dylan. They're really Royce O'Neal could be an X factor. And he's always kind of giving the Warriors fits, and he's just one of those guys that I'm going, God, if he hits a couple of threes tonight, he starts feeling himself, and then he starts playing scrappy defense.
Yep.
I think this is going to be a really tough one.
No, I was yesterday I went back and first off, a lot of these Suns-Warriors games happened so far earlier in the season.
I went to the one at home where Draymond got the tech and got kicked out.
But I was watching the most recent one that happened on February 5th. It was the day after the trade deadline. They didn't have Kristaps available. And that was the one where they rallied in the fourth quarter. Pat went off. He had 20 points. But Royce O'Neal was hitting threes early on. Grayson Allen is a game-time decision.
Another guy who kills us.
I hate Grayson Allen. I'll explain why on the other side. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Gas prices are crazy right now. Yes, they are. They are sky high. But Ceremony Ford's got you covered during the Feel Your Ford event. Get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yeah, they're helping you fill up. Happening now in Colma and Daly City, right off of 280 or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Yeah. On the big dog.
All right, Bay Area, if you're still paying monthly checking fees, come on now. There's a better way.
San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been serving people for 75 years, going all the way back to 1951.
And no, you do not have to be a firefighter to join. Anyone can join.
You get ATM access worldwide, great service, and it all comes from a local not-for-profit credit union that gives back to its members and the community.
Check them out at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey there, it's Bonte with a fresh springtime update from River Islands in Lathrop, where the good life can be your life. Everything is in bloom here, including the home selection. With neighborhoods designed for all kinds of lifestyles, it is easy to find your perfect fit. Looking for a bright kitchen, a home office, or space for guests? You'll find it here with homes from the low 600s to over $1 million. And the town center, located by Islanders Field Ballpark, is really coming to life. The Redwood Cafe opens this summer, and a new amphitheater is on the way for concerts and community events. Sutter Health is building medical offices, and a major grocery store is coming soon, making it a great place to gather and unwind. The Lakewood Club at Del Webb has just opened its doors, and a brand new K-8 charter school welcomes students this fall. All part of the exciting growth happening within River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the 6 o'clock shop. Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne cage-free eggs, 18 count, large grade, AA, just $2.99 each. Limit 2 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
Bay Area is Draymond Green.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Draymond? It is The Morning Roast. Sam Lubman here, filling in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're going to have Nick Friedel join us in just a little bit. Until then, though, we're going to be talking about this big game that the Warriors have against the Phoenix Suns tonight. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. Warriors and Suns right here on 95.7 The Game. And once again, the Warriors find themselves in a do-or-die game. Again, there's a minutes limit talked about on Wednesday. I haven't heard any talk of a minutes limit tonight when the Warriors take on the Suns. So I guess that means it's all hands on deck, all go. Who knows? We'll find out. But anyway, yeah. Warriors Suns tonight. Will there be a minutes limit? I don't know. What do you think, Joe?
No, I don't think there'll be a minutes restriction at all. I think they're just going to do what they did last time, which is sub a bunch of guys in and out of the lineup and kind of figure it out from there and see who's hot and who's not and what's working and what isn't. The key is Kristaps has to play.
Yes.
All of the goodwill from what he did the other night would, so much. The poor guy would just get crushed all offseason.
That's what I can already see it happening if they do lose tonight. We're going to come in on Monday and all those fun, emotions we had yesterday where it's just like, hey, we're feeling good. They put together a great season and made up for everything. We love Kristaps. Let's keep pods around. On Monday, it's going to be the exact opposite. No, this season was a wash. They blew it. They completely flubbed this up. This whole season was a complete waste. We're wasting Steph's time.
We have to acknowledge there's going to be a segment of fans that are always going to be miserable, right?
Yeah.
But I think now that you can kind of sniff it, you got to want it. Mm-hmm. You got to want the playoff series.
At this point, Joe, it's like, if Wednesday it was, maybe it'd be better if they lose so we can get a better draft pick. Today, it's like, you know what? You're kind of pot committed. You might as well just get into the playoffs and see what can happen here because I don't know. Let's just win tonight, and then we can figure that out on Monday.
Can they win? Hypothetically, I think he'll play. But if Kristaps is really limited or just can't play, can they still win this game?
I don't think they can. I think they need everything clicking tonight. Like that's the rub here. And by the way, Nick Friedel's actually joining us at 8:20 now. We had to push him back an hour, so we will have him on at 8:20 instead of right now. So instead, we'll just keep talking about this game because I got a question based off of something that Nick wrote the other day that I want to get into in just a minute. But to answer your question, though, Shasky, yeah, I think you need a full performance from Kristaps tonight. You need all hands on deck because the kind of the dirty secret with this Suns team versus this Clippers team, a little cough there. The Clippers are probably the only team in the NBA that comes close to matching the Warriors in age.
Okay.
In terms of average age. The Warriors are the oldest team in the NBA. I think the Clippers are the second or third oldest team in the NBA. The Suns are a much younger team than the Warriors. The Warriors have, I'll put it this way, Royce O'Neal's the old man on the Suns, I believe, at age 32. The Warriors have like 4 or 5 guys over the age of 32. So that just kind of paints a picture for how much older overall this Warriors team is. And this Suns team plays much better defense than that Clippers team does. They are third in creating turnovers for their opponents. They have allowed the sixth fewest threes in the NBA. Third fewest overall shots allowed in the NBA this year. Warriors, they turn the ball over a lot. This is a Suns team that's very good at deflecting passes, intercepting passes. That's something that concerns me. If the Warriors can't get shots off, I mean, we saw how much it ruined the Clippers game plan when Kawhi Leonard could not get shots off. If that's a similar trend we see here for the Warriors tonight where Steph Curry's getting smothered at the 3-point line, can't get shots off early, and they get down early, and the Warriors get down early in that first half, I don't know if they're going to have the same easy time getting back into the game that you could have against a team like the Clippers that, as talented as they are, there are flaws on that team that the Warriors were able to exploit.
Yeah, and if Kristaps is limited and or Mark Williams does play, he's a guy that's given them some fits in stretches earlier this year. Man, this is just such a big one. I keep coming back to Dylan. We all laugh at Dylan Brooks, and I do too.
He's a good villain. Dylan the villain. He plays the villain really well, Joe. And I kind of texted you yesterday, like, there's your big time premier villains in Bay Area sports. I don't know if he's like a premier villain, but he's kind of in that second tier of villains. Where
so what do you mean by premier villains? Who are the premier villains? Give me an example.
Like the premier villains in Bay Area sports. So I think LeBron James probably.
Yeah, he's in a tier all by himself.
Yeah, he's in a tier all by himself there. I think I'd like to put Shohei Ohtani up there. I don't know if Shohei seems the Giants as the same way.
He's not really a villain.
What? Let me say this. I put Dylan Brooks on the same level of villainry as, like, say, like Matt Latos when he was with the Padres.
Yeah, I got Dylan even higher.
Yeah.
Maybe at one time Matt Latos was higher than Dylan.
At his peak, I think they were kind of in that same.
Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, Matt Latos, I love how much he hated the Giants back and the Giants hated him. So I kind of put him in that. But right now, he is a good villain for the Warriors, and he leans into it. And I pulled the sound. It wasn't really good to play for air, so I won't play because you can't really hear him. But he was asked after practice yesterday, why did you want the Warriors to win on Wednesday? And he said, Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. That's it. Oh, and Steve Kerr.
So I went to the game, and I got really good courtside seats from the company. And it was January or December, and it was Suns Warriors. And at the time, Jimmy was healthy. He hadn't hurt himself yet. Curry was healthy. Draymond had an awful game. Awful game. Remember, he got thrown out of that game. And then the Warriors went on a big run and just blew the Suns out of the water going away. Well, every single time Dylan Brooks touched the ball, the entire crowd booed him. Every single time there was a timeout, he would stand, and I'm like, from me to you, that's how far away I am from their huddle. LJ sitting in my lap. Everyone is booing Dylan Brooks, and he's just like...
He loves it.
Like, literally, like, inhaling the hate. It's the only way I can describe it. Sucking it up. And my kid was even booing him, and he was smiling at my kid. He is a great villain. Like, a great villain.
It was great for Dylan to see LJ that night.
It worked both ways. Yeah,
really fun to see LJ tonight.
Bouye, who was the USF kid, got to play a lot in that game. Grayson Allen was playing in that game. They are a much bigger team at that time than what the Warriors were. The Warriors were playing TJD, and he just couldn't stay with them. And Quentin Post was, I don't know if he played in that game, but Dylan Brooks got pretty much anything he wanted in the mid-range for about 2 quarters, and Devin Booker was getting pretty much anything he wanted for 2 quarters. After Draymond got thrown out of that game with Jimmy and the others, they went on a run, and GP2 had a really nice game in that one. So I don't know what the recipe is tonight. I think Dre's got to play better for him to be in this one. The last game, like I said, that when he got chucked, he was just so in the mix with yelling at them. Something happened. I didn't see it because they don't get all the replays. And he was just so distracted. But I think the size, they had him playing bigs. He couldn't stay with their bigs. So I don't know who he guards in this one. I would think it's Dylan Brooks.
Probably. He'll probably get some time on Devin Booker as well. But then you got to figure out who's going to be guarding Jalen Green.
Who's guarding Devin Booker? GP2?
Probably. I mean, we did the starting lineup game. We could do that right now. Maybe again, it's probably Steph and Pods. I mean, do they probably go with the same starting lineup basically tonight that they went on Wednesday? Was Steph, Pods, Gee, Dre, and KP? Because I guess you could put.
Then who are you putting on, Devin Booker to start the game?
I mean, if you Draymond on Dylan, if we're going to start there, I guess
do you start Draymond on Book?
I might be. And then what do you put Gee on Dylan?
I don't like either of those matchups.
I mean, I thought Gee held himself pretty well defensively when he had to handle Kawhi Leonard at times on Wednesday night. And I think Gee's shown down the stretch here that he can rise up and take on these tougher defensive assignments here. Listen, it's going to be an absolute bear of a task for Gee to have to handle here tonight if he has to go against Booker or Brooks.
I might start GP2.
So
I might.
So what would you do? Maybe Steph?
I might. I don't think they will, but I might. I think.
Well, who would you start? Who would you put him in then?
Well, Milton just has not shot well.
No, he hasn't. Well, I guess So if you're putting GP2 in there, are you still keeping Gee in the lineup?
Yeah.
Okay, so what would be Steph?
Pods would be off the bench.
Yeah. So Steph, GP2, Gee. Yeah. I actually don't hate that.
But they're not going to do that.
No, because then there's not a lot of spacing there. And then Steph's going to get absolutely smothered by a team that loves shutting down three-point shooting.
The issue is how do you line up across the board? And it's probably Gee and Draymond taking Booker and and Dillon. And again, I don't love that, but it's only going to be for 3 or 4 minutes.
You mentioned also Mark Williams here, and he's a guy who in 4 games against the Warriors, he's done well against them inside. He's got the highest offensive rating against the Warriors amongst players on the Suns.
Does he?
This year. Well, again, I mean, that's probably based on the fact that, again, he's plays 21 minutes a game. I got the numbers up here in front of me.
Well,
21 minutes a game against the Warriors. He's probably got, again, the easier shots because he's in the paint there, so that's going to inflate the numbers a bit in a small sample size of 4 games.
And that was prior to Kristaps.
All these games, and that's kind of the thing, Shasky.
And Horford didn't play in the game I went to.
I was looking back at all the box scores here because I'm doing a little dive yesterday trying to figure out, like, what can these 4 games that the Warriors played against the Suns during the regular season tell us about what we might see tonight? And I'm going to be honest, Shasky, when 3 of these games had Jimmy Butler in them, well, can't really take anything away from that. So I'm watching the February 5th game. It's like, well, there's no Kristaps. Moody was on the floor. Oh, Devin Booker didn't play that night either. So, like, and Pat Spencer was the hero of that night. I don't know if Pat Spencer's going to see the floor tonight.
The game I went to, the way that they were able to create separation was they went small and they played quick. And I wonder if that might be the recipe with obviously KP sprinkled in there is to go small and go quick. I mean, they really don't have many other options. This might not be as big of a Horford game. But again, like, he didn't suit up or he didn't play in the game that I went to. So we will see. I don't love him starting. I like him off the bench.
Yeah, no, Horford, I agree. I think that's still the move. Again, I wanted him to start last game, so I wanted to get some size and spacing in there right away. But you know what? Honestly, if Horford is maybe slow played a little bit in the first half, but then you're trying to save up him for the second half and the fourth quarter again so we can kind of bail them out late, I wouldn't shake a stick at that as well. I want to give a shout out to a couple Stevens here at this station. The first one is Steven Risotto, who was able to get this sound on the board, but also Stephen Langford, nice guy Steven over at KCBS, who found a better audio of what Dillon Brooks said after practice yesterday, because when I say Dillon Brooks' words, I don't think it hits as hard versus when Dillon Brooks says things like this.
Steph and Draymond, that's it, and Steve Kerr.
There you go. See, wasn't it so much better to hear that from him rather than from me? They put the legwork in to get it on there, so I wanted to reward the effort there.
I will say his braids are pretty spectacular. I mean, he has the way he does his hair, I mean, it's meticulous.
So a conversation I kind of want to get into today.
It is. I saw it up close and personal. I'm telling you, dude.
Actually, let's keep talking about this game a little bit here because I do want to get into a bigger overall question in just a moment. But the defensive intent, I'm worried about the defensive intensity the Suns are going to be bringing tonight against this team. And this is a team that, of the other 3 teams that were in the play-in box with the Warriors, Shasky, the Suns were the matchup I kind of felt the best about. But that was more because
I would agree.
That was more, not so much I felt good about the matchup as it was the Blazers are just the kryptonite for the Warriors this year. It's just one of those things.
The lesser of evils.
Yeah, exactly. And the Clippers, again, with Ty Lue and Kawhi, I didn't want to deal with them. To your point, yes, it was the lesser of the 2 evils. But then again, I'm looking through all the numbers, and it's just they don't foul a lot. They prevent assists. They limit scoring. Like, they bring a test to the court that the Warriors simply just did not have to face against the Clippers on Wednesday.
Yeah, and I think that the mid-range scoring from Dillon Brooks and from Devin Booker, it's kind of a version of what you get from Kawhi. Kawhi likes to pull up, not with the strength, obviously. And they don't really have that elite ball handling speed.
No.
The way that Garland was. So I don't know, man. Like, and I think Devin Booker will it'll be him and Dillon Brooks on Curry at times.
That's what my next question was. Who do you think guards Steph? Yeah.
Well, I think Dillon Brooks starts on Steph, and I think depending on foul trouble, which is going to be very important, I would run a lot of Devin Booker. So whoever is Devin Booker's guarding, I would bring up that high screener. I would run a lot of ball screens for Steph Curry and get him going downhill and try to pick on guys.
No, I absolutely agree with that because
you got to get him in foul trouble.
Exactly, because I do think that's what played a massive difference in the fourth quarter on Wednesday night with Darius Garland.
Garland with 4 fouls. We picked up the 5th one and they stuck with him. They're like, oh, okay. And well, now you're going to be a safety cone on defense.
And he was playing some matador defense in the paint. I mean, they're getting Guy Santos and Al Horford were able to connect numerous times because Garland just refused to get his arms in there because he would have fouled out. And by having that 5th foul, he essentially took himself out of the game, even though he was on the court and did not get that 6th foul yet.
I do think that Phoenix is going to be real ticked off after how that game played for them the other night. I mean, we look at it from the Warrior perspective. They exerted a lot of energy. And I just wonder, like, what they did in the first quarter against the Clippers was they kind of stabilized things. It could have got out of hand. And then all their subs came in and they played really, really hard. They're going to need a similar performance tonight where they're going to have to just stay in the game as long as they can because it's a game of runs and just not let it get deeper than 12 points. As long as they can keep that, whatever, because there's going to be a run. There's going to be a momentum play. You're going to have to call timeout situationally the way that they did the last game and just stay alive and not let the lead go any more than 12 points. If they can do that, I feel really good about their chances in the second half, but they got to stay in it in the first half.
No, that's curious. We say the energy expended on in their first play-in game that the Suns did. Warriors obviously did too, but when you expend as much energy as the Suns did, and again, the Suns, they had to come back in that game before eventually fading away late. Again, I watched the first half of that game, and I went to bed because I wanted to try and get some sleep. And when I went to sleep, I mean, the Blazers, they were taking it to them. And I thought, it's like, wow, they're really just going to blow them away here. This probably not going to be much of a game here in the second half before the Suns made a charge in the fourth quarter. And the Blazers, to their credit, they pulled it out late. Expending all that effort that the Warriors did in a win versus expending all that effort that the Suns did in a loss where you get back into it, take the lead, and then blow it. I'm kind of curious just the mental fatigue that the Suns might be dealing with there, which is obviously something you can't really calculate on a stat sheet.
I really fear their shooting in this one. Mathurin was, quite frankly, the only guy in the second half that I was fearing from the outside, besides Leonard, which we always are going to fear him. But, Leonard's not the greatest outside shooter. He is a proficient one, but not an he's not a streaky one that where I like, oh my God, he's going to rip off, 20 points in a row from 3-point land. I do worry about Devin Booker. Devin Booker's a great player. He's one of my faves. And you can't let Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal and some of these other guys start to feel it off that ball movement.
I hate Grayson Allen. Just going back to his Duke days.
He makes plays.
No, he is it's just the same vein as guys like J.J. Redick, guys like the Plumlee brothers going all the way back to Christian Laettner, just that string of just arrogant white Duke players who just always find ways to get under your skin. Like I would watch him when he was at Duke, Shasky, Grayson Allen, that is, and it just seemed like once a game he had some sort of temper tantrum, whether it was on the court or on the sideline, and it's just it's just so unlikable. Yeah. There's just such an unlikable quality about him. I mean, kind of a dirty player at times too. He's a pest.
Yes.
He is a pest. So he's dealing with a hamstring injury right now. Game time decision. If he does not play, though, I mean, that's one less nuisance you got to worry about on the perimeter there. So
totally.
You don't want to root for injuries, but at the same time, Grayson, you don't have to play tonight. It's fine. Take the night off. Let's go to the lines here. 888-957-9570. I have not given the phone number out today. Shame on you, Sam. Is the number to call or text in. What are your thoughts on tonight's game? What are you looking forward to? What's the matchup? Give us any of your thoughts that you got on this game tonight. Let's go out to Javier in Vacaville. He's got some thoughts on the Warriors' defense tonight. Jav, what do you got today, bud? You're on the roast.
How are you guys doing today?
Great.
Doing good.
That's good. So, I believe, Draymond has a tough matchup tonight, which I think he'll do well against Devin Booker. But I think truly the bench defensive stalwart that you need to see tonight, I'm not saying he's a stalwart, but the guy that can come spell him for 10 to 12 minutes, I think Will Richard, outside of anybody else on that bench, could really give Devin Booker some fits to like somebody like him, because outside of him, obviously Gary Payton. But
I
Gary
like
Payton
that idea.
I think Gary Payton's going to be already focal point of their game plan, but I think Will Richard, outside of Gary Payton, are two guys that can really give Devin Booker different looks that he's not going to be comfortable with and or appreciate and like, obviously. And also, outside of Steph Curry, because Bajemski's been a little, cold from the perimeter, I still think, truly, we should be giving Steph Curry some looks from the perimeter to spell. Now, I'm not saying 10 to 12 minutes off the bench, because at the end of the day, the Warriors don't have a true perimeter player outside of Steph who can get blocking one, such and everything, and playing what? Nobody outside Pajemski is a real true three-point shooter. But I just want to say, hey, thank you guys for letting me on the airwaves today, because, I don't like talking to cartoon characters. You try to ban me from their airwaves. I appreciate you, man.
Can I ask you a question, Hav? Hav, don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Who are the Niners taking next week, man? Who do you like? Like, honestly, I've been looking at Omar Cooper, and I'm looking at all these different guys. I like this Maxey kid. The left tackle got a lot of promise. I want to trade down and get more picks in the second and third round. Who do the Niners take next week? Because I know you know.
I want the best player available at the offensive line position, but if there's not an offensive lineman that I can take at that position that I feel comfortable with truly, then I will trade down to gain and garnish another second and or third round pick, because I need replacements for not just Trent Williams. I need replacements all across the board, because we see the teams that win the NFL offensively are the teams that can run the ball with a true offensive line. And we see last season, why did Chris McCaffrey average 3.5 yards a carry? Yeah, he might have lost a step or two, but he didn't lose 5 steps or two.
No.
It's because that offensive line is suspect in the trenches. And Shanahan got to stop being cheap with his money. You want to start winning some games against the teams that have good fronts, you better start getting some offensive linemen that can block. At the end of the day, they invested in that defensive line. Now trying to invest in the offensive line over this time, But we'll definitely
call back next week. Call back next week on the Niners.
You're always welcome on our airwaves, Javier. That's Javier in Vacaville there. I do agree with him on the offensive line thing. I haven't done a massive dive on the draft, but I've been going through some potential options for the Niners. Here, we'll get back on the Warriors in just a moment.
Is that what Spadoni said to him? Get off my airwaves? Did he say that to him?
Get off my airwaves.
Wow.
Yeah, see, I would never do that. I say that when I screen is called, I'll say that to him, but I won't say that on the phone here. Talk about fun calls to screen. Javier and Vacaville. But yeah, I'm looking at some offensive tackle. I want them to take an offensive tackle too. They're not, but I want them to. Like, I was looking at some stuff like Caden Proctor out of Alabama. God, he would be an awesome option if he's available. Caleb Lomu out of Utah visited them a couple days ago. I saw it. So they're talking to him. They're talking to.
If they take a receiver in the first round, my head's gonna explode.
Actually, we played the Who's Your Draft Crush game or whatever, and they brought in a guy for the kid from Tennessee last week, Chris Brazel II. He's 6'4", 198. Probably needs to put a little bit more weight on. But I watched some of his highlights and the stuff he did against Georgia last year. Just that size and speed. I love tall receivers.
Okay.
And if you can get him a lot opposite of Mike Evans, you can probably find Brazel in the second round. All in on that. If they do go edge rusher, get my guy Akeem Mesidor here. Get my Canes legend, Akeem Mesidor, in a 49ers uniform. I'm just being biased there. Let's get back into this Warriors game tonight. We've got the coach in Los Altos who's going to be at the game tonight.
Let's go.
Coach, I need you to be bringing a win with you. Did you check that W or did you bring it on and carry on?
I did both. I checked a double W in the carry-on and in the checked bags, baby. No, I'm super pumped for this game. I was so inspired by the game against the Clippers. When they were down 10 with 6 minutes left, I was like, man, do they have the magic? And then when you see Horford and KP and, of course, Steph, Draymond played like a man possessed. He's going to need to summon it up. And I think if you think of one team that you don't want to play in a one game, it's the Warriors because of who they are. I don't know if they'll, if they win tonight, they could lose 4-0 to OKC, but I don't care. We got to beat the Villains. We got to beat Brooks. We got to beat KD. Book I love. I just love that guy. So, but man, we got to beat these guys. And so, I said, what the heck? I'm going down, and I'll be near somewhere around the Warriors bench. I'm picking my tickets right now.
Let's go.
And all I can say is, good job, guys. Let's go.
I know.
Let's go, Dubs.
I wonder, we'll get into it after we get into Nick Friedel. I wonder if, for a big segment of the fans like myself, it just feels like they're playing with house money tonight.
I am in agreement with you.
Regardless, I'm satisfied.
I'm not playing. I
don't want the season to end.
No,
but
I'm at peace. You're at peace with whatever happens.
I'm
tonight.
proud of them.
Yeah, it's incredible just how much that one win on Wednesday night changed things here. And really quick, as Shasky mentioned, we're gonna have Nick Friedel on in just a moment here. I guess we got our time zones and schedules mixed up here, so we'll get Cousin Nick on in just a moment. Is he ready to go right now? Well, let's get Cousin Nick here to join us. On the River Islands guest line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai, the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Nick, how we doing today, buddy? Are you there?
Sammy, I am there. It is an interesting time because I think the Warriors are riding so high that I am really curious to see how everything turns out tonight. But as far as locker rooms go, and the celebration in there, they were beaming. And they know that they've got a legit chance now to get into the postseason with a win. And with the way this year has gone, And with how everybody was feeling throughout the last couple months, if they can pull this one off tonight, it would be really something special for a group that has accomplished so much over the years.
All right, I want to rat-a-tat-tat a couple quick concepts at the beginning with you, Nick. First one, is there any sense from people in the organization, it's almost as if they're playing with house money tonight? Obviously, they want to win. But is there any kind, because that was such a, look, I know it's not a real playoff win, but that was a special win the other night.
100% it's house money. And Joe, if they can get this one.
So if they do, is there any world where they might consider just not really dressing all the dudes for game one and playing it out? Like, I hate to get too ahead of myself. Well, because you would give yourself a lot more time.
Mr. Shasky, come on now.
I'm just asking.
The standard is the standard for this team. And I think part of the reason they were so proud of what they accomplished the other night in LA is that they did it knowing that there were plenty of people that thought, let's just punt this whole year. So if we're rat-a-tat-tatting, I would tell you no.
Okay.
If they win tonight, they'll be out there on Sunday afternoon, and they're going to try like hell to push OKC as much as they can.
All right. Draymond tweaked the knee. Kristaps tweaked the ankle. Steph rolled an ankle, was hobbling with the knee. Where are we at with each of these guys heading into tonight?
We've got shoot around here in Phoenix in a couple hours. It has felt like everybody will still be out there. I would tell you anecdotally, Porzingis was limping pretty bad in the locker room. This is into a dome after the game, but everybody's going to try to give whatever they can. It would surprise me if anybody isn't out there. I think everybody's going to try like hell to make it happen, and then they'll just see where everybody's at throughout.
Is this a new injury for KP? And what exactly is the injury from your estimation?
It just looked like his ankle wasn't feeling great. I'm not even sure exactly which play it happened on, but Joe, I think we'd all agree that was the best game Porzingis has played in his 15 games as a Warrior. He was active. He was rushing the boards offensively. You're looking at a guy who was playing at a different level the other night against the Clippers than anything we had seen to this point.
I was ready to give him a 2-year deal knowing I would regret it, but the rim protection, the shooting, the synergy with Steph, the energy where he's pointing at him, he's hitting threes. Like, that was the full Kristaps experience on why you would buy in on him, knowing that he's an injury risk.
That was another moment where you go, okay, this can work. Now, I think, to your point, the biggest question anybody has is how much money is going to be there and who else is going to be out there over the course of the next few months. It's going to say, hey, Porzingis looked pretty good in that play-in game. Maybe we roll the dice. But it's the same thing that three of us have been talking about for a while. If you get Porzingis in any level of health out there on the floor and he continues to build that chemistry with Steph, it absolutely fits for what this group does.
We got Odyssey Insider Nick Friedel joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. All right, so Nick, Suns are a very different team somewhat than the team the Warriors saw in L.A. on Wednesday night. Just off the top, what are some of the biggest differences that this Suns team brings to the court that we did not see from the Clippers on Wednesday night?
Sammy, the thing I'm looking at with this Suns team tonight, and this is broader than one matchup or one guy, if you're Phoenix, you run the hell out of the Warriors. You run and you run and you do not stop running because you had an extra day. You know that the Warriors, for the reasons we just laid out with all the tweaks that guys have dealt with, and how many minutes Steph played the other night in LA. If you're Phoenix and you're Jordan Ott and that coaching staff, you tell your guys every single chance you get, push the ball. this team is running on fumes. There is that sense, at least of the people that have been around the Warriors, that as well as they played at the end of the game the other night, they had to expend so much energy to get to that point because they kept falling in those double-digit holes. It's why everybody was so proud walking around and leaving LA, because they knew what it took for them to get there. So I would expect Phoenix to push the pace all night and then see where they're at in the fourth quarter.
And then when it comes to the defensive assignments tonight, Shasky and I were kind of kicking around the idea early, just who guards Brooks, who guards Booker, who guards Jalen Green. How do you see that maybe kind of opening up tonight with who's guarding who?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see which direction Kerr goes. Does he stick with that same starting lineup? I mean, Sammy, if last I'm saying last night because everything feels like it's
I don't know what day of the week it is either, Nick. It's all right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been a long couple of days for everybody, but I would tell you, I think that, we could talk about who starts on whom. If Booker gets hot, Draymond's going to see him. If Gee is having a problem staying in front of fill in the blank, let's say Brooks for argument's sake, well, then they're going to mix and match. So I don't feel like, whoever starts up front, they're going to stick with them. The rotation's going to be small. We thought that going in. I mean, it was shorter than I even thought. I think tonight there's a chance that you might see, an extra body. I've always thought Seth makes sense, at least in shorter minutes, because of his ability to shoot from the outside and stretch things out. But Sammy, defensively, they're going to give Draymond whatever he wants and whatever big matchup he needs to kind of slow down. And I'd go back and say Kawhi in that matchup, not only did Draymond lock him up, what he did in those moments shows you why he's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. But the confidence that he gave everybody else with the way he performed defensively, in my mind, was gigantic down the stretch. I mean, we talk about the lift they have with Steph being back on the floor. If you have Draymond playing at that level and being that type of defender, anything is possible. So it's a long way of saying I think there'll be some mixing and matching tonight early, especially with the way that Phoenix may or may not start.
There are times in sports where there's a non-championship moment that kind of sticks out for someone at the end. And I'm not saying it's the first paragraph of their Wikipedia page. It's a little farther down. Belichick, regular season against the Bills in a storm where they don't throw the ball but one or two times in the game with a rookie Mac Jones, and he beats the Bills. Remember that game? A couple years back, and everyone's saying this is why Belichick is the GOAT, And I just think in sports, and you've been covering it a long time, we do this thing, championships and anything that's not a championship just does not matter. I actually found it very refreshing to hear Steve Kerr goes, hey, for one night, we're champions. And I felt him. I felt what he was saying. I know they've had bigger stages. I know they've had bigger moments. But, boy, it felt like that might have been the Mona Lisa that Draymond Green painted toward the end of his career against Kawhi Leonard. And maybe there's another moment down the line. But that one's going to stick out for me. Tweaks the knee. He's taking them on. It's like 5 straight possessions. He's playing deny. And Kawhi, in the midst of his best season offensively, Draymond just completely stifles him.
Joe, it was one of the most impressive performances that I've seen in years. And to your point about how much it meant, even if it's in a play-in game, I couldn't agree with you anymore. They were celebrating so hard. I told our friend Marcus Thompson, my colleague at The Athletic, I said they were celebrating so hard it looked like they were just beating the Rockets again. It was that type of, oh, we did it. We got these guys. I think they know that time is running short in general. And the second, guys, that this game may or may not end, or they go to OKC and maybe that series ends in a couple weeks, they know the questions that are coming. Is Kerr coming back? Are they afraid that Draymond, because they're still trying to chase potentially one more star, are they afraid that he may be elsewhere still if he picks up that option, or does he want to work something else out? How much longer does Steph want to play? Joe, they're holding back time right now. They're pushing it back as long as they can, and they know they can still be great in smaller moments. And who knows what happens tonight? I mean, I'm never betting against Steph. It's why I thought they could go in there and win in LA the other night. I just feel like they might be a little out of gas given the way that game ended on Wednesday. But when you watch this team, there is a pride that they take to the floor. And we've talked about it throughout the season. The reason Steph came back is because he built the standard. It was Steph, it's Draymond, and it's Clay. They built it day after day, year after year. And no, they're not going to win a title this year. But, Joe, they will remember that game for a long, long time. When you have a champion that doesn't know if they can still do it, and the world tells them, get out of here, it's not worth it, and Steph shouldn't be playing anyway, and then they do what they did, that's going to be with them for a while.
You've been in a million road arenas. You've seen a million different playoff scenarios. The Nets, the Wolves, I go right down the list. I can't remember a Warrior chant on the road in a game like that, ever. That was like 49er taking over SoFi Stadium, or the Dodger fans taking over, I hate to say it, Oracle Park or whatever. No, honestly, that was unbelievable. I mean, for someone that you're there all the time, what did you think when you heard all that at the end of that game?
I have never seen in all my years covering the league a response like we saw the other night from Warriors fans. And whether they came from the Bay, whether a lot of Bay Area people live in LA, it was as loud in a road arena in a set of moments as I've ever seen. Those guys on the floor, Joe, and I'm talking about Steph and Draymond, and we'll throw Horford in because he hit so many big shots down the stretch and was awesome. They were looking around at each other like, oh, yeah, welcome to the Thunderdome, and we're taking this thing over. It was an incredible display of emotion from all involved, but I sat there in those last few minutes and I went, I've never seen this. And to be there and witness what was happening in the crowd. And I'm telling you, during the timeouts, after Horford was hitting those shots and Steph rains down that three with, a little less than a minute left, gives him the lead, people are screaming, Warriors. And I'm thinking, it felt a little like Oracle is what it felt like. And we're sitting in LA. I mean, the comparison to the Niners and SoFi is very apt here because it was a complete takeover and meltdown by the Clippers, and the Warriors fans were just sitting there going, oh, yeah, it's ours now.
That's awesome. This is Nick Friedel here joining us on the River Islands guest line. Nick, you wrote a story the other day. You chatted with Draymond Green and Steph Curry. You talked about 82 players versus 16 game players. I've been reading it the last few days. Very interesting piece. The question I have for you, just after your conversations with Steph and Draymond there about that subject, how would you define championship DNA, and how much do you think it matters in playoff games?
I think it matters a lot, Sammy, and here's why. A 16-game player, using Draymond and Steph's description, is a player who's not going to get swayed by the moment. They know that no matter what kind of circumstance they face in any game, they're not going to sit there and go, oh, and go to the corner and just kind of disappear. And we've seen it far too many times with a vast variety of different players across the league. When you have a player that isn't afraid to play at a different level and can raise the level of his own game when his team needs him the most, you have a guy who fits and can help you win at any time. And for all the flack that Draymond got throughout the season. What he reminded everybody the other night was when there are stakes to the game and when there is something that matters within the game, he's going to show up and he's going to play at a level that he's played at in the biggest games throughout his career. So I know that there are people that say, well, he can't do it night to night and he's not the same player. Okay, fine. I mean, I watch just like everybody else. But if you have a game that you need to win or your season ends, the list is very, very, very small of the players that you would take above Draymond Green in those moments.
So I'm watching that game, and they go 8 subs in the first quarter. I mean, Kerr's calling timeouts like at the perfect time to kill momentum. They notice that Garland's got the 5 fouls. They're going to do off-ball screens to get the matchup they want in the paint to basically go up against a cone because he can't guard anyone. And they build a wall around Kawhi. I thought Kerr was masterful in this one. I thought the way he used his lineup was masterful. I know Kristaps and Horford and Steph and Draymond are going to get all the headlines, but to me, it was as much about the whole team, the Gees, the Podses, Melton with some winning moments, GP2 with some winning moments, Steve Kerr pulling every proper string. That was such an up-down team win, like truly a culture win for this team. If I were to go like Warrior culture, which I've laughed at, like I think that was emblematic of everything we've been writing and talking and hearing about for 15 years.
Joe, I can't agree with you anymore, and I would take it a step further. As I watched that game, what I kept thinking was Joe Lacob's sitting there, and he's watching right up front in L.A. I thought Kerr's getting a check off this game in the next deal and whatever happens this summer. And I've told you all repeatedly, I absolutely think Kerr's coming back at least for another year. And I think he showed one more time, and it ties into the Draymond conversation perfectly. I know there is a section of the fan base that's like, Steve Kerr, give me a break. We've had enough. Look at how those guys responded in that moment. You know how many teams in a closeout game that would have gotten down double digits repeatedly said, we're done. Let's go to Cancun. We've had it. The culture that Kerr has put in place, and he's put it in place with Steph and Draymond, and before he left to go to Dallas, Clay, is incredible. And it is something that you can't always see night to night, but it still shows up when they need it the most. And Joe, to exactly your point, when you have a team win, when you have guys, I mean, look at Guy. Like, Guy nobody expected much out of anything in his NBA career. That guy has worked his butt off to get to this point. Pods has played so much better in the last 6 weeks or so of the season and has had to fight through all the adversity that we've talked about throughout the year. When you get guys who can play above their talent level at times, when you need them the most, you first point at the player because what they do is impressive and they put in that time, but you point at the coach. And those guys all respect the coach, and they respect what's been built throughout this organization for so many years. And I think that is perfectly said. This was a culture win for what the Warriors have done in Steve Kerr's time. And if there was any doubt that at least that everybody wants to try and run this thing back and see what happens next year, Wednesday was the answer to that question.
Nick, love having you on. Let's hopefully the Warriors can win tonight, so that way we can have you on a couple more weeks, because I enjoy these conversations with you, bud. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
I do too, buddy. And I end on this. We were talking about the fan takeover in LA and how much that meant in all the years I've seen, and they've played in huge games and won titles. There are there are very few examples I can remember right after a game where you could see the outpouring of joy the way that you could the other night. So who knows what happens tonight? It's going to be interesting to see, especially early. But it's one more time that this era of Warriors basketball is something that everybody needs to kind of embrace. And however much longer it goes with Steph, you never know what can happen when he's on the floor. And when they're playing in a game that matters, this team can still take it to a level that you can't really see across the rest of the league at times.
Love that. Can't wait to see more of that. Nick, you always take it to another level here on this show. Thanks for joining us, bud.
What an ender, Sammy. I will talk to you guys soon.
All right.
See you, bud.
See ya.
Take care, Nick. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. That was Nick Friedel. Coming up now is your injury report. Kristaps Porzingis is listed as questionable for the Warriors play-in game tonight against the Suns after tweaking his ankle on Wednesday night against the Clippers. He was seen with a bit of a limp post-game. As for the Suns, they may be without Grayson Allen tonight. He missed the game against the Blazers with a hamstring injury. He will be a game-time decision tonight. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. It's an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And don't you forget that the Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Whew. A lot of good stuff there from Nick Friedel. What, anything jump out at you right away? He expects everyone to be on the court tonight. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to find out at shoot around how well, Kristaps can move around. He's got to play. I mean, he's got to find a way to suit up. Even if he's a shell of himself, he's got to suit up. Mm-hmm. He's got to go out there. I mean, he just does. I mean, I think he really needs to prove it to this team.
Yeah. It's
just to suit up.
It's an all-hands-on-deck game. And again, I think Nick talked about the emotional outpouring that they had after that game, how they're celebrating. I love he described it like a win over the Rockets, which that was very fun because the Warriors have lots and lots of playoff wins.
I think he was referring to last year's Game 7 win over the Rockets.
Well, I mean, there's been so many playoff series victories over the Rockets over the years that you could probably pick and choose one. But when he did say that, Shasky, the thought that popped into my head was just like, I hope they didn't celebrate a little too hard, and let a little too much.
Well, no, I mean, I think you're thinking of like alcohol celebrating.
Well, no, not that. Just like that whole, just when you win like that and you just have that big exhale after a win there and you have an emotional win like that, it's the emotional cloud does kind of linger a little bit. I'm curious to see how much they're able to put that behind them and move on. And, the old adage, I believe, with athletes is you give yourself 24 hours. The next 24 hours, you enjoy it. But then after that 24 hours is done, you move on. Maybe you shorten that a little bit. But, this goes into the question I kind of want to get into here. And I asked Nick this question. I'm going to throw it at you, Shasky. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you define championship DNA? And how much do you think it matters in playoff games? I want to get your thoughts. And if you're out there in the world and want to call in and give us your thoughts on this, how do you define championship DNA? And how much do you think it matters in a playoff game?
Championship DNA.
Want to hear if what Draymond Green has to say about championship pedigree first, or while you marinate on an answer?
Well, did Tony Gwynn have championship DNA?
He never played in a. That's a very good point.
No, he played in the World Series. He lost. Yeah. Like he was a winner. So look, I think we say these phrases in sports, and I understand why. And yes, of course, obviously Draymond and Steph and Horford and. Those guys, they have championship DNA. Does Swaggy P have championship DNA? Because he was a part of a champion?
The only way I would give him any sort of championship to Swaggy P is Nick Young, by the way, for those who are unfamiliar with nicknames. I mean, he's been on the big stage, so there is that. I think there is something to be said about guys who have been on that stage, who know what it takes to win on that stage. Now, was Nick Young the catalyst for those two NBA championship teams? No, I think Steph Curry and Kevin Durant had a bit more of an impact on those final scores than Nick Young did. But Nick also is a guy who, when you are on those big stages and you know what it takes, how to handle yourself on that big stage, kind of like what another Nick Friedel described it as players who are not swayed by the moment. And I think this is why, like, I look at that first good Warriors team, that 2012-2013 team that lost to the Spurs. That was a team, that Spurs team had championship pedigree. But what that Warriors team had, they had Steph, Clay, and Dre, obviously very talented guys. But they also had some veterans on that team, guys like Jarrett Jack, Carl Landry, David Lee, who had been on bigger stages in the past, maybe not the final stage, but bigger stages. And that's why you see a lot of young teams. I think Dylan Brooks is kind of that for the Rockets last year and for this Suns team this year. He's been on big stages too. When you have those kind of veteran players who come off your bench, Brooks is a starter though in this example, they can kind of act as like a tone setter for the younger guys.
Who had championship DNA on the Oklahoma City Thunder last year?
Well, that's the other side of it. You got to eventually earn it somehow on your own. And that Thunder team, I think, was just so talented last year that it is one of those instances that I don't know if they did have any like veterans on that team who had been deep into the playoffs, but they kind of earned it on their own last year, which is another way I think you can get it. So,
well, I don't know. I go back and forth on this. Like just because you've had great success doesn't mean you're always going to have success. Mm-hmm. There are guys that have like the elixir, the Derek Jeters of the world who elevate their game, Patrick Mahomes. But like Patrick Willis didn't have championship DNA.
Well, this is where I think...
And that's where I get frustrated, and I'm like, no, I disagree with that.
Let's have this conversation.
Justin Smith didn't have championship DNA.
Well, I'm glad we can have this conversation again, because I think that's kind of the second layer I want to get into. We can pick up this
I'm just using examples.
I like your examples.
Guys that I think are like ultimate winners and studs and pros. Like, I never watched Patrick Willis like wither in the moment. He was amazing.
So I guess what you're saying is there is such a thing, but you don't need to maybe win the championship in order to get it.
Some guys are winners, even if they don't win the ultimate prize.
I agree with that.
In my book, that doesn't make them, just because they didn't win it all, like they're a loser. Like, was Dan Marino a loser?
Well, I'll give a couple. No. I'll give you a couple local examples here.
Jim Kelly. Was Jim Kelly a loser?
No, he's got championship DNA. I mean, he made 4 straight Super Bowls. So I do agree. I agree with you. I think you could get it without winning. In that sense, now how much it factors into the games once you're there, we can maybe pick that up on the other side. But a couple local examples here. George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, they played in 2 Super Bowls. Played really well in those 2 Super Bowls. Yeah. Like, those are guys that when they're on the playoff stage, I trust that they'll be able to kind of set that calming tone that you need to have that makes the rest of the locker room not get swayed by the bigger stage, by the bigger moment here. So Draymond Green was asked about this after the game on Wednesday night. We'll hear what he had to say on this. Nick Friedel is talking about it in his piece for The Athletic. We'll read some quotes out of that Steph and Draymond had at it. They described it as 82-game players versus 16-game players, and that some guys are just built very well to succeed in the regular season, but then maybe they do get swayed by those bigger moments in the playoffs. So, again, we can kick around this conversation a little bit on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in.
Well, the other one I want to ask people is, like, are they playing with an element of house money tonight?
Yes.
For people.
Yeah. All right, that is Joe Shasky. I am Sam Lubman. What's coming up the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hey there, it's Bonte with a fresh springtime update from River Islands in Lathrop, where the good life can be your life. Everything is in bloom here, including the home selection. With neighborhoods designed for all kinds of lifestyles, it is easy to find your perfect fit. Looking for a bright kitchen, a home office, or space for guests? You'll find it here with homes from the low 600s to over $1 million. And the town center, located by Islanders Field Ballpark, is really coming to life. The Redwood Cafe opens this summer, and a new amphitheater is on the way for concerts and community events. Sutter Health is building medical offices, and a major grocery store is coming soon, making it a great place to gather and unwind. The Lakewood Club at Del Webb has just opened its doors, and a brand new K-8 charter school welcomes students this fall. All part of the exciting growth happening within River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Dub Nation, is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shashky on 95.7 The Game.
Sam Lohman here, filling in for Joe Spadoni on The Morning Roast, alongside of Joe Shashky. Talk of Warriors Suns, talk a little championship DNA, talk a little house money, a lot of fun things we can talk about with this basketball game tonight. And we're going to talk about it with Terry Stotts, the assistant coach of your Golden State Warriors. That's going to be at 9 o'clock. And then because we can't get enough of that that Steven Rizzo just played right there, we're going to have the man himself, Bonte Hill, join us at 9:20 this morning to preview this game a little bit. Oh, baby, we will be doing that. 60 seconds on some non-basketball news or some basketball-adjacent news. San Diego Padres are nearing a deal to be sold to a private equity billionaire, Jose Feliciano, and his wife, Kwanzaa Jones. A couple fun names right there. At an MLB record valuation of around $3.9 billion. Why am I bringing up the sale of the Padres? Well, Jose Feliciano and his wife, Kwanzaa Jones, are not Joe Lacob, who is also in the running to buy the Padres. That's why I'm bringing this up. Joe Lacob will not be an owner of the San Diego Padres. He will continue to own the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries and no other professional sports teams.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's awesome. I think the valuation's a little low. I think it's actually worth a lot more. But that being said, you asked me a question before the break, and I was thinking about it long and hard regarding, like, I know the buzz phrase is championship DNA. I think you just mean more like winning culture.
Yeah, winning culture. Or Draymond was asked about it after the game yesterday. I could play it in a moment. He was asked if championship pedigree is real. I can either play that now, or do you want to give your thought first?
Play it now.
All right, this is what Draymond Green had to say after the game yesterday about is championship pedigree real?
It matters a lot because you get in these situations and it's nothing you haven't seen before. If you've won a championship, you've probably seen just about anything because it requires you to go so much to ultimately accomplish that. And for us, we leaned on each other. You know, I think so oftentimes when people don't understand what it's like to go through something with a team and accomplish it with that team, oftentimes in situations like this, people splinter. And when they splinter, everything starts seeping through the crack and you fold, right? We all leaned on each other. And that's what, you understand in those moments is like, that's the wrong time to start doing it yourself. That's the wrong time to, believe that or not have belief in the guy next to you. Like, that's the time where you got to have the utmost belief in the guy next to you. Know that, all right, he rolling with me.
So that was Draymond Green after the game last night when asked about championship pedigree being real.
He says at the beginning, he's like, hey, look, once you won one, then now you know and you do all this. Look, you could go through the history of the game and you could find things on both sides. So you could find a Pat Mahomes. He finally wins one early in his career, and he uses that same moment to really catapult him in all of these tense and resilient moments that are required to be able to win back-to-back and basically have 3 and 4 years or 3 and 5 years or whatever it ended up being. But it goes the other way too. If I were to ask most fans, Aaron Rodgers, what would they say?
Great regular season player, falls short in the postseason.
And he won one very early in his career, his true second playoff performance. And he won it early and really never replicated that exact same success that he had. The numbers look good, but when you watch these games, you could pick apart all these moments where he just collapsed.
Yeah. Well, he ran into some buzzsaws too, but yeah, it goes both ways there.
He collapsed. Now, in a team sport where you're playing offense and defense and it's smaller like in the NBA, I do understand what he's saying, where it's like, hey, we've drawn from these experiences in these moments and we've been able to catapult ourselves and now, we've tasted it and we know what it takes to get here. And I understand all that. But just because you haven't done it doesn't mean that you can't do it.
Yeah.
Clyde Drexler didn't get the championship early on in his career and then went to the Rockets and was a part of a champion. He was always the same championship player, but the players around him were significantly better. And so, yeah, maybe he made some subtle adjustments to his career, but mean, he's relatively the same guy.
Yeah.
Was Karl Malone and John Stockton, they weren't championship players, or did they just run up against Jordan?
Well, I do think when you're playing at that level, when you're playing at that championship level, like you mentioned Tony Gwynn before we went to the break here. He played in 2 World Series, lost them both, but he hit .371 in those 2 World Series. That was spread across 9 games. Like, he's a guy, I mean, obviously one of the greatest hitters of all time. That's a guy who, when he's on the biggest stage in the World Series, you probably had a good feeling that he's probably keeping it more calm and collected in those moments. So, like, this notion, like Draymond Green said there, when you've won a championship, you've probably seen everything throughout that point. But I think if you're just at that championship level, if you're in that championship series, or if you're in that Super Bowl, it's the why I would say that George Kittle and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, I think those are guys with kind of that pedigree, even though they don't have the hardware, because they've been on that stage before and they know what it takes. So I do think there is a level of, if you get to that stage, even if you don't get the win, the experience, I think, is where it comes from. There, like,
did the Braves have championship DNA in the 90s? I'm just asking. I don't.
I would say, I would say their core of Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz, Chipper, and Andrew. Yeah, I would say those guys.
So was that more organizational or individual? I would argue organizational.
Yeah, I think when you have that many guys setting the tone, the culture, then it becomes, because you fall in line with the leaders there. Like, here's a good example. Let's look at the Giants dynasty from 10 to 14.
Is Aubrey Huff, does he have championship DNA?
I mean, he was veteran presidents. I would say it's more veteran presidents.
Does Aubrey Huff have, just if I ask an average fan.
In that definition, the definition that we're probably going with there in terms that you'd been there before, no, I don't think he had it. Pat Burrell did, though. Pat Burrell was a World Series winner, and he was one of the premier leaders.
He also got DFA'd that season.
I know, but that was the Rays being really stupid. I mean, he won the World Series with the Phillies a couple years ago, and Pat was one of the true leaders of that team that year. And I also think that team benefited from a lot of maybe just some championship caliber coaching from Bruce Bochy, who had been on the World Series twice.
I just think championships, when we talk about like winning, it's the organization top down, not just the players. So, for example, Kurt Warner was a championship level player.
Yeah.
Who also then played for the Cardinals and played alongside multiple championship level players in Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald. The Cardinals are a dumpster fire, though. Do the Cardinals and that team, did they have elements of championship DNA? Absolutely.
Well, I think that's...
But the culture of that organization was going to leave them in the dust at some point. All those guys were going to have to go.
They were going to regress back to what they were.
Just because the Niners haven't won anything, and I know I'm as frustrated as everybody. Like, do I think Shanahan, and I'll give Jed credit, have they put together an organization that has elements of championship DNA? Yeah, actually, I do.
I think the Niners do have, because I wrote on my thing, would you consider Kyle Shanahan someone who has it? And we've always, you hate the phrase Kyle can't win the big one.
Because it dismisses all the big wins leading up to the last one.
But I also think it dismisses the reality of what Kyle Shanahan has had to face in these Super Bowls. Like, again, his 3 Super Bowl losses, the one as the coordinator, the 2 as head coach, have come against, 2 of the 3 quarterbacks that we put on the short list of greatest of all time. I'm talking about Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, the third being Joe Montana, who obviously Kyle Shanahan can't face. But if you got not one of those quarterbacks, if it's not Patrick Mahomes in those Super Bowls, if it's not Tom Brady in those Super Bowls, and those are guys with championship pedigrees, maybe we're talking a different story when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and his championship pedigree.
Who just got fired this week?
Who just got fired this
in the
NBA?
Doc Rivers.
Doc Rivers, that's right.
Doc Rivers won a championship. Does he have championship DNA? He's been in a million big games. When I think of playoff chokers, he's like one of the top dogs.
Do you think you could maybe lose that championship pedigree then? Or did he ever have it?
I think it's a thing we say, and, we bestow it upon the Jeters, rightfully, the Jeters, and the Posadas, and the Riveras. Those guys are just great players. And they played for a great organization that had that magic elixir. The Patriots had that forever. They did. They had that forever.
The Patriot way.
100%. Where did Deion Branch's championship DNA go when he went getting traded to Seattle?
I think that's why I like your Kurt Warner comp there, because I think Kurt Warner had it. He brought a certain aura to the Cardinals when he led them on that Super Bowl run. But that's the difference between where I think what the Warriors have done so well at is, whereas Kurt Warner brought his pedigree to the Cardinals, it didn't rub off on the organization. The pedigree wasn't the Cardinals' pedigree. It was Kurt Warner's pedigree. The Cardinals just got to enjoy it. Whereas the Warriors have built something that's more deep-seated and organizational. I'm looking at this this quote from
did
Steph.
we think that a month ago? Did we think that a week ago?
I think, no, this is why we say if you have Steph, you have a chance. I think that's where that comes from.
We thought that light was dimming.
Yeah, and you know what? And maybe Wednesday night showed us that we were wrong to be thinking that.
You ever heard of Creedence Clearwater?
I have, yeah.
All right,
Born on the Bayou.
This little light of mine?
Yeah.
That was their culture. It got blown out to me, right? And then that little light somehow actually didn't go out. It was like a birthday cake that wouldn't go out.
Yeah, and the trick candles.
And here we go. It's still burning. It's a small little candle. It might light up the room a little.
Yep.
But you got to give them credit. But
I'm going to let it shine.
I think that, everyone on the roster is Malafai Leons, does he have the championship DNA? I don't know.
I think it's probably more deep-seated at your higher level players.
Sure.
Though I do say, like, if Malafai Leons, here's a better example.
Does KD have it? He's one of the greatest players ever.
He is, but you know what? I think he does have it because the way he locked in those final series. I mean, he was the one who got the killer shots in both of those series there.
Daggers right in LeBron's face. But if I ask the casual fan, does he have it? I don't know what the answer would be.
I think, KD is just such an enigma as a person emotionally sometimes. I think that gets clouded into it. But listen, he's a guy. Let's put it this way. When the Rockets-Lakers face off next week, he's a guy I would like to have the ball in his hands.
Of course.
So, yeah, in that sense, yes, I would do it. There's a line here from Nick's piece where he talked to Draymond and Steph about this. Steph Curry says, your success frames that because you don't know who you are until you go through those reps. It's really just production when it matters most. Some people cave. Some people show up. Some people are resilient and able to deal with one bad game and only leave it at one bad game and bounce back. And when I think if I'm defining what championship mentality, pedigree, DNA, all that stuff is, it is the ability to compartmentalize each game, not let one bad game bleed into another. And I think you saw it last year with the series against the Rockets. Rockets, young team, they had all of the physical attributes that a team that is a problem for the Warriors would have. Young, long, athletic, can make a lot of buckets, play intense defense. And I think, and this is where it gets into the second layer, how much do you think it matters? I do think the physical attributes that the Rockets had played a big role in why they were able to rally back from 3-1 and force a Game 7. But then you got to Game 7, and I do think there is a level of Steph, Draymond, they're walking into the arena last year, and they're feeling like, yeah, we got this. Game 7 in Houston, we've been here before. Whereas the Rockets, like, wow, we're here. Like, we gotta figure this out. We gotta beat these guys, and it's the Warriors, it's Steph, it's Curry, and we just lost. Like,
yeah, but that's the same thing happened to the Warriors in a playing game against the Kings the year before.
Was that
the Kings had no playoff experience at all, really.
Well, then this is where I ask the question, how much does it matter? Because if you ask me if championship experience paid off in that game, I think what happened in that 9-10 game against the Kings a couple years ago was you had a Warriors team that was just so frustrated with everything and how the season's gone. You had Clay, who was incredibly frustrated that his time with the Warriors was over.
It was like a one-off? Are we making excuses?
I'm saying maybe it doesn't always rear its head every single game. Maybe there are times where maybe he just lost, because I would also argue the year before when they went into Sacramento in Game 7, I would say the Warriors' championship mentality outlasted the Kings in that Game 7 when Steph Curry rose up and dropped 50 and sent the Kings to Cancun for the summer.
Well,
so
Barnes was on that team. Does he have championship DNA?
There's one guy. I mean, he was probably the only guy on that team who had it that year for the Kings.
I don't think, and he's made some big plays in his career. I don't think he does. Right? Like I think he's a good player. Mm-hmm. He's a good player. I don't want him with the ball in the season.
No, I don't think he's that. I guess he's the kind of guy who can maybe say, like, this is what you can expect here at this stage.
Sure.
But it's one thing to, like, know what the emotions are going to be like. It's one thing to have an older player come up to a younger player and be like, hey, it's just another normal game. Go out there, be yourself, do your thing. That's kind of like the championship presence, maybe, if we want to keep making up terms to define this. Having that mentality in the clubhouse, the locker room, whatever, bringing it out onto the field, I think that's the next more difficult layer. And I think that's where, as Draymond Green's talking about an 82-game guy versus a 16-game guy, he says right here in this first line, he's asked, number one is to have a certain focus level. I don't think you could just walk onto the court and have that focus level. That's something that Steph Curry said later on this. It's about getting the reps. You got to do it a couple times and build it up. Some guys build it up faster. Steph talks about in this piece how his first game against the Nuggets, he was terrible. But he was able to build off that series going forward. And that was kind of him laying the foundation for the championship pedigree that he has today.
It's ironic you bring up that Nuggets series. Who was on the Denver Nuggets that year?
That was Andre Iguodala.
Yeah. So did he not have the championship DNA in that series?
I think.
And then he came over to the Warriors and helped them spark their. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's the same Iggy.
Yeah,
relative.
I do think adding him to that Warriors team, adding that extra level of
added a veteran presence. There's no doubt.
I'm not going to sit here and say that if you have championship pedigree, you're automatically going to win. But it's like a lot of things. It's a tool in your belt that you can use if you know how to use it correctly. I think it's something that can absolutely give you a leg up here or there. I'm not going to sit here right now at 8:33 in the morning of sound body and mind and say that because the Warriors have 4 championships and the Suns have not won any, that the Warriors are going to win tonight. You still got to go out and play the game. But I do wonder, like, how just the extra little bump that it gives you, I'm curious to see how that plays in tonight versus Warriors are an older team. They're a slower team. Suns, younger, faster. Physically, they have an edge. Mentally, I'm curious how much of a difference that ends up making.
Yeah, we will know. I mean, we will see tonight. I mean, the whole notion of championship DNA, I go back and forth on because, like, I always reference, like, okay, Patrick Willis didn't win anything. Mm-hmm. Frank Gordon didn't win anything. And those are my favorite players ever. And if I was in a foxhole, I'd want to be with them.
Yeah.
You know, if I was any team. And Jim Kelly didn't win anything. I still think he's amazing. Conversely, Russell Wilson has won stuff. And in the last 7-8 years, he stinks. Yeah. I don't want him as my playoff quarterback. I love Aaron Rodgers' regular season. He did win a Super Bowl. Why does he always fall short?
Yeah. He's honestly, there's
I don't have the answer.
We could probably do a whole show on reasons why Aaron Rodgers has fallen short. Again, I do think some of it for Rodgers, we're going to focus on him. I do think there's a couple times where he played really well, but things just didn't break his way. Like that 2021 playoff game between the Niners and the Packers. I mean, that was a tough game. Both defenses played really hard. You're playing in the elements. And I love one of my favorite things. People say Jimmy Garoppolo outplayed Aaron Rodgers in that game. He didn't. Aaron Rodgers got to a great start in that game.
He scored 0 offensive touchdowns.
Yeah.
The Niners.
The Niners did. But yeah, Rodgers led that touchdown early on. He set a tone there. And that time you're thinking like, man, Rodgers, he looks locked in right now. They were able to limit him, though, and I don't know, maybe I'm saying, is that Kyle Shanahan's championship pedigree clashing with Aaron Rodgers' championship pedigree?
That's kind of where I'm going.
What happened?
You see someone like Kershaw. Kershaw was amazing for like 15 years.
I think he's a 162-game player for most of his career, though. Because I think that's actually a perfect example of, like, he always found ways to wilt in the playoffs, much to our enjoyment. But
he didn't, though, because he also had a couple of World Series moments. Like, he did. Yeah. And like, as much as I love Bumgarner, like, yes, Bumgarner was the superior playoff performer, and he had certain elements, but, like, again, that doesn't take anything away from the Kershaws of the world. Dave Stewart. I always think of Dave Stewart going up against Roger Clemens. You know, Dave Stewart had his number in the playoffs for a long, long time, and Roger kept coming up short until he didn't. So I go back and forth on this chance. I do believe there are certain organizations that have an infrastructure and a winning culture that can help elevate marginal people around them. I think of the Cardinals for many years in baseball, the Patriots, the Giants that had this element with some of their guys. The Chiefs clearly have some of this element currently. I think the Eagles have some of this element right now going on. And so, and it goes in the reverse. I think there are other organizations where, like the Clippers, you go there and the losing is almost in perpetuity.
And the Clippers is a great example because they got 2 guys leading that team.
Don't believe in them.
They got 2 guys leading that team in Kawhi Leonard and Ty Lue, who they got probably as much championship pedigree as you would expect. And this is, again, but they clash with the Warriors championship pedigree there. So, again, you mentioned the Kershaw-Bumgarner thing. I think that's a great comp of a great regular season performer versus a great postseason performer. Now, Madison Bumgarner had some great regular seasons, but I don't think it's controversial, Shasky, to say that Clayton Kershaw had a better regular season career than Madison Bumgarner did.
No, I think most people would agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Clayton Kershaw is the second best left-handed pitcher of my lifetime behind only Randy Johnson. I have the utmost respect for the greatness that Clayton Kershaw brought to the mound, which that's the nicest thing I'll ever say about someone who wears that uniform. But to the point, though, he never really put it together in the postseason until much later in his career, and you can make the argument that he wasn't as big of a factor in those moments.
A lot of people, if we just go to basketball for a second, like if I go Big Shot Bob, now I know he's under federal in federal prison right now. I'm talking about Chauncey Billups. Like, he was a big-time playoff performer, but am I taking him over Chris Paul? I don't know. I don't know about
Chris
that.
Paul's a guy who always found ways to kind of either
lose.
wilt or disappear.
I know, but he was a great player for 20 years.
He might be an 82-game player, not a 16-game player. I'll be honest, Shasky, when
what was Robert Horry?
I don't remember much about Robert. That was you're going before my time.
Robert
so you tell
Horry
me.
is like the ultimate 16-game player. Like that, I agree with that. He's got the 7-8 championships. Steve Kerr, John Paxson, guys like that. These supporting role players that have these moments time and time again. I definitely buy into that. Iguodala kind of files into that same category where they're just unbelievable supporting role players in these crucial moments. Right now, I think one that's really under the radar, Caruso for OKC.
Yeah.
Caruso has proven on almost every stop, this is a winning player that you want on your bench. This is a winning player you want in the playoffs. You can trust in these heated moments. There's a lot of other guys that shy away from those moments. And I go back to Harrison Barnes. I think of someone like him. I don't trust him in the playoffs.
Again, I think
that's organization, and he's played on organizations that have won.
I think the coaching aspect is another interesting part of it, too. You mentioned Doc Rivers here, who, he won. I think he got a lot of benefits from having a very, very good roster that was just better than any other team in the NBA that year with KG, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen, and Rajon Rondo and co. Versus someone like Steve Kerr. You know what? I'll even throw Bruce Bochy in there as well. Boch had that mentality, I think, when he came to the Giants. It got stronger when you won those first two World Series.
Sure.
And I think 2013 and 2014 for the Giants, you saw the championship pedigree really manifest within the organization. 2013, going into the trade deadline, I was convinced that Hunter Pence and Javi Lopez were out the door. Hunter Pence was going to be a free agent, and Javi Lopez was a championship caliber left-handed reliever, which those go for a lot on the trade market at the deadline. And the Giants, they stood pat. And I'm sure some people were mad about it. I remember reading a story that Hunter Pence, was fired up once the deadline passed because he was going to be able to stay. They got him to an extension later on. What I think that championship pedigree played in there was it taught the Giants, let's be patient a little bit. Let's not overreact to this abysmal season that we're having here. Sometimes things don't go our way. We're going to just play the string out here, regroup, come back the next year. And then the next year in the 2014 playoffs, I also think championship pedigree is what pulled them through that entire run, going from basically a 10 seed all the way to wing it all in the World Series and never once looking, like they were on the brink during that run. That was just all like, we've been here before. We know how to handle ourselves. You saw the Nationals throwing the ball all over the place. You saw the Cardinals throwing the ball all over the place. The Royals actually played them really, really well. But in Game 7, when it became a test of wills, who's the team that blinked first? The Royals. The Giants, they did not blink there. That whole run was straight up, I thought, championship pedigree because they played 3 teams in that postseason run, 4 actually. But in the actual playoffs themselves, they played 3 teams that I thought were better than those Giants teams. But it did not matter because the Giants had that extra oomph in them from the winning they've done to where I think, as Nick Friedel said when we had him on just a moment ago, players who aren't swayed by that moment. That's where I think, however you want to define championship pedigree, however you want to say you get championship pedigree, I think there's lots of ways for that. I don't think there's any one definition. But when you talk about how much it matters, those are the situations where it's like, yeah, it mattered in that situation, and that's why they came out on top.
I hear you, the experience and being there, but where was all that championship pedigree when Steph got hurt last year against Minnesota and it went completely out the window?
Well, I guess that's why people think that if Steph had not gotten hurt in that series, or if he had came back in Game 6 of that series, there are a lot of fans who called into this station who thought, they would have won that series and then pushed OKC in the West Finals. I didn't think they would do that, not because of the pedigree, but because simply OKC was just that much better.
So does Jimmy have, I'm just out of curiosity, does Jimmy have championship pedigree?
I would say he does because the way he is carried on his
championship.
But he's carried 2 not great teams to a finals on his back.
So now championship pedigree extends to those who have not yet won championships? Do you see what I'm saying?
Is it crazy to say?
I think we're really deep in the weeds on championship pedigree. Woo! And I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But it's how about Draymond just played great down the stretch against Kawhi Leonard and he locked in and they made a lot of great plays and a lot of guys with great experience, old gunslingers, had one moment in time and it was amazing and we'll see if they can replicate it again.
Certainly hope they can replicate it again tonight. That voice you're hearing is Joe Shasky's. This voice you're hearing is Sam Lubman's. We're about to go to break. On the other side, Joe, you asked a thought. The Warriors playing with house money tonight. Nick Friedel, he kind of agreed with you a little bit. Let's get into that a little bit on the other side. Then Terry Stotts, 9 o'clock. All that and more is coming up. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by the luxurious Inn at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Every day is magical in Bodega Bay. The Inn at the Tides special midweek rates start at just $199 per night through May 1st. It includes breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book your stay now at theendofthetides.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. It means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. What it really means, this is going to be a spring to remember. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I'm Neil, founder of Clave Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
You, an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes. Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero. And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
I love bicycles. I love dancing. I love Zubac. I love all music. I love pepper jack. I love crab. I love tomatoes. And I love pasta. I love bread. I love rice. I love Marte. I love mayonnaise. You know I love Kyle.
On 95.7 The Game.
I love free bottomless chips. I love the Philippines.
I got to add those into that
You
rejoin.
guys are the worst. I love games. I thought that was going somewhere else for a second.
My favorite is the fact I put I love Kyle at the end. That'll always be at the end.
You know I love Kyle.
For Kyle Shanahan.
And look, you know what? Kyle's a great example. Just because you don't win it all doesn't mean you're just some boob and some knucklehead. Like
unlike Sirianni.
You're a loser. Like, dude, he's been a great coach. I don't know. Maybe one day he wins the Super Bowl, but he's been really good, if not great.
No, listen, I have gone through all sorts of feelings and emotions for Kyle Shanahan over these last 10 years. I think I fired him good 5 or 6 times. I have given him a lifetime extension a good 5 or 6 times. I've sometimes done it, Shasky, in the same game. So if you have not been put through the ringer of emotions with the Kyle Shanahan experience, it's probably because you're just not a 49ers fan, because if you're not a 49ers fan, you're not that invested. We got Terry Stotts joining us in about 10 minutes. Warriors got a big one against the Suns tonight. Win, and you get to play the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round on Sunday at 12:30. That will be fun. I mean, Warriors will probably, gentleman's sweep of the Thunder if they gets that far?
Why are we like...
I know, I'm just being silly.
What are we doing?
Don't do that. I'm just being silly. But no, they still got to take care of business tonight. But Shasky, you got a thought, we've kind of kicked this around a little bit, that Warriors might be playing with a little bit of house money here. Why do you feel that?
Well, no, I feel like the fan base is playing with house money. It just feels like our bar was so low after winning that game. Now it's just kind of like, hey, everything from here out is just, we'll take it. Like, whatever it is. If it's one game, if it's another 7, if it happens to be 14, we'll take whatever you guys give us, and we're just going to enjoy it.
For me, again, Wednesday, it was more like a loss felt like it might feel more beneficial overall big picture for this organization than a win, because if your goal is to get younger, if your goal is to just acquire assets that can help you out in the summer in the form of a high draft pick, your best chance, 9.4% chance of making that happen was to lose on Wednesday. And obviously the Warriors were never going to tank that game, but the fan base thought, I think, more fans probably wanted the pick than they did the chance to play tonight. But then Wednesday night happened, and I wonder how much the fan base is kind of like you and me, Shasky, where they flipped to, I want them to win, or I'm content with how the season has gone. Like, do you think Warrior fans would feel as content with this season today if they did not win on Wednesday?
Say that again. Say that again at the end.
So I felt like the feeling I got just from conversing with you yesterday and talking with fans yesterday was that there was a level of contentness with the season. Like, they got that win against the Clippers, a sort of rival if you're of that
content
mindset.
isn't the right word. I think they were just extremely satisfied with the win.
Okay, let's go satisfaction then. So a satisfaction, like, do you think there was that same satisfaction yesterday if the Warriors had woken up with a loss?
No, if they would have lost, I think it would have been like really sad because they fought tooth and nail and they came up short, and there might have been some level of acceptance, and I'm sure there would have been some people happy. But like as that game went on, if you didn't want to win that game, like I don't know what to tell you. Well, and as much as I've been all over the place regarding what their future is and then maybe their best path, and like once you're in the middle of the moment and you're watching them cook and you're watching them compete and you're watching them play, I mean, most people are like, hell yeah, I want to win this game. Mm-hmm. And I think it would have been really like depressing, but we also would have kind of understood that like, dude, like Dre got hurt, Kristaps got hurt, and Steph was limping around all in one game.
I think one game. There's maybe like a resignation, I think, maybe within the fan base on Wednesday where it was just like, you almost kind of talk yourself into saying that losing would be beneficial to make the sting of the inevitability hurt less. Like, I'll be honest, I woke up Wednesday morning thinking like, I'll give him, as much of a chance as you would give a Stephen Curry team, but the reality is they're going against a team that has had their number in an arena that they had never won in before. Like, if you're thinking the Warriors were going to win on Wednesday night, it was purely just off of, well, I'm a Warrior fan, and you know what? I'm just going to hope for the best because the best is always a possibility. But then, yes, the game starts, and when they have a chance in that game, I think everybody is, no one in that fourth quarter was thinking, man, they need to blow this so we can, get a chance at a better lottery. No one's thinking that at the time, and that's why I think...
Except maybe Cam and Antioch.
Well, yeah, it's because there's probably a lot of people who wanted the Warriors to lose that game because it would have set up the Warriors to then move on from Steve Kerr.
Y'all crazy.
Exactly. But then as Nick Friedel told us at the 7 o'clock hour that Kerr might get a check off of that game on Wednesday. And it's funny that Nick said that because I didn't get to then ask him the Steve Kerr question that he gets asked several times.
He said the answer.
I know, he did, so I didn't have to answer the question. He still thinks Kerr's coming back. And I was kind of wondering, like, would this week had swayed Kerr one way or another? I don't think so, but... if Steve Kerr is making a, list of pros and cons, of whether to come back, and coach this team again next year, he got a very, very big pro to add to that pro column on Wednesday.
Everybody just kept pointing, and like I was arguing with Grandy about this, but like, Steph he's never going to leave Steph, and he can't leave Steph. He couldn't do this to Steph. Guys, no one in their 60s makes decisions based off people in their 30s, right? Like, unless it's your family, right? And my whole thing was like, if he is making a decision, it's not all about Steph. Steph's an element of it. Of course he is. Like, duh. It's like any job that you're going to, there's different people you're going to work for, and that's going to play a part in it. And of course, Steph being involved would have a big part of it, but it's not the end all be all. If he's done, then he's done. Whether Steph's in his prime or Steph's out of his prime or Steph's playing or not. Now, does that factor into his motivation?
Yes.
One way or the other if he's on the fence? Absolutely. But the Steph angle, I just think we've overweight it regarding Steve. Steve isn't going to do what Steve wants to do.
Yeah.
And then there's the Joe angle, which I don't think anyone can have an idea of. Like, how much does Joe want him back? How much power does Steve Kerr require to come back?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying there?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, do I get more influence on these picks? Do I get more influence on the shaping of my roster? Which I think is kind of the underplayed part of this entire Steve Kerr, Lake up, does he come back, does he not come back element, which is, I think after that win, make all the arguments you want about what Steve Kerr did or didn't do with other young players. He picked Gee. Gee outplayed Kuminga. Gee, in a way, took Kuminga's spot. Kuminga's out the door. Kristaps is in. He's been looking for a stretch five big who can shoot. That's kind of why Quentin Post is on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, Kristaps is way better than Quentin Post and way better than Jonathan Kuminga. Yes, he's got health issues. Yes, there's a contract that's looming. Steve nailed both those decisions.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know how anyone could have any other position other than Steve was right about those.
Steve Kerr did have a point.
No, he was.
Yeah.
Kristaps helped them win a game that is a do-or-die game in a way some of the other young players that they've had on their team haven't been able to contribute.
No, I agree. I'm curious to see how much that does play now a factor into the decision whether to bring Kerr back or not, how much he's brought back at. I'm still with Nick. I still think he is coming back.
No, he might be. He might be. But like one element you don't hear anyone is just like, hey, Like if I'm Kerr, I'll come back. But guys, like whoever we're taking with this pick or not taking or trading or whatever, I want to have more influence on it.
Yeah. Well, because I wonder how much, and Nick's talked about this.
And I think he's earned it.
I think because Nick's talked about this, like Steph and Draymond, like they care about the health of this organization. They want to leave the organization in a good place when they leave. And I got to imagine, I wonder if Steve Kerr feels a similar way where when he's out the door, whenever that may be, he's going to want to leave this organization in a good place going forward. Like, I think that that's part of the culture that they've built here with this organization is they do truly care about the organization's health beyond them. It's very easy to just be like, well, I'm leaving here. I'm not going to be here next week. That's your guys' problem. I don't care about that. It's so incredibly easy to do that. I think a lot of people have left their jobs with that same mentality. I don't think Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Draymond Green are cut from that cloth. I think they do care about what they leave behind when their time eventually comes up here. 888-957.
Did you think about that with Derek Jeter?
Did he want to leave the Yankees in a good spot?
I'm just asking.
I mean, Derek Jeter is just so synonymous with the Yankees.
Yeah, but then he went to run the Marlins. You think he cared about what the Yankees were doing?
But Derek Jeter, I don't know. I think it's interesting. It's different for Jeter because Jeter was always so private. So many things he just didn't speak out upon. I think Jeter just cared about winning. I don't know if Jeter was the kind of guy who was just like, I want this organization to be in the best place possible. I think
I think that's easy to say in real time. It doesn't mean your actions
have to show it. Yeah, but
I don't know.
Like, I'll say that, like Buster Posey. I think Buster Posey cares a lot about the health of the Giants.
Oh, did he? Well, then he left us high and dry after retiring after a playoff series loss against the Dodgers. Love the guy, and that's his job.
But then he came back. He's running the team now. He came back. He saw how bad it was. Moved his team back.
But I'm talking about regarding his decisions to play. You're talking about after that.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, well, maybe if he told them at the beginning of the year it was going to be his last year, they would have made some, developmental moves, knowing at the end of the year he was gone. Like, yeah. I think it's easy to say he cares about the organization now because he's being employed to run the team now. But, like, the other side of the coin is you did kind of retire abruptly.
Well, again, I don't know when. Maybe he told the Giants earlier on the season.
I don't know that.
We don't know about that, so I'm going to set that to the side. But maybe it's possible that Buster did leave, looked at what was going on under Farhan Zaidi, said, "Ooh, someone's got to go fix that." Moved his family back across the country, and
I don't think it was that dire.
Oh.
I think it was, I'm bored. I'd like to still do something.
I'm going to fix the Giants.
I don't think it was, oh my God, what's going on with the Giants? I can't believe this. Honey, pack the bags. We're going. We're going to save the day.
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm saying it's possible. All right. Some people do care. Some people care. Some people do care. When I'm not in, when I'm out for like a day or a couple or a week or whatever, like I'm checking in on whoever's filling in, making sure that they're doing the job correctly because I want to make sure the show's still being taken care of when I'm not here.
So you want us to find your replacement while you're gone?
Well, I might have already screwed up. I told her I've taught Steven Risotto way too much.
Yeah, there's not a chance.
I have completely taught Steven Risotto way too much about how to do this job. And so one of these days I'm going to get, look, I need you to pop in here. And then Steven Risotto is going to be the producer of the morning roast, unfortunately.
After watching that game the other night, there is an element of Draymond locked himself into a multi-year deal. It feels like Kerr has. And maybe that was already, going to happen. Maybe, yeah. But if it ever felt inevitable, it now does feel inevitable. And then Curry, whether they want to keep, trade, whatever Curry wants to do with those picks the next couple of years, they're happening.
Yeah. But then again, maybe they lose tonight and all that goodwill goes out the window and everyone is fired and clearing out their lockers on Monday and the rebuild starts. Crazier things. I don't think that's going to happen.
Today, I don't feel that way.
No, it's let's say there's a gretter than 0% chance it can happen. Doesn't mean it's going to happen.
If they lose tonight in a hypothetical, I don't even want to speak it into existence. But if they did, and let's just say, well, for whatever reason, mutually parted, Steve steps down, and Steve takes a different role, I would generally, now, after that win, I would generally be shocked.
I would.
And I can't believe I'm here, because for weeks it felt like I wouldn't be shocked if he walked away. And now, after that, I would be. It's the emotional roller coaster of where we're at.
Well, again, it's crazy how one moment can swing things. And you are listening 95.7 The Game, KGMZ F1 and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Valkyries and the Golden State Warriors. always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And we have a special guest joining us here, Terry Stotts, assistant coach of your Golden State Warriors. He is joining us on the River Islands guest line. Coach, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us here on the Morning Roast. Sam Lubman alongside Joe Shasky. How are you doing this morning, Coach? Hell of a win on Wednesday night for you and the squad.
I'm doing fine, and yes, it was. It was. I think everybody's talked about it and how what a good game it was. The importance of the game. It was fun to be a part of.
Coach, in the game the other night, Garland picks up his 5th foul. Ty Lue kind of rides him out. You guys did an unbelievable job setting different screens off ball to get the matchup that you wanted. I mean, multiple times, Gee's catching the ball in the paint with an entry pass from Draymond Green with Garland on him, and Garland's just giving up buckets in the lane. Was that a focus from the sidelines to really attack Garland with those 5 fouls, or did the guys on the court already know that?
No, that was a point of emphasis, and you know, the guys did a good job of recognizing where he was on the floor, putting him in the actions, and you know, that was part of the game plan, especially when he did get in foul trouble.
And then, you know, I'm watching that game. The first quarter, we're subbing guys coming in and out. We're calling timeouts at like perfect times to kind of kill momentum. How important was it to get to your substitutions when you did in the specific spots that you did, just to kind of get a feel for who's playing well and to kind of ride certain momentums, whether to kill theirs or get yours going?
Well, you know, we go into every game with a rotation plan, and you know, sometimes we stick to it, sometimes we don't. You kind of have to read the game, especially in a game like this where, you know, you're not managing an 82-game season. It's do or die, and you got to do what it takes to win the game. I thought Steve did a very good job of killing momentum with his timeouts. You know, the players did a good job. I'm sure there have been times, but you know, we were down double digits multiple times and came back and tied it or whatever. And it was just, I think it's a compliment to our guys that they just kept playing and didn't get discouraged and made plays for each other and ended up, you know, finding a way to win a game. Down 13 on the road against a good team, that was it was pretty impressive.
I mean, it was amazing, and I thought Kurt nailed it. For one night, we're champions. I mean, that's how I think the whole fan base felt. I felt like Curry was having a tough time in that first half, and the young guys, Gee and Pods and GP2, I mean, they were really providing that spark, keeping him in it. KP as well, Porzingis. What did you guys do with some of those on-ball screens for Curry to kind of free him up in that third quarter where he started seeing shots go in?
Well, I think we talked at halftime that the Clippers weren't doing anything exceptional. I think it was important that we just stay basic, set good screens. Like we mentioned, putting different guys into the action. But I think the main thing with Steph was, look, they're not switching. We got to set good screens, give him some space, and you know, Steph obviously has a career of rising to the occasion, and he did. But from a team standpoint, it was – and you look at how Al Horford came in the fourth quarter and made shots. It's just we thought that our game was okay. Our biggest problem, as it has been throughout the season, were our turnovers. And, you know, we didn't turn the ball over the last 6 minutes of the game, which was really important for us as well.
You know, you referenced Horford. Everyone's going to talk about the 4 big threes in that fourth quarter. I thought the way that he came and hedged up on some of those Brook Lopez screens on high ball action against Kawhi Leonard with Draymond Green, I thought it was textbook, and Curry got a huge steal. Pods got a deflection. I mean, he played fantastic defense in that fourth quarter.
He really did. Well, the whole team did. But, you know, that was part of the game plan with Kawhi, was to be aggressive with him. Obviously, Draymond did an outstanding job, but you're right about Al and what we did on pick and rolls and showing him a crowd and the guys behind him recognizing the situation and coming up with some steals. So I thought the way they executed in the fourth quarter on both ends of the floor obviously made the difference.
Coach here has got Terry Stotts joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. I want to talk about the defensive game plan you guys had on Kawhi Leonard on Wednesday night. This is the guy who I've always said just seems like he's built in a lab to just destroy teams like the Warriors. And you guys shut him down the final, quarter and a half, the final 16 minutes and 10 seconds. He only had that one bucket in the last few seconds of the game. What can you say about just kind of the conversations, the coaching staff that you guys had along with Draymond Green in terms of just building that defensive game plan out to shut down Kawhi Leonard like you guys were able to down the stretch of that game on Wednesday?
Well, Kawhi and Garland were, the focal point of our defensive game plan. And, we obviously, when you have a guy like Draymond who you're able to put on a great player like that, makes the game plan a little bit easier. But, the focus was for all five guys, show them a crowd, be aggressive on them in pick and rolls. We got to be aggressive with them and make him find people and then build back out. Like I said, going into the game, that was our primary concern was how are we going to manage Kawhi Leonard and Garland. So guys were really locked in on what we needed to do, and I think it was really evident in the fourth quarter.
Coach, you've been in the league a long time, and I'm not trying to age you, but you've just seen a lot of things, Have you ever seen the road crowd be so one-sided for the Warriors down the stretch of that game? I was blown away through my television. The Warrior chants were they were unbelievable.
It was pretty special, but I have to admit I was in Atlanta for 2 years, and there's a tendency when Philadelphia and New York and Boston and the Lakers and the Warriors, when they would come to Atlanta, it was like playing a road game. So I'm kind of used to that in some situations, but to have a game of this magnitude, a playing game, a do-or-die game, and have that happen on a road, that's something you don't see in a game like that.
Coach, we got a couple more minutes here with you. Got a big one tonight again against the Phoenix Suns, and as you and the coaching staff are huddling around and watching film and breaking down what we're going to see with this Suns team tonight, what are some of the challenges that you're seeing on the offensive and defensive side of the floor that the Suns are going to bring tonight that you guys are kind of gearing up to counter tonight?
Well, first of all, they're a different type of team than the Clippers. We'll go into it with a game plan, a defensive game plan, but they have a different talent. They're younger, a little bit more athletic. They move around more. They have probably some better shooters on the court. So our mentality will probably be a little different than it was against the Clippers. We've played them well during the regular season. I think it's going to be a good matchup for us. But it's playing a road game, essentially like a game 7. It's a win or go home, and I think you've seen this in all 4 playing games so far. The level of intensity that everybody puts into it, and I think you're going to see the same thing tonight.
And Coach, I think I saw multiple articles referring to Draymond Green's dinner that he had for the entire team. What was he serving? What was at this magical dinner? We need to serve it like before every game. What was on Draymond's cuisine?
It was some great barbecue. We had burnt ends and oxtail and lamb and a lot of protein. But it was really good. I don't know. I wish I could give a plug to the caterer who did that, but it was really good. And beyond that, the food was excellent. But I think when you have situations like that, the camaraderie that you have with the players and the coaches, and Draymond was a great host. So I think that was probably as important as the food. Did he have the apron on? Was because it's Chef Curry, but I guess in this particular instance it was Chef Draymond. So was he wearing the chef's apron or no? No, he wasn't doing the cooking, but I tell you, he was a good host. And I'm sure you guys know when you have people over to your house, you're always doing something. You're filling up glasses, you're going to get paper towels, you're just moving around, making sure everything's going okay. I love that. I bet a lot of wine was consumed. So enjoy it. Coach, we're pulling for you guys tonight. Go get another win, and let's set up a 7-game series. Let's do this. All right. Sounds good, guys.
Thank you so much, Coach. Appreciate you for joining us this morning on the Morning Roast. That was Terry Stotts, assistant coach for the Golden State Warriors. Oh, great guy. Joining us on the River Islands guest line. That was a fun conversation. I like talking to Coach. On the other side, we got Bonte Hill. He's going to join us. He's going to give us his thoughts on the game because he has thoughts on this game tonight. At least I hope so. Bonte? I would hope so. I mean, this is why we're having him on. All right, we should throw Giants thoughts at him. No, we're not going to do that. What's coming up the game? What's coming up the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America NA, member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelce. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $525 if they take the title. On Kelce, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelce app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelce. Trade on anything.
Hey there, it's Bonte with a fresh springtime update from River Islands in Lathrop, where the good life can be your life. Everything is in bloom here, including the home selection. With neighborhoods designed for all kinds of lifestyles, it is easy to find your perfect fit. Looking for a bright kitchen, a home office, or space for guests? You'll find it here with homes from the low 600s to over $1 million. And the town center, located by Islandersfield Ballpark, is really coming to life. The Redwood Cafe opens this summer, and a new amphitheater is on the way for concerts and community events. Sutter Health is building medical offices, and a major grocery store is coming soon, making it a great place to gather and unwind. The Lakewood Club at Del Webb has just opened its doors, and a brand new K-8 charter school welcomes students this fall. All part of the exciting growth happening within River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Play, donate, or get involved. Every dollar supports local autism programs. Register now at agapecharitygolf.com. Don't miss it.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is the highlight of my morning.
Hey,
what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Coach? We just had the other coach on this show. Terry Stotts joined us in the last segment. Had a great conversation with him. Go back and check that out on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. Bonta Hill is going to be joining us in just a moment to preview this game tonight, because the last time we had Bonta on to preview a play-in game, the Warriors won that play-in game. So, as they say, Shasky, lightning always strikes twice in the same spots. We're going to try and do that again today. Before we get Bonta on, though, I do want to bring some rather unfortunate news that broke in the last few minutes. Former Angels outfielder Garrett Anderson passed away at age of 53. Very sad there. Of course, Giants fans are well aware of who Garrett Anderson was. He was a big part of that 2002 Angels team that won the World Series. But just a very, very talented baseball player. I'll always remember what he did in that home run derby in 2005 I don't know what the White Sox were calling their ballpark at that time, but
probably U.S. Cellular or Comiskey or something like that.
Guaranteed rate, something stupid like that. It might have been U.S. Cellular at the time. But yeah, just some very unfortunate, sad news to break here. This is a guy who, he was just a great player in the 90s and in 2000s there.
He was an awesome player and had a beautiful left-handed swing, was a really good outfielder, multi-time All-Star. I believe he's probably got about 300 home runs, I would guess.
287 home runs.
How many?
287 home runs.
I bet his career batting average is good, too.
293 career batting average, 785 OPS.
For a career, that's incredible.
No, just
he was a great ball
You had
player.
a great line out there in the prep room out there. You kind of compared. He had one of you were comparing his swing to Ken Griffey Jr.'s swing in the 90s.
Griffey was like the ultimate left-handed swing of the 90s. Yeah. And I thought Garrett Anderson had, probably the second or third best, sweetest-looking left-handed swing of that era.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
God, 53 is too young.
Yeah.
He's 10 years older than me.
Garrett Anderson, in that 7-game series against the Giants, he had 281, drove in 6 runs, had 9 hits there. And, just a very, very unfortunate thing to see here. So our thoughts and prayers are with his family today as, again, we're waiting for Bonta Hill to join us. But
you bring up something there, like took my grandfather out to lunch this week and got a chance to look at him, and he's just not moving around like he used to. And it made me really sad. I always say this. You guys have heard me say it over and over and over again, but you gotta tell people in real time that you love them and how much they matter to you, because you might not get around to doing it. And there are people in your life that, for whatever reason, you maybe don't keep in touch with as much. But when you do, make sure you let them know how much they matter to you.
Yeah. And especially also call your grandparents. I always say that. Call your grandparents. Tell them, if you can, call your grandparents. Tell them hi. Tell them you love them. It'll make their day. It's 5 minutes out of yours. It's the entire day for theirs. I'll probably call my grandma off the show. Just see how she's doing. I was telling her that, I'm going to be filling in for Spadoni for the next couple weeks. She was very excited to tune in and see how it is. She's like asking me, like, what's the link for people to listen to so I can send it to others who want to listen. And grandparents are awesome. So, but yeah, definitely when you can, tell people that you love them when you get the chance. We'll tell Bonte Hill that we love him in just a moment when he gets on and joins us here. But we're having Bonte on because there's a basketball game tonight. Pretty big one between the Warriors and the Suns here. And last segment, we were talking about the Warriors were playing with house money. That being said, they're still going to try and win this game tonight.
Of course.
And it's going to be a much different test than what we saw from the Clippers on Wednesday night. The Clippers are an older team, whereas the Suns, they're younger, they're faster, they're more athletic. They defend the three a lot better. Shasky, I broke down the numbers early on here in the show. I'll go over them again. The Suns are third in forcing opponent turnovers. They are sixth fewest in threes allowed. They are third fewest in shots allowed. They are the ninth fewest in steals around, so they themselves are very good at holding on to the ball. They're eighth fewest in opponents' fouls, so opponents are not drawing a lot of fouls against them. The seventh fewest assists allowed per game, so they do limit the ball movement there. And it all lines up to the sixth fewest points per game allowed. The only one of those categories that the Clippers were a top 10 team in was just points per game allowed. So this is all to say that the Suns are bringing a much more intense defensive presence to the court than what we saw against the Clippers on Wednesday.
Iguodala is going to be a factor in this one. The other thing that I think I would do is I would start GP2. I know they won't, but I would, and I would go full court ball pressure on whoever their point guard is. They don't really necessarily have your traditional point guards. Jalen Green can kind of get very ISO heavy, and I would force him into being a three-point shooter, but I would guard him the full length of the court, and I would pressure them bringing the ball up the court the entire time. That's what I would do.
I agree. Pressure. Make this as difficult and as uncomfortable as you possibly can. It's going to be tough. And the Warriors, they're a little emotionally spent. They're a little bit physically spent. They had a tough one on Wednesday night. And the Suns, they do have that extra day of rest to get ready. Plus, they don't have to get on a plane at all to get to where they're playing because they are the home team. Wow, we got a really awesome caller on the line right now. Haven't heard from this one in a while. Duke in the city.
Oh, Duke.
Out of nowhere, he emerges.
Happy
What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
Man, y'all know what it is, man.
Let's go.
On, man. It's Dub Nation, man. I ain't going nowhere, man. I love y'all, man. Since everybody's shooting out flowers, man, I'm shooting out my flowers, man. Bay Area. Step up and support your Dub Nation, man. Stephen Splash brother all by himself. He went and got a butler because he needed some help. The dust Draymond Green and get him off the shelf. He was a DPOY. That's why the other team cried. Because the Warriors got a team game magnified. You got PDOZ, game ready, you see. The boy be taking charges in his battle fatigue. Buddy heat up and post, shooting threes so they boast. The early morning show is called the Morning Roast. GP2 hanging on the rim because he done dunked on you with the smooth, cool grin. It's a brand new season. Let the fun begin. Curry, get these boys ready. It's time to win. Warriors come out to play. You listen to 95.7 The Game. The Morning Roast. It's your boy, Duke from the city, representing Dub Nation. Let's go, Bay Area.
Let's go!
Let's go! I'm fired up with the walk-off there.
Go, Duke!
Oh, I love that.
The Friday call from Duke.
Warriors!
Wow.
I love that. And a little rejoin at the end there, too, as
Wow.
well. Oh, I love that.
I got goosebumps.
Oh, that was so cool. I just love it. We haven't heard from Duke in forever. And then he just pops up, drops some fire, and then pieces out.
That was incredible.
Oh, man.
We just celebrated 415 Day, too. That was incredible.
Oh, yeah, it's also tax day. And then another fun holiday coming up in a couple days here, too. So, oh, man, I'm so fired up now for...
What holiday's coming up?
Nah, we don't need to get into that. Let's talk about this. Keep talking about this Warriors game tonight. Unless, do we have our guy ready? All right, let's go out to the River Islands guest line then, where we're going to have Bonte Hill joining us again, because, again, they won the last time we had him on, so let's do it again. B, how you doing today, bud? Thank you for hopping on with Shasky and I again this morning.
I was doing great until I heard you yell, Warriors. We got to work on that a little bit, Lubman. Got to work on it.
There's a lot of things Lubman's got to work on.
I'm trying, I'm a young, upcoming radio person. I got to figure things out,
It's tough to follow up Duke, by the way.
That is
big
true.
Shoes to fill, man. Shout out to Duke, Lakeview, and everything about that. It's been a while since I heard from Duke.
Yeah, I just kind of popped out of nowhere on that one, though. Let's talk about this game tonight, though. Just right off the rip, Bonte, you look at this Suns team. What are the big challenges?
This game, I want to hear what he thought about the game before. He hasn't had a chance to get his thoughts off.
Okay, well, let's get your thoughts off on that game on Wednesday. I guess. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun here,
that was, look, you've seen some great moments. You've been at Chase Center since its inception, and obviously you predate that. Look, Draymond might have moments that are higher stakes. That was as close to a Mona Lisa type performance, painting that picture against Kawhi with the stakes on the line. I mean, we knew he was great, but that was incredible.
He stole the show. I mean, Kawhi Leonard is as fun of a player to watch that I've seen in the last 12 years. And Kawhi Leonard scored 2 meaningless points in the last 30 seconds. Ball denial, trapping, smart doubles by Steve Kerr, but the one-on-one defense and the physicality off the basketball, that was Draymond Green at his finest. And he's the ultimate, he drives us all crazy. He's driven us all crazy over 14 years. I don't have to say it, but I love the guy because of moments like that. When it comes down to winning time, even in Game 6 in Boston, his finals wasn't great. But in Game 6 in Boston, when the Celtics were slowly creeping back, people forget he hits this mid-range jumper over Time Lord Robert Williams to settle things down. And he looks at the crowd and it's like, damn it, that's why we love Day-Day. You know what I'm saying? That's why he's going to have the 23 in the rafters, because he is that dude. But look, I'm not going to go crazy here over a 9-10 game. I'm not going to go shirtless.
It was a special night, though, B.
It was a special, but I'm not going to go shirtless like Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Well,
all
that's
right?
that was a hostage video.
That's a Guru
Some
special.
People are ready to throw a parade over this game. Now, it was fun, and it was like to see Guy Santos and Brendan Podzinski, who are not getting enough credit. I was arguing with Monty Poole about it. I was like, they don't win that game without those two guys.
Totally agree.
Guy Santos was exceptional in the fourth quarter. Exceptional.
How about his he batted one to Horford, and then Horford later on batted one back to him. Not even the rebounds they were getting, they were like deflecting it to each other.
I mean, that deal, when he signed it, I joked around saying it was going to be the biggest bargain in the NBA. And I still joke around to this day saying, you may need to fire your agent, because if you hit the open market, you're probably getting 10 to 15 million bucks per season. And I know a lot of people say, well, man, this is why you ship off Jonathan Kuminga. Well, I don't even think that's the case. If Jimmy Butler doesn't get hurt, we don't see this version of Guy Santos.
That's a good point.
We just don't, because he was blocking both of Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga were blocking Guy Santos. So now we see the full Guy Santos experience. And wow, 3 years, $15 million. And who's to say they can't develop young talent? We're watching Guy Santos and Brendan Podzinski grow through the scars. I mean, come on, man.
And then what about Kristaps Porzingis? Look,
I was going to get to that.
I know everybody is going to say he's going to get hurt. Look, he might be. I know it's a small taste. Rim protection, hitting big shots. He made a great backdoor pass to Steph Curry. I mean, when he's pointing at Curry after he hit the three, like, dude, he fits. I know. He almost got hurt backpedaling, for crying out loud. Who knows if he plays tonight? I feel like I'm ready to sign him up to a multi-year extension. I know. But Bonte, he fits.
$20 million for 40 games.
But he fits, though. But B, he fits.
But, guys, you asked me about a month ago about Kristaps Porzingis, and the reason why I was hesitant, in my opinion, was like, man, do you really bring Stephen Curry back? Because one of the biggest talking points about that was we have to see what he looks like with Kristaps Porzingis. Remember I said on this show about a month ago, I said, I don't need to see it. It's going to work. It's a stretch five who can hit the three, and the playmaking ability. The late pass when Steph Curry goes backdoor, late shot clock, Kristaps Porzingis saying, you know what, I got the wide open jumper, but let me get 30 involved. Let me continue to feed him and get him going. So, look, the deal is going to be, he's going to want to get his money. What does it look like? I'm very intrigued to see what it looks like. But if
are
you
you
get
pocket
50 to
watching?
55 games out of him, what's that?
I'm teasing. I said, are you pocket watching?
I'm always pocket watching the NBA. It's the ultimate value game. I mean, D'Anthony Belt, $3.5 million. He's got a player option. What's his value look like? GP2, Al Horford.
GP2 was good.
I'm always pocket watching.
He was good the other night. He gave him some good energy in that first quarter.
GP2's been good since the All-Star break.
Yeah.
I mean, GP2 has been a stabilizing force off that bench. And, the other night, I don't know, we want to fast forward to Phoenix in a second, but the shocking thing about that game, I thought the Warriors could win it, but I was shocked in the way that they won it. They committed 20 turnovers and gave up 35 points off the turnovers. Their bench got outscored by 15. And I had no idea Steve Kerr was only going to go 8 deep. How many times have we seen Steve Kerr go 8 deep? I've seen Steve Kerr play 10 guys in a finals game in one quarter, for crying out loud. Mm-hmm. So what else? The 8 missed free throws. They were 13-21 for the free throw line. And they still somehow, some way won that game, and they erased a 13-point deficit in a minute 37. That's old school Warriors basketball with Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant, for crying out loud. So it's the way that they won that game that stunned me. So here we go with another one against Dylan the Villain.
Horford game
people
one.
Aren't ready for this one?
Didn't you get Horford game one vibes where him and Derek White were going off, and you're like, how is he hitting all these threes? Like, that's what I felt like in that fourth quarter.
Well, it's funny because working with Mully, he's always like, how many teams are going to allow Al Horford to shoot set shot threes? He doesn't even put the ball on the floor. Make him put the ball on the floor. He's getting set shot threes. And I know a lot of people were coming down his road through the first 3 quarters. He was starting to find his rhythm before that calf injury, but this is why you bring in Al Horford. This is why I thought they maybe would start Al Horford against the LA Clippers and Brook Lopez. On the other side, Ty Lue, another last thought on that game. Ty Lue really blew that game.
Garland went way too long with
that. Dude, 37 minutes for Brook Lopez. He got cooked.
Yeah.
And the Warriors ended up scoring 41 points over the last 9 minutes and change of that fourth quarter. Not playing Batum, who started to find some rhythm on Sunday against the Dubs. Not playing Bogdanovich when you needed some shooting. I thought Ty Lue blew that game. But that's the Clippers' issue. The Warriors move on, man, and now they get a dance with Dylan the Villain, baby, in the Valley of the Sun. Let's go.
Dylan.
Oh, before we get into...
I do love Dylan. I do like Dylan now. I used to hate him. I like him now.
He's a good villain. He plays the villain role well. I love how he was asked, like, why did you want the Warriors to win the other night? And he's just like, well, here's what he had to say.
Steph and Draymond, that's it. And Steve Kerr.
You cut it off. He also said Ambonte Hill.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know why they cut that off. I'm going to blame Steven Risotto for that one.
Nobody's mad!
But again, looking into this game here, obviously, Dylan the Villain, he's going to be a problem for this game, for this Warriors team. But just off the rip, what are the biggest differences we're going to be seeing with this Suns team that we didn't see with this Clippers team the other night?
Well, they're a little quicker. They play a little faster. They're top 5 in deflection, so you want to make sure that you have crisp passes in the half court. You don't want them deflecting passes where you got to reset your offense within a 24-second shot clock. They don't rebound great, and they got explosive scores. And what I mean by that is they can go cold. Like, Jalen Green is an explosive scorer, but he's had his struggles against the Golden State Warriors over the course of his career, including last year in the first round of the playoffs. He had like one good game in 7. He really struggled from 3 and from the floor. I don't believe he has another 35.9 in him, going 14-29 like he did the other night against Portland. Devin Booker will be a lot better, and Devin Booker is a problem for the Warriors. There's no doubt about that. But where's Gillespie going to be at? You know what I'm saying? Is Grayson Allen going to play with this hamstring? He's a tricky dude. Like, he'll hit the 3, and he's had some big moments against the Warriors in his career. Remember the first ever play-in tournament with the Memphis Grizzlies when he hit those big 3s in overtime at Chase Center when nobody was in the crowd. So they're a quicker team, but they struggled down the stretch. They went 6-10 over their last 16, which includes a 5-game losing streak. So they have not played well over the last month of the season. So this is a very gettable game. And for the Warriors, keep your damn composure tonight. We know Draymond's got kicked out of a game against Phoenix, going at it with Gillespie. We know Dylan the Villain has done some things with Stephen Curry. The last time they played each other, Phoenix blew a 14-point fourth quarter lead. Part of it was they lost their mentals. If you're the Warriors, keep your composure. You'll be able to be in this game in the fourth quarter and be able to take it home.
You know, Iguodala and Mark Williams were killing them in that game that you referenced where Draymond got thrown out. I went to that game. I was sitting behind the bench. They went smaller. Jimmy was like going off in that game, and I thought GP2 had a really good game. I would ball pressure their point guards in this one, almost the full length of the court. Just like make them get slowly into their offense and force Devin Booker, into bringing the ball up the court and having to work, before he even crosses half court. Do you like that strategy?
I do, and I think they will do that at times. Part of the reason why the Clippers struggled in that fourth quarter, Darius Garland's playing with 5 fouls, and he got tentative, right? So all of a sudden, we see the Houston Rockets with no point guard. They're unorganized. We just saw that at Chase Center a couple weeks ago when Stephen Curry made his return to the lineup. No point guard in the fourth quarter. So press him a little bit, plus Devin Booker. If you force him to be a high-usage player, that bodes well for you in the fourth quarter where the legs may get a little tired. You can attack them defensively as well. And I look for Dillon Brooks to be in foul trouble in this basketball game. So who steps up for Phoenix? I believe they had 17 bench points against Portland. 17. So their bench is not that strong. I don't think it's as lethal as the Clippers bench. They're a really front-heavy squad with Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, and Devin Booker. So, again, keep your composure. Take care of the damn basketball because you turn the ball over 20 times in this game, you're probably leaving Phoenix with an L.
Yeah, Bonte, again, and Shasky, I think, mentioned it. Steve Kerr used only 8 guys in that game on Wednesday, 3 guys off the bench. If there was anybody new from this Warriors bench who gets injected into the Warriors rotations tonight, who do you think it would be? Pat, Seth, Bassey? Do you think we'll see any new names tonight?
It might be a Bassey game. I think you could still 5 to 10 minutes with them because where are the Warriors going to be at after that quick turnaround in L.A.? Going 8 deep, playing pods for 40 minutes, Gee's playing over 30. That's why the whole minutes restriction thing was funny. I asked Bully Efezi this. I said, if it's a 89 game in the fourth quarter and Steph's at 32 minutes, but there's 6 minutes left on the clock, you're going to pull Steph saying, hey, we got a minutes restriction. Steph, you got to – no, you're not doing that. He's going to play the full 38. So you got to go somewhere. Maybe it's Pat Spencer at the end of a quarter for 2 to 3 minutes. Can he stabilize something? Can he be that guy, Shasky, that you referenced? Maybe pick it up full court. Maybe that's his job tonight, of being that guy, picking up 94 feet, hounding whoever's handling the basketball, Gillespie, Dillon Brooks, Devin Booker. You're going to have to find one other guy on the bench just to steal you 5 to 10 minutes to spell some of these guys because, and again, Kristaps Porzingis, where's he at with the ankle? He's all of a sudden limping into a dome. Where's he going to be at? He's questionable. He looked great the other night after a couple days off at the into a dome. But with that quick turnaround and just one day off, you got to find something. Why are you laughing,
You
Shasky?
love the Intuit Dome. No one loves the Intuit Dome more than Bonte. B.
No, I love all the arena names.
Next week, we have to have a full-on discussion about the plastic gloves with Festus and the eating of chicken wings and other food with the plastic gloves.
You don't want to get spice burned.
It drives me nuts.
No,
Either you're going to eat the food.
Why are you eating wings? Why are you eating wings with the fork?
Thank you.
Oh, he eats with the fork,
What is he
too?
doing?
That's
okay.
Yeah,
that's a party foul.
You know what, though? That man is making Walt Frazier jealous this season. The outfits he's had.
Oh, yeah, well, he's out of his mind.
It's next level.
Yeah.
It's next level.
Don't try to pull those off. As much as I love you, you have good versatility.
I don't have the budget.
I know. Well, that too. Are they walking out of here with a win?
I want to say yes, but I don't want to jinx them.
Here we go. Humpty, come on.
I don't want to jinx them.
Come
Let
on.
me be the Debbie Downer.
Classic
Let me doubt them because it seems to work.
If this happens, but if they don't, look for these things to happen.
What's he supposed to say?
So no other way will I lose.
If he wins, he's the homer. If he loses, he's the hater. Like there's no winning there.
You know me. I don't worry about being wrong or right. I'm going to get heat from these streets regardless of the situation these days.
Yeah, but you're built different for it.
Hang on to every one of my words these days. That's why I don't even want to do radio half the time. I was like, damn, who's going to clip me down and say something? You can't win in these streets these days, man. All you little kids in your mama's basement. He'll sit there. Somebody he'll sit there.
Hey, man, aggregators need to do something too, Bonte.
We've got a bunch of kids here from Cathedral Grammar School that are going to come in, and I'm going to give them a little talk here in a second. So all the kids are literally in the other room. Yeah.
He's teaching the ways of life.
It's not the talk at Reardon where Stephen Risotto and I looked at each other. Shasky had a great speech. He had a great clinic.
Thank you.
Great clinic. But at one point he goes, I'm not a team guy. I like to work by myself. I'm not a team guy. Yeah, I'm Russell Westbrook. And Risotto looked at me and was like, did he really just tell these kids? I was like, yeah, that's
It's funny because he said the same thing to me too at times. So, which is a great thing to say to your producer. Bonte, really appreciate you hopping on with us again this morning.
I think the Warriors will win. This is a very gettable game.
I think the Warriors will win.
It's pro sports. Who knows?
What is that?
But hey, real quick.
Yeah.
I would never bet on Dylan the Villain in these type of situations.
Love that.
Really? Okay. Dylan the Villain? They're going to lose to Dylan the Villain? You imagine if the Suns win and Dylan the Villain is holding court? You can't. All right, let me get the break.
Well,
I don't
we
want
did
the boss
lose
man
to
mad.
the Kings a couple years ago in a playing game.
Oh, I know. Trust me. I'm well aware.
Pete, thanks for joining us today, man, and enjoy the rest of your day. All right, that was Bonte Hill joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Talk to these kids.
Yeah, why don't you go talk to the kids? Before we get to the break, though, I do want to bring something up. I would be remiss, Shasky, if I did not mention what happened in Winnipeg last night.
Will Smith for Macklin. Off his skate to Klingberg. Back for Celebrini. He scores! He's done it at 19 years old. Macklin Celebrini now has the best season ever by a San Jose Shark. Unbelievable!
Randy Hahn on the call there for NBC Sports California as Macklin Celebrini tallies his 45th goal of the year, 115 points on the season for the 19-year-old. That is, as Randy Hahn said, a single season points record. Best season ever in Sharks history, and he's 19 years old. It's only going to get better. 45 goals is the second most goals by a Sharks player in team history behind what Jonathan Chichu did in the 05-06 season. And like I've said numerous times throughout the year, in a region where we got the 49ers, in a region where we got Stephen Curry, Macklin Celebrini and the Sharks have been routinely this past season the best show on television in Bay Area sports. It has been tremendous to watch him this year and the Sharks. 39 wins this year equals the amount of wins they've had in the previous 2 seasons combined. And now they got the 9th best draft lottery odds. But honestly, I'm done talking about the draft lottery when it comes to the San Jose Sharks. If you're adding players, it's got to be through free agency. This team is making the step next year to get into the playoffs. We saw what Macklin Celebrini could do on the Olympic stage. We are going to see what he does on the Stanley Cup playoff stage next year. Macklin Celebrini, congratulations on the absolutely fantastic season. It's crossover, Steiny Evan on the other side.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
You know, there's nothing better than having a space at home where you actually want to spend time. Mornings with coffee, evening with friends, weekends just chilling outside. That's exactly what you get with Trex decking from Ashby Lumber. Trex gives you the look of real wood, but without all the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, no stress. It's built to last, holds up through every season, and even stays cooler under the sun with their sun-comfortable technology. And the best part? You don't have to figure it out on your own. The team at Ashby Lumber will walk you through everything from design to materials so you can create an outdoor space that actually fits your life. So whether you're upgrading your backyard or starting from scratch, now's the time. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, check out the Trex display in person, and start planning your deck today. Ashby Lumber, helping you build something better right outside your door.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins. A deep breath and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey. But we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
It is the morning roast. It's actually the morning crossover, the morning Friday crossover with one Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings. Of course, Joe Shasky is here as well as we're getting ready for this big Giants National Series. Nah, we're talking about Warriors Suns tonight. How you guys doing this morning?
Oh, ready for a big game.
Dynamite.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love that. Hear that here.
Sonny, you're loose today.
Yeah. It's a Friday.
It's because of all those kids that are out in the green room there you got to chat with. He was imparting wisdom on the youth.
You know, it was a tough day for me yesterday. Everybody was, it was kind of a fantasy yesterday.
Why?
Everybody talking about the game and upbeat and we can do it. But now it's back to reality. You got to win a game tonight against Phoenix. Not saying you can't do it. Of course, I'm not saying that, but you got to summon that energy. They look pretty gassed at the end of Wednesday's game.
It must be hard to have you as a dad.
Oh my God, I'm the easiest dad of all time.
Straight A's.
It's a pushover.
Yeah, it's straight A's.
Well, yeah,
hey, Dad, look at my 4.0, report card. Do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
And then do it again.
Exactly.
And then do it again.
Well, I know what's conversation like when the kid comes home and it's like a C+ or they got an F on the spelling test.
And then it happened.
No, it didn't happen.
All the bad grades of our family have been already used up by me when I was back in college. Okay,
That's the way to do it.
There are no D's and C+ left.
I can't imagine what that conversation
You're
would
going
be
to
like,
make the
though.
greatest grandfather ever. You know that?
Well, I'll be probably better than my dad was as a grandfather. Let's put it that way.
I don't know what to make of that.
Oh, there's a left turn.
Shasky, he used to take his prosthetic off in front of my kids because it would scare them.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, but that's...
So what would you do to scare your grandkids then?
I wouldn't scare them.
No, he would just
that's
say,
so fun.
Ice cream, hikes.
Little Johnny Swing, he's lousy.
I can just see like
He's
it's like
lousy.
little Johnny's that showed like a little picture that he drew and put up on the fridge. Like I don't know, the
Take him to the
lines works
driving range.
there. Not very good. You're going out the lines. I think I need a better drawing next time, little Johnny.
I actually think it would create a totally new element for Steiny, a whole new character development.
That's what the older generation's for, though. Like, I had a great uncle who was a paratrooper on D-Day.
Oh, wow.
And so he would keep the actual stories to himself, but he would freak us out with his Purple Heart, his wound all the time. And he would just show it to us and be like, he would just have these different ways to kind of flash on his thigh where he got shot. And as we were kids, we were wondering, what is this? What is he doing? And he would always, at the strangest times, just like drop his trousers just to show, well, not in that way. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you meant.
But in order to freak us out with his gunshot wound, and that he just thought it was the funniest thing in the world that we'd freak out.
It's always fun to have grandparents who can have you freak out in some fun way like that. I don't think my grandparents really did anything to try and traumatize me, though. Me and my cousins, we would drive my grandma so crazy sometimes. Rest in peace, Grandma Dot. We would drive her so crazy that she would like, all right, get over here. Let me cut your heart out with this spoon here.
Whoa.
Like, that's how intense she would get. We'd all laugh about it later on, but that's not exactly what the voice sounded like, but sort of. Somewhere my mom's laughing hearing that line.
So you don't give him any chance tonight, Steiny.
On that note.
What are you saying?
Well, you're saying back to reality. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, they got to do it again. They got to do exactly what they did on Wednesday again. And I said, I'm not saying they can't win the game, but, that took an emotional toll on them, I think, that game Wednesday.
Fair.
For whatever reason, I think we know why, Steph and Draymond were very hungry for that game. Mm-hmm. They got to come back and do it again against Phoenix. I give them a chance for sure. You know what I do like, though? I like Dylan Brooks.
Of course.
Now, why do you say, of course?
Oh, it just sounds like a guy who's right up your alley, someone you would like.
No, but there's a reason why. No, it's because
he plays really hard. I respect him.
It's just because in this day and age of who would you rather play, I would rather play the Warriors. Mm-hmm. Like he
wants it.
He does want it.
I love that.
And he's not one of these guys that says it but doesn't mean it. You know how like Draymond Green says stuff, and if he like wants a team, he really wants a team.
Yes.
Like he's not afraid of. Neither's Dylan Brooks. If Dylan Brooks loses tonight, he would have rather have lost to the Warriors than not played the Warriors and lost to somebody else.
There was a time, I know we're jaded because we're inside the bubble. Eagle fans could not stand Deebo Samuel. Could not stand him. And, they respected him after he wrote that check and then went out and signed it. But he talked a lot. He didn't keep it back. And there's an element of Dylan Brooks that I've grown to really respect. At the arena, I went to the game where Draymond got thrown out, and I was sitting behind the Suns bench, and I got the really good seats. And the way Dylan, soaks in the hatred from the crowd, I was like, oh, he gets it. He just gets it, all of it. And his teammates love him. That is one thing I noticed in person. His teammates love him.
He's clearly a guy that you love having on your team and you hate if he's not on your team. And I think those are guys in sports who, if you do enough to back up the talk, I put together a list of players, and I'll throw them at Steiny later, but guys who talk in the NBA but don't actually back up what they do. And I think Dylan Brooks is one of the few guys that walks the walk in addition to talking the talk. And it's taken some time. Obviously, in 2022, when he undercut GP2, it was a dirty play.
Broke the code.
Yeah, according to Steve Kerr. But I do think that he's a genuine guy. He is himself. I've also heard that off the court, He's one of the most approachable people on planet Earth. But when he gets between those lines, which is I love as a competitor, once you're between those lines or you're on the court, it is you versus me, and I will do anything to get a win. And I think he's kind of an old school guy. There's not a lot of players like him. And so I'm just excited to see, because he's going to do something tonight. Dylan Brooks will do something to rile the Warriors, to get under their skin. And the question to me is how they respond to that.
Well, that's what we did last time. Sorry, Shaz. Like, what was it? Was the last, earlier in the season, he had that game where he went flying at Steph and smacked him in the stomach or whatever. Yeah, moments like that. Well, he's going to probably try and get under Draymond Green's skin at some point tonight because Dylan's smart enough to know.
Dre's dry.
Exactly. Dylan is smart enough to know that, hey, if I could get under Draymond's skin, get Draymond thinking about me instead of the rest of the game, that's an advantage for the Suns there in the mental aspect of this game tonight.
You said he's approachable off the court. There's a guy that presents himself, because it got me thinking. I went to the Suns closeout game against the Nuggets a few years back when they got hammered.
Yeah.
KD and them, they got hammered by 50. Fake approachable. Steiny, do you like Max Homa, the golf guy?
I do.
Cal guy.
Yeah. So I thought he would be super approachable.
I would think so.
So my wife, me, Lucas, Nash, we were going to visit Nash. We're all hanging out at this bar right across the street from the Phoenix Suns arena. Well, he's walking into the arena. And no one notices who he is but me. And I didn't do oh my God, Max Homa. I just said, yo, Max Homa, what's up, man? Like in passing. And he looked the other way and I go, you've got to be kidding me. You big leagued me? And I can't look at him the same.
That's fair. That's fair.
Am I wrong?
No, I do think it depends on how you approach someone, but in this case, it wasn't hey, can I get a pick?
It's
just
what's up? Yeah.
I just wanted to say hello. Probably, I'm a big fan of your game. Congratulations on your success.
A head nod.
Yeah.
He could have kept it moving oh, thanks. Just
Clenched
a head
fist.
nod. Just something.
Clenched fist.
He totally, and I was like, oh, God. I can't look at him the same.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You hate, especially with someone who you like to, and you find out that they kind of suck.
It's like when I met Steiny. They say don't meet your heroes,
Well, exactly. That's why I didn't talk to Steiny for years when I first started working here. I don't want that facade to be broken down.
I didn't notice.
There you go. You see?
Sounds about right.
And you wonder why I didn't approach him for so long.
Well, he and Guru were the last two guys that I got to work with at the station. I think I filled in producing on your show. I had worked on the afternoon show at the time and was helping out with nights. But when they paired me with Steiny and Guru, they were the only two guys that I had not met. And so I'd heard all these things about them. And I remember getting on my first call, probably our last show call, and I say, hey, I'm Evan. I wanted to just help you guys out, whatever you need, blah, blah, blah. I'll be in tomorrow at 8:30. And Steiny just goes, yeah, man. And then just keep it moving. All right, man. Well, great. Just could not give a rip. And it took me maybe a couple weeks to get him to warm up to me. But that's you don't want someone to just give you the world in the first interaction you meet him. You know what I mean? You got to earn it.
Well, I remember the first time I met this guy, I was actually filling in for, I guess it was Madsen was the producer for you guys at the time. It was back when you were doing the show with Guru as well as Dan Dibley. I was doing a show call. It's the first time I met Joe Shasky. I'm doing a show call with them because that's how we did it before they came. This was back we were all, I think, remote too. But Shasky was for some reason. I'm on the phone. Shasky comes in. Hey, I'm Joe Shasky. I look at him. I'm on the phone right now. Can I get to you in a minute? And then go back to the phone call. I don't know if you remember this.
Don't remember it at all.
Yeah, that's how Shasky and I met. Yeah, that feels kind of.
I don't remember a lot of things.
That sounds very representative of our relationship.
I got 3.5 hours of sleep last night. My kid was screaming at the top of his lungs in between me and my wife. And I said to her, Michelle, this has got to end. He's got to go back to his little boy bed. No more of this. I can't do this. I'm having legitimate issues. I can't sleep. I've got no naps this week. But he will nap in the little boy bed. He will not sleep in it at night since he got sick in January. And now it's been 4 months of this, and I'm losing my mind. I need any kind of help.
Are you allowed to go sleep on the couch?
I had to let my dog out last night at 3, so.
It's like when I woke up.
I walked downstairs, opened up the back door.
How old's the dog now?
7 or 8.
Oh, okay. Not too bad.
Yeah, but I was saying I was up in the middle of the night.
I like how his suggestion is, I had to let my dog out last night too. As if that's the same thing.
When you deal with your baby, do you have to go all the way downstairs and then
No, he was lying in between us screaming.
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake?
Oh, okay.
Kicking me in the side of the head.
What's the advice here, Dad?
Just comfort. It's about comfort.
Why didn't you try that, Shasky?
Did you try to comfort your boy?
What do you think?
Come on, doggy. LJ, I need to go to sleep. I gotta be up in a few hours.
I'm way more gentle.
I'm asleep upstairs.
I'm way more gentle than that.
No, it's like when I just imagine you talking to your kid the way that you were whisper screaming about Shanahan during the Niners season. Oh my God, LJ Shanahan.
I'm like, Michelle, he's got to go to his other bed. She's like, shut up. I'm like, no, he needs to shut up. I need to sleep. I got to get my sleep here. This is too much.
I imagine Michelle's like able to sleep through it somehow, and she just kind of rolls over and tells you to shut up, and then goes back to sleep.
Women put up with a lot.
Yeah.
I know my role.
Well, let me ask you this. This might be controversial, but like if he's kicking and screaming too much, are you allowed to just like go sleep on the couch just to get away from it, or do you have to kind of like go down with the ship with Michelle?
I can't sleep on the couch anymore. My back will. It's not going to happen. Yeah. I legitimately am considering buying a pull-out couch for his room for me.
Okay, so that was going to be my next thing.
That's like my next step.
Yeah, I was going to suggest.
IKEA is calling.
I was going to suggest an air mattress. I was also going to say that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM1 and HD San Francisco. Botched that. An Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, yeah. Pull-out couch.
So what's going to happen tonight? What do we got? Sam, what do you think is going to happen tonight?
What's going to happen tonight
Prediction radio.
Prediction radio. God, just don't get blown out in the first half.
I don't know.
3.5.
3.5.
3.5. Suns are favored, yes.
So I don't do gambling. So in basketball, do you get X amount of points for being at home?
That was going to be my first question.
Probably, yeah. In football, generally, it's about 3.
Yeah.
So in basketball, probably a little more.
You sprinkle in?
Well, maybe. I don't think that home court is as important in basketball as it is in the NFL. At least, just based on the way that some of the recent postseason series have played out. And I also think the way that teams have approached seeding this year, 4 versus 5, 3 versus 6. Hell, the Warriors last year, and the last 2 times they made the playoffs have been underdogs in series. They beat SAC as the 6th seed, and then they beat the Rockets as the 7th seed. So I don't think that they are necessarily afraid to go into another person's gym. And I think that it's, to me, the biggest question is going to be, how fatigued are they?
Yeah.
And are they able to put together back-to-back good performances against playoff caliber teams? Something they have not done, which you told me, and it's completely correct, since literally November.
So that was correct. It was the Spurs game.
The last time they beat back-to-back teams in the playoffs.
It was the 12th and the 13th, or 12-14, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Steph went for 46 in one and 42 in the other, and Jimmy went wild. And actually, I think their second highest score in both games was Moody, or third highest score, was Moody. Have you guys ever been to that Phoenix Arena?
I have not.
Pretty cool.
No, I've been to Chase Field. I haven't been to that.
It's right next to it, and it opens out like all the way around, like 360 around. So like when it exits out, I like it. I think it's a really cool arena.
By the way, you bring up the home court. How much is it worth? Quick Google said it's about 3 to 5 points. So if it's a 3.5 spread, it's almost
about a pick 'em.
About a pick 'em exactly there, and it's gonna be. It's going to be such a different challenge for the Warriors. I've brought up this morning on the show. The Clippers are one of the only teams in the NBA that can actually match the Warriors in terms of average age. They have an old roster. The Warriors, obviously, the oldest team in the NBA. The Suns, just such a younger team, such a faster team. They're much more aggressive on the 3-point line and defending there that the Clippers were. It's such a unique set of circumstances here. That being said, it's just, I don't know, my craziest say tonight, we might find out in the first half if the Suns just go on a big run early in that second quarter, are the Warriors going to be able to get back into the game, or is it going to be one of those things where we're just kind of sitting around in the second half waiting for inevitability to happen?
I think the key for me in this one is withstand the runs by the Suns. And they did that in the last game on the road. They threw the kitchen sink when it came to lineups, and they just kind of withstood all these runs, and they just got to hang around. I think that's the one thing I've really learned about this Warrior team in these closeout games. Hang around and hang around and hang around. And then you never know.
Well, let me ask you guys this. The Warriors are a more experienced team in the terms of the playoff atmosphere between them and the Suns. And this is a conversation Shasky and I batted around a little bit. We asked Nick Friedel, just championship DNA, championship pedigree. How do you define it? And how much do you think it matters in games like this?
Well, I thought you were going to play Nick. So that's...
I can play the sound here. I'll play the sound, then I'll give you the answer. Sorry.
All right.
I think it matters a lot, Sammy. And here's why. A 16-game player, using Draymond and Steph's description, is a player who's not going to get swayed by the moment. They know that no matter what kind of circumstance they face in any game, they're not going to sit there and go, oh, and go to the corner and just kind of disappear. And we've seen it far too many times with a vast variety of different players across the league. When you have a player that isn't afraid to play at a different level and can raise the level of his own game when his team needs him the most, you have a guy who fits and can help you win at any time.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Warriors have Draymond Green, and they've got Steph, and they got Kerr, and now they got Porzingis and Horford. So those are championship players. So I think that definitely came to the fore against the Clippers the other night, whether all through the fourth quarter when they were down 13 early, they kept getting it to 7, it back up to 9. That to me is the pedigree we're talking about, is that they never lost touch in that game. But I do look at the Suns in a game like today, and okay, they don't have the championship pedigree, but who do they have? They've got Brooks, they've got Booker, and they've got Jalen Green. If those three guys can't eliminate the Warriors tonight, then that means something to me. Devin Booker is
a legit player,
supposed to be in his prime.
He's played in the finals.
Dylan Brooks had a career year, and Jalen Green is young and extremely energetic. So it's they should be able to beat the Warriors tonight. They're at home. They've been a better team all year, but it's the Steph Curry factor.
And Royce O'Neal has given the Warriors fits going back to Utah.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's going to be a fast game. You know, I was watching the way that they played against Portland, and we threw this around yesterday. Steiny asked me, who do you think that the Warriors would rather see? And between the first game. And to me, it's absolutely Phoenix.
I think so, too.
Portland's a team that's given them a lot of trouble. They're big, they're long, they're fast. To me, if Phoenix plays faster tonight, I think that because they're a little more fresh, they might be able to wear the Warriors down. But I got to know how healthy Porzingis is.
I know.
He's questionable tonight. I think he'll play, but will he be 100%? I don't know.
I would ball pressure them the entire game, and this is where they're not going to start him, but GP2 I think is an important player in this game to guard one of the two perimeter players in Dylan or Devin Booker, and they don't really have traditional point guards per se. Gillespie, I know he's not.
He comes off the bench, though.
Yeah, he's not like your traditional guy. I would ball pressure them the entire way, force them to get into their offense late.
I mean, they've got guys. The weird thing is, in the last two games, the Warriors are going to be the bigger team. They're never the bigger team.
Yeah.
And so they're the bigger team again tonight against Phoenix. Yeah, I mean, look at who he's leaned on. The only two young guys who are playing were Pods and Santos. He went with Peyton. He went with the four guys that have won titles, and then who's the other guys also?
Melton.
Melton.
Yeah.
And then he went with Melton.
I thought Melton played less, and then I looked at the box score, and I was like,
too.
Wow, he had 25.
I think,
do a whole lot.
I think there's a chance he might start tonight just because I'm not really sure who Santos is going to guard because Phoenix plays a 3-guard lineup. It's at least assuming Allen is out. He didn't play against Portland.
Game time decision.
Yeah, they run Book, Green, and Goodwin, who's kind of like their de facto point guard, if you want to call it.
And he's all over the place.
Yeah, and he's fast. He's athletic.
Yeah.
Not that Santos isn't going to play a lot tonight, but I wonder if they'll stick with what they were doing and what helped them win against, obviously, the Clippers, or if they try and switch it up.
Really quick, before we get out of here, we got about a minute left. Again, the Warriors played 8 guys on Wednesday, 3 of them off the bench, Horford, GP2, Melton. If you were to inject another guy into this rotation tonight, add a 9th player in there, who would it be? Go around the room. Steiny, if you were to add one person in the rotation.
Fidel suggested Seth.
Yeah.
For just a couple buckets.
I didn't even think about him.
I totally forgot about him, too.
I didn't think about him. In a way, I feel like Kerr trusts Kerr right now. I'm sorry, Kerr trusts Spencer right now more than Will Richard.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
So he may go to Spencer.
Spencer's had moments against the Suns.
Yeah, the last game, the February 5th game, right after the Kristaps trade.
Will Richard might get a look for defense, but I don't trust him either in this one. For a rookie, and he hasn't been playing well for a couple months.
He really hasn't.
And I know it started off promising, and I just...
That's development. There's ups and downs to it.
I know.
Yeah. Evan, who would you inject in?
Well, in a way, I feel like tonight they might even shrink the rotation more, just because, like the Warriors have always been a team that if you don't have a quality 5 or center, they play you off the floor. And the Suns have Mark Williams, who doesn't defend, and I think Iguodala is their second right now. So he's a guy who plays sparingly. I know he finished the game for him against Portland. Like, if they can't get those two guys off the floor, I don't think they win this basketball game.
I agree. I think the struggle last time was Draymond trying to guard both those bigs, and I wouldn't put him on them. That's why KP's got to play.
Yeah. So I think if anything, they go a little smaller. Seth makes sense. Spencer, I guess, makes sense. But at the end of the day, I would probably lean Curry just because Kerr's always going to lean with the veteran.
Have fun, boys.
That was Evan Giddings and Matt Steinmetz. If you like what they're saying, good news. There's 4 hours of them coming up starting right now.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. There's nothing like a day where you know there's a big game at night. Yeah.
You're looking good, Steiny.
Oh, thank you.
You're looking light.
Oh, thank you.
Looking a little lighter today. Well, not just because you got the white shirt on. You're Tarleton/Tulane, but looking good, man. You feeling good?
I am feeling good. Feeling good. Got on the scale today, Ken. Yeah. Saw some numbers I hadn't seen in a while on the good side.
How we looking?
It's been a good week for your boy.
Putting up Curry numbers?
Not quite.
Okay.
Not quite. But feeling good. And now looking good, Reggie. Isn't that from 48 hours? Mm-hmm. All right. Speaking of 48 hours, is the Warriors season going to be over in 48 hours?
Careful.
I have no idea.
There's problems early.
That's Raymond Ritter. He's telling you got to lay off early.
Okay. Where are my Warrior fans? The Magic continuing tonight?
I got to feel... Well, I don't think this is a hot take. Where's the guilt? So your take's not a hot take. But I do feel like there's a lot more confidence going into this game than there was against the Clippers. You think that's fair?
Yeah, I do think it's fair.
Like, I think a lot of people are feeling like they got this game against Phoenix. And we can discuss why over the course of 4 hours, but I don't know why. Maybe it's because we hadn't seen what they looked like together because, we weren't sure what, Porzingis or Horford were going to do. And I just think the Clippers game was such a great basketball game. They were down double digits. It felt like 4 or 5 times. They make the final push. They make the big plays in crunch time. And that to me is where we were talking about in the crossover where pedigree really shows up. Like if this game is in the balance tonight, Steiny, I do trust the Warriors to be able to finish it out. It doesn't mean that Phoenix has to blow out Golden State. But to me, if the Warriors have the ball and, it's a tie game, 2 minutes left, I do give them the advantage in crunch time just because they got the baddest man on planet Earth, and that's Steph Curry.
Yep, they do. And if I got to be honest with you, if I haven't or didn't watch the Warriors as much as I did, I'd feel really good about Phoenix tonight because we were just talking yesterday after the show, and I get it that nothing matters until the game's played, but I just look at you got Phoenix. They haven't played since Tuesday. They're younger. Over the course of the season, they've been a better team than the Warriors. Their 3 guys have played together more than the Warrior 3 guys. And I feel like they understand the challenge that the Warriors are going to give them. And they're playing at home. I think all those advantages kind of lean toward the Suns, but it's not enough. It's not enough to make me put a bet down on the Suns tonight. I could just, I could see the Suns winning the game, and I could see the Warriors doing what they do to beat the Suns.
I think the challenges for both teams are really interesting because with Phoenix, the question is, do they have it in them, right? Does Devin Booker have enough firepower around him? Is Jalen Green going to put the Houston Rockets series last year behind him? Is someone like Dylan Brooks going to emerge as a player who hurt the Warriors last year, who has hurt the Warriors literally and figuratively in previous postseason series. So the question for Phoenix to me, Steiny, is do they have enough within them as far as winning is concerned? And for the Warriors, the question is, do they have enough left in the tank? Is the fatigue so much so from Wednesday night? Did they burn themselves out? And are they going to get burnt out against the Phoenix Suns? So I think it's two different questions that I have for both teams. For the Suns, to me, it's more about basketball and execution. And for the Warriors, it's just simply, is age going to set in? And it's really the question that we've been asking about them all season is, can you get healthy at the right time? Can you stay healthy enough? And I think that there's both, I don't want to say red flags, but things that are on my radar for both teams that make me, if I was going to place a bet, I don't think I could. Or if you force me to, I'm not sure which way I would lean, just because the challenges for both teams are so interesting.
Yeah, and a couple guys we need to find out about, and I think they're important to both teams. Kristaps Porzingis listed as questionable tonight. And I guess Grayson Allen, too, of the Suns, will be like a game-time decision. He didn't play on Tuesday. And, look, when you play the Warriors, you need as many competent players as you can, guys that are trustworthy. I think Grayson Allen's trustworthy. So if he doesn't play tonight for the Suns, I think that's a nice advantage for the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. If I asked you for a wild card tonight, or what you're looking for, or what you hope to see early that'll give you confidence over the course of a game, how would you guys answer that at 888-957-9570? I feel like there's an obvious X factor tonight, and it's Jalen Green, because he's such a volatile type of player. It feels like he's feast or famine, and we saw him last year against the Warriors, and what was it, Game 6, where he was terrific, but by and large, he did not have a great series. So, he's capable of being a guy who hurts you, but he's also the guy who might go 5 for 18, and he gives you a window into a win.
Yeah, I think the guy for me is on the Warriors, and his name is Kristaps Porzingis. And it's not as much about his injury as it is he's just kind of a guy who it feels like within the first 5 or 10 minutes of the game, is he showing up tonight, or is he going to basically be a dud? We've seen him drop 30 points in 25 minutes. We've also seen him score 8 points in 20. And defensively, I'm not as worried about him, though I think his ankle might prohibit him from playing against, this sort of faster Suns group. But to me, if he's shooting it the way he did on Wednesday, the Warriors are going to have a good night. And I just feel like Kristaps Porzingis is the guy who swings it for me, because he can be the second best scorer or second top scorer on your team behind Curry. He's a guy who can wreck a basketball game. And I thought that against the Clippers, it was more of a collective effort, obviously with Curry leading the charge. But if I'm thinking about guys who are going to be the reasons why they win a basketball game, I think you're correct. Jalen Green is that guy for Phoenix. I think that Booker is consistent. I do believe that they trust Dylan Brooks to play big in a big game. We saw Curry and Draymond do it on opposite ends of the floor. But can Porzingis put together back-to-back good games? That's something we have not seen him do yet, at least against quality competition.
Yeah, when I think about a game like tonight, and you try to figure out what may be important, what may tilt the scale, to me, I'm going into this game, and let me ask Warrior fans, what if you're going into this game, what's a piece of caution you're taking in there with you, and then what's something that's making you feel good about the Warriors' chances to go down there and win a game? The first thing I got to see, and it's probably not going to be, it may be evident early, but it doesn't mean that it's going to happen all game, I did feel like the Warriors put out a lot of effort on Wednesday, particularly their older players. And to me, the biggest question tonight is, can they play as active and as energetic of a game as they did on Wednesday? Can they do it again? It's really that simple. They got to play with a lot of energy, and we have to see if they have that energy or not.
Well, and also, too, is something that really caught my eye was just how excited and happy, and it sounded like almost fulfilled they were after the game, right? Kerr's talking about it like it's a championship. Draymond is giving Kawhi Leonard props for giving him props. It was almost like they had won the game that was going to get them to the playoffs, not the game that got them to the game to eventually earn a first-round series. So I wonder how much the Warriors mentally, and I do believe that there's any team that could flip a switch, it is Golden State because they have so many players that have played in big games. You got 8 combined rings between Curry and Draymond. You got a total of 2 between Porzingis and Horford. You have guys that have been there and done that and have been able to turn the page. But for a guy like Guy Santos, who just played an emotional night, a guy like Brandon Pajemski, who was in the trenches with you last year, but played a very emotional game. Melton as well, guys that haven't been deep into postseasons and know what it is required of you to sort of turn the page quickly. Those are the guys that I'm looking for tonight, because at the end of the day, Steiny, if you don't get contributions from Santos, from Pods, from Melton, you don't win that game against the Clippers. They need to be just as good as they were on Wednesday as they are tonight, I think, if they're going to take down Phoenix.
What's worrying you, Warriors fans, and what's making you feel confident? To me, just stay in touch early, and I'm kind of I don't see a blowout, obviously, either way tonight, but I do think if the game is tight, it does favor the Warriors. The one thing that I don't underestimate, though, are the 3 best players on Houston, and that's Devin Booker.
Phoenix, yeah.
What'd I say, Denver? I'm sorry. Phoenix. It's Devin Booker, it's Jalen Green, and it's Dylan Brooks. And I feel like those 3 guys, if they are conscientious NBA players, they want to win tonight. They want to absolutely win tonight. There's no way Devin Booker, at whatever he is, 29, 30, 31, kind of in his prime, wants to get eliminated by these same old Warrior players. Dylan Brooks, there's no way. After last year, he wants to win this game tonight. And Jalen Green, I would like to think, wants to exercise some demons from last year's playoff series when the Warriors played Houston. So, I think they're going to get, I'm talking about the Warriors, I think they're going to get a real terrific effort tonight by Phoenix. I think we're going to see a team that's playing hard, and I think we're going to see a team that's very aggressive and really going to try to put some pressure on the Warriors, maybe even with some kind of physicality. Like, I do think something could happen tonight. And I'll just let it there, just with the personalities involved in this game and how there's some guys on either team that don't like each other that much.
Well, it's funny because I was thinking about, I believe it was Draymond, when he talked to Slater of ESPN, I think it was a few weeks ago, about how he's kind of handled this stretch without Curry when they haven't been playing good basketball. And he had a quote very early in the article about how he can turn up the temperature of any room that he steps into, like that. So can Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks is a guy that can absolutely, along with a home crowd, turn up the temperature of what is it, walking stick, talking stick arena. He can, along with Draymond Green, create an incendiary atmosphere. And I do believe that there's players on the Warriors that can handle that from Draymond. I also wonder if there are players who, just by proxy of being his teammate, are going to handle that in a good way, in a positive way for Phoenix. Dylan Brooks is a guy that's not afraid to take a cheap shot. He's not afraid, and this was actually, I believe, a rule that was instituted this year because of what Dylan Brooks and the Rockets were doing to Steph last year, slapping his hand on a three-point shot, right? And then this year it's a different situation. But he's going to take every single inch that you give him in this basketball game, and he's going to try and use it against you. So I think there's going to be a lot of, and one of the other reasons I'm excited about tonight, there's going to be a lot of game within the game, I think, between Draymond and Dylan Brooks. And if there's one thing I'm certain of, Draymond Green will be guarding Dylan Brooks tonight. And Dylan Brooks may or may not be matched up against Draymond, but he's going to try and go at him with everything he has because he wants to avenge a Warriors avenge basically his own losses because he's taken a lot of them to the Warriors in the past.
All right, let's get it going today. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, here's the bottom line. Tonight's game's more important than Monday's.
Wednesdays.
No, Mondays. Right?
What are you talking about?
This game tonight is bigger than Game 1 against Oklahoma City would be.
I think
I didn't do a good job.
I think it'll be on Sunday.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, you said Monday. It's okay, Steiner. But let's roll.
I
baby.
said
let's
Monday?
Roll. Let's roll.
This is a bigger game than the Warriors will play on Sunday if they're playing on Sunday. How about that?
I'm with you.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's making you feel good, Warrior fans, going into tonight's game? Do you have any concern about tonight's game? Who's going to be the wild card, X factor, whatever you want to call it? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Carnell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are, but he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocks. That's slowing.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Blocking the right lane there.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Looking for an award-winning and fuel-efficient sedan? There's a Honda for that. The Civic and Civic Hybrid. Shop the spring event now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
Yes, I do want to put that rat on the table by Atco Pest Control. Don't stop now. Just keep it going, baby.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors Suns tonight, 7 o'clock start. Amazon Prime?
Yep.
Okay.
The owner of the play-in tournament. So it'll probably be Harlan, I'd imagine. He was really good on Wednesday. And then Charlotte, Orlando before is the 4:30 game.
Charlotte, Orlando. What the hell? Charlotte may as well get in. Why not? Hey, Garrett Anderson died?
Yeah, man. 53 years old.
Jeez. That could hit.
That guy was like, so we talk about this a lot, how, just because you're hitting doesn't mean you're always producing. And one of the reasons is, Garrett Anderson was a guy who never walked much, but you can still hit for power without hitting 40 or 50 home runs a year. And he was a quintessential example of that. Like a guy that averaged basically 45 doubles for a 6 or 7 year period and was also a career 290 hitter, was a guy who on the field was never, the most dominant, physical figure, but was absolutely someone that could kill you. And in many ways might have been the Angels' best hitter during that 2002 season, which they won the World Series against the Giants.
Yeah, 53. Jeez.
He's young, man.
Yikes. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. When I look at a game like tonight, all right, and people say, well, who's the pressure on and, what players need to come through? Here's the way I look at it. And
you're talking about pressure.
Yeah, I'm starting to realize that maybe this is the way I put this will be interpreted as me saying that Devin Booker's better, let's say, than Steph Curry. And that's not what I'm saying. But I am saying this. Devin Booker, you got to win this game if you're Devin Booker. You know what I mean? You're 29 years old. You're supposed to be one of the best players in the NBA. You got an older team coming in here. You're on your home floor. To me, Devin Booker needs to be the best player on the floor tonight for the Suns to win the game. And if it's not Devin Booker, and if Steph Curry's the best player on the floor, or Porzingis is one of the best players on the floor, the Warriors are going to win the game. I don't know. I've always wanted a little more out of Devin Booker. I'm not saying he's been a failure or, not had a great career. I don't know. And it's not like one play-in game is going to change his legacy, but it's not like he has a bad legacy. But all I'm saying is, needs to build that resume up a little bit.
No, I think it's fair to call him an underachiever at this stage in his career. He's in year 11, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, I know.
I believe his contract extension kicks in next year, which will make him the highest paid NBA player in the league, or certainly one of them. He's going to be making like $70 million. And he's just one of those guys that I think because of the locale, he kind of gets to coast a little bit. He's also always had more polarizing figures on his team. He played with Chris Paul. They were good. Kevin Durant, underachieved, but KD's going to take most of the hits for that. And then now Dylan Brooks, even though Book is obviously the best player. I think to your point, Booker's the only guy that I can see on the Suns. If we watch this game and let's see, the Warriors lose, he's the only guy on that team that I feel like I could legitimately look at and say, all right, you were the best player in this game. I don't think that Dylan Brooks can be the best player in this game. I don't think Jalen Green can be that guy. Steph can, and Devin Booker obviously can. So it's one of those things where if he's a max player for this team, and they've had a pretty good year. They've obviously overachieved with a rookie head coach and trading away Kevin Durant and all that good stuff. But this is a game where I think that if Devin Booker's a grown-up, they'll win. Because he's always left me feeling like he's a great player, but he's not a leader. Chris Paul was the leader when they went to the finals. Kevin Durant may have been more of a leader than him the last couple of seasons. That's also probably why they weren't very good. But Devin Booker should be the leader of this basketball team. And I didn't feel like he really was in that game against Portland a couple nights ago, but he's got to be that tonight if they got to win.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan, I like to pride myself that I got the, I feel like I got the pulse of Warriors fans. I got a feel for it.
Yeah.
And, just from the YouTube chat, and now feel free to correct me, Dub Nation, because, I guess you know yourself better than I know you, but I don't really think so. But anyway, not as much confidence today from some on the text line than yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, why do you think that is? Because they had 24 hours to think about it?
Yeah, I think so. And I think, yesterday, and it's kind of a natural progression. Yesterday, we're talking about one of the best wins the Warriors have had all season long. And now today, oh, that's right. We got to go down to Phoenix and beat the Suns. You know what? I wonder if the Suns are still smarting from that last loss to the Warriors, too. Remember the Warriors stole that game.
Yeah, they did.
Pat Spencer was one of the better players in that game, and they won 101-97.
Well, you set it up during the crossover with Shasky and Lubman. Today's about reality. And do you feel like reality is setting in a little more for Warriors fans, that kind of nervous energy? Because I think that one of the reasons the Clippers win felt so good, and maybe not to the team, but to a lot of the fans, is there were no expectations. I feel like the Warriors should win tonight.
Really?
It would just be they have the ability to, I think if their best is better than Phoenix's best, and I guess that's why I would feel that way. But because of their age, because of their fatigue, and because they have not shown an ability to play consistently, even with somewhat of this group, right? Against Houston a couple Sundays ago when Steph came back, they looked really good, almost stole that game. A Curry three away from potentially upending KD. Then the next game against Sacramento, they won that game on the following Tuesday, but they didn't look very good. They got pressed to the wire, and Doug Christie fouled Seth Curry, and we're talking about did they throw the game? It's like they haven't shown an ability, literally, in the year 2026 to play back-to-back quality basketball games against quality basketball teams. And so maybe some of that is starting to set in for fans as well. This
from Veggie2 on the YouTube chat. I'm only worried about what kind of energy they have tonight. Other than that, I have them winning. They may get off to a slow start. I'm with you. To me, it's about the energy level. And whether Curry and Draymond can basically put together the kind of games they had on Wednesday. It's really that simple. And, over the course of the last year or two, I think we've all noticed that, sometimes Steph struggles on the second of a quick, turnaround. Now he's got a day off for this one, but we had some games late in the regular season where he didn't quite look like himself. And in fairness, I don't think he quite looked like himself early in that game on Wednesday, but he sure looked like himself late. So, does Steph Curry look like himself for most of the game tonight? If he does, then I like the Warrior chances.
I mean, the other part about this, too, is Phoenix has an extra day of rest.
Yep.
That you got to factor in, too. And I believe it was because Philadelphia had an event at their arena, which is why the 9-10s weren't on the same day and the 7-8s weren't on the same day. But the Warriors did kind of get shafted because of that. We knew that coming into this game, they would have one less day of rest. And for an older basketball team, that could be the difference. I'm very curious to hear what Kristaps Porzingis' status is for tonight and how close to 100% he's going to be, because he also didn't finish the basketball game. Horford was there, but Horford hasn't played a lot of basketball lately. How's he going to play if they got to get him up to 20 or 25 minutes? It's just it's also a game, too, where I think Phoenix is probably coming into this game thinking, let's run him out of the gym. We're going to play fast. We're going to get up and down. This is going to be a high pace, high possession sort of basketball game. Number one, because we're younger, we're fresher. And number two, the Warriors just turned the basketball over 20 times against the Clippers.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you can turn them over, if you can turn Curry and Draymond back into the turnover twins, it's going to be really hard, I think, for the Warriors to overcome that a second straight game.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. How we feeling, Warrior fans? You a little tight? You a little tight?
Tighter than Wednesday.
Little tight?
I think so.
It's just a feeling.
Thanks, That's Leroy. All it is, Leroy. It's Leroy. It's my feeling. I feel a little tightness, a little stress. It's all right, Warrior fans. We've seen games like this before. Hey, that segment was brought to you by Serramonte Ford. Gas prices, they're crazy right now. But Serramonte Ford's got you covered during the Fuel Your Ford event. Get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yes, they're helping you fill up. It's happening right now in Colma, Daly City, right off 280, or at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, No one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
For great talk radio from 10 to 2, Steiny and Guru will get you through.
Oh, that's nice. We got a ball game tonight.
It's time to turn up the heat.
Warriors at Phoenix, 7 o'clock. You know what I was thinking about myself?
Well, you do that a lot.
Well, today. You know, let me tell our listeners a little bit about the timing of these games and what I'm refraining from.
Going to sleep?
No. So, we had a lot of fun yesterday, and then Luca, that little punk 5-year-old, called in.
Stop hating on the Warriors.
Yeah, stop hating on the Warriors. You know, I'm refraining from doing that today. You do realize that...
What, hating on the Warriors?
Yes. You do realize that today could be for a guy like me, I could just bury the Warriors right now. Bury them.
Well, they're not dead.
But here's my point. If I bury them today, I ain't going to be around tomorrow. You're going to have to deal with the fact that they won the game.
Warriors this week.
So I'll bury them. I could bury them today. And you know what? By the time we get back Monday, they're going to be down 1-0 to the Thunder. They're not going to beat the Thunder. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
that's not who I am.
Well, it's a part of who you are. And the real question is, do you want to unlock that door at 10:50 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, or do you want to wait till Willard and Dibbs get here during the crossover?
I'll probably refrain altogether.
No. I want you to be yourself, because yourself, specifically on Fridays, and this is part of it too, I think why you don't want to lean too much into it, you're generally in a better mood on Fridays. You're feeling frisky, but you also feel good.
No doubt, especially after I got on that scale.
I was going to say, you've been losing some weight. You know,
pants a little loose.
Is it making the hip feel better or no?
Not necessarily, but the hip is feeling a little better.
Got to stretch it out a little bit.
Yeah, I got to get back to my exercises. I got a big ass. I do. Let's see. Let's take a call, and then I'll tell you what this game is not. Suzette in Oakland. Hey, Suzette.
Hey, Steiny. I haven't talked to you in a long time. Hi, guys.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing?
We're doing dynamite.
Yeah, you know what, Steiny? When you hit the 60 club, we can do what we want. You know what?
Yes.
Because my husband says when you hit the 60s club, we are all warriors.
Yes.
That's part of life. So anyway, I have XYZ factors.
All right.
Okay? So you touched on one of them. These off-ball turnovers, okay? Because I think if this is a close game, those off-ball turnovers are going to kill us. They need to make their free throws.
Yeah.
And the X factor, big time, is going to be Draymond Green. Hopefully Draymond Green can rein it in because, him and Dylan the villain, I just hope it goes well. But that's all I have for today.
Thank you, Suzette. Appreciate you. Hey, no. That's not funny.
What'd he say?
Hey, Steiny, elder-assisted Pilates. Thank me later.
Pilates are hard. You actually might need an assistant. I'm serious. Pilates are not easy.
My wife does Pilates, and it's very hard. And it's actually for people who originally were in war. Joseph Pilates.
Well, you've been doing battle with Warriors fans for like 30 years.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Wearing you down. Well, okay. Can I say this? One thing that does scare me about tonight for Golden State, and actually Suzette kind of brought it up. She was mentioning the 60 club, right?
Yeah.
The Warriors got a couple players that, in terms of basketball years, might be around that 60 mark. And it's not that they can't play the way they did against the Clippers. It's just that their body won't allow them to, right? It's not that they're not good enough or they're not going to make shots, but their bodies are at a stage, and I'm talking about Steph, I'm talking about Draymond. I would throw Porzingis in there just because of his injury history, and obviously Horford is the older guys. Those four guys were probably the biggest four reasons in my mind why they beat the Clippers. But if their bodies are unable to recover, then they're going to be at a disadvantage. And not just because the Suns got an extra day of rest, but because they're younger. And I feel like they're going to try and test just how in shape tonight the Warriors are.
Whoops. Yep. I expect the Warriors to kind of get off to a slow start. I think it's going to be one of those games where they gotta hang in early, weather the emotional storm, because I do think Phoenix is going to be wound up. I'll tell you what, though, I don't think I heard what I thought I heard, and that is this question was even being asked.
What?
This is an irrelevant and the wrong question to ask. Is tonight's game a house money game for the Warriors? Oh, my God, no. This is the opposite of a house money game. This game tonight this game tonight could very well dictate the entire tone of the offseason.
You think?
Yeah, it's possible.
Well, it's possible.
Yeah,
possible.
Hey, look,
Possible.
Warriors make it to Oklahoma City on Sunday and losing 5 games to the Thunder as opposed to losing tonight in Phoenix. There will be a different taste in Warrior fans' mouths between the two of those, I believe.
I thought the Clippers game was a little more house money than tonight, and maybe it's just because I think the expectations are more tangible. I did not feel good going into that Clippers game. I feel better about the Warriors' chances in a way to win tonight, just based on matchups and the way also Phoenix is playing. They have not been very good. Like, I didn't realize this, Steiny, but in games that Jalen Green has started this year for the Suns, they're 11-13. They're a sub-500 basketball team when he started this regular season. So it tells me that they're still not quite perhaps cohesive. They're not together as much. And I thought the Clippers would be a tougher matchup. But look, the Warriors pulled it out. I am going into this game a little more nervous tonight, and I think fans are too, because there is, I think, more of a feeling that they can win this game. Whereas against the Clippers, to me, that was more house money because I didn't know what to expect. And tonight, I mean, I guess if I want to look at it from the other side, you could say it's house money because if you win, you get your first round series against OKC. If you lose, you get into the lottery. So maybe fans are looking at it from that perspective as far as a win-win is concerned. I mean, I don't think that tonight is going to dictate how they go about their summer. But if they win and get to OKC, I think that's a series where, all right, you really got to take stock of how much you can actually measure up against the champs.
I actually think if they lose tonight, it's a disappointing season. If they win tonight, I would say they made the most of a season where they didn't have everything go right.
But that's why I can't call it disappointing, though. Because
you don't have to. I can.
Well, I know, but the reason why is because you didn't.
You know who said? You know
what's your best player for 2 months?
You know who's saying they think it's house money? The fans who don't think they're going to win. There, I said it. Uncle Looney.
We no good.
Bee's knees. Nah, it's house money.
Well,
this is the definition of house money. Don't let Steiny fool you. It's a free roll.
That's the Steiny I know.
That's free roll.
The Steiny I know.
A free roll?
Who's got more pressure on him tonight? It's Phoenix.
Warriors.
What?
Yeah.
How?
Absolutely.
Dude, Booker and the Suns are going to get ripped.
They're fighting a dynasty.
They're fighting a dynasty. Oh, the Suns, you mean? They're fighting a fading dynasty. The Warriors are a white dwarf right now.
The Warriors... Pressure's probably on the Suns, but I don't necessarily... The pressure's probably on the Suns. But, again, as I've said for my entire career, that's not a disadvantage. That doesn't mean the Suns are at a disadvantage if they have more pressure on them.
Well, if you can handle it.
Of course. Of course. Huh. I mean, I just can... You want to go down a list of players who can come through under pressure.
Do you want to do a draft at some point today?
Yeah, why not?
Draft some players on both teams?
Sure, why not?
So you can take Devin Booker first.
So, so we got another kid on the phone?
Is Luka back? He can call anytime.
He's a little older this time.
Well, that scares me more.
Are we talking middle school or?
Not 5 years old. Probably middle school.
Okay. Toughest time in a kid's life. You got to take it easy on him.
All right, let's see Ali. Ali's in Hayward. Hey, Ali, how you doing?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, my man, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Dynamite, thank you.
I see you both talking a little smack about both teams here.
Uh-oh.
We got to, man. You got to flush it out.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my question.
Sure.
I know Hofford's old. I know they're not going to be the best in their physical capabilities, but do you think Hofford could do what he did in last game in the fourth quarter, 3 after 3?
I think he can, Ali. Do you?
I'm pretty sure.
You know, he's been around. He's played a long time in this league, Ali, and he's come through more often than not. So,
are you feeling nervous at all tonight, Ali?
Warriors games are torturous, especially in the playoffs. They have you at the edge of your seat.
I mean, Wednesday's game was absolutely incredible, wasn't it, Ali? Now, do you watch with your family, Ali? Yeah. Are your family big Warrior fans?
Yep.
Yeah. He'll be watching with me, and I'm trying to turn him into a fan.
All right,
great job, 957.
All right, sounds good. Ali, you and your dad and your family have a great time tonight. Go Warriors!
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
See, that was better than yesterday. Got you in a better mood. You were waiting for something, though. You thought you were going to get just backhanded?
Yeah. I mean, there's something about the kids that they have a problem relating to me. I don't know why.
Well, I don't know how old Ali is, but you can tell that he knows ball because his question was not about Steph or Draymond. It was about Horford.
Yeah.
And Horford is, there are a lot of, I guess if you want to call it X factors. Do I think that Horford can do what he did in the fourth quarter? I'm going to be honest, Steiny. I don't. But I also think that over the course of the game, he can play a better game. Like, he was really bad in the first half against the Clippers, and he made up for it by knocking down the 4 3-pointers in the fourth. But I think that over the course of the game, Horford is going to play more consistently than he did than on Wednesday against L.A.
888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. The one thing, and now I do believe, I'm like a great coach. I realize you can't treat everybody the same. Some people need tough love, and I hope everybody noticed what I did there with young Ali when he said, boy, the Warriors' playoff basketball is just torturous. Well, how would you know, kid? They're not in the playoffs yet. See, that's what the old Matt would have done.
Well,
but it's a youngster.
It sounds like he's watched previous playoff games.
No, that's not what he meant.
Like last year, for example.
He was talking about Wednesday.
I mean, Game 7 was torturous. If Buddy Hield doesn't drop 30 on the Rockets, they were heading home early. That's a torturous game.
Well, as Rick Pitino would say, Buddy Hield ain't walking through that door.
I saved the day.
There's this guy, Amin Al-Hassan.
Sure, I like him.
Yeah, he's fantastic. He has a game that he plays on, I think he might still do it, on Twitter. He used to do this anyways. I'm not sure if he still does. But he'll post a thread, and he calls it the Pitino game. And everybody can reply to that first tweet, that thread, with whatever player played for that franchise that ain't walking through that door. So, for example, the Suns, you'd post a picture to the thread. Dan Marley ain't walking through that door. And then, but the best part is you see how much it's like random players from the franchise's past. Like Tom Chambers ain't walking through that door tonight for the Phoenix Suns. If it was the Warriors, Bimbo Coles ain't walking through that door. And it's just a laundry list after a team gets eliminated. Usually it's in the postseason, but applies to the play-in too. So I just don't want to see which Warriors players are on that thread tonight because that means they lost.
Yeah. I would say
Matt Steinmetz ain't walking through that door.
Felton Spencer's not walking through that door. Remember him?
I don't.
Although I shouldn't have done that because R.I.P. Felton Spencer.
I don't.
He passed a few years back. Great guy, by the way.
God rest his soul.
Yeah. Who are the swing players tonight, Warrior fans? Who are the players on on each team that you think could swing the game other than the stars?
Okay. Can I be honest about this?
Yeah.
Who on the Warriors isn't a swing player?
Well, I mean,
it's because of their age. It's because of the attrition. It's because of the lack of inconsistency they've shown this year. Seriously. I think Horford's a swing player. Porzingis could be a swing player.
Well, I don't think I get what you're saying, but to me, Curry and Draymond aren't swing players. They have to be themselves, which is usually above average. If they're not above average, then obviously the Warriors are in some trouble, but I assume that they're going to be largely the players that we've come to know. And I kind of feel the same about Porzingis and Horford.
Like, Horford's not going to get you beat tonight. He may not make shots like he did the other night, but I don't think he's going to get you beat. To me, a swing player is Pods. Guy like Pods. He can't be turning it over 4 or 5 times tonight. Santos has to play a little bit cleaner of a game. But even I don't know how you define a swing player, but to my way of thinking, Pods is always more of a swing player than a guy like Santos, just to me. And it's because, I always look, what's a guy give you at his best and what's a guy give you at his worst? And to me, Santos is a player who, if he's not playing well, he won't really kill you again. He may not make the threes, may miss some chippies inside because he's a little undersized, but he's always going to do the right thing. He's going to give you solid defense. So his floor, to me, is never egregious. Pods, on the other hand, can make mistakes that really show up and tend to hurt you. So I always think Pods would be a more swing type player than a guy like Santos, because when I think of swing, I think of kind of volatility and the ability to play really well or really poorly.
But that's why I guess I'm not as worried about him tonight, because it feels like when Curry is out there, his role is relegated. He still plays a lot of minutes, and from that standpoint, if he plays 41 minutes again and he messes up, he'll get ripped on Warriors this week. There's no doubt about it. And of course on Monday as well. But I think that, he took 11 shots in 41 minutes. I think Pods plays a little more within himself when the OGs are out there, and that's where we use this word a lot, but when Steph is out there, when Jimmy was out there, I think when you see Horford, Porzingis, that's when Pods is a connector, right? That's when he does connect plays and guys out there. I just think that he's somebody who has a decent enough understanding of where he needs to fit in tonight against a team like Phoenix. The biggest question I have is who he's going to guard, because I think Phoenix has a lot of quicker players than the Clippers. Darius Garland gave them fits, and in fact, they might have lost that game, the Warriors would have, if Garland wasn't in foul trouble for the majority of that game. Someone like Booker, obviously, is quick enough, can get to his spots. I think that someone like Gillespie off the bench could give a player like Pods fits. Goodwin is quick and fast. Jalen Green's obviously fast as hell and is athletic. They are going to play a lot faster than the Clippers did, just by virtue of their age. And I also think that the Suns are a team that stylistically plays more like Golden State. And so I just, like, in a game like tonight, I'm actually wondering, all right, who's Pods going to guard? Who is Santos going to guard if he ends up starting tonight? Because I think Draymond will be on Brooks. I think that Porzingis to start is going to be on Williams. And then Steph will take whoever's bringing the ball up. But where do Pods and Santos, if they're starting, and I believe they will, where do they fit defensively into this type of game? Well,
I guess the guy that one of them's going to have to guard is Williams. To me, Williams obviously is very athletic, but Santos is a smart defensive player. I'm not too worried about Mark Williams because the Warriors, because of two things. One is they've got more size than they've had in the past with Porzingis and Horford. And I just think Porzingis, Horford, and if it has to be Santos or Green to move on him occasionally, you could put Draymond on him. If there are times when you want to take Draymond off, whoever his primary assignment is, because he'll be able to fill in there. But I'm not that worried about who Santos is going to guard, because he's always going to deal with a lack of athleticism when he's going up against athletic bigs. I just think he knows how to play against them, and I think they'll be able to avoid disaster with either Mark Williams or Iguodala.
Well, I think they will too, but Phoenix also plays a lot smaller than the Clippers do. Brook Lopez played 37 minutes in that game on Wednesday, and I think that allowed Porzingis and Horford to some extent, but more Kristaps Porzingis to be as effective as he was, because he didn't have to worry about getting switched on much onto a smaller guy or having to get up and down the court as quickly. tonight, Iguodala is a guy that can run. Williams doesn't as much, but when they go to a smaller lineup, Royce O'Neal's out there. You're going to see them taking a lot of threes tonight. I just wonder how the Warriors match up defensively because they are going to be at a disadvantage when it comes to athleticism and speed. And those have been the teams this year, not so much Phoenix, but those have been the teams generally that have given them some trouble.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is fun. This is fun to me. Elimination game, do or die. Somebody's going home tonight. There's no way around it. And, to my way of thinking, we can criticize the play-in all we want. I don't like it. I don't think there needs to be 10 teams in each conference competing. But the reality of the situation is that tonight's games are, you know what? They're more important than the games Saturday and Sunday because Saturday and Sunday are best of sevens, and you can lose the first game and still be in a series. You lose tonight, you're not in the playoffs. And that brings a sense of urgency to both teams, and I'm looking forward to a great game tonight.
Was the tanking worth it?
Was the tanking worth it?
I mean, I think that the play-in tournament has created more of a tanking environment in the NBA. But you do get a couple of extra really good games.
Yeah, I mean, whether there's tanking or not, it's the Friday before the playoffs start, and there's 2 winner-go-home games. And I think all 4 teams are going to be playing hard. And I do think, yes, the Golden State Warriors right now want to get to the playoffs. So does each of the other 3 teams, obviously. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you define a swing player in this game? I define it as a guy who could really help you or kind of really hurt you. That's why, to me, Jalen Green to me is a very important player tonight because we've seen him struggle against the Warriors in the past, and then we've seen him play a great game against them in the past. 888-957-9570 is the number. The 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament is coming up on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato, and we will be there broadcasting live. It's presented by Atco and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. If you'd like to play in the tournament or be a sponsor, go to AgapeCharityGolf.com. And what's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame and any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
Warriors games are torturous, especially in the playoffs.
Go Warriors!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Ali. Young fella.
Do you look at tonight like a Game 7 kind of thing?
Yes, I do.
Like the Warriors got to win back-to-back Game 7s, essentially?
Yes, I do. I feel like it's the NCAA tournament in a way. This is the game that would get them to the Sweet 16. They won the first round, and now they got to win another one. If they win, they're in the Sweet 16. See how it all works out like that?
Yeah, it does.
By the way, do you worry that when Draymond says, he's a 16-game player, that he clearly omitted the important play-in games? Don't they need to be 18-game players now?
That's a good point.
Just saying.
That's a good point. Well, especially because they've been in the play-in more often than not the last few seasons. Yeah, you got to win. Well, I guess last year they had to be 17-game players, and this year they got to be 18-game guys. But this is the thing, though. It's like realistically, you got to be a one-game player twice, and then you get to be a 16-game player just to see if you can even get through. And it's obviously going to be tough. If they win tonight, the other part of, kind of that's going to hit you in the face is you're going to have to win 4 games in 6. Because game 1, I think everybody is under the assumption is going to be a dud, right? You're getting a fully healthy 1 seed. You're playing the defending champs if you win tonight. And that game 1 is going to be Ray Guy. I mean, you're going to punt.
Probably. This from the 415. Who's Draymond going to guard? I don't think it's a very favorable matchup for him, in my opinion.
Brooksy.
Right?
Yeah,
I don't really worry about Draymond defensively, even if you got to put him on Mark Williams. Well,
who's Porzingis going to guard then?
Well, exactly. So, I mean, I'm just saying if Williams is on the floor and maybe Porzingis is not on the floor, I think Draymond will figure it out.
But
he's going to guard Devin Booker.
Book?
Melton?
That's one of the reasons why I think Melton might start tonight. And I don't know if it's for Pods or if it's for Santos, but if I'm thinking about who the best defensive players are for the Warriors, Melton and GP2 are the 2 guys that I'm thinking about outside of Draymond. If I'm talking about guarding perimeter players. So if they start one of those 2 dudes, I wouldn't be shocked because they're going to throw different looks at him. Phoenix is a team that's going to try and play with a little more chaos. Like what Portland did, honestly, is they played Mark Williams off the floor. He didn't finish that basketball game for them. And if you just watched the first quarter of that game, that was one where they didn't even guard Williams. I mean, Klingon started for them, but he was just in drop coverage the whole time, was in the paint. They didn't pay a single piece of attention to Mark Williams. And maybe the Warriors are going to take that and basically just try and turn it into a 4-on-5 sort of defensive game.
Yeah, I always, whenever there's a player like Mark Williams that the Warriors go up against, I always think one of 2 things happens. That is, they either play a guy like that off the floor or that guy's athleticism ends up giving him a little bit of trouble. The one thing I thought they did on Wednesday was play Brook Lopez off the floor, but then I looked and saw Brook Lopez played 37 minutes, and he struggled defensively on Horford and obviously on Steph Curry.
I mean, I think that was because they had no other option behind Lopez. That's not a Clippers team that, with Niederhauser being out, they didn't really have a backup big that they could go to. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns do have multiple centers that they can throw at Golden State. So I don't know. I mean, it is. I think stylistically they are pretty similar, and the question is who's going to play bigger. I think in a way, Draymond and Brooks is going to be always interesting because they're going to get chippy. I do kind of feel like Draymond's due for a tee. I feel like he's going to get a tech at some point tonight, and maybe it's a double tech situation more than anything else. But that matchup is going to be fascinating too, because in the past, Brooks has been a guy that on Houston and Memphis, he was more of a tertiary scorer. I mean, he didn't really light up the Warriors a ton in that Houston series last year. He had a couple nice games, but for Phoenix, he's been a 20-plus point game scorer for them. He's been a guy that has had big nights and could go for 30. So is Draymond going to be able to keep him in check? He did it against Kawhi Leonard, who was averaging 28 coming into that game. So I do feel like Draymond's got his work cut out for him for a second straight game.
Yeah, and so does Steph, and so does Horford, and so does Porzingis. If we get an update on Porzingis, obviously we'll pass that along. And to me, the Suns have a player that we need to find out about too, and that is Grayson Allen. He's averaged 16 a game this year when he played. Grayson Allen, hard-nosed player, and he's played well in the past against the Warriors.
He's also a guy that can turn up the temperature.
Yes, he can.
He plays a little dirty.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. We had on Wednesday our good friend Antonio in Oakland. I was shocked, but he said, he'd kind of like to see the Warriors lose, so they are in the lottery. We want the Warriors to win tonight, right?
I do. Do you?
I mean, yeah, I absolutely do.
So you flip-flopped.
What do you mean?
Well, I thought you were more of the belief that they should just try and get a lottery pick and, get into the draft.
Go Warriors! No, I understand having to try to make the playoffs with Steph.
Down the stretch of the season,
Well, I said Warrior fans, because the one thing, and I think they appreciate this about me, I do try to help Warrior fans. I try to give them perspective, most of it positive, and I would encourage Warrior fans to, look at their postseason situation as a win-win. Win tonight, you're in the playoffs. Woo! Good year. You lose tonight? All right, we're in the lottery. We got a shot at a top 4. That's not bad.
Are there still Warriors fans out there that feel like tonight they should lose, especially after seeing them win in the fashion they did against the Clippers? If you are one of those people that was, bottom out, try and go for the pick, have you changed your mind, or do you still feel the same way?
Well, okay, now that's an interesting way to put it, but let me be clear. The Phoenix Suns should win tonight. They're at home.
They're favored.
They're favored. They've been more cohesive all season. They have an extra day rest. The Warriors are coming off an emotional game. So, yeah, I mean, I look at this game, and I do think the Suns, on balance, should win this game. But we've also watched Steph Curry's entire career and Draymond Green's entire career, and we know that a few great defensive plays by Draymond Green and a few absolutely ludicrous threes by Steph Curry can change the way a game can go. And, were they favored against the Clippers, the Warriors? No, they were
5-point underdogs.
So they're going to be bigger favorites against the Clippers than they are tonight against the Suns.
Well, that's kind of why I think that there's more confidence in the Warriors to win tonight than a couple nights ago. And it is as much about Phoenix as it is, about the Warriors' ability. But let me run this by you. Do you think that the Warriors, if they played at the level they did against the Clippers, do you think that's good enough to win tonight in Phoenix? Or do they have to be better?
I think it's going to be enough. I do. They shot, I almost said the S word, they shot the hell out of it against the Clippers. I mean, they shot it great. They shot 57% from the floor. They shot, 45, 46 from 3.
Yeah.
They didn't shoot free throws well, but they didn't shoot a ton of them. But, yeah, they left a few points on the free throw line. But, their offense looked really good in the second half. And I think defensively, they looked pretty good in the second half. So I think that kind of effort will get it done again tonight.
And the reason why I asked that is because, conversely, if Phoenix plays at the same level they did against Portland, I think they will lose. They didn't shoot the ball very well. They missed 9 free throws. They didn't turn the ball over a ton, but Jalen Green had 5 giveaways. It feels like that kind of game where Phoenix knew that they didn't play up to their standard. And Portland's a better defensive team than the Clippers or the Warriors, for sure. But Phoenix, to me, and it's why the first half I'm curious to see how it goes, because I think they're going to come out with their hair on fire. Meanwhile, the Warriors are probably feeling like, all right, if we do what we did against LA, we're going to be in this game, and I think we can get them at the end. I don't foresee the Warriors blowing out Phoenix tonight, and I don't really see the Suns blowing out the Warriors because it's just one of those matchups, and single elimination is always different. There's going to be some nerves, but I think we'll see a better Phoenix Suns tonight than we did against Portland on Tuesday. Meanwhile, the Warriors, I kind of think they're going to stick with the same game plan.
Yeah, I look at it, this way about, the stakes of winning this game and the stakes of losing this game. Yeah, so, Evan, if you told me right now, hey, Steiny, if the Warriors lose tonight, they're going to get either Debansa or Peterson, then I'd be like, okay, go ahead and lose tonight. I mean, I would. I'd be, go ahead and lose. But we're still talking about a 10% chance to move up. That's why I'm like, go win. You may as well win the game now.
Like, is a loss tonight worth Braden Mullins?
No. Oh, my God, no.
You don't like Mullins.
No, I don't.
But that's why I threw him out there. It's like that kind of player is probably who's going to be there at, 10 through 12 or something like that. It'll still be a good player. Maybe not Mullins, who... I
think he stinks.
Yeah, you don't like white guys, and I get that. But I do think that to me is not worth the opportunity to measure yourself against the defending champions. Because if next year is really going to be the year, that's where I think that a first-round series is worth making it. Because a lot of this team, I believe, will probably be back next season. Not all of them, but you'd like to bring back Porzingis. You hope that Horford picks up his option and doesn't choose retirement. So if you have some of the same characters on next year's team, I want to know how close or perhaps how far they are from a team that I believe is going to go back-to-back and win its second straight championship.
Yeah, I want to see selfishly the Warriors play the Oklahoma City Thunder because it will keep some excitement going for another week or two, quite frankly. And, we want to you have a show tomorrow, but,
9 to noon.
If Warriors win tonight, it's just, I don't know. I think it's 2 more days of glee and anticipation, and you want to try to stretch that out as long as you possibly can. That's why I'd like to see them, get in the playoffs, and hopefully they will. Can they make noise in the playoffs? Well, we'll see. This is Nick Friedel. Let's get back to the Suns because you got to take care of them first. What would you do if you're the Phoenix Suns? Talking about tonight's game. How do you beat the Warriors, Nick, if you're the Phoenix Suns?
If you're Phoenix, you run the hell out of the Warriors. You run and you run and you do not stop running because you had an extra day. That the Warriors, for the reasons we just laid out with all the tweaks that guys have dealt with and how many minutes Steph played the other night in L.A., if you're Phoenix and you're Jordan Ott and that coaching staff, you tell your guys every single chance you get, push the ball. This team is running on fumes. There is that sense, at least of the people that have been around the Warriors, that as well as they played at the end of the game the other night, they had to expend so much energy to get to that point because they kept falling in those double-digit holes. It's why everybody was so proud walking around and leaving L.A. because they knew what it took for them to get there. So I would expect Phoenix to push the pace all night and then see where they're at in the fourth quarter.
All right, that's Nick Friedel of The Athletic talking about running if you're the Phoenix Suns because the Warriors are a little older and they played on Wednesday. I can't believe I'm gonna do this though. I'm gonna channel my inner guru.
Mm-hmm.
Steiny, I'm worried. They just blew through that Curry minutes restriction on Wednesday. I mean, is anybody else kind of just worried about like that? Supposed to only play 30 minutes. He ended up playing almost 36.
You think somebody will ask him about minutes restrictions again tonight?
Somebody might.
I almost wonder if that was, like, I'm sure there was a restriction. If Curry's not going to play 42 minutes, but I almost wonder if Kerr kind of did that to throw some people off the scent. Yeah, well, we're not going to chase. Curry's we're not going to push him that much. And then before you know it, it's like, oh, well, he's going back to Curry like the 8-minute mark. And Steph's at 28 minutes. Yeah. I don't know if the math is mathing right now.
Did Curry play like the last 9 minutes of that fourth quarter, right?
Yeah, and he looked pretty fresh. He looked pretty fresh.
He looked better in the fourth than he did in the first.
Yes, he did. It was way better in the second half.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. We're talking about the do-or-die game tonight with the Warriors and the Phoenix Suns. And Warrior fans, some simple questions for you on the eve of this game. And it's what's giving you confidence that you're going to go down to Phoenix tonight and win that game? And on the other hand, is there anything that worries you? I know there is some cause for concern, whether it's how hard they had to play the other night or having to go on the road and win 2 back-to-back games against some pretty good teams. They're not favored. They've had 1 less day of rest, so it's going to be an uphill challenge for the Golden State Warriors. But, of course, we've seen them overcome those kind of challenges before, and we saw it on Wednesday. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Happy Friday. I hope my boy Goo's doing okay. Thinking about him a little bit. But,
no doubt.
Yeah. So you know what I'm saying. But listen, I'm separating the events, guys. I'm separating the season from what's going on now, because I think they still have the same issues, win or lose. They're still going to have the same issues next year with respect to age and youth. Youth and athleticism. I think that's not going to go away whether they win or lose. I think Horford, KP, and those guys are playing well, but I think the idea of bringing all of them back is to me, not a good idea, even if you were to go against OKC. And then so I think we got to look at it separately. I think that what they're doing now is fantastic. I mean, no one thought it. I mean, I certainly didn't think they had a chance, but they're there. So let's just play it out. I'm not worried about Steph's health. I've given up on that, guys. I've got a new attitude today, Stein. You probably appreciate this.
Patty LaBelle.
And said, why are we? Yeah, thank you. Why are we worried about Steph's health? If Steph wants to play, win or lose, he hurt, no hurt, it doesn't matter. This is what he does. So let's stop worrying about next year and Steph getting hurt. He doesn't care, so why should the fans care? I think we just play it out. If he plays 38 minutes, he plays 40 minutes, who cares? I mean, let's just go game by game, but let's not start thinking about next year, because I think next year is next year. I don't think it has anything to do with next year, honestly. And for Steve Kerr, I know I'm rounding, but I think Steve Kerr's already made his decision. I don't think what happens here is going to matter. I think he already knows what he's going to do. They've already decided whether he's coming back. I think it's still kind of up and back. I would lean towards, I'm still going to say I don't think he's coming back.
Really?
But I could be wrong. I might be wrong, but I don't know that this has changed anything. I think he kind of knows where he's at mentally and whether he wants to do it. So I don't think anything recently would have changed. The last thing I want to say, guys, I know that I've been a Pod's nemesis, but let me give him credit. No one's talking about the play that Pod's made on Kawhi in that charge when he went for a layup.
Oh, yeah, right? Yeah. And Kawhi didn't say a word.
He took that charge, and the whole thing is, if you remember, after that, Kawhi wasn't quite the same after that. So let's give Pod's credit for maybe changing the momentum of the game. And who knows, if Kawhi makes that layup, maybe he starts to go on a run. We don't know. So that's kind of what I had, guys. Have a great weekend, guys. See you.
Thanks, Austin.
That's a good point. I mean, he made the layup, but it got taken away. And if you looked at, they had the camera right on Kawhi Leonard. He didn't say a word. He knew it. He charged. I forget what. Gosh, I wish I had that in front of me. What that would have made the score. I think it would have put.
It would have made it a one-possession game, no?
Yeah, I can't remember who was even up at that time in that game. So, but yeah, Pods did have a rough. Okay, in fairness, Pods I thought he was pretty good, but he did have that stretch at the beginning of the third quarter where they cut it to 74-72, and he was right in the middle of something when it went wrong, and they got down 9. He can't, and luckily. They came back and won the game. But you don't want to be flirting with that again of, Pod's he's just got to smooth out the rough edges. You know what I mean? He's just got to shave off the extremes. And, I think he'd be better perceived even. Just sometimes less is more. Sometimes less is more, Evan.
Well, he's one of those guys, and the Chargers, it's what he does. He's got a really good sense of anticipation, especially when guys are in transition. But he giveth and he taketh. I think Pods is the guy that he can steal you a couple of key possessions like he did, like Austin mentioned with that charge, wiping a bucket off the board, but also giving you a chance to go and make it essentially a 5 or 4 point swing. But he's also the guy that might just inexplicably throw it to the other team, or he might take a terrible shot with 17 on the shot clock and brick a 3 off the backboard. So he is one of those guys that I think scares you. But if you watch the game over the course of, you're probably going to play another 38 to 40 minutes tonight, there will be 2 or 3 possessions where you go, like that was a pretty big play he just made. And I think he's getting a little more consistent. And again, it's another reason why I want a first-round series, because I think that those are valuable, yes, for the veterans, and it's maybe the last chance for them to play in a playoff series. You never know. But it's also an opportunity for the Pajemskis, the Santoses, the young players. I wish Moody was healthy so that we could see more of him, for them to get valuable experience that can help the Warriors next season. Like, I thought that last year in the playoffs, Moody had some really rough moments against Houston. Yeah. Pods had some really rough moments against Houston as well as against Minnesota. But because of those experiences, that probably is the reason why Pods was a little more consistent against the Clippers, and why hopefully he can be more consistent tonight, because he's been in the trenches and he has an understanding of how he needs to play so that his team at the end of the day can get the win.
All right, let's get into it, Warrior fans, at 888-957-9570. Are you feeling, let me ask Warrior fans this, more confident or less confident than Wednesday's game against the Clippers? I feel like there's a little more confidence, believe it or not, today. Keep in mind that they had lost 9 in a row to the Clippers in L.A. before they won on Wednesday. So you feeling better today than you did on Wednesday morning? 888-957-9570 is the number. And that segment was brought to you by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip?
Been on the road a lot.
That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our waterways.
Let's change this.
Put me in the bin. That is where I belong. Visit cleanwaterca.com.
From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever, and suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local. They've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hey there. It's Bonte with a fresh springtime update from River Islands in Lathrop, where the good life can be your life. Everything is in bloom here, including the home selection. With neighborhoods designed for all kinds of lifestyles, it is easy to find your perfect fit. Looking for a bright kitchen, a home office, or space for guests? You'll find it here with homes from the low 600s to over $1 million. And the Town Center, located by Islandersfield Ballpark, is really coming to life. The Redwood Cafe opens this summer, and a new amphitheater is on the way for concerts and community events. Sutter Health is building medical offices, and a major grocery store is coming soon, making it a great place to gather and unwind. The Lakewood Club at Del Webb has just opened its doors, and a brand new K-8 charter school welcomes students this fall. All part of the exciting growth happening within River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Daly City, mostly cloudy throughout the day, high of 63.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy. The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
Three, two. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
House money. No house money. It's a play-in. Get house money. You think Steph feels like he's playing with house money? Come on now. Thank you, Mick.
Actually, he might.
Did he look like he was playing with house money on Wednesday? Oh, I saw.
In the first half, he did.
I saw a guy on a mission.
What is your definition of a house money game?
A house money game is when you're up 3-0 in a series and game 4's on the road. And
like you got one to play with kind of thing?
Yeah. So this to me is the opposite of a house money game because if you lose, you're done.
Yeah,
you know what's a house money game?
What?
If you play the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday, that's a house money game. And that's the last word on that. I'm dubbing this is more of a legacy game than a house money game.
I would tend to agree. I think it's more of a legacy game for the Suns.
I don't disagree with you.
I mean, the Warriors got a lot of legacy on their team. Their careers will not be impacted whatsoever.
I don't know.
What? What's this?
I mean,
they've already won. Steiny.
I mean, Curry and Draymond's legacy, if they don't win tonight, will be missing the playoffs 4 of 7 years.
Yeah, it'll also be making the playoffs.
3 out of the last 7.
No, it'll be, see, I know you like to cook the books like this. Sorry, I'm doing some math real fast on the fly. The last 10 years, they will have made the playoffs 4, carry the 6, 7 times.
Ooh.
6 times the last 10 years.
Yeah, it's okay, I guess.
3 championships.
Oh, we're going all the way back there? Oh, to the...
I just said the last 10 years.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, I'm more of a large sample guy.
Gotcha.
Large sample size guy.
Hey, let's talk about that pedigree. Nick Friedel, the Athletic, on does championship pedigree matter?
I think it matters a lot, Sammy, and here's why. A 16-game player, using Draymond and Steph's description, is a player who's not going to get swayed by the moment. They know that no matter what kind of circumstance they face in any game, they're not going to sit there and go, oh, and go to the corner and just kind of disappear. And we've seen it far too many times with a vast variety of different players across the league. When you have a player that isn't afraid to play at a different level and can raise the level of his own game when his team needs him the most, you have a guy who fits and can help you win at any time.
That's Nick Friedel talking about the Warriors championship pedigree. They obviously have it. And the question is, how much does it matter?
I'm a little worried now.
Because I called it a legacy game and the Warriors struggle in those?
No, it's not about you.
Oh.
Friedel sounds tired. Nick sounds like he's been going through it this season. I love Nick Friedel. He's a great guy. Man. He's been on the road grinding for 6 months. And if he's feeling it, how are the Warriors not feeling it? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you know, Steph's workout regimen a little bit different than Nick, so he may be. But here's what
I think it matters a lot, Sammy, and here's why. I think it matters a lot. I think it matters. And here's why. A lot.
I do too, Nick. Yes, a lot.
What was I going to say?
Oh, he's also one of those guys. So there are, like, do you listen to podcasts, Donnie?
No. Why would I?
All right. Well, this is going to be a short conversation. Just work with me here. Say you've listened to a podcast or you've listened to an audiobook, right?
Joe Rogan.
If you listen to an audiobook, have you listened to anything where you can adjust the speed of?
No, but I do understand that you can do that.
So one of my favorite ways to kind of power through a podcast of it, like I'll listen to it on 1.5 or ×2 speed. So they're talking really fast, but your brain can actually catch up quicker than you think. Nick's the kind of guy that, like, if he's right, that 1 speed, the normal speed, it's flowing, it's moving. But today, you're putting Nick on 1.5, and he's going to be perfect. Nick at 1.5 speed, if you're playing it back, will be absolutely, you will hear every single word. You will digest and comprehend all of it. I'm just saying, moving a little slow today.
Well,
he'll be ready by 7, though.
7:30. You know how those go. The first game will go long.
Well, it'll start like 7:15. I don't think they can legally start it past a certain time.
I think they have
7:20 or something.
Well, I think there's a 20-minute grace where you can push it back 20 minutes, but I don't think any longer than that. Okay. We can talk a little bit about this pedigree and this experience. Because I believe in it. I think that the Warriors' experience definitely helped them win the game against the Clippers. But, I also know that the Warriors had, championship pedigree back in 22-23 when, let's say, they played the Lakers in Game 6 and they just didn't have anything. I just thought they were gassed and they didn't have anything. And so in those situations, I'm not sure, how much it matters. The Kings game, what year was it where the Kings eliminated the Warriors?
2024.
And the Warriors had all the, the championships and the pedigree. So I think once you get into a game and, maybe it's tight the last 6 minutes, I think the pedigree matters at that point, but you got to get to the point where it's a close game to let it pay off for you, as opposed to just I don't want to say get dominated, but it's why you can't get down and kind of stay down early.
Yeah, and it's funny because if you want to talk about pedigree, the Clippers have more than the Suns. I mean, Kawhi is a killer. Kawhi is a proven postseason performer. And I know you hate him, but Brook Lopez is a champion. He was on the 2021 Bucks team, I believe. So he's got a ring. It's one of those things where the Suns are a team that their pedigree doesn't necessarily scare me, but I believe in big moments. I don't think that Booker's going to shy away from that. I think that Brooks wants the pressure. Jalen Green's the guy that I wonder if he's been able to turn the corner this season because, and honestly, of anybody on that team, Jalen Green should be the guy that wants to have a big game tonight because he stunk in the series last year when he was with the Rockets. I think he shot like 37%, below 30 from three. He had one big game. The only game where he played well, I think, was it Game 2 in Houston when they blew out the Warriors? Whichever.
I feel like it was Game 6, but I could be wrong. I'm going to look right now, Evan.
I mean, overall, I think he had one 30-point game.
It was Game 2. You were right.
Yeah, and it was in a blowout. So Jalen Green's a guy that I'm not so sure that he's ready for this kind of moment. Like in a way, Jalen Green is the guy that could absolutely shoot the Phoenix Suns out of this basketball game. Like I may be weird on this, but in a way, I kind of want him to make his first two shots if I'm Golden State, because then he's going to be feeling himself. He's going to be feeling like it's his night, and he's not a dude that I believe makes his teammates better. And just because, against Portland, he had 35, and they gave him the ball last possession. I didn't feel like he was going to make that shot. And he got a decent look from three, but he clanked it, and then Portland goes down and makes it a two-possession game. So Jalen Green's the guy that, to me, is kind of who the Phoenix Suns need the most tonight, because I feel like if the game's in the balance, they trust Book, they should trust Brooks, and obviously the Warriors trust their guys.
Yeah, I'm looking at Jalen Green's box scores from last year's playoffs against the Warriors. Game 1, he was 3 for 15, finished with 7 points in 30 minutes. And Game 2 was the big game. That's where he had 38. He was 13 for 25, including 8 for 18 from three-point range. But then he was 4 for 11, 3 for 8, 3 for 8, 3 for 11, 3 for 8. So he had 3 games of 3 for 8. I kind of think, I agree with you. Like, this is where we find out if he's still kind of a nitwit. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like in the playoffs last year against the Warriors, he just didn't not belong, but he kind of didn't get it.
He wasn't ready yet.
Yeah.
And he was a good player for them. I think he played all 82 games, played a lot of minutes. He has been a pretty sturdy guy outside of this season in his career. But it's just one of those, like, this is the kind of game where Jalen Green might be too immature. And the one thing about the Warriors is even their young guys, I don't get the feeling that Santos or Podziemski are too immature for this kind of moment. And not just because they play well against the Clippers, but I thought that Santos proved a lot the final 2 months of the year that even though the team was not very good, he was pretty consistent. Like, you knew what you were going to get from Guy Santos on a given night. if he was going good, if he was going bad. And Green's the kind of dude that I think Draymond could absolutely get into his head again. You remember last year in the playoffs when he was telling him, go paint your fingernails, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Like, that's the dude that you can, I think, mentally get into his head and get under his skin. Whereas the rest of the guys for Phoenix, to me, I don't really think they're going to, cower if the Warriors trying to play those sort of games.
No, and this is, to me, this is a fun game to check out how guys approach it. And, I am interested to see how Devin Booker plays tonight. Shouldn't he, and I get it, like, I know who's had a better career, but Steph's 38 years old, Devin Booker's 29. Who should be the best player on the court tonight? It should be Devin Booker. But on the heels of the last game where he, just wasn't a huge factor in the fourth quarter, maybe he wants to come out and try to establish something early. I mean, I do, as volatile as Jalen Green is, he's the one guy who Warriors might have some trouble guarding him. Even Gary Payton II.
Is he fast?
Yeah.
Yeah, and someone like Book, I know that he hasn't had a ton of big moments lately, but and this is maybe why I feel as if he's sort of, I don't know, just underachieved a little bit. Like, I remember his first postseason series was back in 2021 when they made the finals, and he put the Lakers away with a 47.11 rebound closeout game. Like, that was when I'm like, all right, this guy's legit. And that was 5 years ago when he was in his early 20s. And it doesn't really feel like he's been able to do that since, to just kind of take control of an elimination game, a big game where his team needs him. He's had some big performances, and he's had his 40 burgers in the playoffs, but there's just a little, like, I don't know, kind of Tatum about his game, where Tatum's a really, really good basketball player. But in those big moments, I don't think the Warriors fear him. And I wonder if Booker can get back to being that sort of player. Because Steph can. Draymond can make those kind of plays on the defensive end like he did on Wednesday. Even someone like Porzingis, if there's a big shot late in the game, I don't mind the ball in his hands if it kicks it up top and he's got an open three. Horford's a dude that showed you he can be terrible for a half and still drain big shots when you need him to. So that to me is where the pedigree more so manifests itself, and why I would absolutely give the Warriors the edge in a tight ball game tonight.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. You said you wanted to have a little draft.
Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely.
I think I want to. I think you won the lottery, though, so you'll have the first pick.
Okay, you going to give it to me?
You can have the first pick.
All right. So in the Golden State Warriors versus Phoenix Suns, elimination, do or die, win or go home game. The draft tonight with the first overall pick, Evan Giddings will be selecting Steph Curry.
I'll take Devin Booker.
All right. And this is where it gets a little interesting. I think that in this game, I'm taking Dylan Brooks.
And and the draft too, the way I'm doing it is the guys I think are going to play well.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah, like who do you trust? Who would you want on your team?
Okay.
So I got Steph and Brooksy.
All right. So I got Booker. Okay, I'm going to take
Yeah, it's getting tough, ain't it?
It is. I'm going to take I think the Zinger, if he plays, is going to play well tonight. I'm taking Porzingis.
That's a good call. That's where I was probably going next. I will take Draymond Green.
I'll take...
By the way, I don't know if we're going 8 deep in this one, but I'm just going to round out the starting 5. How about that?
Okay. I'll take Al Horford or Royce O'Neal. I'll take Al Horford. I'm not crazy about O'Neal. I know he's made some shots against the Warriors, but
he's hurt him. See, all right, this is where it gets a little tough. I'd rather have Podziemski than Jalen Green.
Ooh.
I think I'd rather have Podziemski than Jalen Green in a game like this.
I mean, at some point, Jalen Green is a good value in this draft.
I think it was between those two players.
I'll take Jalen Green. Oh. Reluctantly.
And that one's going to cost you. All right.
I'm hoping for a 3 for 8, 2 for 3 from 3, 4 assists, no turnovers, 22 minutes, something like that.
He's taken 15 shots tonight.
Probably.
There's no doubt. All right, so I got Steph, I got Dylan Brooks, I got Pods, and you got Booker. No, sorry. I got Curry, Brooks, Green, and Pods. Draymond Green.
Yep.
And you have Devin Booker, the Zinger, and
Horford and Jalen Green.
All right, so round on my starting 5. Let me take a quick look at Phoenix. I think it's kind of between two dudes.
Yeah, I do too.
I'll take Royce O'Neal.
Okay, and who's left on the Warriors?
Santos.
GP2.
Melton.
I got to take Grayson Allen. Hopefully he plays tonight.
I was going to say.
I got to take Grayson Allen if he plays.
Well, I forgot about him. That's a good pick.
But, two of my guys could not play. Porzingis and Grayson Allen.
That's not very like you. You're usually more of a safe sort of pick kind of guy.
I know.
All right. Well, that might be why you win tonight.
I would be surprised if the Zinger doesn't play tonight.
You got a lot more X factors on your team. You got Jalen Green, Kristaps Porzingis.
I didn't go deep into my bag.
Yeah.
Well, I think I do think the possibility. I think there's a chance Draymond could be no factor tonight.
I think just because Curry's out there, I feel pretty good about
All
him.
right, I got you.
At least on the offensive end. But, but this could also be a game where Draymond turns it over 6 or 7 times because of how fast I believe the Suns are going to want to play. Where does this factor in for you? Steve Kerr and Jordan Ott. Ott's a rookie head coach. I think he's done a really good job with Phoenix this year. They've obviously overachieved by a lot of people's expectations. And Steve Kerr, I thought, again, in a big game, I thought he outcoached Ty Lue.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to give the experience, obviously, to Steve Kerr. I do think...
By the way, you would hate coaching your team.
What do you mean? First of all, I could coach any team. Devin Booker's easy to coach. The Zinger's easy to coach.
Well,
Horford's easy to coach. Grayson Allen's a coach's dream.
Yeah.
Jalen Green, I'll handle him. I can handle Jalen Green. He just doesn't play when he's playing like a nitwit.
Like Finchy would?
Exactly.
Just rip him right before the game.
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
I will be honest with you. There were some people that said they would have taken Guy Santos over Grayson Allen.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was between Santos and O'Neal. I didn't consider Allen, but
I would have taken. I probably should have taken Santos if I took the game seriously, because he's going to play, and I don't know if Grayson Allen's going to play. But you idiots out there that think Grayson Allen stinks, I don't know what you're watching. Guy averaged 16.5 points a game this year. Nice little piece. Like, he's better than Pods. Grayson Allen.
Depends on the night.
I'm just saying.
I mean, he's someone who also, if he's out there, he's going to defend hard. He's going to try. And he's someone who might light you up for 6 threes. That's one thing about Phoenix. Trailblazers are obviously a better defensive team than the Warriors. But I wondered tonight, Phoenix is a team, they've taken the 5th most threes in the NBA this year. They're a little like Golden State. They take a ton of threes, or they try to. They don't shoot a great percentage. I think they're middle of the pack in terms of 3-point percentage. But Allen's a guy that absolutely ramps that up. You know, he allows them to play a little smaller, to play a bit faster. So, you know, I think his absence or his presence will definitely help swing the game one way or another, because, you know, if you're looking at Phoenix, he's probably starting tonight if he's available, isn't he?
I would think so. It's something's going on, though, with him. I looked at his game logs the last, 20 games. He's missed some games. He clearly didn't have a great last 6 weeks compared to the 3 or 4 months before that. And, you know, somebody's saying, Steiny, your team's not very good. And I didn't necessarily draft the best players. The way I look at it is I'm drafting the guys that I think are gonna play well tonight and guys who I trust tonight. So Evan takes Steph Curry. I got to take Devin Booker.
Of course.
I mean, I got to believe Devin Booker's going to be, going to score 25 tonight on average, and he's going to be the best player on the Suns. Then you took Draymond?
No, I took Brooks. Then
you took Dylan Brooks.
I kind of built the team based on, obviously, who was available, but guys that I want in the foxhole. And you may hate Dylan Brooks as a Warriors fan, and I completely understand why. But if you're going into a game where you got to have it, of the 10 players available on the board, to me, he's top 3 or top 4.
Yeah, and I feel, and I would have picked Porzingis or Horford second. I picked Porzingis because I think he can be a more dominant player, a more impactful player than Horford on balance. But I have Horford on my team. I trust him in this game. I picked Jalen Green because I kind of had to, because he got low on the totem pole, but he's still ahead. Shut up, Clay.
Yeah, by the way,
Is that Clay? I think that's Clay.
Ish? No, I think that might have been a caller. By the way, So I got Draymond and Brooks. Yeah, you're done. Your guys are going to be so in their heads, it's not even funny. Brooks is taking Jalen Green out or Draymond, and I'm sicking the other one on Allen. Both of them are going to be no factor.
If Jalen Green plays well, the Warriors are in trouble.
Well,
or I should say, shoots a nice percentage, they're in trouble.
That's true.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Getting you ready for elimination game tonight. Big game. Do the Warriors make the playoffs or do they miss the playoffs? It all comes down to tonight's game in Phoenix.
We'll see.
And we will see. We will see, but it's going to be must-watch TV. You can say what you want about the play-in, but the loser is gone fishing. So there's going to be incentive on both sides. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, do I detect a little bit of tightness from Warrior fans? Just a little bit of tightness today. Little of the euphoria maybe wore off from yesterday, a little tight about Phoenix. Or is it my imagination? Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy
team or the refs, it's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing up uninvited. That's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at AtcoPest.com. ATCO Pest.com. Atco's got you covered.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
One of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green.
It doesn't feel that way. Everyone has a personal agenda.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Feels like I'm more excited about this game than some Warrior fans.
Something in the air tonight?
This is great.
Phil
The
Collins?
Warriors, I get it. Elimination games. You know, I'm an observant guy.
Sure.
And, whenever there's an elimination game, and let's say you're the home team, I get that's not the case. The key in those games is to get up early to get the crowd involved. Because what you don't want, and this is what I'm sensing from Warriors fans, a little tightness. You know, because when you're tight and you're really worried, you don't tend to cheer as hard because it's harder because you're tense and you're down 5 and you need a bucket. As opposed to when you're up 8 and everything, and you're waiting for the daggers. You know what I'm saying? So, I just want to, Warrior fans, you got to bring it. You got to bring it in your living rooms tonight. Yeah.
I don't think this is a game where I'd expect any team to lead by more than 12. I think this is going to be a pretty tight game each way. I think that Phoenix and the crowd might keep them in it a little bit. It's just one of those games where I feel like a couple plays are going to decide it. I think both teams are pretty even. If this is on a neutral court, it'd be a pick 'em. And I trust the Warriors because I think they have the best player in the game. But I think the Phoenix Suns might be a little less volatile outside of Jalen Green. Like that's a guy that could shoot them out of the game. But, I think the Warriors, just because, Steiny, they are very loose with the ball. They turn it over a lot. And Phoenix doesn't. I think Phoenix is a pretty careful team with the basketball. That's the one thing that I could see sort of swinging this one way or another. Are the Warriors going to be buttoned up enough? And is Kerr going to have them ready right off the rip? Because I don't know how many adjustments Ott is going to be able to make. He hasn't been in these situations before. They played the Warriors, but they haven't also played this version of Golden State. So there's just so many different factors to me that make this matchup intriguing. And why it's 7 o'clock, to steal a line from Goop, I'm going to have my popcorn.
Okay.
You all right?
Yeah.
Energy dipped a little bit.
Yeah, it did. That's not one of my favorites from Goo.
Well, he's got a ton.
Well, that's not.
I am scared.
That's Goo. Hey, Moses DeWitt. He's on the YouTube chat.
Okay.
And this is such a gutsy text from Moses DeWitt because he better be telling the truth. Because I looked up a minute or two ago and I saw Anthony Slater on ESPN talking to Malika Andrews. Of course, we have the sound off here.
Mm-hmm.
And according to Moses DeWitt, Slater said Porzingis is expected to play. So we're going to find out if Moses DeWitt is a reliable reporter on the Golden State Warriors and see if that's actually what Slater said.
Well, this is where I need you to be a little bit better.
Oh, okay. Curry went to...
Moses DeWitt is not reporting that Porzingis is expected to play. He's simply relaying a report that he heard on television.
Correct.
Like when I come in and, break news or say, hey, Curry's playing or such and such is questionable or doubtful for tonight. You always say, well, Evan had the news that so-and-so, is in or out tonight. And the reality is I don't. I'm just reading off of what the internet, or in this case, NBA Today, I assume is where Slater is talking about this. That's where the information's really coming from.
Now, I understand the information's coming from Slater, but it is about how that information is reported via the YouTube text. And Moses DeWitt is now maintaining in all capital letters. I saw it on ESPN just now. My report, you heard it here first, by Moses DeWitt, but it does sound like Slater said something positive about Kristaps Porzingis.
Do you think there was doubt that he wouldn't play tonight?
I think with Porzingis, there's always
an air of legitimacy to him being hurt. So yeah, if yes, I mean, I thought he would play, but you never know.
When I see illness, that's when I worry about Porzingis. I think in a game like this, the ankle is something that wouldn't prevent him from playing, but I do question what level he's going to play at, because I think they're going to need Porzingis tonight. The Warriors still don't have a consistent second option. Porzingis is probably the archetype of player that could fill that the most on this team, but he gave you 20 points. Santos gave you 20 points. Pods gave you 15. Horford the same. So they, just because they have as full of a cast of characters as possible doesn't mean that they're a different squad in regards to their offense. And I still think that they are very much a score-by-committee kind of team, as opposed to Phoenix, where they clearly have two or I would actually say three. They have three primary options, and it would be Booker, Brooks, and then Green would be the swing guy.
Yeah. And I think on balance, if you look at the three best Warrior players, Steph, Draymond, and let's just say Porzingis, the durability, or I should say the experience, goes to the Warriors. The youth goes to the Suns. But I think that's kind of a pretty even matchup among the top three players, not that it matters. This is what we're not getting into, 415.
What are you talking about?
Who are the refs? Scott Foster? Oh, my God. Doesn't matter who the refs are.
You don't buy into that stuff?
No.
The extender?
No,
There's no extending tonight.
Thank you.
One team's going home.
Exactly.
Well, we all know the refs are against the Warriors. Come on.
Okay, Goo.
Everyone knows this.
Okay, Goo.
Especially in a game like this, they don't. They're going to make him earn every single call. Whistle's going to get swallowed a couple times. Brooks is going to hammer him on his way to the rack, and Curry's going to go down, and there's going to be no call. Brooks might try and take out a guy, and there's not going to be a tech assessed. It's just how it goes. You know this.
So this is from Valks Halla. And I got to tell you, I didn't notice it.
Okay.
But Valks Halla says the refs at Inuit were absurd. Intuit. Not Inuit. Intuit. In other words, the Clippers.
Oh, Freudian slip there.
I swear to God, I didn't really notice the refs.
I actually thought they let the guys play more than they would in the regular season.
I do too. Here's the I guess I can start getting a little mean. Here's one of the issues I have with some Warrior fans. Just some, not all.
Mm-hmm.
You want it both ways. You want it both ways. You do. What do I mean? I'll tell you what I mean. You want Steph to get all the calls. You want him to get all the calls. But then you don't want Draymond Green to be officiated the same way that the players who are guarding Steph Curry are getting officiated.
Well, of course, because they got pedigree, and so that naturally lends themselves to being officiated less harshly, or more in the case of Steph.
And my feeling is, and I don't like to give in on this point, but okay, just for the sake of the argument, I'll give in on it. Yes, Steph doesn't get a great whistle, but it gets all made up for by the whistle Draymond Green gets. Mm-hmm.
For the whistles he doesn't get.
Correct.
I mean, is this the kind of game where Book's going to be seeking contact? Going to be a lot of complaining from Phoenix. Ott's going to try and get in the head of these referees early. Kind of chirp in their ear. Start chirping. Saying, look at that guy Pajemski flopping around the place. Come on. We're not calling that tonight. Please. Warriors are a bunch of floppers and grifters, and Warriors should be getting those calls, but we need them too.
Oh, refs won't be a factor tonight. You can take that to the bank.
They will. That's how it goes.
I can't remember When's the last game where the refs were the refs any factor in the play-in other than the LaMelo Ball? Maybe
I was going to say the Charlotte-Miami game, they were a big factor.
Yeah.
Depending on which side you fall on.
Yeah. Well.
Probably going to be a big factor tonight in that first game, Charlotte-Orlando. Pretty couple physical teams.
Are they?
Well, Orlando plays fast. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be factors.
You said physical. Fast and physical, two different attributes.
Okay, they can play fast and physical.
Okay.
Right?
Fast tends to go with the word finesse.
I think we're going to hear a lot of, especially because Kevin Harlan's on the call tonight for the Warriors game. Going to hear a lot of the word careening, bouncing between bodies, ping-ponging off players. And that means contact.
The 707 said, it's called being a fan, Stein. I know. I'm just ribbing Warrior fans. Trying to get a rise out of them.
Who are you going to be rooting for tonight?
Warriors.
You sure?
Yep.
You swear?
Go Warriors!
This is a binding statement that you're making right now.
Yes.
Because if I see on the thread tonight any of that Phoenix crap, I'm going to call you out tomorrow.
I don't have a feel for this game. I really don't. Like, you know what's funny is you said the one thing I can't see is the Suns blowing out the Warriors. I could see that in a crazy way. If they jump on them early and the Warriors just don't have it, do I think that's going to happen? I don't. But I do think the Warriors are going to have to weather a big storm early, which they did against L.A. after they got down 12-2. Valhalla, Steiny loves these games. Oh, I love these games. These are great. It's finally meaningful basketball.
Isn't it kind of funny how every single year we crap on the regular season and then it gets to the postseason and we're all like, oh, this is great. Like this is finally when basketball gets fun. The NBA does have a legitimate problem. There's no doubt. And whether we want to call it tanking or load management, just general investment from the players, the 6 months that lead up to mid-April and all the way through June, they are a bit of a slog. And especially with this new in-season crap that they got going on, I think it's made the schedule a bit harsher. But by the end of June, I think most people feel pretty fulfilled if you're a legitimate hoop head. If you like hoops, I mean, hell, 3 of the four first play-in games have been really good. Philly-Orlando was the only game that was, I guess not that interesting. But Warriors-Clippers was a great game. Portland-Phoenix was a great game. Phoenix led by 8 with 3.5 left to go in the game. And then obviously Charlotte-Miami went to overtime. So I know they're not the best of the best. And if the Warriors end up making a first-round series, I wouldn't expect them to advance. But we are getting to see some high-quality basketball, and I think we'll get another one tonight.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors at Phoenix tonight for a chance to play in the playoffs against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And this is what it's all about. It's win or go home. Win or go home. I actually, thought this guy was my buddy. Zuki Main.
Yeah?
On the text line says, get him. He says, get him, Evan. Humpty Dumpty Steiny falls off the fence. Oh, meaning
I'm trying to make you pick a side, which
I got you.
You're usually reluctant to do. Although
fellas, get back to arguing now.
You do it for me more than Goo, and that's okay.
I mean, the honest to God's truth is I want the Warriors to win tonight to give me a series against the Oklahoma City Thunder, which I know will carry exciting sports talk for the next week and a half. Not that it won't be exciting when we talk about the 7-22 Giants, but I'm just saying this like playoff basketball is a different breed, and I want to see playoff basketball here.
It is, but let me ask you this.
Sure,
you brought this up earlier in the show. The idea that decisions this summer will be made based off of this game.
No, that's not what I was getting at. I was getting at it as I think the outlook from the fans will be in a lot of ways predicated on this game. Because I do think if the Warriors get into the playoffs and take a game from Oklahoma City, I think you got to look at the season and say, look, Curry missed half the year, Butler missed half the year, Moody missed the last month in the playoffs. we did about as well as we could have expected under the circumstances.
But that's where maybe we can argue a little bit, because if they lose tonight, I would not look at this season as disappointing.
I would. I would.
If you don't get to the playoffs?
Yeah, I would.
Is it just because of the record? Or?
Yeah, no. And you're going to be able to blame it on injury, but I still think it's really disappointing. And the reason I think it would be really disappointing is because that's what this period of time is only about, making the playoffs. Like you gotta make the playoffs. If you don't, then I think it might prompt a more realistic look at the team. I don't know about, I agree with, if the Warriors win tonight and get swept by Oklahoma City, or they lose tonight, I don't know that their offseason strategy is going to change. But I just know look, when Steph Curry got hurt last year in the playoffs, we said it as recently as this week. Hey, if Steph Curry doesn't get hurt, maybe we beat Minnesota and we're in the Western Conference Finals. I'm not making fun of that, because it was that was within the realm of possibility. So if that makes you feel better, go ahead. And similarly this year, I feel like, all right, you go to the postseason, you win a game against Oklahoma City. I think people will start saying, look, we made it to the playoffs without Steph half the season, half Butler, and people are going to say, I think if we run this back, maybe they'll be healthy, and I think it'll just feel better if the offseason they don't make any dramatic moves.
Yeah, but I think there's also a feeling of resignation, because let's face it, both teams are playing for the right to get beaten by OKC, I think. And look, you never know. SGA could get hurt. J-Dub could go down. I guess there's a world where OKC could fold, but I don't see it happening, especially when these two teams have already had to play basketball leading into a game one that they're likely going to lose or maybe not go for, especially the Warriors because of their age. I guess I wouldn't look at it as disappointing because of the injury bug. I think the moment that Butler tears his ACL, Moody to some extent, although I think that was more of an emotional blow to the team and to the fan base, but the moment that your second best player hurts themselves in a season-ending fashion, I recalibrate my expectations. Like, we were talking about this at the cafeteria yesterday. How many teams have played well without their stars? And I could only find 2 examples this season of teams who have a worse winning percentage than the Warriors did while Curry was out. So I think the Warriors' winning percentage without Curry was like 25% or something.
All right.
During this season. The only 2 teams who are worse without
Can I guess?
Yeah, of course.
Milwaukee?
Nope. They weren't very good with Giannis.
How about Philly?
Nope. Although
Orlando with
I guess it depends on who you call Philly's best player. No, Orlando is actually pretty decent without Powell.
And?
Nope.
Denver?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just running through the teams now. Who's the other one?
Wemby. Yeah, when the Spurs didn't have Wembanyama,
gotcha.
And then Jokic was out for Denver. But to me,
that's a legitimate stat, I think.
Well, I think it also it does point to how important Curry remains for this basketball team, even at his advanced age. It's like the 3 guys you could call the most. They're not going to win most valuable player, but Wemby or Jokic might. I think it's probably SGA, but Curry can't be in that conversation because he's missed so many games. But those are the 3 players in this league that are that their teams are most dependent on. And Wemby didn't miss that many games this year. Jokic didn't miss as many as Curry, but it's like he's still in that class. He's still in that group. And that to me is why this season unfolded the way it did. And it's why they're playing as a 10 seed. I didn't think that they could get out to the top 6 with Jimmy Butler, but I believe they probably would have been playing in that 7-8 game for sure if Jimmy didn't go down. Maybe with Porzingis, you give yourself a better shot. And I think they'd be looking at a first-round series with the Spurs, which, you maybe give them a chance.
Well, let me ask Warrior fans this, and it's a 2-parter, but it's kind of simple, and that is, how would you describe the season for the Warriors, 37-45, and then tell me how important this game is tonight if you think it is. Do you think there's a big difference between getting into the postseason, I should say getting into the playoffs and playing Oklahoma City as opposed to not getting in the playoffs? I got to tell you, I thought the year was disappointing. Obviously, the injuries were a huge factor. They ended up in 10th place. I thought that people were saying people were thinking it might have been too easy to win two road games as a 10 seed, but they've won one. And I'm just thinking, in my mind, you go in there tonight and beat Phoenix, and then you play the Oklahoma City Thunder. I would feel better about the season than if they lose tonight. Now, I don't mean I would want the strategy to drastically change, but just knowing, like I'm pretending I'm like a guru.
Okay.
Here, I'm a guru fan, and so yeah, I'm just putting myself in guru spot. If they lose tonight, this year's a failure. But if they win tonight and somehow take Oklahoma City to 6, I mean, how could you not be more upbeat with that result than if they lose tonight?
Well, I think that would be maxing out.
Exactly.
If you won 2 games against the Thunder, by all means, I'm giving you a round of applause based on what you did this year. By the way, this is from Anthony Slater, and I know the YouTube chat had it first, but did say on ESPN earlier today, expectation at this hour from the Warriors that Kristaps Porzingis should be able to play tonight despite the ankle soreness that had him questionable. So it's essentially all systems go. The Warriors are looking like a team that will resemble the one on Wednesday against the Clippers, and the question now is just how much they have in the tank. So that's as good of news as you could hope for. And I mean, I know we got to hit a break here. On the other side, I do want to push back a little bit just because I want to explain why, to me, if they lose tonight, I wouldn't view the season, in particular the second half of the year, as a disappointment.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. Now's your chance if you want to jump in. What were your thoughts on the season? And in the grand scheme of things, or in your mind as a Warrior fan, is there a difference in how you're going to feel about this team depending on whether they win a game tonight or they don't win a game tonight? 888-957-9570 is the number. And that segment was brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You'll love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little bit more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey there, it's Bonte with a fresh springtime update from River Islands in Lathrop, where the good life can be your life. Everything is in bloom here, including the home selection. With neighborhoods designed for all kinds of lifestyles, it is easy to find your perfect fit. Looking for a bright kitchen, a home office, or space for guests? You'll find it here with homes from the low 600s to over $1 million. And the town center, located by Islanders Field Ballpark, is really coming to life. The Redwood Cafe opens this summer, and a new amphitheater is on the way for concerts and community events. Sutter Health is building medical offices, and a major grocery store is coming soon, making it a great place to gather and unwind. The Lakewood Club at Del Webb has just opened its doors, and a brand new K-8 charter school welcomes students this fall. All part of the exciting growth happening within River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment. Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a Chef's Small Plates and Pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Jimmy Buckets! He was in the house.
He'll probably be there tonight.
I wonder.
In fact, Warriors got to win this game because we got to see Jimmy at Chase Center for the first time since he got hurt.
Oh, he's not coming back for that series.
Well, no, but he'll be in the house. You know what I mean? Come on. For a playoff series?
I don't know.
If you can get to D.C., you can get to Golden State. Please. Come on, Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy.
Yeah. And speaking of, did you just mention Washington or the Wizards?
Well, I'm saying he went to the game against the Wizards in D.C.
All he's done is play against the Wizards.
That was Porzingis.
You know, Warrior fans, another reason to win the game tonight, you could really do a solid for the Washington Wizards. A real big solid for the Wizards.
You know what I hope happens? The Warriors do win tonight.
Okay.
The Wizards collect the 10% chance that the Suns have for a top 4 pick.
Yep.
Along with their 40% chance. So they would have the best odds of any team.
Correct.
To get a top 4 pick.
That's correct.
And they don't.
What do you mean?
I mean...
You don't want to see them get a top 4 pick?
No, I don't want to see them rewarded for their crap season.
They're the worst team in the league legitimately. They didn't try to lose.
Oh, do you watch that team more than anybody here? You telling me they didn't try to lose games? Please. Why do you think Sarr didn't play that last game at Golden State? He thought they might have won. Actually, I think he did play the game.
I know he did.
He didn't play in Washington. That was the game they held him out on the front end of a back-to-back because that 6-point deficit they had might have been overcome by the Frenchman.
The point is this, if the Warriors beat the Suns, it means the Warriors aren't in the draft lottery, and the Suns are in the draft lottery. And so the Wizards own a pick swap this year with Phoenix. So I think Phoenix would go in as the 12, maybe, 12 or 13.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So if they were to pull a Dallas and move up into the top 4, that's going to go to the Washington Wizards. If the Suns were to leapfrog the Wizards, like happened last year with Dallas.
You cannot give up 83 points to Bam Adebayo and be rewarded.
They tried not to. They doubled him and, you know, and he just give the guy credit.
Bam Adebayo is the second leading scorer single game in NBA history because of the Wizards. That is a crime.
Nowhere to go but up.
Well, that's a fact. That's why I want him to go backwards.
You know, I'm seeing this out there a little bit here and there.
Okay.
And, although I don't even know if I can run it by you because you're so young.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost 20 years ago when the Golden State Warriors did go in to a playoff series as an 8 seed.
I'm aware.
In 2007, 19 years ago, they went in to the postseason as a number 8 seed, and they shocked the world and beat the Dallas Mavericks in 6 games. Before the championship runs here, it was the greatest moment in Warriors history since the late 80s.
Yeah.
Or mid-90s. Is it going to set up We Believe too?
What? No.
What?
Now you're trying to poke the bear.
No, but I've heard, hey, I had to monitor the YouTube chat, and there's some We Believe too sentiment out there.
Can I say this?
Sure.
If the Warriors somehow win tonight.
Yes.
And win a 7-game series against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
It would by far and away trump what they did in 2007. It would almost replace
what?
That series. You said it yourself. They played Dallas well that year. They matched up well against the Mavericks. Is there any bone in your body that believes that this Warriors team matches up well with the OKC Thunder?
Well, the one thing that I allow for, and people may think it's morbid, but we see it every single freaking year. Who's to say a team doesn't suffer an injury in the postseason that changes the balance? And I am a little different than most. I mean, if OKC were to lose one of their big boys, it becomes possible.
It becomes possible, but let's say that SGA isn't available for, I don't know, the first 3 or 4 games of that series.
Mm-hmm.
I still would take OKC.
What if he were out for the whole series?
I still think they could beat the Warriors.
I know they could beat the Warriors.
I think they probably still would beat the Warriors.
Do you?
Yeah. That team's a freight train. That team is a juggernaut, Steiny. And now they actually have what they didn't have last year, which is championship pedigree. Now, it wouldn't be as miraculous if SGA missed the whole first round, but that would be unbelievable. That would be, honestly, perhaps the most impressive playoff series victory of this entire dynasty, if you want to call it that. If they beat Oklahoma City after going 37-45, losing their second best player, Moody goes down as well, count him or not, and they upend the Thunder as the defending champs in the first round of the playoffs, that would be more impressive than they would be larger underdogs than they've ever been before. It would be the most impressive series victory in the Steve Kerr era, in the Steph Curry era.
Yeah, I guess I guess that's probably true. Yeah, I guess it's probably true.
Literally nobody is giving them a chance to win that series. Even if you pick the Warriors, I don't believe you. And again, they got to win tonight to make this a reality. But if they do it, if there were 100 panelists, 100 experts, not one of them would pick the Warriors to win that series.
You're right.
Which is why you should. Because I know you like
Warriors in 6.
I know you like the zig when others zag.
By the way, you know what? This is a timely text. Hey guys, sorry, but I just got on. Just wondering if we get a Norm update. Yeah, you can actually. I'll give you a Norm update. If you guys are, you guys know the show and you're part of our family, you know that Guru's father had surgery yesterday. I'll share with you what we got. Doctor said yesterday went well. Gu texted this morning at 8 o'clock and said he's still at the hospital, and Norm's got 2 EKG tests to see how the heart's doing after the surgery. He says he'll keep us posted. He says they have a great show, but it feels like and sounds like, fingers crossed, so far so good for Norm.
Yeah, he was with him yesterday afterwards. Doctor said things went well. He's checking up on him. So, we're going to hear from Gu at some point today, but hope that it's going to be good news.
Yeah, and he also, here's how I really know that things are going well. After he sent, the update, he has followed that up with the text that said, breaking, the San Diego Padres are nearing a deal to be sold to private equity billionaire Jose Feliciano and his wife Kwanzaa Jones for $3.9 billion. And Guru texted, Lacob can't close.
Okay, well, watch
Lacob can't close.
You can't call him out like that. That's not okay.
Hold on. Do you understand why I'm doing it?
You're a snitch.
No, that's...
we didn't know he wanted that read on air.
Okay, but the fact that he sent that text after he updated Norm's situation, to me, is an indication that he feels confident about what's going on with Norm in that hospital.
But this is also symbolic of your relationship, because in one breath, you gave people the good news, you having Goof feeling good about himself, which he is, and the other part of it is you stuck it to him. You stuck it to him because he thought that Lacob was going to get the Padres, which, by the way, I haven't looked at valuations for Major League Baseball teams lately, but $3.9 billion doesn't seem like a lot of money, especially when the Warriors would be valued at, 11, 12, 13 kind of deal. So, I don't know. Maybe it was just a little too much.
Yeah,
maybe they prefer the Chelsea owners, who I think ended up buying the team.
I mean, the bottom line is all defensive Draymond on the YouTube chat saying it right. I mean, Joe Lacob was in need of a closer.
Oh, Ken's saying it was the largest sale for a baseball team in history. Wow, this Major League Baseball, man. That's got to make you feel good, right? Lacob's still invested. He's still locked into the Warriors and the Valkyries.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it doesn't mean anything to me if he buys the Padres. I wanted him to buy the A's. You know what I mean?
Well, they're not for sale.
I know that.
He tried to buy the A's.
I thought they weren't for sale.
Well, but he tried to.
No, he didn't. They were never for sale. He couldn't have tried.
Well, he could try snooping around and poking around. Which he did.
Let him know her.
Let him know her.
Yeah. Led him nowhere.
Oh. Look, he'll be in the mix for another team. Don't worry. Just like he's in the mix for LeBron and Kawhi this summer.
And Giannis. One of the reasons that I heard that Feliciano got it as opposed to Lacob was Padres ownership was...
They don't want to win?
Well, no. They were looking at... Like, they know if the Warriors lose tonight, the Warriors will have missed the playoffs 4 out of 7 years. And, who wants to sign up for something like that?
For the Padres, that would actually be pretty good. I know they've been successful, at least in getting to the playoffs recently. Not a lot of playoff wins for the Pods, though.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I talked about this earlier. I know a lot of Warrior fans don't like Dylan Brooks, and I know why. There's things he does that I'm not crazy about either. But let me tell you why I like him. Because of stuff like this.
One of the best players to ever do it. Who else you want to go against? The elimination game. He's proven it over the years. And they've been, shown and battle tested in every way possible. So, it's a good matchup for us.
That's on
Steph. Talking about Pods?
This is the one.
He was talking about Curry.
They said, why do you want to play the Warriors?
I think it mattered to some people like myself. I would like to see the Warriors, but I think we're ready for both. Now I already know it's Warriors. Good stepping stone for us.
What is it about the Warriors for you that makes it you want to play them?
Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr.
It was kind of interesting. I thought he just threw Steve Kerr there in at the end.
I think he threw him in because he knows Kerr came down his road when he hit Steph in the stomach.
Oh, I thought it was because he said that he broke the code after he.
Oh yeah,
I got my own complaint.
Yeah, knocked GP2 out of
that's
here.
right. Yeah, it's probably an amalgamation.
He broke the code.
That's right. That's right.
So
you're right.
That is one thing. So Santos was on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, and he mentioned. I think they asked him what does Draymond or Steph kind of tell you before the game to get you ready, and Guy was saying, all right, Draymond gave us a nice speech, trying to get us in that sort of mental position to make plays in big moments because they've been there before and trying to explain sort of what they need from us tonight. This is a game tonight where I absolutely believe that somewhere during, I don't know if it's a speech or during a preparation, Kerr and or Draymond or both will explain to everyone, don't get baited. Because Dylan Brooks will do everything in his power to, I don't want to say hurt a player, but take a cheap shot, to rib a guy, to knock someone to the ground, to do whatever he can to get you out of your game. Because as much as I believe Brooks has become a better player, and so now it's a little less like, well, he's just the guy at the end of the bench that wants to get you tossed because he knows he's not that important compared to you. I think that Brooks is still the dude. He plays mental warfare, and he does it just about as good as anybody in the league. I made this list on you of players that I think talk the talk and walk the walk. To me, I got Brooks is on that list.
All right.
Anthony Edwards is on that list. And for a time, at least when he's available, I think someone like Joel Embiid is on that list. When he plays, he talks a lot of trash and has been able to back it up throughout his career. So I don't. What?
That's interesting.
You all right?
Embiid, he wouldn't have jumped out to me.
Well, he talks a lot. He's a good player. Like I wouldn't throw. Who else talks?
But I look at it as a guy who's. I guess Dylan Brooks hasn't won anything.
Neither is Ant.
Yeah, but he's been the best player on 2 Western Conference Finals.
You been to a finals yet?
No, but has Dylan Brooks?
Does he have a ring?
Dylan Brooks been to a finals?
That's why they're in the same category.
Who's a better player?
Ant.
Who's the number one player on a team that's gone farther in consecutive seasons?
There you
go.
That wasn't the point.
No, it was the point.
No, the point was, what you're trying to now twist and bend, Bikram yoga style, is players who talk the talk and walk.
I wouldn't put
the
Embiid
walk.
in there. How about that?
Okay, that's fine. So it's just Ant and Brooks?
He can't even walk. You can't walk the walk if you can't walk.
He just had an appendectomy.
Exactly.
Out game one.
Out game one.
He is out for game one.
Warrior fans, I think you missed the point. People are upset that Dylan Brooks used the term stepping stone.
One of the best players ever do it. Who else you want to go against? The elimination game. He's proven it over the years, and they've been, shown and battle tested in every way possible. So, it's a good matchup for us. I think it matters to some people like myself. I would like to see the Warriors, but I think we're ready for both. Now I already know it's Warriors. Good stepping stone for us.
What have you got the Warriors for you that makes it you want to play them?
Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr.
See, I think he used stepping stone as we've got it we have to step over the Warriors, not that they're better than the Warriors. You know what I mean? I feel like he said stepping stone because that's acknowledging that the Warriors are, in a different class, and he's kind of using it as their stepping stone for us to get to the next level.
Yeah, but I also think that he looks at this as an opportunity to officially end the dynasty.
No doubt.
Dylan Brooks is looking at this game like it might be the last time the Warriors have a chance to make the postseason, because this year showed us that nothing is guaranteed just because of age and attrition and where they're at in their franchise. So I don't think there's anybody in the league that would relish the opportunity more to send the Warriors home, but also potentially end what is, as defined by Steve Kerr, a fading dynasty more than Dylan Brooks. He feels like he owes them for Memphis, for Houston. And I know it's just a play-in game, but when I hear the stepping stone, it is absolutely stepping over them and putting them in their place, which is an aging team that might not be back at this point.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny we're using that term because you said Brooks wants to be the guy to end the dynasty.
Yeah. Okay.
I would use a technicality here.
Why?
I think you could make a case that no matter what happens tonight, the dynasty, the most important player in terms of ending the Warriors dynasty it's Lonnie Walker. Lonnie Walker essentially ended the dynasty. As you'll remember, the Golden State Warriors won a title in 2022.
They did.
So they were the defending champions right in the thick of a dynasty. And
I wouldn't say
they had an opportunity. And Lonnie Walker, who's just happens to be from Reading, Pennsylvania, just put a dagger in the Warriors. Now, since that time, I don't know if you've noticed this, the Warriors have not gotten past the second round. So,
well, they didn't get past the second round.
If you assume, you're right, they didn't. If you assume, like many people do, and say the dynasty's over, well, then you can't end a dynasty twice. It's already been ended by Lonnie Walker.
Well, I would probably give a little more credit to other guys on that team.
Oh,
Lonnie Walker had a great...
Should we go back and look at the numbers from that game?
Do you want to look at the numbers from the series?
Oh, no, because most series
doesn't include a lot of Lonnie
most
Walker.
Series come down to a pivotal game where guys rise to the occasion, or they don't.
Was that a closeout game?
Essentially, yes. It was the biggest game of the series.
Was it
Larry Bird,
a closeout
Larry Bird
game?
Says game fours are the most important of a series, and that was a game four.
Well,
it was more important than a closeout.
If Larry Bird said it, then it's gospel.
There you go.
The fact remains, it was not an elimination game. They did not lose the series in Game 4 against the Lakers. Nor, by the way, was it the final time they played in the second round of a series. I thought you were going to say Anthony Edwards ended the dynasty, but
what'd he do?
Well, he beat him last year in the second round.
That doesn't count if Curry's not there.
But they're still the Warriors.
No, they're not. They're not the Warriors without Steph.
Okay, well...
I mean, isn't that's what we were just talking about for 40 games. I can't watch this. I can't watch this. I can't watch this. They're unwatchable.
Was Steph on the floor in the play-in game against the Kings in 2024?
I can't remember.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
They lost.
All right.
By double digits.
Right. But the dynasty was over by then.
So was it ended by De'Aaron Fox?
No, it was ended by Lonnie Walker.
No, it was not.
He eliminated the Warriors the year after they won their last title, and since then, they are out of the dynasty. The dynasty was ended by Lonnie Walker.
By the way, this might be the first time. Well, it's not the only time you've contradicted yourself, but this might be this might be the worst contradiction you've ever made.
Try to explain it to me, because I'll weasel out of it.
Yeah, no, I'll use words. They were in the middle of a dynasty in 2022.
Yeah. Oh, my.
They hadn't won a championship in 3 years.
But they'd been to the finals 2 years previous to that.
I think it was 3.
Right. I know, but I think you're onto something there.
Was
you're making.
The end of the dynasty.
No, I think you're making my point here.
It was the final ring that they've won and most likely will win.
No, I think you're looking at it all wrong, quite frankly, if I got to be honest with you. In 2022, they won a title. In 2023, they thought so much of themselves that they believed they were still in a dynasty, and that's why they ran it back. And Lonnie Walker then put the exclamation point on, hey, guys, we know you won it last year. It was a hell of a title for you guys, but Lonnie Walker said enough is enough.
They made the second round of the playoffs.
That's not
a couple years later.
That, exactly. And that's not really what this fan base has come to expect from this team. That's not good enough.
They won a postseason series after that.
Exactly, but they weren't.
So how is it not?
If you're not in the Western Conference Finals, you're out of a dynasty. Pretty much. That's the way I look at it.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that you don't get to win a championship, then lose in the second round, then not make the playoffs, then lose in the second round, then not make the playoffs and still call it a dynasty.
If they win this game tonight, they will have made the playoffs 4 times in the past 7 years.
Yeah, that's not dynasty worthy. Come on, Evan.
What if there's a championship in there?
There is.
Yeah.
So now a dynasty's winning 1 title in 7 years?
No, it's winning 4 in 10.
Yeah, then stop at 10.
So why not stop after 4?
I noticed you stopped right after 10.
Okay, fine. They won 4 championships in 11 years or 12 years or 13 years. It doesn't matter.
Well, whatever 22 was, whoever ended the following season was the guy who put him away.
Steph Curry's still
for good.
Steph Curry's still on the team, buddy.
He put him away for good.
No, he did not.
Lonnie Walker showed the world that the Warriors were, and listen, no malice, none. But Lonnie Walker escorted the Warriors from a championship team to simply a playoff team. Like Lonnie Walker ushered that era in.
You're high. You're so high. Bellinger, where is he? Where's Fleming? Where's Fleming?
Bellinger homer?
You're so high.
Oh, he was on my fantasy team. Bellinger. He stinks.
LeBron averaged 25 and 9 in that series. Shot 50%.
How could a man that old get that high? And this is where, these are the moments where Dub Nation and I come together. Because
I don't think you do.
No, they know. This is where, 20 years ago, they might not have gotten it. But now they've warmed up to me and they know this is what I like to do. And it's fun. It's fun. There's nothing more fun than just having fun and camaraderie. This is camaraderie I have with Warrior fans. I'm in a great mood.
Someone get Luca on the phone. Someone get the 5-year-old back to talk to Steiny on the other side of the break.
My name is Luca. I live on the second floor. Perhaps you had me upstairs. Hey, you know what's coming up? 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament, Monday, April 27th. Guru and I will be out there with Evan at Stone Tree Golf Club, Novato. We're going to be broadcasting live. Oh, you're not going? Okay. Just Guru and I. That should make it more crowded now that Evan's not going to be there. More people want to show up. It's presented by Atco and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. If you'd like to play in the tournament or be a sponsor, go to AgapeCharityGolf.com. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, here for Lonnie Walker.
Stop hating on the Warriors.
All
right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. Process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us, it's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
The basketball playoffs are right around the corner, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship on Kalshi. You're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Ink Business Unlimited Card. Go from here to possible with a Chase Ink Business Unlimited Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, And I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Guru today. One more segment, and then the boys from the afternoon will be in here.
I think I know what's going on today. It's taking you a while to get there, but...
Tell me.
So, people know this about you. You love trivia, right?
Oh, my God.
You love puzzles.
Yes.
You got stumped this morning.
New York Times got me this morning. That was a tough one.
And you've been pushing that down. You haven't allowed it to take full control of your mood today. And I think it finally came out in that last segment. The fact that
Evan,
the New York Times stumped you.
Evan.
And you had no answer.
Evan.
You had no answer for that crossword this morning.
Evan.
It wasn't even a tough one. It's a Friday.
I was wrong. Evan, I got out of bed today. I took my shower. I got onto that scale. And I saw numbers that I haven't seen in a little while. And I am now officially have momentum on my side.
You're like Curry.
Although, I don't want to push it too hard. I want to get hurt. But
well, you've been doing good. You know, it's like I've been fasting today also.
Oh. No, you haven't. I smelled that peanut butter crap again today.
No, I haven't had oatmeal today.
Was that yesterday?
Well, it's every other day except for today. No, I wasn't that hungry this morning, so I didn't have my oatmeal.
That's a bad move. That's the most important meal of the day. What I like to do, Evan, is have a breakfast sandwich in the morning and then try to hold off till dinner. And then eat a moderate dinner. When I do that, I usually succeed.
Yeah,
I don't need 3 meals.
It's been working for you. I can see it. But the thing about breakfast, Steiny, you do know that it's just break fast.
Oh.
So whenever you eat breakfast, it's just your first meal of the day because you're breaking your fast.
Wow.
Yeah, you ever thought about it like that?
Hey, estimated eyes, that's not very nice.
What'd she say?
You look like you're losing muscle, Steiny. It's tough.
Well, if you don't even
should return his muscles.
If you don't eat enough protein, then you are going to eat yourself slowly but surely.
I did a little lifting during some Breaking Bad last night. You know, just throwing some metal around. What do they call it? Throwing some steel around? No, throwing some
iron.
Iron.
Yeah. Picking up the iron,
actually
tossing it around.
Pumping iron.
Yeah, but I wasn't doing that.
That's a great documentary, by the way.
With Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Fantastic.
It's pretty good. Oh, I'll tell you. Evan.
Yeah.
I saw a documentary last week that was incredible, and I forgot to bring it up.
Well, now's the time.
There's a documentary on Joe Frazier out.
Smoking Joe?
Yes, and it's really good.
What's it on, Tubi? Frevo?
I don't know. I don't know what it's on.
Well, you have the most.
It is a great documentary. Let me tell you something.
You have the most, obscure, the most obscure television apps on your 76-inch.
Apparently, you know what's funny? My buddy Dana texted me. He said that my TV's only 70 inches. It's not 76.
And did he buy it for you?
No, but he knows. And he also said, yeah, and Steiny, your daughter's fixed up your office 3 years ago, not 5.
That would be like Dana to walk into someone's house and you're like, yeah, so, I got this and I've done some landscaping and here's the measurements. And he just eyeballs it and goes, yeah, that's not true.
Anyway, let me tell you something. Let me tell you who shouldn't watch the Joe Frazier documentary.
Who?
People who love Muhammad Ali. Stay away from this one.
It is on Tubi? That's what Ken's telling me?
Is it on Tubi?
It's on Tubi.
That's free.
God, I know you.
That's free.
Yeah, I know.
So
that's why. You had to watch some commercials mixed in there and stuff?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Commercials are, by the way, underrated.
Let's go outside for the commercials.
Well, or you take a break or go make some food and get up and move around, or you can pump some iron.
Yeah, exactly. All right. But no, it was really good. Really good. And I'll tell you what.
What was your favorite part?
My favorite part was just how he was completely misunderstood and Ali painted him in a way that was completely uncivilized in a way. I mean, he used tropes and stereotypes against Joe Frazier that weren't true. He was a smart guy, Joe Frazier, street smart. Also had a singing career.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's from Philly.
I still just remember the picture at the old office in the boss's office, or is that they were chasing each other around Yankee Stadium?
You got that wrong too.
What was that? Who was that?
You guys both butchered that. And this is where...
Was that not Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier?
No, it wasn't Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier.
Who was it?
See, this is... And I don't like to hold my knowledge over people's heads.
Yeah, you just do it for 4 hours a day.
But, so he had this photo.
I will walk out of here.
He had this photo of Muhammad Ali and another boxer. They were running, and you could tell it was in Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
Right. And Hegan goes, you like that, Steiny? I said, dude, I love that. He goes, yeah, Ali and Frazier. That's Ken Norton, Matt. Ken Norton, not Joe Frazier. That's Muhammad Ali and Ken Norton. They fought at Yankee Stadium. All right? Joe Frazier didn't fight Muhammad Ali at Yankee Stadium. He fought him at Madison Square Garden once. So, I don't know why I'm yelling.
Are you raising your voice at me?
Are you raising your voice at me?
Did Frazier win the one at Madison Square Garden?
No. That was fight 2. Frazier won the first one in, obviously the third was the Thrilla in Manila.
Don't think too hard.
2 was Madison Square Garden. 1 was...
See, this is you with the crossword puzzle this morning. It's okay. You're feeling light.
I feel like it was outside the United States. Go ahead, Ken. I know you're all over it.
Well, I'm reading it. It says that this one was at Madison Square Garden, if I'm not mistaken. Fight of the century?
We just got a text saying
that was the one Ali won, I thought.
It was at MSG. This is.
They fought 3 times.
You said Ali Frazier won.
Yeah, at MSG,
Number
right?
1.
Okay, then, so was number 2 at Madison Square Garden too, then? Because that's the one I thought Ali won by decision.
Frazier won the first, and then
that was in
Ali
Madison
won the
Square
last
Garden.
2.
Yeah, that was Madison Square Garden as well.
Okay, so the first 2 were at Madison Square Garden. Correct. Okay, so I was right.
So they split on U.S. soil.
You didn't know.
No, I said I knew fight 2 was. I never said that fight 1 wasn't. I just said fight 2 was. See, this is,
Say you didn't know. It's okay.
What didn't I know specifically? I didn't know where 1 was.
That's exactly right.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, I'd see.
Rumble in the Jungle. That was Foreman Ali, not Frazier Ali.
See, I'm still quick.
What are you talking about?
I'm on my toes. You're throwing jabs and I'm ducking them. You're looking for the hook. You're looking for the knockout punch, and I'm all over the place. I'm floating like a butterfly.
Anyway, but by the way, you know, Muhammad Ali, he was a good fighter. He's a good fighter.
He's one of the greats.
He's among many greats.
One of.
Okay, here's a couple things you may not know about Muhammad Ali.
Sure.
He lost the second fight to Frazier. He got the win, but he lost that fight.
Well, how do you lose if you won?
Because it was a judge situation.
Now, did you learn this from the documentary about Joe Frazier?
And then...
And this is where I need you to be better.
The biggest crime, and no one will ever remember this, there was a fight in the mid-'70s. Quit feeding him information, Ken.
Well, he just told me that Ali won the second fight by unanimous decision.
He did.
So who was the Russian judge?
They all were on the take.
8-4, 7-4, 6-5.
That's the,
oh, no.
Okay,
you got the Boston here on a Friday.
Here's the other thing. What's
good
new?
Lord.
Okay, so here's the one, though. Here's the one. There was a fight that Muhammad Ali absolutely got taken to school in.
Sure.
I saw a guy fluster and frustrate Muhammad Ali to the point where Muhammad Ali had nothing.
You going to pay off that teaser?
Forgot the guy's name.
Oh.
No, Jimmy Young. From Philadelphia.
Was it on the
beat him in Landover, Maryland.
Okay.
Remember, he stepped outside the ring.
Well, you know I don't remember this because I wasn't alive.
So here's the thing that y'all need to know.
Yeah.
So when Muhammad Ali beat Foreman, he employed what they called the rope-a-dope.
Yep.
Okay, he stayed up against and he just let Foreman tire himself out. Jimmy Young had a different strategy that really frustrated Ali. He would be up against, Evan, get this. He'd be up against the ropes, and Ali would be coming in on him, and Jimmy Young would go like that and lean outside the ring. You know what I mean? He put like half his body through.
Outside the ropes?
Yes.
You can do that?
Yeah. You could then.
That seems a little cheap.
Well, but the rope-a-dope wasn't? Come on now.
Well, the rope-a-dope...
Beat him in his own game.
The rope-a-dope requires you to actually take damage. You know, you're tiring the other guy out, but you're also taking a lot of pain. You got to stick in there. It's like, it's like getting on top of the plate. You know you're going to get hit 20 times a year, but you're willing to sacrifice that for the betterment of the eventual goal, which is to win.
No, 415, you're not having deja vu. Am I having deja vu? Or Steiny had this whole conversation? No, I've had it before.
Well, we've talked about a lot of things before.
Oh, now we want to take calls. Okay. Oh, now we want to take calls because Steiny's imposing boxing knowledge. Yeah, sure.
Well, you got part of the information wrong.
I got nothing wrong.
You said that he lost.
Frazier lost the second one.
Yeah, no, but you said that Ali, but you said Ali lost.
He should have lost, is what I'm saying.
But he didn't.
Right, and he should have lost to Jimmy Young, and he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, just like the Warriors should have 5 titles, but they don't. You know, they should have won in 2019, but they didn't.
It's a bad analogy. That one I don't think quite works. I don't think that quite works. All right, I guess we got to take some calls. It's unbelievable the way the boss just pokes his head in there and everything changes. Let's go to Frank at San Rafael.
Well, he freaks you out.
I called him down.
Yeah, he freaks you out.
What's happening, guys?
Hey.
If the Warriors win, they're going to run into a buzzsaw anyway. They're young and they're hungry, OKC, and they're kind of like the Dodgers. Yeah. They're going for three-peat and stuff, you know. They're really good. And you know what? The Warriors are tough. I'm surprised they're doing good when they traded away their heart, Klay Thompson. But they've made some really strange moves, like – I don't get that part. They've traded a lot of players, and I don't understand why you would spend all that money or whatever, trade for Butler. He's old.
Thanks, Frank. We're all old.
I know they shouldn't have 5 titles. That's the point.
Okay.
So Yeah, the fact remains the Warriors will be running into a buzzsaw on Sunday if they win tonight.
I got a lot of texts here from people that are questioning my knowledge.
Yeah, that's fair. A lot of people coming down my road, too.
Let's go to Mac Zach in Oakland.
Just got to ignore it.
Hey, Mac Zach, how you doing?
Hey, fellas. All right. Just some quick facts about Lonnie Walker.
Oh, sure, let's do it.
Oh.
Yeah, Lonnie Walker once crossed over somebody so hard that Wi-Fi went out. Lonnie Walker didn't grow hair. Hair grew Lonnie Walker.
That's not bad.
The Dow is 48,000 because Lonnie Walker bought a breakfast burrito, and now everybody wants to buy. So you're onto something. You're onto something, Steiny.
Yeah, I know. Thanks, Mac. You're right, and also
that's pretty good, Mac.
You know, Lonnie Walker, of course, brought Reading High School in Reading, Pennsylvania, their first ever state boys basketball championship.
Oh, Danielle Marshall didn't do that?
No, they lost. He got upset in the Eastern Conference, the Eastern Finals, and they lost in the district finals too.
That's tough.
Dan, there was a little controversy at Hershey Park Arena.
Oh, let me guess. They should have won, but they didn't.
No, they lost. They didn't accept.
They were
their
supposed to win.
They were supposed to win, and they didn't accept their medals, second place medals.
Who accepts a second place medal?
Well, you're supposed to. And that's what's wrong with our society, right there.
What, that people
because
who come in second?
It's called protocol. In Pennsylvania, when you're playing in a district championship game, I can only speak for District 3. You have the finals game. One team's going to win, one team's going to lose. At the end of the game, it's just like the Olympics. Somebody gets a gold and somebody gets a silver. And they didn't accept. They didn't show up.
What's wrong with that?
I think Danielle actually ripped it. Like he got it over his.
I
got to ask him about that because he got a lot of heat for it when he was back in high school.
There's nothing wrong with that. My senior year in high school, when we made the NCS championship at the Oakland Coliseum, we lost. I don't want that medal. We didn't win. We were there to get a job done. We didn't get it done. So why would I want that medal to remind me of a loss? It's just like the World Baseball Classic. It was funny. They had Mark DeRosa on some show yesterday, and his title, I think it was on the McAfee show, was two-time silver medalist as manager, Mark DeRosa. Why would this?
Yeah, I misspoke.
You're not keeping that medal. I actually have confirmation.
You turn a silver medal down at the Olympics? You're crazy. And that's your short-sightedness because you're young. I mean, are you crazy?
Not if I thought I should have won.
Oh, gosh.
Please.
Evan.
Come on, man. I want to come in first.
You're still thinking like a child. You're 30. Come on now.
What are you talking about?
Exactly.
You're telling me you want a second place medal?
I don't want it.
Yes, that's the point. You're going to take
You get a silver medal in the Olympics, and you're not going to take it.
Should have won.
You're not bigger than the game, Evan. The game is bigger than the individual.
No, but
take your silver, and in 20 years, you'll look back on it fondly.
I have every memory required.
You haven't even finished second most of the time. You should be ecstatic.
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
You're finishing second to me today.
Please.
And you don't want it, and I understand why. I may not be bigger than the sport, but I'm bigger than the podium.
This whole idea is that if you don't win, you're worthless. I don't know where that's come from.
No, that's not the point.
Lose with honor, Evan. Thank you, G Money Rabbit.
Well, I can lose with honor, but
not if you don't accept your medal. That's not losing with honor.
What are you talking about?
If you don't accept your second place medal, you're not losing with honor.
All I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with not accepting it.
Yes, there is. You're not losing with honor. That's just me. You can live by your own standards, your own morality.
It sounds like you have a lot
We see it all the time.
It sounds like you have a lot of experience in this.
I've been on both sides of the fence. I've been a winner, and I've come out as a second place person.
Yeah, but your wins have clearly not put you in a position to where you're okay with it.
Oh, what do you mean?
That you're just okay.
No, I've had it all, Evan. I've had it all. I've experienced
second, third,
it all.
Fourth,
yes.
fifth.
Yeah, I was, was the MVP of the Spinagle tournament. Senior year.
What?
Woodrow Spinagle tournament in Lancaster. 75 years of basketball tradition.
Is that a cross between a spectacle and a goggle?
First coach at Franklin and Marshall. I don't know if you know this. We have an illustrious 150-year history about.
Well, you should. The country's been around for a while.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go find. No, I mean, go look up Spinagle.
How do you spell that?
Spionaugle. Get with the game.
Spinagle.
All right. What the hell? Steven in Oakland. Hey, Steven.
Look, guys.
Hey.
First of all, you guys are not going to be able to educate the youth of tomorrow if you're forgetting about people like Ken Norton Sr., father of Ken Norton Jr., famous 49er.
Yes.
They also knocked out Ali. But also,
yeah, but George Foreman, George Foreman absolutely pummeled Norton in San Diego.
Well, no one's perfect. Talking about coming in first and coming in second.
True.
But, I just want to say, once again, in this beautiful weather, I am drinking Kool-Aid. We got a great game coming up Friday. I said we was probably going to be in the play-in when Jimmy went down. Here we are. Hope springs eternal. And I just wish Guru was here because I'm excited. No matter what happens, it's a great day to be a Warrior fan, and that's where we are, man. It's a great day to be a Warrior fan no matter what happens.
Fair enough, Steven. Appreciate the call, my main man.
That's how you feel. Yeah, well, I think that there's no consequences tonight, right?
Of course there are.
Well, long term. You lose, you get a good pick. You win, you go play OKC.
There you go. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're coming around.
To what? You've been on the same side.
To the fact that it's going to be good if they win, and if they lose, it's not the end of the world.
Well, nothing is, but I think the Warriors will win tonight, don't you?
I don't know. I think the Warriors are going to win. I don't need the freaking Heat. I like the Warriors
tonight. Working tomorrow.
I like the Warriors like 121-109. Put it in the cap.
120-109.
121.
Oh, 121-109. Damn, 12-point dub. I see you.
How about the way Goo? I won't say Goo.
What about him?
He'll bet on an odd or an even.
Why do you got to just air out dirty laundry?
When I said I think it's going to be 121-109, and you said 120-109, I was like, perfect. No, that would be two odds. All right, that segment.
We got what's bugging you coming up.
Yep. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. And suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen. Like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardie Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at GoldenStateLumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate that. It is now the crossover. Today, it's a Friday, so it's sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Coming up in 10 minutes, the What's Bugging You segment on 95.7 The Game. Welcome in, guys.
What's up, fellas?
Not much.
Yo.
You mean a lot, right?
Sure.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Macklin Celebrini. Congratulations. 10 seconds on Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah.
Congratulations. New record for points in a year.
He's awesome.
He's 19.
He's awesome.
Pretty incredible.
Yep.
You know, as Charles Barkley says, somebody's got to score on a bad team.
They're not a bad team. Yeah, so.
Just missed the playoffs.
What if they get the first pick
Them
again?
the Warriors.
Wait, what?
Did I say it?
What?
I'm a little frisky today. As Guru
A little?
Yeah.
You know what? I know.
He's kind of itchy.
Go ahead, bring me down, Willard.
Well, no, I'm not. No. I know that's my job, but it's Friday. I don't want to send you off into your weekend feeling bad about yourself. That's not okay.
All right.
No,
He chooses to not.
I think you've tapped into something, but your thinking on it and my thinking on it in terms of why are a little different.
All right.
You said you feel like Warrior fans are a little tight today.
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't think they're tight.
Really?
I think they're accidentally complacent. I think they feel satisfied already. And I think that's the result of what you noticed. I heard you call yourself a very good observationist today. And you observed what at the end of that Warrior game the other night? Felt like they won the damn championship.
I thought they spent a lot of energy during the game, and then clearly after the game, you could tell it meant something.
I think it has sunk into some fans that, like, they already proved what they set out to prove. I think that's dangerous because I think there's a lot that goes into tonight. But I understand why fans are kind of like, okay, this is a proof of concept kind of a thing for the Warriors right now, and it's really about next year. And a lot of people think Wednesday night, they proved it.
I could see that. I also think that, to me, nothing will happen tonight that, would drastically or that would change their future strategy. But I do think that if they win tonight and play Oklahoma City and play a solid series against them, whatever that means, I do think people will feel better going into nothing's going to change in terms of, well, now we're back to being a contender, so we're going to go this route. But just, I think Warrior fans would feel like, to me, that would be making the most of a tough season. And if you don't make the playoffs, I think we're just going to remember it as a bad year, kind of.
What if Porzingis is awful tonight?
Well, he's hurt, isn't he? He's maybe playing less than 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, the reality, Dibs, too, is, Steph's had some trouble in recent years sometimes with, the second game of a quick 2 and 3 games. So,
yep.
And he just came back, so.
He did, but I do think that there's a couple of things at play here. One, they were so celebratory, in my opinion, because of the way that game played out. They were down 13, and Steph did Steph things, and Draymond showed that he might be the best defensive player in the history of the game. I don't think he is, but Steve Kerr does, and Draymond certainly does. And for 9 minutes or whatever in the fourth quarter, he played like the best defensive player ever, and Steph did heroic things, and Al Horford, as we like to call him, who is either 40 or about to be, railed 4 triples, and you stole one from the clutches. So go ahead and celebrate. Now, if they were playing, I don't know, fill-in-the-blank team tonight, other than Dylan Brooks' team, I do think you might have a letdown. But when you come out for the warm-ups and you see him out there with the braids, I think that every single Warrior, from GP2 to Steph to Draymond, you're automatically going to be jacked up because of that guy. He is that guy.
And I will go the other way, too. They want to play the Warriors. And that is, or at least Dylan Brooks does. And I got to respect that. I do. Like, he is like, how I'll guard the best player on the other team. You don't really want to do that. You say you do. Like, Draymond wants to do that. Like, Dylan Brooks, I think, would rather, lose to the Warriors than lose to the Clippers, for example. I mean, would rather not. Like, this game means something to Dylan Brooks.
Well, people who get under other people's skin know that and know how to continue to do that. I mean, the reason he throws Steve Kerr's name in at the end of his quote the other day is because Steve has gone to press conferences and talked about how dirty Dylan Brooks is.
Yep.
So He's just tapping into that. I think he's just playing his character. I don't know. I don't know where he would be on the whole, like if he were guarding Kawhi tonight instead of, going toe-to-toe with Draymond Green. But Dylan knows that this fan base hates him more than all the other fan bases. There's no question about that.
I guess what I'm saying is, I think there's a possibility that some Suns players were watching that game, the Warriors game, and they see Curry and then the Warriors win and they might go, oh boy. But Dylan Brooks is good.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, because that's what he wants, and that's kind of how he's made his brand, by being the villain and being the villain to this fan base. And so he immediately comes out and says, yeah, I was rooting for the Warriors because Steve, Draymond, and Steph, I want all three of them. And it just plays into the narrative. And ultimately, it's about entertainment, as my partner always says. And you go tonight, and this will be entertaining, and all eyes on Dylan and Draymond and my guy wearing number 46 in gray. Yes, folks, he's back. Scott Foster.
I also think Dylan Brooks is trying to take some of the pressure off of a few guys on his team that might be a little more mentally swayed by a situation.
I wonder.
He doesn't mind being that guy. He doesn't mind standing. I think it was game 3, first game at Oracle last year, where they were, warm-up line coming out, and he's just standing in mid-court, staring at Golden State. There's just an image imprinted in my brain of him sitting there, straight-faced, just staring at the Warriors. And it's like he wants it to be about him so that Jalen Green can play his game, that Booker can play his game, that whoever else is on his team doesn't have to worry about getting the ire of his opponent.
I'm curious if you're right, because I think you're right in terms of what he does. I just don't know if I buy that's why he does it.
Well, it's a part of who he is.
But you're making it sound like he's doing it as a good teammate rather than being a narcissist.
I think he is a pretty good teammate.
I don't know. I really don't know what his teammates think about him. We're having the voice of the Suns on today, my buddy John Bloom.
I love John Bloom.
We'll ask him.
I mean, to me,
Houston just dumped him after signing a huge contract.
Well, they traded him for Kevin Durant.
They did.
To me, Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green are very similar. Forget the games. Draymond's, over the course of his career, has been a more impactful player. But I think teammates feel about Dylan Brooks kind of the way they feel about Draymond Green, which is you take some bad with some good, but all in all, you're glad they're on your team. That's what I think.
That's fair. I've never... we've never seen Draymond play anywhere else, so we don't really have that body of work. But I don't know if Dylan Brooks' teammates have ever come out after and said, thank God that guy's gone.
Right.
I do know if I was playing in the association, I would much rather have a Dylan on my team and go up against him, because ask GP2 what he thinks. That was an unbelievable airborne cheap shot. And, I'm not defending Dylan Brooks for that, but if he's on your team, you at least know that probably won't happen to you.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some fire. There's probably going to be some texts handed out tonight, and I think it's probably going to be between Draymond and Dylan Brooks, because that's part of their roles on this team.
No doubt. I just mean the functionality of what Draymond does, because he doesn't really look to score, is so deferential, and I just mean that in terms of X's and O's. Draymond is solely focused on defense, and he is solely focused on setting screens and setting Steph up and all of those things. That's not Dylan Brooks. Dylan is a better offensive player, and therefore is also at times a more selfish offensive player. And then beyond that, I can't speak on it. I don't know if he's one of those guys that loves and really gets rewards out of setting up his teammates, or if he's just got that edge to him, and so that's who he is, no matter what.
I think he's kind of a gamer. I think he does whatever is required of him in that game to win, which is similar to Draymond. Draymond's obviously won at a far higher level, but I think there are players in basketball, and Brooks is one of them, that if the game is laid out there, he's got to score 30, he will try to do that. I think last year with Houston, his role wasn't really that of a scorer. He was more of a secondary or third guy, so he's going to try and be efficient and defend his ass off. I think he's more important to this Suns team than he was to last year's Rockets team. But he might have been, him and Şengün, probably the two best players in that series last year. You know, and now he's got to be a 20-plus point per game guy.
Yeah. I mean, that is one of the reasons, you know, we used to talk about Dylan Brooks and people hated him. But the reason, like now, the tone has changed, and it's because he's turned into a player. Like I think he's gotten better the last few years. And like I kind of didn't think he was very good.
Didn't you go
earlier in his career? I thought he was. I thought his whole game was the act.
I agree with you.
And like now he can beat you, or he can, you know, he's good.
If you look at the two teams that did the trade, wouldn't you agree? Houston was not quite as good as we thought they'd be.
I would agree with that.
And Phoenix is better than we thought they'd be. And I think that right there in and of itself has really helped the way people look at Dylan.
But I also think that Houston made the trade for now.
Sure.
Not necessarily for the regular season.
Agreed.
Like
Agreed.
If they, I mean, I would expect them to beat the Lakers. If they don't, that's a loss.
Oof.
That's a big loss, and that's going to come back on KD. But if they end up making the Western Conference Finals and the Suns get eliminated tonight, like that's a win for Houston.
Yeah, but were they, outside of the Thunder, were they the second favorite coming into the year in the whole NBA? I feel like
as far as championship
in the Western Conference,
like
rather.
The five seed, I don't know how you can't look at that as at least a little bit disappointing for Houston coming into this year. I mean, like to be on the road in round one, that's not what people thought.
But I give them a break because they didn't have Van Vliet all year.
That's funny.
Come on. What? Was he their seventh best player, sixth best player?
He's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
That team
he's a
needs
pretty
a
good
guy
player.
like
But you're gonna like we're gonna give a team that's got Kevin Durant, Şengün, Thompson, like those shooters that they surrounded with Jabari. You're gonna give them a pass because Fred VanVleet was out.
He killed the Warriors last year.
What was the Rockets' record this year? They win 50?
No,
Okay.
I don't believe so.
49?
Yeah.
The
Rockets, yeah.
The Rockets, they won 52.
Yeah.
52 and 30.
You know,
that's a good record.
Preseason odds went OKC, Denver,
Houston must have hit
Minnesota,
their over.
Houston.
I'm sorry, Dibs. My bad.
52.5.
Oh.
Pay the under.
Pay the under.
Wow.
Yeah, they were the fourth pick in the West, followed by the Lakers, the Clippers, then the Warriors at 47.5. All the way down Phoenix, over-under of 30.5.
There you go. I think that's really helped the way people look at Dylan Brooks right there. Like they won 30.5 and they won 45.
But also, I mean, when he got to Houston, he helped them win games.
No
I
doubt.
mean, every team he's been on, while they haven't won a championship or gone particularly deep, they've been better with him on the floor.
If he was not good and his teams were not good, he would not piss anyone off. Like,
yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KJMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And time for the What's Bugging You segment. April brings increased termite movement beneath structures. Atco Pest Control locates active colonies and limits further damage. Visit AtcoPest.com and mention you heard about Atco on What's Bugging You and get 10% off termite treatments this month.
I'll go first. How long have Lewis Hamilton and Kim Kardashian been dating?
I don't know.
News to me.
It is.
On to the next.
No, that makes me feel better. That's what's bugging me. The older you get, the less you know stuff like that. And I was just scrolling IG this morning, and there they are, shopping for rugs together. You don't shop for rugs on your first date. Apparently, Lewis Hamilton and Kim Kardashian have been dating. I didn't know that. I felt left out. But you guys make me feel better if you didn't know either.
Yeah, that kind of stuff over the
I don't even know who Lewis Hamilton is.
Okay, man, that
He's a F1 driver.
Troubles.
Like for the last decade, the best F1 driver.
No Niki Lauda.
Yeah, he is.
I mean,
Niki
how many
Lauda.
times has Kim Kardashian been married? Just asking the
over
room.
under
3.5.
Yeah.
I'll go 3.5.
Quietly, you pay the under. Shockingly.
What is it? Is it 3?
Yep. Damon Thomas,
Humphreys.
72 days.
And Yee. Yeah.
Kanye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kanye West. If you're Yee, you have to be Kanye. And I always did this with Adrian Wojnarowski. You can't be Woj if it's Wojnarowski. You have to be Woj.
To me, if you can be Favre, then you can be anything you want.
That's a good point.
If you can be Favre and the V comes at like before the R.
Well, Dwayne Wade.
Yeah,
Dwayne Wade.
You can do whatever the hell you want.
You can do whatever you like. Shout out T.I. I'll go next. What's bugging me is people on LinkedIn, and you get these LinkedIn invitations, and I look at your profile briefly, and I want to accept you. I want to connect with you. I want to connect with people. That does not enable you to then send me a message talking about how you saw my profile and click on this, and I can help you with that, and maybe we can do this, and maybe we can do that. We made the connection. Don't cold call me. Don't spam me, bro or sis. Leave me alone.
But what's LinkedIn for? If they're
LinkedIn is for connections, not for you begging me to do something for you immediately.
What are they connecting with you for? They
Maybe down the road, somewhere down the road.
They ain't trying to be your friend.
Right,
they're trying to do business.
You don't need to immediately hit me with, hey, I looked at your profile and I've got this podcast. Maybe you can spend some time and hee-hee-haw. No, we are unconnected.
I just have a little problem with your terminology. That's all. Because if they reached out and you accept it, then there's no such thing as them making a cold call to you.
What's a warm call?
Okay, that's different.
Lukewarm call.
Because you've already met them. You know who they are.
We haven't met, and once they do that, then we become disconnected on LinkedIn. We go to unLinkedIn.
But you profiled them, and you said yes. What do you think they're going to do next?
I say yes to everyone.
But what you do? Well, see, that's your problem.
Other than the people who follow my this. No, I'm not going to follow your that.
If somebody says that they can help build your podcast, that's the immediate no. That's the immediate no.
Well, I don't know that until they send me that message after.
Well, no, you can see, go to them and you can, like you said, you check out their profile. It usually says on there.
It doesn't say, hey, accept me, and I'm going to come at you with 17 different LinkedIn messages.
It's funny you mentioned that because I think it was a month ago. Devone comes in on a Saturday morning. He goes, you will not believe who I just connected with on LinkedIn. And I go, who? And he says, Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah.
And I go, well, get him on the show. And this was right after he got traded. I'm like, you had 2.5 years to actually connect with TJD. But instead, it's we don't even know if it's real, but it could be. And so I'm just more thinking, how are we going to cold call him in this, or warm call, whatever you want to call it? Yeah, we're going to warm call him to try and get him on the show. Anyways, reminded me of that.
I get more annoyed when people I know really well reach out to me on LinkedIn.
Just text me.
Well, yeah. If you have my phone number, my Twitter, my Instagram, my address, we don't need to be on LinkedIn. What is it we're going to do there? So, Dibs, do not connect with me on LinkedIn.
I don't. And there's a listener, a P1 listener who I will not name, who is ferociously anti-Willard. And he sends me messages on LinkedIn, long diatribe, one paragraph, barrages against my partner. And it's what are you doing?
That's your Harry.
Forward me the...
Meanwhile, he reads them start to finish.
Oh, yeah.
Twice.
Probably in the restroom, I bet. Yeah.
Throw a heart on that thing.
Yeah.
It's just
send me that. I want to connect with that guy.
You'll see him. He's at the various station event. He's the guy in the corner mugging you, so I'll point him out next time.
I didn't even know there was one, but we're usually
there was
drinking,
one?
So, yeah. Go ahead, Evan.
No, I'll go third. But what's bugging me is it's kind of saying goodbye. I'm not very good at this, and there was a member of our local watering hole, Eric Rogers, who had his last day yesterday at the ship. And he's not retiring, but he's moving back to upstate New York, where he and his lovely wife are going to be for a while. And I just had a hard time saying goodbye. He's been really cool, makes it a great environment. I do think there's a bit of a stigma from some people about bar culture. But if you have a good bartender who creates, a warming and kind of accepting environment, and they do it without really requiring anything of you, it doesn't really hit you how much you enjoy seeing them until it's kind of the last time. So anyways, yesterday we went down to the ship, and he's wearing his, Hawaiian t-shirt, and he's doing drinks with people, and it just felt like everybody there really appreciated his work for X many years. And he always does it without wanting anything from you back. Just say hi and chat you up. But anyways, saying goodbye is kind of what's bugging me right now, because Eric Rogers is the man. And I don't know if I'll ever get to see him again. So shout out to E. And appreciate your service, man. Thank you.
You could connect with him on LinkedIn.
I could connect with him on
that would
LinkedIn.
probably
I don't
be a way
think
you
he's
guys
going to
could
be on.
stay
He
in
doesn't seem
touch.
like that kind of guy, though.
He might be on DrinkedIn. Am I right?
That's a 5. That's a 5.
That's not bad.
Not bad. It was genius.
We should probably get that domain while Steiny's talking.
Yeah.
DrinkedIn. DrinkedIn.com.
He and I had a domain about 14 years ago that was genius, and we never acted on it, and now it's gone.
What is it?
Remember Let's Play 9?
Oh, yeah.
We talked about the idea of just playing 9 holes, and he and I over an afternoon session, it's like, let's play 9.
We got rights to that, too.
We did.
We got Let's Play 9, the number. We got Let's Play 9, the word.
Yep.
And there might have been one other one because they give you like 3.
Yeah.
Anyway, nothing came of it.
No, not a thing.
And now it's expired.
Yeah, now people play 9 all the time.
This is true.
Whatever.
I tried to do that this morning, but I only got through 5. Ran out of time.
I guess what's bugging me is Lucas came in and shared a story about he went to a certain establishment the other night to watch the Warrior game, and the Warrior game was not on the main screen. It was on one behind him, and it was just confusion. And, I think we need to come up with the bar system where you fit into one of 4 categories. So instead of, hey, there's a game on tonight. All right, let's go. Well, is it going to be on? Who knows? We can alleviate what's bugging me with 4 distinctions. 1, you're a sports bar. You have the games on and the volume's on. That's a sports bar. Then there's a notch below that where it's not a sports bar, but the TVs are on. They're showing sports, but there's no volume.
It's a bar that shows sports.
Yes.
Not a sports
lounge or whatever, yeah.
The third one is we have TVs, but we will never show sports.
Okay.
And then there's we don't even have TVs. So you got to be one of those 4, and it would give you a better idea of where to go on a night when you might be looking for something in particular.
Like in 5 hours.
Quick point of clarification.
Yeah.
If you have TVs, but you'll never show sports, what the hell are you showing? Watching soap operas at restaurants?
Those young bars with like film noir, and they'll put like black and white old Bela Lugosi film for atmosphere.
Trader Sam's never shows sports. They always got some eccentric film on in the background, but but that's what to expect when you go to Trader Sam's.
Would You Believe Cocktails is the same way on Geary.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've ever been to Would You Believe, but they're showing like old Grace Kelly movies.
Yeah, I'm out on those places.
Usually without the volume, at least the places I've been to.
For the most part. Yeah. I like that, though. And maybe you could have, like, on your internet profile would be, we're a sports bar.
Exactly.
22 TVs, we show sports. Or 2 TVs and don't come here.
SB is sports bar.
BS is
TV,
bar with sports.
TVNV is they're on but no volume.
Okay.
This is good.
TVNS is TV no sports. And then no TV is pretty self-explanatory.
Okay.
I'm into it because I get triggered by this stuff.
You did on Wednesday, right?
Well, yes, but I wasn't triggered. That was great. We went to a place called Burn House in San Rafael. They've got TVs. The game was on. There were 2 spots at the bar. We sat down. We were right in front of the game.
But the game was also not on some screens, right?
But those were the screens that you would think would not have the game. And I don't know if that was an Amazon thing, but those were kind of in the corner of the restaurant.
Like crossing streaming services.
Yeah, but to me, there's a responsibility. This is where I get upset. If you are either a sports bar or a bar that shows sports,
right?
That boss has got to tell the employees 2 things. What game is on tonight, and here's how you change the channel.
Yeah. All right.
Like, another point for Burn House in San Rafael. We walked in right before the game was on. The game was on. We're on Amazon. We're watching the end of the Sixers game. Like, they knew what the hell was going on. There's nothing worse than it's Warriors tip time and somebody's got auto racing on from 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and now employees are asking each other where the remote is. Don't do that.
Is that where you learned about Lewis Hamilton and Kim K?
No, that was on my Instagram.
Yeah. You should be able to order a drink and also order the remote as well. Let me get a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale and the remote. Yeah. All right, that'll be $14.50.
That's not a bad idea.
Don't make me tell you what channel is on. I hate that. Get an idea what we're doing here.
That was me at the tournament, DirecTV, and I'm an Xfinity guy, and I knew the channels. I'm like, you're going to need 217 over there. I need 245. I need 247. Let's go. Give me the remote.
Seriously.
Right?
This is what we're doing.
All right, gents.
Oh, are you leaving?
Yeah.
Not so fast, my friend. As the great Lee Corso would say,
What's up,
not
Hefe?
so fast, my friend.
Oh, it's the voice of God.
I got to what's bugging you.
Uh-oh.
And
What's
it's not
bugging me?
directed. No, it's not directed at Steiny at all.
Sure.
What bugs the crap out of me is when I can't get one of my hosts on a day of an elimination game to just go a little bit longer talking about Muhammad Ali. Like, why go 8 or 9 minutes? Why not go 15 or 20? It just pisses me off. It bugs me.
We spent 3 hours and 52 minutes talking about the Warriors today. At some point,
I texted you the picture with me and Muhammad Ali. I kind of wanted a little bit more.
on 95.7 The Game,
wow,
you'll get more.
Have a good weekend, Steiny.
All right.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's freaking go. Okay? Let's freaking go.
Down go Steiny. Down goes Steiny.
By the way, before Boss does a walk-off, which he just did, he grabbed a mic in the other room. He joined the crossover. He did his funny, and then he left. Can I continue what's bugging you for a second? What those of you on YouTube watching didn't see is that Matt Nahagian, who has a haircut that would work in any army of any year, wore the headsets around his neck.
Oh, underneath. Wow.
Which is a clear sign when someone does that, they're basically saying, and don't mess up my hair, which is ridiculous because he doesn't have any hairs that are longer than 2 centimeters. You couldn't mess that thing up with a broom. And he came in here and gave Steiny the business, but also didn't want to mess up his hair.
Don't know if that's the reason.
What other reason would there be?
Maybe it's a comfort thing. Like, I'm not going to headphone shame a person. You're a 2-ear guy. I'm a 1 ear, like maybe
fine.
1.5. Everyone does it differently. Some people are AirPods and earbuds, and some people like it one way and another. I've never looked and noticed what his steez is, his flow, but yeah, underneath is normally I don't want to mess up my hair, which is why I go, shout out Sylvester Stallone, over the top.
Yes. Yes, it's not a problem for you.
No.
It's not a problem for you. And I, 87% of the time, have a hat on, so it's not a problem for me either.
No doubt.
But when I don't have a hat, where does my headset go?
It's over the top.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Because I'm not foofy. That was foofy.
Okay. I didn't see it, so
anyway,
there you have it. Look at you taking up for your guy Steiny.
Yeah.
Who got dunked on.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's very Dylan Brooks of you right there.
Oh, I'm in the mood.
Go out there and commit a flagrant after your own teammate got dunked on.
I'm not letting anybody do that to my teammate.
Right.
As Guru would say, that's my quarterback.
That's right.
Okay? Hey, Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, we ask you to vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. It's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. All right, after Wednesday's win over the Clippers, would you still be satisfied with the Warriors season if they lose tonight? Vote now on Twitter, and we'll share the results later. And that perfectly leads to kind of what I want to say. And I don't know if Steiny, I was listening to them on the way in. I don't know if what he was actually saying was, boy, we're not maybe getting the sort of like ferocious engagement that I thought we would get today. just so you all know, in our business, it has nothing to do with how many are listening, but some days there's more like you can just feel it and see it. There's more activity going on. There's texts flying in, and there's, like yesterday, the phone calls, the board was full the entire show.
Yeah.
That doesn't always happen. And so maybe he was tapping into, like, it was a little lighter or something than he thought it would be in terms of the engagement and the reaction. And he was like, I think Warrior fans are tight. And I don't think it's that at all. I think what we've got here, and that word satisfied that we just used in the Engaging Dub Nation poll, to me is the key word here. And I want to know if everybody did come out of Wednesday feeling satisfied. And if so, what does that mean for tonight? Because I view this week as the Warriors' soft launch of their new business. Their new business is the Steph and Kristaps show. And it stands to reason that for the first half of the year next year, that's probably going to be the central piece of their roster. And they have been saying for 2 months, if everybody was healthy and we could get all that group together and get the G League guys off the floor, we could actually be a good team. And this was the soft launch to see if they were right. And so far, so good. But I got a warning for everybody. If you just are like, now we're satisfied. We saw it. It's good. Let's move on. And, hey, we might still end up in the lottery anyway.
I think the soft launch is it's done. And the team, I'm sure the team has already seen what they need to see. It just comes down to money. And if Kristaps wants a ton and they can't pay it, or if he wants to stay because Rick Celebrini is the GOAT medical guy and you can make it work, he's going to stay. I don't know if fans are looking at tonight as the second piece of the soft launch. Maybe they are. I don't know. I don't necessarily look at it that way. I look at what Kristaps can be, and I put this out on Twitter after the game, or actually during the game on Wednesday. I want Kristaps back, even if it means 50 games, 50 to 60. It won't be more than 60. It might be less than 50. I think 50 is about the number, but I want him back. And Jimmy will come back, and Moses maybe, Steph and Draymond, and whatever else is going to be here. I think that the soft launch, it's a good way to put it. Wednesday, it was a success. The restaurant opening, the soft launch, was a little shaky early, and it didn't look like maybe it was going to work. And then all of a sudden, that last round of entrees came out, and it was like, the food critics came in, and the food was tip-top. The service was on point. Everything was amazing. So I think that the soft launch has already confirmed that this can work, and it might work next year.
Here's why that worries me. I think what you just said, that's exactly where a lot of people are, and that's why it might feel like a lot of you are sitting on a couch tonight, but your back is up against the back pillow, as opposed to being on the edge of your seat.
I think it was that way Wednesday until in the fourth quarter.
But that was because of a lack of confidence. This is because of maybe a lack of fire. And here's why I still want to see more. I'm not 100% sure that Wednesday wasn't just a fourth quarter flurry.
Like you said it yesterday, they were pretty bad for 3 quarters.
They did not play well.
17 turnovers, and they were a little shaky.
They were sloppy. Mm-hmm. There's no two ways about it. And in the first half, they did not shoot the ball well. There's no way around what I'm saying. What I'm saying is a fact. In the fourth quarter, they got absolutely white hot from behind the 3-point line.
From everywhere. They were 15 for 20.
That's like that, and so they won. But you know what I mean? Like, if I were broadcasting for the other team, you know how Fitz does this sometimes, where he's like, well, what are you going to do? The other team's just on fire. Like, if I were the Clipper broadcasters that night, that's probably what I would have said. The Clippers outplayed this team for 3+ quarters, and then they went bananas. And they won the game. And they deserve all the credit in the world for that. But there's 2 things I want to say about this, and that's one of them. One of them is, are you going to build your soft launch, your satisfaction with where the Warrior franchise and roster sits based on the fact that for 1 quarter you couldn't miss and then poof, that's it?
No.
You know?
Kristaps wasn't even really a part of that. He was good early. And then Al was phenomenal late, and Steph was great late. I think that the soft launch for me is just built on the premise of Can Kristaps be a good player? Yes. Can Steph still do great things? Yeah. Can Draymond still be DPOY at times? Yeah. I mean, that's enough for me to want to give it a shot again next year. This feels a little bit to me like Niners in Seattle, where you go to Philly and you won a road game that you were an underdog in, and then you went to Seattle and it was not house money, but it was kind of like, you know what? And you and I said it, if they lose this game, what will our satisfaction be? It'll still be pretty high because, man, all the injuries, 12-5 and a road win. And this is a little bit like that.
See, I think that's a little dangerous is the wrong word. It's not dangerous, but I think that's a little maybe prisoner of the moment-ish. I'm not disagreeing with you in terms of how people do feel. I think you're going to regret that feeling at 10 o'clock tonight if they don't win. I really do.
I mean, it's not a feeling that I think is core to my being. I really think that they can win, and I want them to win. But if they don't, I'll understand.
Oh, sure.
Much like I did when the Niners went to Seattle and they got absolutely pummeled.
I'm not saying that I'm going to go into a deep depression all weekend if the Warriors lose this basketball game. But those of you who think that if the Warriors lose tonight, at the end of it, you'll be like, all right, lottery. Let's freaking go. Lottery. I think that's an empty feeling. That's a one-night stand versus a relationship. And give me a relationship with Oklahoma City. And I think, especially Warrior fans, if you are not even in the playoffs at all, you're going to really, really miss it. Even if it's just 4 games. I think you're going to really, really miss it. And right now, you're like, okay, see what? For what? We're going to get our doors blown off.
No 10 seeds ever won a playoff game, let alone a series.
Yep.
Winless, the 10th seed in the playoffs.
I think you're going to feel empty next week.
You'll miss it, absolutely, but I will understand it. And sure. I was looking at the stats, and we can get into this because I sent all you guys a 4-act play look at the Suns and the Warriors so far this year, and it's a fascinating look at the 4 games they've played, who's played, who hasn't played, who got ejected, who did this and who did that. There's one gigantic thing that no one's talking about that needs to get addressed.
Okay, let's get into it. 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from you. Are you feeling satisfied? Is that what today is? It's like, and I think the Warriors fed into it with the way they celebrated Wednesday, maybe to a degree. And everyone's like, okay, we did it. So I think we'd love to get into that. The voice of the Suns, John Bloom, 4:15. Mark Spears, 5 o'clock. Other than that, it's you, 888-957-9570. Warriors in Phoenix tonight at 7. Warriors Live with Mark Grandy, 6 o'clock. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Looking for more than just a job? Start a career with purpose at the Auditor, Controller, Clerk, Recorder's Office. Join a team that protects public funds, preserves vital records, and serves the community every day. Grow your career, make an impact, and build a future you're proud of. Apply today at acjobs.org.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. Process is easy. And you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing. So don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
We'll be hearing from Draymond later.
Yeah.
He's not going to call the show.
He's not?
No. Well, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know that he won't.
I'm surprised you talking to me.
Stand on it.
He's allowed to.
Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do.
I'd like to stand on what you said, actually, Draymond, because he said some pretty interesting stuff.
Oh, yeah.
About Steve Kerr, about the final play where he picked Kawhi's pocket. Some really, really good sound. So we'll have that for you later. As we said, the voice of the Suns on the scene. John Bloom in less than a couple hours. Mark Spears, 5 o'clock. Willard and Dibbs, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'd love to hear from you. Did Wednesday suddenly make you just feel satisfied, or do you need more? Waleed in San Ramon. Hello, Waleed. Thanks for calling.
What's up, guys? Listen, you guys talking about one-night stand versus relationship. I don't think we can talk about relationship with Porzingis right now. I mean, the guy is great when he plays. He fits with the team. He fits with Steph. But he can't go 2 games without popping up on the injury report. So unless he takes a major pay cut or, he's on a 1-year prove-it deal with the Warriors, I just don't see the Warriors re-signing him, with big money.
This is just my perception, Waleed, but I definitely think that Porzingis' next deal will be a short one. I've always thought of it that way, simply because of the health stuff that you're talking about, and also because of the Warriors wanting to always align everything with Steph's contract. I don't know if I'm making something up, but in my head, it's the Warriors and Kristaps get together on like a 1-year, $20 million deal.
That's kind of what I think.
Yeah.
And if you look at like the breadcrumbs that have been laid out, Kristaps has missed the majority of the year, came here, played in almost 2/3 of the games, came out and said that Rick Celebrini is the GOAT. And when he actually has played, he's played very well. And I think if you're Porzingis, you understand fully where you are in your career. And he's, 31 years old now, and he's been paid a bunch, and he's not going to go out there and get a 4-year deal worth $150 million. He might get a 4-year deal worth $100 million. But I don't even think that that's out there.
No, I doubt
Whatever's
that.
out there for him is probably a shorter term deal worth less than he's making now, which is 30. So if you can make 2 and 40 somewhere else, or you make 1 and 20 here, I think you go 1 and 20 here and see if Dr. Rick Celebrini can continue to get you healthy.
I'm just reading body language when he talks, and it feels to me like that's what he wants to do. He wants to stick near Rick Celebrini. I would think as a Warrior fan, you're not looking at Kristaps saying, man, he can't stay off the injury report. I would say the way we felt about this 3 weeks after the trade deadline, I think things have suddenly gone pretty well. He's been pretty consistent. Not all the back-to-backs. Sure, there's a nagging injury to tonight. Anthony Slater reported an hour ago that the expectation is that Kristaps will play tonight. So the Warriors have a pretty clean injury report again. I'm not saying everybody's feeling really well. I don't know how Draymond's knee is feeling, how Steph's knee is feeling, how Kristaps' ankle is feeling, but I think they're all going to give it a go. And again, he played that one game after the trade deadline, and then he was out again. And all the mystery and Steve coming on our show and Potts and whoopsie-daisy, I shouldn't have talked about that. The way we were feeling then, wouldn't you say that it's gone pretty well since then?
It's gone pretty well. I mean, overall, it was going to be 27 games that he could play.
Yeah.
And I said if he plays in 18, that would be kind of impressive. If he played 18 of the 27 and he played 15 of 27 and then he played 16 of 28, if you count Wednesday as a game, and it actually was a game. It wasn't a playoff game. It wasn't a regular season game, which really should have been what's bugging me because that's just stupid. Like, decide which one that is, NBA stat people. But they haven't. It just kind of lives in purgatory. But when he plays, he's averaging 16 a game. And he plays 24 minutes, which is not as many as you'd like. I mean, honestly, 30 minutes. So if you look at his last year in Boston, 42 games, half the year, 29 minutes a night, 19 and a half a game. Is that worth $20 million to you to have him maybe be ready for April next year? Probably.
Yeah.
19 and a half a game.
Good player.
In 29 minutes.
Really good player.
He is unguardable.
And he brings an aspect to this team that they have not had for so long, and you saw it in a big game last night or 2 nights ago. You saw it. But I'm not done with the soft launch. I'm just not done with it. I would love to see, because again, what tonight's game represents is not just tonight's game. If tonight's game goes well, you get at least 4 more. That's what I want out of a soft launch. You don't want to have your soft launch and then have everybody gather with the boss the next day and be like, turns out we're not ready for the soft launch. We close back down for a little while. We're pushing opening date back. This is, okay, fourth quarter went well. Now we get to do it again. If there's a consistent 4 quarters that comes out tonight, you went on the road again. Okay, let's go to OKC. Even if they beat us, that's the champs. It's okay. but let's keep getting reps. Let's keep getting proof of concept. Right now, what I have is optimism, but a question. And I will take this question to 7 o'clock tonight. Did you just get hot for the fourth quarter? Or do you have a little something cooking here? I know you got a little something cooking. Steph's back on the floor. Like, I'm not dumb. I get that they're better than when they're centered around Cryer and Leones. But they also could have very easily just whimpered out and lost that game by 15 points.
Yeah, they could have. For me, the questions about the soft launch, as you put it, have been answered. And the questions that can't be answered will remain unanswered. And the biggest question is, can Kristaps make it through an entire year and play 50 to 60 games? And you won't know that until you get through an offseason. And if you sign him, then you can get more time with Celebrini and you can figure out how healthy he can actually be. So the questions to me that need to be answered now, they've all been answered. Like Guy, can he be a real player? Absolutely. Is Pods a rotational player on a good team? Yes. Yep. Can Draymond still defend? Sure. Does Steph still have a fastball? Of course. Al Horford, my God, is he ever clutch? And I don't know, all the things that you wonder about this team, I think they've all been answered.
But it's got a blend. Like, you kind of went individual by individual. And we've watched this before. I've given you the example before. That's always the first one that pops to my head. I was working in L.A. when the Lakers got Dwight Howard and Steve Nash. And they were all on the front of Sports Illustrated. And everyone was like, oh, my God. Right?
It's a super team.
It's a super team. They sucked out loud. They sucked. They were the 8 seed. They got swept. But their guys weren't all old. Some of them were, but some of them weren't. So Kobe, Powell, Nash, Dwight, Meta Artest, whatever you want to call him, was part of, like, there was so much talent on that team, and they never gelled. And so that's what I thought we got to see a little bit on Wednesday night. It's not just individual by individual, are you good and can you play, but what does this look like together? And in the fourth quarter, you had to feel pretty encouraged with the way that group was kind of blending together. And I know it looks better because shots were falling. And that's why I want to see more.
Yeah, I think even in the first half, it blended well. The third quarter is where things got really kind of sideways. First half, everyone played well except for Al Horford, and that was partly why you had so much of a deficit, but I thought the Porzingis, Draymond, Steph trio was really fitting well together, and so I don't really worry about the blend. My biggest concern is what cannot be answered, which is the health and the longevity and all the rest of it. Like Steph at 38, which is where he is right now, 38 in a month, and you get to October, and he'll be 38 and a half. I don't think that he's going to be any more of a deteriorated asset than he is now. The way he works in the offseason, he's an absolute machine. Right. So now he can't do it every night, but you get to the big games, and these big-time players can do big-time things, and that's why tonight, to your extent of, the big game tonight, soft launch, I would love to see them be able to do it again within 48 hours and move on to OKC.
Yeah. Josh on I-80 is next up. Hi, Josh. Thanks for calling.
What's going on, fellas? Happy Friday.
Yo.
So the word satisfaction, I think that's an interesting question because when they had their game Wednesday, I woke up like, ooh, it's Wednesday. Curry's playing. We can upset him. We can go do this. And I was a little bit more excited throughout the day. Today, I kind of woke up like, oh, they got a game today. I'm going to put it on. And I think this is the reason why I think a lot of fans may be feeling this way. It's that we went 2 months without Curry. And I think that the Warriors fans, more than anything else, they're a little bit more like 60% more Curry fans really than true Warriors fans. Like, we love Curry so much that the performance that he gave us, and that's another Steph masterclass. We went 2 months without it, and then for him to just come back, play in game, win or go home, and he just does what he does in the third and fourth quarter, it's like, we've been waiting for that so long. When you get it, you're like, okay, the season ends or whatever. We don't plan to win a championship. We just want to see Curry. We want to see him ball. And he gave that to us on Wednesday night in such a great fashion that you're like, the season's over. At least we got to see Curry do it one more time this year. And then let's get to next year. I would love to see it, Mark, to your point. I would love to see it for another 4 games. I definitely want them to win tonight. I'm going to be locked in. I'm going to be watching. But I think the way fans are feeling is because they're just like, we got what we wanted. You know what I'm saying? We don't think we're going to win a championship, but we want to see Steph Curry be great. We got to see it.
Yep, Josh. Josh, thanks. I think you're spot on. And here's why I don't look at it that way. Like, I don't look at this like, okay, we got our shot of Curry. Now we can, it's like married people who, maybe you only go twice a month. So you're longing for it, and then you get it, and you're like, I'm good for another couple weeks. Don't do that. Like, I'm not in on that. Here, like the shot of Curry the other night, not enough. And here's kind of the way I look at tonight and then next week. And it's perfect that the word lottery is attached to this. And it's perfect that Ken just walked into the studio. Ken, you're good. No. You're going to like this. So I was involved in a lottery last year. You know this. I'm a very big fan of the band Oasis.
Yes.
Oasis broke up years ago. The two brothers hated each other.
Yeah, heartbreaking.
Yeah, that was it. And they hated each other, and it was never going to come back. It was just like the Eagles. And then what happened with the Eagles? Well, hell freezes over, and now they're back. Well, the two brothers, whether they actually made up or not, or just decided, you know what I want $50 million.
Yeah, there's money in that.
All right, so we're going to do just a humongous international tour. And if you were a fan of the band, you got this like email. And it was like, you have to sign up for the lottery. You can't just buy tickets. You have to win the lottery for a chance to buy the tickets. I did not win the lottery.
No.
Now, Ken, did you win the lottery or did you just buy? Because he went overseas. You went to Europe to see this concert.
Yeah, it was in Edinburgh, Scotland, and we got. I think it was we waited on Ticketmaster line.
Okay,
so it was a little different than the lottery here.
Right. So there was a lottery, but obviously, like any event, if you're willing and able to spend enough, you're going to be able to go get the tickets. So once upon a time, I don't win the lottery. I'm not going to Europe for a show. Like, that's just not going to fit my life right now. Hashtag Ken. That's flex. Anyway, but then they come to the U.S. They don't come to the Bay Area, but they do come to L.A. And they're going to perform at the Rose Bowl. And I ended up having a conversation with my daughter about it. And I'm like, this may only happen once. I really, really want to go. And she's giving me the same thing all teenagers will give you in a moment like that. YOLO, Dad.
Yep.
YOLO.
You only live once.
You got to go. And I'm like, and it's expensive. And then we're like childcare and the this and then that and the other. Bottom line is, Dibs, I didn't go.
What happened?
I didn't go. It wasn't that I was chicken. I was just like,
Scared money don't make none.
I don't actually want to go that bad. And I kind of regret it.
Yeah.
I kind of regret it. And I know some people who went, and to hear them talk about the experience, I kind of regret it. And this is how I feel about tonight's game. I think you're looking at it the same way I looked at the Oasis show. Yeah, we want to go. But like, was it like that bad? It'd be good to be in the lottery. We got our shot of Curry on Wednesday night. So like, I don't know. And I think you're going to feel, if they miss the playoffs, the same way I feel about missing that show. You are going to regret it. You're going to miss it if that series starts next week and the Phoenix Suns are playing the OKC Thunder.
You might miss it, but different than your Oasis concert story. And I love that because ultimately you got nothing on the back end. The Warriors might actually, if you're a Warrior fan, you might actually get something out of not getting the OKC series. You might move up in the lottery.
I saved my G.
Great.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not an actual tangible reward, though.
Sure it is.
The Warriors could actually get something by missing. I'm not saying that I want them to lose. I really don't. I would love to see Porzingis and Chet Holmgren go head-to-head. I'd love to see GP2 harass Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I'd love to see a various number of Jalen Williamses running around and Lou Dort, who is kind of annoying as a good defender, but Steph Curry running circles around him. The matchup would be fun. I don't love their chances, but I'm here for it. I want to see the matchup. And so I'm not looking at tonight thinking, found money. We got the Steph performance on Wednesday. It was special, and it was, but it was special. And when I get something like that, I want more. I'm not a guy who plays golf and makes a birdie and thinks, well, there's my birdie for this round. I think, you know what? Let's get another birdie. Let's start stacking some good stuff here. So I'm not of that mindset. Some fans, I'm sure, are, but I go into tonight thinking you're a 2.5 to 3.5 point dog against a team that is, they're good, but they're not that good. And the one thing that I mentioned before the break that fans need to pay attention to is they have not faced Jalen Green yet this year. The Warriors have not. And since he got back from his injury, he has been on fire, including the play-in game when he had 33, I think, in the loss to Portland. So that's a little bit of a different something. He's different than the Jalen Green we remember from last year. He's more consistently phenomenal.
He's going to the hole more. He's very, very athletic.
We can ask John Bloom that at 4.
I mean, they haven't faced Kristaps Porzingis.
That's true. And they probably didn't face him in Atlanta because he didn't play a lot in Atlanta.
Correct.
But yeah, if Porzingis plays and he's questionable, I think that he will play.
I mean, I think that all of these things, it's always the case when you get to this time of year. Like these teams are different now. They're different than when they last played, and they haven't played in a while. They're very, very different than when they played midseason. I don't even remember how many times Curry played the Suns this year. I know he played them.
I think it's 3
of the 4.
Yeah, and I sent you guys the summation of the 4-act play. Act 1, Jimmy left early. He had the back.
Okay.
No Dillon. Moody goes for 24. Dubs win by 11 at home.
All right.
Act 2, Jimmy goes for 31. Curry was terrible. I think he was 3 for 14. Brooks punches Curry in the stomach.
Oh, that one.
After a 3-point shot. Suns win that one by 1.
Yep.
Act 3, Dubs down 10 in the second quarter. Draymond ejected. Booker and Curry were phenomenal. Will Richard, 20 off the bench.
Oh, my God.
The Dubs win. Act 4, Pat Spencer with 20. Gee with 18. No Steph or Booker. Dubs by 4 on the road. They were down 14 with 10 to go. Brooks was 0 for 4 down the stretch. So 4 different games, 4 different acts, including the Dillon punch of Steph Curry in Act 3.
This is completely aside from everything we're talking about. This is the matchup the Warriors wanted. No question.
No doubt,
Of the 4 teams in the play-in, you want my hot take for the month of April?
It's sizzling.
The Suns are the worst of the 4 teams. It's not even close.
Wow.
They are. That doesn't mean they won't win tonight. And I know they were up by 8 on Portland with just a few minutes to go the other night.
Up 11 with 6.5 to go.
And up by 8 with 3 to go. And they lost. So they choked it away. But Portland has more dynamic individual performers. The Clippers, more dynamic individual performers. And I think if you add in Steph, the Warriors have more dynamic individual performers. The Suns have Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green and Devin Booker, and they're all very good, but they're all very inconsistent. I don't think Booker's been healthy the second half of this year at all. And they look underwhelming to me right now. They're very gettable. It's one game, so who knows?
Right.
But they're very gettable. And if the Warriors were playing the Clippers or the Blazers tonight, I would have less hopes than I do in this one.
The Blazers, I think especially, just based on what they have evolved into and the fact that they've owned the Warriors this year. So I'm with you to that extent. And, Phoenix as a home court, I wonder what the saturation point is for Warrior fans.
Yeah,
probably not as high as in L.A., which it felt like 50-50. Sources say it was about 2/3 Clippers, 1/3 Warriors. I'd be surprised if it wasn't similar tonight.
I don't know. I've heard from a number of Warrior fans, and they're like, we're going. There's some people live down there. Some people are just like, we're going to hop the flight, what have you. Yeah, and it's not known as an intense home court environment anyway. So whatever it is, it's not like they're not going to Boston tonight. You know what I mean? So I don't even see that as much of a factor when you're dealing with the veterans of the Warriors.
Right. I mean, they've been in hostile environments, and they go to Boston in the NBA Finals, and they're chanting "Blank you, Draymond," and it gets to him, and then he comes back the next game and plays well. And so this is not going to be that. This is a pretty laid-back sports town as far as Arizona and Phoenix area goes.
Totally. I think there's an emotional aspect to this too, and maybe we're prepared for it, and maybe we're ready for it. The circumstances are what they are. But when you go into this offseason, which is going to be a hefty one for the Warriors, whether they're in the lottery or if they have the 15th pick and they're chasing big names and trade rumors, like it's going to be a very rumor-filled, active offseason, that of which I am confident. But I think it's going to be sort of a talking point for the naysayers if you didn't even make the playoffs. Like, you didn't even make the playoffs. That's part of this. Even if you lost 4 games straight to Oklahoma City, there's just, that's kind of what I'm looking at tonight as representing. It's like, dude, there's a big dance, there's a big party. You got to be invited. You have to be a part of this whole thing. And look at what happened last year. The Warriors won a round, but then it ended sort of quickly after that. But everything that happened in those 2 series felt like it was in slow motion. It was very memorable, very, very dramatic. And so you go into the next year, and that's your reference point to everything that's happening this year. I think now that it's this close, you want that. You want that for the offseason and for next year to have as your reference point what happened in the playoffs to the Warriors the year before.
I suppose, but I'm not worried about the naysayers, because if you go up against OKC and you lose, the naysayers are going to say, well, obviously you're not as good as the top team, so we're going to naysay all the things that you should be doing and you're not going to do. Ultimately, win or lose tonight, beat OKC or not, the Warriors are going to take the exact same course either way, which is we're going to try to get a good older-ish player in here and try to run this thing back. You're not trading Steph or Draymond. You're not trading Jimmy, and you might bring back Al. You are going to go, I believe, in the same direction regardless of what happens tonight.
Maybe. I think there's some more twists and turns and forks in the road this offseason than we might be thinking. I don't think it's just snap your fingers, get Kristaps, and offer something up to LeBron and Kawhi. I think there's a lot of different ways this could go. The draft in the NFL is next Thursday, and we are broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. See how that worked out? Watch every pick, win some great prizes. Come spend the afternoon with us. We hope to see you there Thursday from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It is presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. Did Wednesday make you feel satisfied, or do you need more? Your calls continuing. Willard and Dibbs.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community. You can
Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear the Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Bay Area, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Come on, Dub Nation. What are you waiting for? Download that Odyssey app now.
Today, the Warriors gonna play, and then we'll talk about it. It's Oasis for those of you on the YouTube.
This is Grandy rubbing it in.
A little bit.
And then that's you.
Mocking this entire experience. Today, the Warriors gonna play, and then we'll talk all about it.
But that's the part where the concert would have come down. I actually missed the parts where the concert went up.
Right.
There's a song,
I don't know the catalog enough to know if they do go up.
No, they have a tradition, actually. And you guys might know more about this. There's some soccer team that does where the fans all turn their backs for certain plays or something like this? What is it? Do you know?
I mean, I thought you were going to bring up Oasis' connection to a soccer team, which is Man City.
Okay, so
the most universally hated soccer team in the world.
But does Man City have a thing where their fans turn their backs at a certain point?
I don't know about that specifically.
Okay, so
but the front men for Oasis are gigantic City fans.
Okay, so they have a song called "Cigarettes and Alcohol," and what the concert would do, and it became a thing at every one of their shows in that tour. Like, and you're talking an arena with 75,000 people, and everybody turns their back, and then the beat of the song is such that everybody just jumps. And I'm just like, it looked like a thing. It looked pretty freaking fun. It looked like an experience.
But you didn't want to pull the trigger.
Nope.
You've seen them live, though, have you not?
Yeah, but it was a lot. Like, it was back when they were, like, first album. And I went with a, well, I'll just leave her name out of it.
Ex-girlfriend?
At least.
Possible side piece?
No, it's not.
Ex-wife?
Don't do side pieces. Anyway.
Internet dating option?
She was a tremendous buzzkill.
Oh.
Like I was so excited
Just
for
so you know, I'm nobody's side piece, okay? I'm the main course.
We're not doing that. And I
miss him.
I saw Oasis here in the city at the Civic, and I was so excited for this show. And, the two, as Grandy calls them, the front men, their names are Liam and Noel Gallagher. They have attitudes. Like, they're a little confident in themselves, shall we say? So the in-between the songs rhetoric between them and the crowd turned her off. And she was just like, like this.
Oh.
And I'm like, well, take a walk and get a snack because I'm into it. And she ruined the whole thing. She ruined it.
Wow.
It's kind of like golfing with somebody who is having a rough time out there and decides to spend the whole round telling you that they're not actually this bad and they're throwing clubs and they're pissed off the whole time. Be fun to play with. We don't really care about your score. Don't ruin it for everybody else. And that's what happened. The only time I ever saw him.
Bummer. Yeah, it's too bad.
She screwed it up.
A little bit like the Warrior fans who hate watch Brandon Pajemski.
Ooh,
it's like
that's an interesting statement.
If you're sitting next to somebody in a bar and, Pods is having a good game, but then he throws up an air ball and it's like, gotta hate Pods.
It is.
Get my jacket. We're going home.
We could talk about this in the offseason. The whole Pods experience at a game. It's really something.
Yeah.
It really is.
I asked you to check for Pods jerseys, and you couldn't find more than zero. Yeah.
Zero, but I don't think I saw the number of non-Steph jerseys was below 5.
Yeah.
I think I saw a Jimmy and like 2 GP2s, maybe 3. And that's it. Everything else was number 30. So, yeah, no Pods, but no Leons either.
Yeah, and Steph was number 1 in the association again.
Yeah,
I just saw the report a couple days ago that they put that out. So, yeah, you're going to see a lot of Steph, no doubt.
So, anyway.
It's a safe jersey to get because he's always going to be good and he's always going to be here, you would figure.
Yeah.
Pods is a little bit edgier.
Who's here longer, starting right now, Curry or Pods?
Don't make me answer that. I'm having a good day. It's an obvious answer. The answer's Pods.
It is. It is, and that's why I think just, we're on a quick aside here, but the relationship is it's going to have to be worked on because what you call it hate watching, and I sort of call it's like a can't win syndrome. When he does something good, you'll cheer, but it's this obligatory sort of like, well, that helped the Warriors, so yay. But the second he misses, everyone else's misses are just like, we missed. And his misses are like, he missed.
Part of that is because his misses are like capital M misses. They are like wild misses.
No, there's balls flying over backboards. There's things going on everywhere. But he's a positive player, Dibs.
Grandy, I'm going to need you to come in here because I'm going home sick. That was the rare 0 out of 5.
It's not a 0. It's not a 0.
Thank you.
It's not.
It was like a Pods 3. You lined it up. You were open.
It's not a,
yeah.
Air ball. But it was purposeful.
I get it.
I paused.
You paused.
I told you.
Which is even worse. And I did it just to get you off the hook. So I let him off the hook. So there you go. Anyway, just 30 seconds, quick aside.
Yep.
If you are out and about this weekend, do not come to the city because East 80 is going to be closed.
Oh, yeah, a couple lanes.
No, the entire thing.
Oh, for a couple hours, right?
No, the entire weekend.
Really?
I believe so. So if you're planning on traversing to go from, I don't know, South San Francisco to the East Bay, you're going to want to take mass transit. You're going to want to take BART. They're redoing a gigantic overpass connector.
When does it reopen?
I think late Sunday if all goes right.
How late?
I'd have to check the exact time, but
I might got to pick up somebody at the airport Sunday night.
Eastbound I-80 closed from 11 p.m. tonight to 6 a.m. Monday morning.
Oh, crap. Huh.
But I don't think it's all of it. I think it's not the Bay Bridge and east.
No, it's from
17th Street to 4th Street.
Correct. So basically the connector to 101, the 101-80 connector where you take the Central Freeway from roughly there to just before the Bay Bridge. So you can drive through the city and get on at first going east.
Oh, so we're good. Yeah.
You're going 19th and going all the way
I'm going 19th Ave.
Yeah, just if you're thinking about driving your normal route to the Bay Bridge, I wouldn't. And also city streets are going to be a little bit tight. So just as a heads up. From me to all of you.
Boy.
Because I care.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's nice of you.
Well, because we had Josh from I-80 earlier.
Thanks.
And I don't think that he was on that piece of 80, but it made me think we should let the people know that 80 in the city is going to be shut down.
Till Monday morning.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. I will tell you that usually when those things happen, don't quote me on this now if it goes poorly for you. It's usually not as bad as they make it sound. I lived in L.A. during that whole Carmageddon thing. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And they made such a big deal out of it, and it was a massive portion of 405 that was going to be closed for an entire weekend. They made such a big deal out of it that, because I had to go out, I had to go to work over the weekend, and I was like, I'm leaving 17 hours early. There was nobody out there. It was almost frightening. I'd never driven through Southern California and seen less people. So they put it out at such a level that there was nobody outside. It was the greatest experience I've ever had on the freeways in
driving,
LA.
yeah. 405 can get you.
Oh, God.
Can cost you hours.
I can't
a lifetime.
I can't go there anymore. I've been desensitized.
Right?
I can't. My kids will tell you, when we drive down to see the family now, I'm in Southern California for 7 minutes, and I'm punching my windshield.
It's tough.
I can't do it anymore. I used to live it. I cannot do it anymore. So
it's a suffocation sensation is what it is.
If you just go live in LA for 1 year and you will never think there's traffic again wherever you live.
I lived there for five junior years at Cal State Northridge, and occasionally we'd try to go to UCLA, and it's about 14 miles, and it would be 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And you try to take Sepulveda, which is like the frontage road, essentially, and you might save 3 minutes, but it's still 3 hours.
It's not doable.
You go over Coldwater Canyon thinking you're going to beat the system.
Not doable.
3 hours.
It's not doable. And Saturdays and holidays and Sundays and middle of the nights and nothing works.
You take the 218 to the 118 to the 5 to the 10 to try to go around the horn. 3 hours.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
The Warriors are playing in Phoenix tonight.
I can't wait.
Yeah, 7 o'clock. Warriors Live with Mark Grandy. Mark Grandy. Let's call him Mark Grandy. He's not Mark Grandy. Mark Grandy, 6 o'clock, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We're also sponsored by Alameda County. All right, so here's the thing. 2 things coming up next. We'll get back to your calls. 888-957-9570. That is the number. What we've been getting into, and I do think the Warriors aided in this. I'm not calling them out for it, but I think they were authentic. But the celebration, the release, if you will, of Wednesday night sort of felt, I don't want to say it felt like an end. It felt like such an accomplishment that I think a lot of people are like, they did it. They did it. And so now there's tonight. And it just feels different. So we're talking that out. Are you feeling satisfied? because of Wednesday? Do you need more? 888-957-9570. Plus, Draymond Green said something about Steve Kerr that you absolutely must hear. And we will play that for you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Looking for more than just a job? Start a career with purpose at the Auditor, Controller, Clerk, Recorder's Office. Join a team that protects public funds, preserves vital records, and serves the community every day. Grow your career, make an impact, and build a future you're proud of. Apply today at acjobs.org.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. It means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. What it really means, this is going to be a spring to remember. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelce. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $525 if they take the title. On Kelce, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelce app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelce. Trade on anything.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Curry with the dribble. Runs it right behind the back to Draymond. Back to Steph. Dribbles off a double team. Fades and fires. It's good! A sideline three for Steph Curry. The crowd roaring. Warriors 120. Clippers 117. Timeout LA.
Oh, yes, Steph, come on. I'm going to dance right now.
Bay Area, it's Keith Santos here. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 957 The Game.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, let the beat build.
Now I'm ready.
Let it build, Mark. Yeah.
I was doing something.
Yeah, you were.
I was just getting it ready.
Is it ready?
It's ready now.
I love it.
The chef was cooking, but it wasn't cooked yet.
No, it's got to be ready.
You got to let it bake.
You got to have it be ready.
888-957-9570 is the number. John Bloom in an hour. And the first thing I'm going to come at him about, he's the voice of the Suns, by the way, and my best friend. And I need to come at him a little bit because he does something weird about NBA games.
Okay.
You want to know what he said to me?
Sure.
He goes, at 4:15, yeah, I can do it. I'll be at the gym.
At the gym? Like the basketball gym?
Yeah, I go, do you mean you're going to be working out during our interview? Plus, dude, that's like 2.5 hours before tip. You're going to be at the gym? Or is that what you call the arena? And he goes, yeah, the arena.
Gotcha.
The gym? Would you ever call Chase Center the gym?
I mean.
I will go to the gym.
They have a gym in Chase Center.
They've got a number of them.
Which is not the actual place where the Warriors play. I've never been to the gym inside of Chase Center. I'm sure they have one, if not two of them. And by gym, I don't mean the weight room. I mean another basketball court that's much more like a gym.
Yes.
It's a gym.
I just thought that was super weird.
A little bit.
for an NBA play-by-play guy. Like, you're going to the gym? Okay.
You're going to an arena? Like some college, especially campus facilities, are gyms?
Yeah. I graduate of Cal Poly. Like, their arena is actually called Mott Gym.
It's called, yeah.
Mott Gymnasium.
All right.
Yeah.
I went to Cal State Northridge, and it was the Metadome. Which,
how many people did it seat?
Probably about 2,500, maybe 3K. When they brought down the upper seats, when they rolled out that bleacher.
Kind of a gym.
When Bakersfield came to town.
It's kind of a gym. Like
definitely a gym.
Like my daughter and I just toured San Diego State. They have Viejas Arena.
Right.
And it is an arena.
If your on-campus facility is open for intramurals, it's a gym.
That's a very good definition.
Like, I don't think they have intramurals at Chase Center.
No, we had them at Mott Gym, though.
Yeah, oh yeah.
For sure.
And in Northridge, you had two courts going short way.
Viejas Arena had barred gates around, surround. You couldn't get anywhere near that place.
It's an arena.
Yeah, that's an arena.
Anyway, John Bloom live from the gym. He'll be pumping iron.
I mean, like, you're on the treadmill when you're talking to us? That's going to be a bad interview. Anyway, he'll be on at 4:15. Mark Spears is coming up at 5, and we're talking out the Warriors and the Suns, and whether or not, in some way, shape, or form, Wednesday just kind of made you feel satisfied. And I have to admit, sort of almost mentally fighting through this myself. You win on Wednesday, and I think not only were the Warriors so excited and so happy, and it felt like a big accomplishment. Remember what I said yesterday when Ann Killian came to the class and said that game last night was the answer to all Warriors questions. And because of that, I think it is understandable. I don't think the Warriors will do this, but I think it's understandable that the fans just kind of like, you let your shoulders down. You relax. You're like, okay, we got our answer. But I am personally going through the exercise today of very much ramping this thing back up because I still think there is a tremendous amount on the line tonight. And I don't want, quite frankly, as much as I know some of you do, I don't want to spend the summer talking about and thinking about the lottery. I want to spend the next couple weeks talking about the playoffs and then going into next season talking about the playoff experience that we all watched.
And the draft, which will not be the lottery, but the draft is going to be there no matter what happens with this game or the OKC series. That's all going to be there down the road. And I'm with you about the next couple of weeks. And you and I always talk about we're doing this, and this is a play-in, win and in, lose and go home to the lottery type of a game tonight. So we're going to do that very thing, and it's a winnable game and all the rest of it. So whatever happens, I'm not going to have a major disappointment if they lose. If they win, I'm not going to go full Barbosa and say we're going to be championship. It would be fun to win and just take a crack at the defending champ who is a phenomenal 1 seed, and you'll be a heavy underdog, but you've got all this championship pedigree. That would be fun to just see. No 10 seeds ever won a playoff game in the history of the association. They've made it out once, and they got swept. And so can the Warriors be the first to ever win a game, let alone maybe throw a scare in, let alone win a series? All that. It would be...
To your first question, I say yes.
Of course.
I absolutely believe that if the Warriors win tonight, they will not get swept. I believe that with every single piece of me. That does not feel like the way the NBA usually goes. Like, they'll have a night. You know what I mean? I don't know if they'll have more than one, but I just feel like, especially if Oklahoma City, let's say they were to go up 2-0 at home, there's just, how can they not relax a little bit? And the Warriors have too many kind of good players, too much pride, too much, as you put it, the pedigree. So, again, that's Monday's show. Hopefully, right? And they'll either be up 1-0 or down 1-0. But if they're down 1-0, yeah, I'll dig my heels in that they're not going to get swept.
I agree.
But
got
to do this
before
first.
we get there. Just so I can get this on the record up front, the term "gentleman's sweep" does not refer to all 5 game results. It's only a gentleman's sweep when a team goes 3 up and they do the gentlemanly thing, which is to quote give you game 4. That's the only time that a game 5 4-1 result is a gentleman's sweep. That's all. I'm done. Just putting that out there.
Well, don't be done. It's only 3:25.
I'm done with that portion of my soapbox because those are the little things.
I know.
The weird things bug me. That's one of those ones.
I know. That one's right next to, I'll take your answer off the air.
I've gotten over that one.
Have you?
Yeah, because
I've noticed you let that go a lot more lately.
Yeah. Happy New Year after January 8th is another one. I've let that go too.
I don't think a lot of people didn't do that to you this year.
There was enough. Enough people went out of their way on like January 23rd, but I'm not taking the bait anymore because I understand it's a me problem. The other one is our colleague Steven Risotto. His nickname is Pasta. Risotto is a rice. And the fact that he's named Pasta bothers me because risotto is a rice, but I've let that one go.
Yeah, but they're not going to call him rice. I think
they should call him rice.
But that's part of the thing. That's part of the bit.
It's really not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's part of it. You don't have to think it's funny.
It'd be like me calling Grandy hundredy because a grand is 1,000 and 100's 100. Hey, hundredy. It's just wrong, stupid. I'm over it.
Would not be like that at all.
Happy New Year, Dibs.
Yeah, there you go. You can't get to me today. You tried yesterday with your pigs of stink. Gee, friend of the program.
Got to you.
Well, I mean, he was, yeah. By the way, definition of got to you is you still thinking about it the next day, brother. That's the definition of got him.
Well, as you know, I am a proud grudge holder, and I've got things that I've held on to for more than 40 years. I'm just waiting for my chance to spring and pay back.
Okay. Looking forward to that.
Better watch your back.
I promised something from Draymond that he said about Steve Kerr. We want to play this. This just caught my attention. It's not like surprising, but it caught my attention. And we had some callers yesterday who were like, "Woo, the Steve Kerr hate train. It must have broke down. I don't hear from anybody today. Where are all the Steve Kerr detractors today?" And that was yesterday, and I know people are kind of hiding in the weeds on it because it wasn't a day to speak out. At the same time, what have the Warriors actually accomplished? They won a 9-10 game. Like, I can't even call it a play-in game. It's actually a prerequisite play-in game. Tonight's the play-in game. The Warriors won last night. They're still not, or 2 nights ago, still not in. So people can kind of throw it that way. But I wonder genuinely if Wednesday night, in any way, shape, or form, adjusted your thinking on Steve. Not just because he outcoached Ty Lue. That's one basketball game. But I wonder, based on some of the things that you're starting to hear his players and those around him say. Because Steve Kerr's job is not to make any of us happy. His job is to coach the Warriors. And this is what some of the Warriors say. Take a listen to Draymond. This is from his podcast, part of the Odyssey family, the Draymond Green Show. Take a listen.
I see all the talk about Steve Kerr. When I tell you, you don't want another coach in the foxhole with you. You don't want another coach when your back is against the wall. I know all of you have your complaints about Steve Kerr and have your complaints about his rotations and his philosophies and all of these things. But I just never see anyone really question Jeff Bezos like that. I never see anyone really question Greg Popovich like that. I never see anyone question Phil Jackson like that. But for some reason, and I guess it's because of the day and age that we're in, there's always people questioning Steve Kerr. Well, I'm here to tell you, again, you're back against the wall. You don't want another coach. He always know the right thing to do. He always know the right thing to say. He always know the right thing to do. He always know the right adjustment to make.
That matters to me. That's coming from Draymond. It's coming from Draymond, and he compared him to Jeff Bezos.
Right. And I think Bezos also gets some criticism.
For different kinds, yes.
Well, different things.
Not for his rotations.
No, but I mean, certainly for, how he's snuffed out the competition, maybe his off the Amazon tendings that he's gone through, whatever. But
politics and all
an
that.
interesting one to draw upon. But the Popovich one, I think, is interesting. I don't recall a lot of criticism for Pop over the course of his tenure. I'm not following San Antonio media that closely.
Same for Phil. For Phil Jackson. Like, nobody would do that. And Phil is in an interesting spot because he was a multi-time champion, but in 2 different markets, 2 different brands, and large brands. But
different time, though, for sure. And Draymond pointed that out.
And that's probably what it mostly is, I guess. And there are some circumstances, right? Like, we know, like, a big part of it, I think it was already there a little bit. And then, the JK/pods/ whatever thing that is, or whatever your relationship with it is at the core of it. It's at least related to it.
Right. And also the Jordan Poole, the handling, and whether or not he actually isn't the GM to make that call, but he's part of the brain trust. And, why wasn't Draymond punished? And it's the rotations. And some people criticize him for always going with this super small lineup. And, well, of late now you got Kristaps and Horford and, Draymond, and all of a sudden now you got a lot of big guys.
Right, but it was always funny to me where he's like, he wants this super small lineup. And then I look at the bench and there's no tall people there. I'm like, dude, who do you want him to put in the game?
Right.
He can't put Zaza in. He's not actually on the team anymore.
Yeah.
What do you like?
And Al's being load managed, and Kristaps wasn't here, and so you're playing Draymond at the center. It's like you're playing this small lineup. Well, you've got a team full of small guys.
Right, and I remember when Bob Myers said this to us. They ripped Bob Myers at the trade deadline for not getting a big man. Then they won the championship. So what are we doing?
Right.
And
that's Steve's defense, always like, we've won 4 titles doing it this way.
Right, it works. Or at least it worked. Does he need to evolve? I mean, there's a conversation there for everybody, anybody. But The fact that it's all still centered around Steph Curry, I don't know about you. That makes sense to me. I don't know what the other option would be right now.
Well, the only other option would be to completely gut it and build around nobody or keep Steph and try to play a different way. But to your point, the way that they've played over the history has shown that it works. 4 titles and 2 runner-ups and, a lot of playoff appearances that didn't materialize in between. So they're not going to change what they do. And I don't really understand the Steve Kerr slander, so to speak, but that's just, some people think that.
We're going to go to the phones in a sec. Some fun texts that just came in. Let's see. 415 says, Happy New Year, Dibs.
Yep.
I never had a chance to tell you.
Yeah, glad you took this opportunity.
Right, so there's that. 408, the polarized haters only come out when it's advantageous to them.
Right. And that's, that's always the case. Like on Twitter, I went out and praised Pods for, playing well in the first half. And then he had a couple of bulky possessions and then here come the mentions.
Don't do it. Just don't do it.
I don't mind.
Just don't do it.
I don't mind. And then I go full minute ball on people and just blocking fools left and right.
415, take Draymond's opinion with a grain of salt. He's also the most protected player by Steve Kerr. And I mean, I understand that criticism. Yep. I absolutely do. I also understand behind closed doors what the Warriors would probably say. They can't say it publicly, but what they would probably say in defense of that. Did you watch him defend Kawhi Leonard the other night? We want Draymond in a good space and we want him on the team because we don't win without him.
Right.
That'd be their defense. And if you don't accept that, I get it. Like the Draymond one, that is a complicated relationship. I think that's fair to say.
It is, but you can take those comments with a grain of salt, knowing that Steve has had his back for 14 years. And so, of course, Draymond's going to say good things about him. And the other side of it is, why would Draymond be critical? He's won 4 titles. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, and he's had a phenomenal career, not because of Steve, but Steve's been the coach.
It's helped.
It sure has.
It's helped, yeah. They've helped each other. There's no question. Bud in Oakland. Hi, Bud. Thank you so much for calling here on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, what's good? Dibbers, tell them.
Nice.
Hey, listen, right? I was real hyped for that game, man, and the Clippers game. I'm real hyped for the game tonight. But, I think that Clippers game mattered a lot to Draymond, Curry, and Steve Kerr. We had all the criticism about, we haven't beaten the Clippers in the past 9-10 games. The new arena, we haven't beaten them. So I think for Curry putting on that show, Draymond putting on that show, and Steve Kerr putting on that coaching clinic that he did, I think it mattered a lot to these guys just to say, okay, well, we got over that hump. Even though it was like you said, it was a prerequisite game for the play-in. I think it mattered a lot, mentally for these guys to say, okay, well, we went ahead and we did this. And being down by double digits on multiple occasions.
Yep.
Going forward, I think if we can close this one out tonight, I know a lot of people reference like the week leave days and whatnot, but it's kind of feeling like that feeling again. We were the AC when we eliminated the Utah Jazz, albeit the Jazz is not a team like the Thunder, but at the same time, you kind of almost have that feeling. It's kind of like in the air. So I just feel like, that last game did a lot for these guys mentally going forward. And, we'll see how the game goes down tonight. But Dibbers, tell them. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you.
All right,
That's
bud.
an old Low Neal drop. Dibbers, tell him. One of the classic Low Neals.
Oh, we got another one. 415. Hey, Dibs, we are going to win tonight.
That's great. Yeah, that's another former pet peeve, like the whole idea of we. Like, I get it. You can we it up if you want. I guess you're French now, so that's fine.
I could make a case that a fan base is part of a team.
Right. And you can we it up all you want.
They help pay with the salaries.
Right. And the team helps pay for our salaries without a doubt. Yep. I've told this story a million times and I'll never stop telling it. If it wasn't for Steph Curry, we're back as the Wolf. Country music right here on 95.7 The Game. Yeehaw! If it wasn't for that guy and that team, I don't believe that we're still here. So
yeah, that's probably true.
So we could probably we it up too if we want.
Yeah. Go for it.
I'd rather not.
Come on. Say it one time.
We
are going to win tonight.
Yeah, sure. We're going to win tonight. We're Warriors.
It's not like we're not journalists. I love when people call us. We're not journalists.
Right.
I don't need to be objective. Bleep you. I'm not objective.
And it's like very, very, very rare that we actually like report on something or break a story.
No,
like you'll go out and ask a question at a press conference, which might piss another journalist off, but that's neither here nor there.
Journalist.
The head turning. Let's go to Mark in the back. You ask a question. Oh, you're a journalist. Whatever.
Yeah, but I was not journaling.
No.
What he said.
Mark Spears, who joins us today, he's a journalist. Yes.
He's a great writer.
He's great.
He came to the class last week, too.
He's awesome.
They loved it. Oh, my gosh, they loved it. Yeah. Yeah. It's fun. It's fun.
We just saw Anthony Slater reporting on ESPN from the court. That's a journalist.
Slate.
He breaks stories. He reports on the team. Like, that's journalism. You and I are just a couple of guys yapping at each other.
We're just here. We're just here kind of having fun. And, you know what I mean? Like all of the authenticity of who we are.
Right.
So that's why, I don't get bothered when people call me a homer.
I'm a journalist with words.
No, well, you could do that. I grew up here. These are my teams. Yeah. That's what
we get to talk about them?
That's what we're doing tonight.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. All right. So, yeah, John Bloom in about a half hour, the voice of the Suns, Mark Spears, will join us at 5 o'clock tonight. You want to hear this? This was great from Draymond, too.
Okay.
Listen to him break down the anatomy of the last steal, the picking of Kawhi's pocket. This is one of the reasons that I not just give Draymond a break, I love certain aspects, not all aspects. I'm not big on punching teammates. There are certain parts of Draymond I really, really appreciate. And I want you to hear how this steal was not just, I poked at it and I got it and I stole it. This ended up being hours of thought that went into this steal. Listen to Draymond Green Show.
The whole game, I have been watching his handle, and I have been thinking man, I think I can get one of them. However, if I reach for one of them and I don't get it, with Kawhi, you got to stay patient because he's so strong and quick and gets to his spots and raise up. If you're not patient and you lean one way the wrong way, you dead. You can't make it up. He going to go where he's trying to go, and he going to bump you. And Kawhi is strong as an ox. So once he bumps you, there's nothing you can do. For me, I'm like, maybe I can get it, but I got to stay solid. I got to stay solid. But when I saw him coming down, I was taking the right hand away, so I knew he had to cross and go left, and I timed it perfectly. But I have been waiting on it the whole game.
So great.
Been waiting on it the whole game.
Steiny told a story about his dad and what his dad, the late father of Steiny, told him a long time ago. It's if you think you can take it from somebody, wait. Don't do it right away. Wait until you need it. And that's what I hear from Draymond right there.
It's incredible.
Right?
It's incredible. Even that makes me think of when he was talking a few weeks ago about how he knows that he can just turn an arena on its head anytime he wants. And sometimes he's like, my team needs this right now. So, when the next time you see Draymond yelling at a ref, it might not just be that Draymond has lost his cool. It might be that Draymond decided that that's what his team needs in that moment. And that is what I so appreciate about Draymond Green. His brain is on just high alert the whole time. Doesn't always make the right decision. I do think that obviously he runs hot, all of those things, but he's thinking about this stuff. It's almost like the basketball matrix is going on in there.
Yeah, and I do think that at times it gets away from him, but think about Wednesday. He got an early tech in that game. His first quarter, one of the first plays of the game, he got whistled for a foul, and he just exploded on the ref, and I think that was not him losing control, but it was a tone-setting moment, and he was able to keep it in check. Just a couple of things to watch tonight. Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green. And the third member of that troika, Scott Foster. Scott Foster is a guy who will inject himself into games. And
do we have a history of him with Draymond and with Dylan? I know Scott hated Chris Paul, and Chris Paul really hates Scott.
Right.
But Is there something specific to Scott and Draymond?
I'll see if I can find that, but I do have the Scott Foster numbers as far as when the Warriors play.
Okay.
And what his home road splits are.
All right, let's hear that coming up next. Also, your phone calls continue to be very, very welcome. 888-957-9570. Did Wednesday satisfy you? Are you good? Are you using an ottoman tonight? Or do we need more? The draft is next Thursday in the NFL. We'll be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. You can watch every pick, win great prizes. Come spend the afternoon with us. We would love it. Thursday, 2 to 6 p.m. at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It's presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk more about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. And I love Fridays because every other Friday, my money goes right into Fremont Bank direct deposit. And I love to see through the app exactly what that looks like. I became a customer more than 5 years ago, and I made the change because I wanted a bank that was local and one that knows me, as opposed to a big box bank that only sees me as an account number and as an account balance. Fremont Bank cares about me. They know my family, and they know about my savings and my checking needs, and they go the extra mile to make sure I'm comfortable with what's going on and I'm well informed. They're also active members of the communities that they serve, and that's a lot of communities. They have 21 branches, 20 in the Bay Area, 1 down in Carmel, and I can tell you that they are active members because when you deposit your money, it gets reinvested into home ownership and businesses and philanthropy. And in fact, Fremont Bank designates 5% of their earnings right to charity right here in the Bay Area. And their clients, they keep their money in the Bay as well, and that creates jobs. It's a whole ecosystem built around the epicenter, which is Fremont Bank. It's Fremont Bank turning family-owned businesses into household names.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Now through May 3rd at Big O Tires. Get $50 to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Hankook, or Pirelli brand tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O dealer for pricing.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university on a siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Man, how fun would that be? What is that?
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
510 Willard, weren't you a journalist back in the day when you interviewed Barry Bonds? I don't remember. I've asked Barry a question at a press conference.
Okay.
I don't think I ever did a one-on-one with Barry.
I tried to interview him famously when he was leaving the federal courthouse here in San Francisco.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
It was a whole bit. I was live on the air with Gary Radnich, and the whole bit was like, you know, when somebody famous walks out of a courtroom and people are like, did you do it? Did you do it, Jim? And so I did a whole thing of like, Barry, will you go to Oakland? Barry, you know, doing the whole like shouting questions thing, straight material. And it was pretty funny. Gary thought it was maybe the funniest thing ever. So that became like, became a thing. I tried to interview Barry Bonds.
But Barry did not respond.
No, but like, you know how people are in that moment, like, Barry, did you take steroids? It's like you're throwing out questions that, like, the whole bit, whatever. Did you do it?
Yeah, it is funny. Like what? Like
someone's gonna stop and go, yeah. I'm glad you asked me. I actually did do it.
We just went to an arraignment.
It's a great question.
I pled not guilty, but on the way out, I'm going to forget when some guy with a headset on, did you kill your wife? Yeah, I did. Oh, damn it.
That's a good question.
What kind of question is that?
I'm not supposed to say that.
That's a great. Well, it's going to be a good trial.
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
202, we all hate Scott. Scott's children hate Scott.
You're talking about tonight's referee, Scott Foster.
I'm pretty sure that's what that's referring to. Yeah.
Well, and you're wrong when you say we all hate Scott because...
Well, you don't.
Of course. And I know you hate referee Dibbs, but
yeah, and I
don't mind referee research Dibbs.
No, not at all. And I don't hate Scott. I think it's hysterical that Scott hasn't been found guilty of something when him and Tim Donaghy used to call each other every 12 minutes.
Maybe you could shout out next time you see him.
From games.
Scott, were you friends with Donaghy?
What were you and Donaghy talking about at halftime?
Exactly.
I mean, that's just, come on. That's hilarious. It's hilarious.
I mean, whatever. I don't want to get too deep into the...
Two grown men on cell phones at halftime of games calling each other 37 times. Come on.
I call my wife all the time at halftime of this show.
That's your wife.
I have a wife.
Scott Foster and Tim Donaghy.
Okay.
What the hell, dude? Try to explain it.
I don't have to.
No, but it's fun, so try to explain it.
Well, Scott's probably asking for feedback on the block charge in the second quarter.
Feedback.
Tim, did you think I got that one right? I value your opinion.
Do I look fat in this ref outfit?
Seriously. You're an above-board ref, Tim. Do you think I got that one right? That tight call with 3 minutes to go? It's possible.
7:07. Foster hates the Warriors.
Oh, okay.
Look at the game he reffed during the series when the Cavs came back down 3-1. And it was the first time Steph fouled out in his career. Scott does have a nickname.
Which is?
The Extender.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well, now you can't extend tonight.
No, you can try.
You can go to overtime.
Right.
But you can't extend the series tonight.
These stats will not reflect tonight because it's not a regular season, nor is it a playoff game. But I thought it was interesting to look at his regular season Warrior game record.
Let's do it.
Warrior fans would think in 130 games that the Warriors are probably 30-100. Scott Foster, he's out to get us.
No.
I got the Warriors going.
Yeah, the Warriors are, is that how many times?
130 regular season games officiated by Scott Foster.
And when did Scott Foster start as a ref?
I'm looking here. It was 1994-95.
Okay, so you went through some pretty bad Warrior teams.
Yep.
And then obviously has run all the way through the last decade plus, which has been a lot of really good teams. Give me a plus or minus.
Plus or minus 3 either way.
Okay.
How many wins out of 130 for the Warriors?
Not very many, but
actually very generous of me.
I didn't think so. I will go with out of 130. I'm gonna go with the year that I was born, 75.
75 wins.
75.
Incorrect. Grandy's doing some troubleshooting, so I'll give you a verbal.
Okay.
64. The Warriors are 64-66.
Okay.
When Scott Foster officiates, and relative to what he has done in his career, the home team is slightly above 500 relative to the league average.
Okay.
Because the league average is higher than 50%. You with me?
Yes.
Like home teams win. His home team percentage is almost 60 in the regular year, which is 0.014 above the average.
Okay, so it's commensurate.
It is.
It's right in line with when home teams usually win.
So playoff games, which this is closer to a playoff game than it is a regular season game.
Yep.
Scott Foster's out to get us, right? Because, the Warriors and stuff, granted, the Warriors in the playoffs, when they make the playoffs, they're phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
So their record's going to be better than normal. They're 18-12 in games in which Scott Foster officiated. Playoff games.
Okay.
So he's not, even though you can look at individual examples, I don't know.
I think that referees they're human beings, so they do have relationships with players. I don't think necessarily that they've got much of a relationship with teams. Understand that they have a job, and their job would be completely compromised if they did that. We don't need to poll the audience on this one. Who do you think Adam Silver wants to win the game tonight?
That would be the Warriors.
Duh.
Yep.
Duh.
If he had a rooting interest.
Are you kidding me? Would you rather have Steph Curry on TV or Devin Booker? And Devin Booker's a handsome young man, but it's not even close. So I'm with you from the perspective of if you're a conspiracy theorist out there, and I might be with you, I'll never understand why Steph Curry's whistle sort of looks the way it does. I don't get it, but I don't think there's conspiracy behind that. I think there are other things that might lead to that. But if you want to be a conspiracy theorist about tonight's game, the conspiracy theorist would help the Warriors, not the Suns.
Agreed.
Why the hell would anyone do that? Why would Scott Foster wake up this morning and go, tonight, I take Steph Curry off TV?
That's right.
Why would he do that?
And if you are a conspiracy theorist, which I'm not, and I don't believe that you are,
I'm not.
Would you assume that number 46 in the referee shirt, Scott Foster, is a lone actor in something like this? If you are a conspiracy theorist, you would, I think, figure that this comes from up above, unless he was on the take, which I don't believe he is. And you were intimating that he might have been in cahoots with Tim Donaghy, who we know was involved in some fixing. I don't know if that still goes on or if he was involved, whatever. For the sake of this discussion of if the league had a rooting interest, who would it be? It would be the Warriors.
Not even close.
ABC, 12:30 Sunday, OKC against fill in the blank. Do you think OKC would rather have the Chef against Shea or, like you said, Booker, no disrespect?
I wonder, actually. I know that the obvious answer is to say nobody wants to face Steph Curry because he is so great. At the same time, if you're the Oklahoma City Thunder, would you rather have this 37-win team that usually looks like they're limping at the end of the game and you're very young and deep and they're very old? I don't know. I wonder. It would not shock me if in his private moments, Shai Gilgeous was like, yeah, let's take the Warriors. Especially because, the Thunder have too many people for Draymond to guard.
Right.
So who's he guarding if they get to Oklahoma City?
I honestly think the Thunder's looking at it like they don't even care, right?
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they probably are. But I get that a Warrior fan's like, you don't want Steph. And it's like, that's true. But unless they think that's going to happen to them where he goes nuclear 4 times in 2 weeks and knocks them out of the playoffs, I think if you look at the rosters, the Thunder would probably think to themselves, let's take the old guys. We can run right by them. And they might be right. I mean, what are the chances if the Warriors get into a 7-game series that all of their key players are just, we're just healthy. We're just going to play all the games based on what we know right now. And all of them are partially compromised.
And even if you did that, let's just look at what they're doing Wednesday, and probably tonight, which is you played 8 guys. So are you going to play 8 guys in 7 games, including deep in the series, you start playing every other day? We have to remember that. Early on, it's a Sunday, Wednesday where, all right, you punt Sunday, and then you have a couple days, and you really go for it on Wednesday, but you're going up against OKC that goes 11 or 12 deep, coming off a week of rest.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I look at that and there is some space. You know what I mean? If the Warriors win tonight, then you've got 4 games between you and Oklahoma City between tomorrow and the following Monday. Like, that's a lot of time off for the Warriors.
Yep, that's fair.
And 1 plane flight. I mean, 2. Get there and get home.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
I just look at the schedule in the association, and if you look at where the games are this weekend in the playoffs, that tells you all you need to know about what the league thinks, because Toronto and Cleveland, Saturday morning on Prime, Minnesota, Denver, 12:30 on Prime, Atlanta and the Knicks, 3 o'clock on Prime, the Rockets and Lakers on ABC. Saturday night, marquee, and I'm sure the networks get to pick. ABC's got 1 game on Saturday, and they say, we'll take this one.
Yep.
Prime, you get the rest. And then on Sunday, Sixers in Boston, 10 a.m., ABC, and then OKC and whoever at 12:30, ABC. The other 2 are on Peacock. So the league is looking at the OKC whoever game, and the networks are looking at that as that's the big game. That's the box office game.
No doubt.
And they would love it to be Steph Curry and company.
I mean, if Scott Foster's phone does ring at halftime tonight, it's not going to be Tim Donaghy. It's going to be whoever runs ABC. Scott.
It's ABC.
How about if you toss Dylan Brooks out of this game?
Here's an idea. Devin Booker travels on every play.
Well, they all do that.
Here's one for you. 3 in the key. Like, nobody counts 3 in the key. You can just call a couple of those.
You could. Nobody's even looking.
Nope.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. John Bloom will join us in 15 minutes, live from the gym in Phoenix.
The gym. Love it.
What? And then there's this. We were playing earlier where Draymond was like, Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is the best thing that's ever happened. There was more. he actually credits Steve Kerr for some of the way Steph and Draymond play in playoff situations.
When you talk about the confidence that and the chemistry that Steph Curry and myself have in these situations, a large piece of that is we know the guy over there going to make all the right calls. So we're going into this situation knowing that we're going to have a better game plan than the opposing team. Can we execute it? It's up to us. But we know our game plan is going to be better. We know our coach is going to have the utmost trust in us, and we're going to have the utmost trust in him. And so, again, I see what everybody say about the rotations and all of this stuff. And I think what most people don't understand is Steve Kerr is a 9-time champion. I'm a 4-time champion. Steve Kerr's a 9-time champion. As a 4-time champion, I can very openly and honestly tell you some games it's just hard to get up for. Like you go through certain games and it's really hard to get up for those games. I can only imagine what that feels like for a 9-time champion. But that don't mean you checked out. That don't mean you can't do the job. That just means when the stakes is at its highest, I'm going to be at my best. And that is Steve Kerr.
Pretty good.
There's nobody better. There's nobody better. I mean, that's just brilliant.
I'm a 4-time champ, and there are games I can't get up for. He's a 9-time champ. It's just...
Dude... I know Steiny got in trouble earlier for talking about Muhammad Ali. Draymond's got a little Muhammad Ali in him.
A little bit.
I mean,
he needs to rhyme more, but he's got that braggadocio.
Maybe that'll be his last dance. Maybe he'll add like a Dr. Seuss segment to his podcast. I don't know. But, okay, put it this way. Very, very similar to these playoffs that the Warriors are trying to get into tonight. I'm going to argue you're going to miss him when he's gone. There have been how many calls this year about they need to move on from Draymond. They should not extend Draymond. They should have never brought Draymond back in the first place. All of those things. You're going to miss this dude when he's gone.
In ways, he's not going to go. I mean, the talking Draymond's not going away. You're going to get more of it.
No, but he's not going to be a Warrior anymore.
Right. And
so,
you know what I'll miss? I'll miss games like Wednesday when it's a really, really big game and he absolutely brings his 100% A game. That I'll miss. This year was, I think, 68 games he played, maybe a touch more. And
I think that's the number, yeah.
I think that's about right. And of the 68, there were probably 20 where he was like, I'm all in this one, and maybe it's because you're guarding Wemby, and they beat him twice in a stay and play. And, you know, there was other games where he wasn't as into it, and games where he kind of checked his way out, but I don't fault him for that. He's a 4-time champ. There's games you just can't get up for. But like tonight, for example, Dylan Brooks and a playoff series on the line, you're going to get your absolute best out of Draymond. That's why I said last week his comments about, I'm not excited for the play-in. I'm not going to go to sleep tonight and get excited for the play-in. But come Wednesday, he was excited for the play-in.
You're going to miss him when he's gone. It's not just going to be about him playing. I mean, we have to admit this. Even just for what you and I do for a living, you are going to miss him when he is gone.
He's a machine.
He is a machine.
How many shows did we do this year that were entirely Draymond-centric? I'd say between...
Entirely?
Entirely to the extent that it was the main topic and we did a lot on it. I'd say 7 to 10. There was times where we did, multiple, couple, 2, 3 in a row where Draymond's really struggling.
Well, oh, you mean just for his play or because of something he said?
All of the above.
Yeah, he's the spokesman for the players. He's the voice of the team.
There was a whole stretch where we thought he was going to be traded.
Yep.
We did that whole show about, and you guys were getting a little weepy over, Draymond, nostalgic. This could be it.
I don't know about weepy.
I'm weepy.
Nah, come on. It wasn't weepy, but it was
choked up a little bit.
Well, it would have been the end of an era.
Would have been.
It would have been the end of an era, and he is the only one. Like, think about it from this perspective. What he did after the Sacramento loss the other night, where he attacked them for tanking, and came after the league for the way they handle it.
That's a show.
And then even what he did right before the trade deadline. Mike Dunleavy's over here going, no, never even thought about trading Draymond. And Draymond goes to the microphone and is like, so they called me and told me they might trade me. He's the only one in the league who does stuff like that.
That was another show.
But he's the only one. In fact, I don't know if I can remember another NBA player in my life that does that. Like, I know you guys hear when we play this for you, and it's like, oh, there's a minute of Draymond talking. And that's his podcast. That's different. But if it's at the podium, nobody sits at that podium longer. Nobody. He will sit there for like 20 minutes with these incredibly lengthy answers where he is rip-roaring honest in ways that make the league and sometimes the team cringe. But he'll do that. And it's super raw, and I find it to be authentic, and you don't always have to, and you won't always love what he says. I think in the world of sports and entertainment, you are going to miss that man when he's gone.
It's pretty rare, like you're saying, and he many times backs it up with his play, and there's times he doesn't play well, but in the big moments, you can't say that he doesn't play hard, and that's why I look at tonight, and even with the little knee thing that he had late in that game, he's going to come out revved up and playing 34, 35 minutes and going all out to get the dub.
Who's he guarding?
Interesting way to think about that. And, geez, I mean.
Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks?
I don't.
Who's he guarding tonight?
Not Jalen Green. I think you're going to see a lot of GP2 in that role because you need somebody, I think, a little bit quicker.
The GP2 is a limited minute guy, though.
Might play more minutes tonight.
Maybe.
And beyond that, Draymond, I'm sure, will take some turns, but.
Melt?
Yeah, Melt.
Maybe a little melt?
Little melt, and I guess you put Draymond on Dylan Brooks, but, it's nice to have Draymond rather, guarding someone where he can roam and help. That's where he's maybe not at his best, because he sure was at his best guarding the claw, but if you don't put him on Brooks or Jalen Green, now we can kind of play that rover roam role and help people out. And then
there's Booker.
Yeah.
Who guarding him?
I mean, you probably put Steph on him and hope for the best. Steph's got to guard somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Steph guards, who's the little white dude? Who's that guy for the Suns?
Not Grayson Allen.
No.
Gillespie?
Yeah.
Well, he comes off the bench. But
yeah, but he plays a lot.
Steph will probably guard.
Steph will guard him.
Assuming that Grayson Allen isn't playing and he's still questionable at this hour, Steph will probably guard Goodwin, who's going to start for him.
Okay. There you go.
I would guess Draymond on Dylan Brooks to start.
Well, who guards Jalen Green? Assuming that, Pods starts. You put Pods on him?
Yeah, I think you have to.
888-957-9570. Pods on Green.
Turnstile City. Better get your prize picks in on Jalen Green.
Already did.
I know. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hi, Nick. What are you doing?
Man, you know what? Draymond should have 5 titles because, he kind of blew his 5th title, letting LeBron get his GOAT. So, chalk the one up for Draymond. And I have to disagree because he has 9 titles, he was always up for every game. He was no slacking with Kerr. You know what I'm saying? He out there fighting Michael Jordan. He didn't care. So let me tell you something, man. The Warriors, we got to go in there and get on them early, man, and draw off on them, man. We got to have our way with these cats, man. We got to put our foot in their neck and not let them up, man. Lock onto them like a pit and shake them up. Shake them up. Let's go, Warriors. Let's go.
Thank you, Nick.
Love it.
Yep, Warriors hype man, Nick in Berkeley.
Yep.
There it is.
You'd like to go out there and put your foot on their neck early, but like we saw on Wednesday, fell down 12-2.
I don't see that happening. I don't see the blowout quotient is low tonight. Both sides. I just don't see it. I don't see the firepower necessary. Warriors in terms of age and health, Suns in terms of just who they are. Like I don't see it. I don't see this being a blowout tonight.
I don't either. Yeah. And it's going to be incumbent on the Warriors to keep their best players in the game and get these guys involved, and hopefully Kristaps and Al can play like they did on Wednesday.
Voice of the Suns, John Bloom, joins us in a moment. The draft is next Thursday in the NFL. Broadcasting live from the draft, Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick, win some great prizes. Come spend the afternoon with us. That'll happen on Thursday, 2 to 6, Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It's presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. Also, we're sponsored by Safeway. This is Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne cage-free eggs. 18 counts large grade AA, just $2.99 each. Limit 2 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Willard for Habas Law. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards and asked, do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardy Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at goldenstatelumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip?
Been on the road a lot.
That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our waterways.
Let's change this.
Put me in the bin. That is where I belong. Visit cleanwaterca.com.
From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
San Francisco will see variable clouds tonight with a low of 55.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid. Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for the crossover, when Willard and Dibbs join Steiny and Guru, presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
I do know what the bleep I'm doing.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's Steve Kerr. He's having a good week. He's having a good week. We'll see how it ends tonight. As we are now starting to really get the feel, get closer. The first play-in game is going to be, when does that thing tip off? 4:30? Coming up soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Charlotte and Orlando around the corner, and then the nightcap, here we go. Let's go live to Phoenix, in fact, right now, to, as he calls it, the gym in Phoenix, where the Warriors and the Suns will play a pickup game, apparently, out to the River Islands guest line for my good man, John Bloom, the voice of the Suns. Hi, friend.
What's happening, Mark?
How you doing?
There's just a slightly large game about to happen. I'm sitting here up in my spot where I call the games from, mid-court up at the top of the lower bowl, and I'm watching some guys warming up. We got some good old school hip hop that's on. I'm feeling pretty good about what's going on right now. I hope that I feel pretty good in about 5 or 6 hours from now. But I have no idea what I have in store here tonight with the Suns and the Warriors in the play-in game.
Well, I mean, these games have been crazy. I have to imagine that you didn't expect to be in this one. And that's kind of where I want to start. Like, the state of the Warriors emotionally right now is through the roof. They're thrilled with what took place. Where would you put the Suns? Like, are they playing well? What is their emotional state after being the 7 seed all year and now being in this game and playing for their lives?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to give you mine right now. I'm a little ornery about it. Like, when they introduced the play-in tournament 5 years ago, I was a proponent of it. I thought it was a good idea. I don't anymore. And that really is just based on personal experience. I mean, this is a team that played so well all season, went through a dry spell definitely over the course of the last month or two, and a big part of that was your favorite player on earth, Dylan Brooks, being sidelined. But, the fact that they weathered that at around 500 without him on the floor, I think was positive, and they stayed in that 7th spot. And what that does for you is it gives you an opportunity to host the game that means everything to be able to stay in 7th. I don't love it now because of the penal nature of it for that 7th seed. Nobody else of the 7 through 10 has a chance to move down. It's only a chance to move up, right? 8 can stay put at 8 or move up to 7. 9 can move up to 8 or 17. I don't have to tell everybody about the math. The bottom line is the 7th seed, if you're there all season, which the Suns were, you can look at the days of the season, and they were there for 90+% of them. If you're there all season and then you have a team that's been behind you all season, win one game, and I get it, it's in your gym, and yes, I like to call it the gym, but it is Mortgage Matchup Center, if we want to use the official name of our gym here in Phoenix. If you have it there, then, I get it. You have an advantage, but it just sucks to lose that one game and have that determine your fate potentially, especially now that you're going up against Steph Curry. And I know, what that man can do as well as anybody does. I've seen it in person. He's done it plenty of times to the Phoenix Suns, but also just in general. And I have definitely a tremendous amount of respect for this franchise and this organization that I was a fan of for the first 12 years of my life, believe it or not, before I moved to the dark side and joined the Phoenix Suns. But at this point, I think anything could happen tonight, and that's the crazy part about this basketball game.
And I don't like the play-in tournament, and Steve Kruk, he said it perfectly. Like, when you're the 9 or the 10, you love it. When you're the 7 or the 8, you probably hate it. And so I've been really anti up until Wednesday, and that Warrior game was so much fun. What a bonanza and the whole thing. And so now I'm kind of coming around to it, but I've been confident about the Warriors' chances, John, tonight. But then I think about the Jalen Green factor. Warriors haven't faced him yet this year. How good is he playing right now since he came back from injury?
Well, he's been up and down, Dibs, and I think, let me go back to also, I skipped past part of your partner's question. I'm sure that was something you had no problem with, but I do want to actually address it, which is that this team is not playing great. And I feel like there's some similarities with the Warriors. Like, the Warriors have had some moments, and certainly that moment in L.A. the other night was phenomenal, and one of those that you just remember as a fan probably for a long time. I hope that's the last one of those that they have this season. But they had it, and yet it was kind of sparse, right? They haven't had that many of those because Steph really hasn't been available all that much, and so that's a big part of it. And for the Suns, you can kind of tell a similar story when they haven't had the artillery, and in this case it was Dylan Brooks through a stretch. It was their big man Mark Williams, who also, as expected, because he has through his whole career, missed some time, and then Jalen Green missing 50 games. The one that doesn't get talked about enough for me is Grayson Allen missing 30 games, because he is the unsung hero, in my opinion, and my partner Tim Kempton on the radio agrees with me. He just doesn't get a ton of love. He probably gets more hate than love elsewhere, similar to Dylan Brooks. But he has meant so much to this basketball team because of the way he changes defenses. They have to check him on the perimeter. He's been one of the best three-point shooters in this league for a long time. But now he's added this dynamic of attacking the closeout and getting in the paint. And that's when you really get a more dynamic offense. And when he's not there, they have not been as dynamic, and he's questionable for tonight's game. So that's a big part going in. Now, back to Jalen Green. He was explosive the other night, and there have been a number of games where he's come out and set the tone. He's had maybe 10 or 12 first-quarter points, done it in an exciting, flashy way, gets the fans going because he flies to the rim. There are times where he can be susceptible defensively, and I think that's still an issue. But I do think that, look, he got a lot of flack for his maybe lack of success against the Warriors, right, in the playoffs last year. Yep. So I know he's going to be motivated along with Dylan Brooks here tonight.
He's the voice of the Suns, John Bloom, joining us right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. All right, this is a setup for an actual larger question, but I don't know if I've ever asked you this, John. I know that you're around the players quite a bit. You're the voice of the team. Is Dylan Brooks a jerk to you?
No. He's such a good dude.
Okay.
I mean, it's beyond amazing how he transforms when he's not on the basketball court to when he is. And there's been a lot said about it over the course of this year that's really opened my eyes because I didn't know, and I was annoyed by him and his act as an opposing broadcaster, right? Let alone a fan too of the game. And he would drive me crazy. There are a number of guys I could go, probably on one hand, and he probably would have fit on that one hand before he became a Phoenix Sun. So it's one of those classic stories of villain, which he is. He relishes that whole thing. There was a great Players Tribune article that he, I'm sure, helped pen, if not penned it all by himself, that just came out in the last week, talking about exactly how this all transpired, how he was doubted as a kid growing up in Ontario, how, the guys he was balling with were trash-talking him and telling him he was never going to make it, and that inspired him to kind of find a way to elevate and to make it, and that became his persona on the floor. And it's a fascinating study. But, yeah, I get it why people feel the way they do against him. And I think it's across the league, not just you and the people in the Bay.
No, and you know this, I know this, we all know this. Like, we sit here and root for the Warriors, and so we don't always see the way others view Draymond Green. And I know it's very similar in other arenas around the country. But let's get to tonight. What is the dynamic in your eyes right now in this game between those two, and what are we going to see?
Yeah, I think probably the guy who keeps control better is going to give his team a better advantage tonight, which is weird to say. Like, because sometimes when Draymond or Dillon will lose control is when they become most effective. That's bizarre for me to say out loud, but I actually kind of believe it. And so, it's all part of their whole way that they succeed on the floor. Neither of them are the best athlete out there, never going to be, but they've done it in a way that nobody else has really been able to perfect. And I'm not saying that they're perfect. Let me make sure that I make that distinguishing characteristic. But I think that they both have kind of perfected their own art out there. And they're getting the most out of themselves, if that makes sense. And, give Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and everybody else with the Golden State Warriors credit for helping Draymond, stay as much in control as he can, if that's a thing. And in this case, the Suns, I think, have done a pretty good job with Dillon. I think it's just going to be key to keep him under control in a game like this. You can't have him go off and make an ill-advised, decision or choice in the wrong time, because that can really cost you. And I would hate to see that come down to it, the whole season come down to a game where that affects it, because he has been so much more of a positive than a negative for the Phoenix Suns all season. In fact, many people would say there's no way they're even in the play-in if it isn't for Dillon Brooks.
Was that a part of the unraveling against Portland the other night? I see that he fouled out and he had a double-digit lead in a couple of different spots, and then it just kind of got away. What really happened with Phoenix in that fourth quarter, John?
Yeah, that's been a thing too, Dibs. It's been all season. The fourth quarter collapses. It's just not a good trait to have for a basketball team. You love getting up big. You love getting up and having a lead through three, but they have had a number of times where they've gotten in close games and failed. And that's another thing to watch tonight, because, again, I know the Warriors just came off of heroics down the stretch in the fourth quarter, and they are led by a guy who's feasted on that his entire career. So it's kind of tilting the scales from that standpoint in my eyes, that if this is a close game in the fourth, there's going to be a lot of clenched you-know-whats in this building, and people are just going to be concerned because they've seen what they've seen from the Suns, not just against the Portland Trailblazers. And yes, Dillon Brooks got in foul trouble. He got a technical in that game too. And he did also make a bunch of good plays offensively for the Suns and enabled them to be, close, if not in the lead in that game. He finished with 20 points. He had 7 rebounds, 4 steals too. At one point, he was just locking down the Blazers and taking the ball away from them in a time where the Suns really needed to make a run. But again, the lack of closing is a big problem. I hope it's not a problem tonight against the Warriors.
John, March 21st, it was a privilege to get to be in what I call it, an arena there in Phoenix for a game against the Milwaukee Bucks. Devin Booker went 4 of 17, scored 14 points. And I know it was clear watching him, he was not fully healthy. Since then, he has scored at least 20 in every single game. Last week, he had 3 straight 30-plus games. Is he healthy? What's going on with him?
It's another good question. I think he's, as healthy as he can be after playing this full season and being asked to do what he's been doing, not just on the floor, but also leading this basketball team and helping Jordan Ott in his rookie season as a head coach be as successful as he is. I give Devin a lot of that credit because he bought in early to the system. He has been very vocal from a standpoint of his leadership, which is something he's grown into. We've watched him grow into that, here in year 11 now, here with the Suns and in the league. So he's a guy that I have high expectations for tonight, because I believe that even if he was 75, 80% healthy, he's going to put everything he has onto the floor. And it's, win or go home for the rest of the offseason game. And I know he doesn't want this season to end right now with this group. It's been a really exciting, fun run for this group, and they feel like they are putting something together. I know this is hard maybe for Warriors fans to imagine, but if you flash back maybe, 11, 12, 13 years ago, this is a similar spot to where the Warriors were when they were trying to get that experience in the playoffs with this group. And now here they are, as a dynasty. Now, I'm not saying the Suns are going to get there. We just want one, for crying out loud. Can we get one? Just one, please.
Yeah, you've been close a couple times. I'm old enough to remember Alvin Adams back in the 70s, and, of course, the Barkley Suns teams got a sniff, but Jordan, too good. I'm seeing that, they don't play a lot of guys off the bench like the Warriors didn't on Wednesday. Who's the key, do you think, John, that we should look for off the bench tonight for Phoenix?
I think Colin Gillespie, just because he's a guy, when the Suns have been rocking offensively, he's a huge part of it. So good this year, all year long. We were touting him as a potential sixth man of the year early when he was coming off the bench, but then once Jalen Green came back healthy, he was going. When Jalen Green went out, he became a starter. And the thing about Colin is he didn't really play at all with Denver his rookie year. He came off of an amazing 5-year stint with Villanova, and people might remember him there. He was a 2-time Big East Player of the Year and a great run with Villanova in a championship run too. So I think that's where people remember the name Colin Gillespie. But this year he's really put himself on the NBA map, and it's been times not just against teams like the Lakers on national TV where he tore them up in LA. It was a beautiful thing. You guys would have even enjoyed that. And then there was also a couple of good games against this Golden State Warriors team. And what you'll see about Colin is he does a lot of that ball movement off the ball like Steph does, trying to get free for shots, getting to his spot. And there's a reason for that. I mean, he studied it. And, who does it better than Steph? I would say nobody. He gets so much love for his shot, and he should. He's the best to ever do that. But I also think he's the best to ever move to get to his shot and move without the ball. So that's another thing that I think is an art, and Colin Gillespie's got that.
So, John, no insight on whether or not Grayson Allen is playing tonight? You could tell us.
Nothing yet. This was the same situation the other night. He was questionable. He played in the game in L.A. when a lot of the other starters took it off. It was the second to last game of the season, and he tweaked the hamstring. And it was just one of those deals where you're like, no, are you kidding? This is a dude that's had injuries on both legs all season. And he just couldn't catch a break because he probably, maybe didn't need to play in that game. And now we don't know whether he'll be available tonight. And he didn't play in the game against Portland. And I'd be pretty confident that the Suns win that game if Grayson plays in it. I think he's that much of a difference maker. I mean, they only lost by 4. It's not going that much out on a limb, but I really believe that he's that important to this basketball team.
Interesting. All right. Hey, bud, thanks for joining us from the gym. I know you're busy. Appreciate it very, very much.
I am always happy to do it, and especially on Monday if the Suns win tonight. You can you name your time.
Don't sit by the phone for that, John.
You're not coming on Monday, John. Yeah, it's not happening. All right, don't have too much fun tonight, buddy.
All right, take it easy, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, John. You too. John Bloom, voice of the Suns, live in Phoenix.
Mark Williams also a game time decision for this game.
That's also big.
Yeah, literally, physically, he's a big guy.
He's their big guy, yeah.
So that would be big. I don't know about either guy, and we check every half hour or so, and Grandy's good about doing that. So maybe we'll have an answer before we get off the air.
I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine we'd have it before we get off the air, right? Unless they really bring it up. It breaks sometimes during Warriors Live. Sometimes.
Yeah. And the coaches normally talk anywhere from like an hour 45 to an hour and a half before tip. And sometimes you get the updates there. Other times it'll be, they're warming up right now and we'll see.
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah. So tweak the hamstring. That's obviously not easy to come back from. But yeah, like how often have we said this in the last 3 months of our lives? The Warriors are the healthier team tonight.
Yeah, not often.
I mean, at least on the injury report, they got one guy. And the report is that he's probably playing, and that's Kristaps Porzingis.
No, Quentin Post is out. And
Sure, I mean, what we already knew.
Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody out.
Thanks you, Jimmy Butler.
Cryer as well.
Jimmy Butler's not going to play in the game.
Yeah, LJ Cryer unavailable because, he's on a 2-way contract. Right. Same with Malachi Leons and Nate Williams, all unavailable tonight.
Which is a wonderful thing. Please don't take that the wrong way.
That's mean.
No, it's not mean. It is a wonderful thing that the Warriors will not be putting G League teams out on the court tonight. I hope they develop. They try hard. They're wonderful. They're not going to win the play-in game.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, Bassey might have a chance to get out there and do some things.
Probably not. That would take.
Or Spencer and, those guys who all watched, including Seth Curry.
I think, look.
Will Richard, they all were watching.
Sure. And I think that the plan would be that they will again. Things can develop. Guys can struggle. People can tweak ankles. Things can happen. So could any of them get in the game? Sure. But I would imagine the plan is to go with the same 8 dudes again.
Yep.
Try to win the game.
For Phoenix, it's probably to go with the same 9 guys. And depending on if Mark Williams can go, he would be one of the 9. And same thing with Grayson Allen. He'd be in the rotation. But it's kind of going to look like a little bit of an 8-on-8 tonight for the most part. And big minutes for the guys .
I would think. I would think that would be the plan.
I mean, Dylan Brooks played 36 and a half minutes and he fouled out. So he would have played more. And Booker 37 and a half and Green 39. These guys are going to be out there.
Do or die.
Yep.
Do or die. I mean, that's the other thing. The Warriors played in a do or die situation on Wednesday. The Suns did not. But that can really mess with you. And I think that you heard it in John's voice. And this is what I've been trying to say since Wednesday. That's why I don't buy what Steiny was saying earlier, that Warrior fans feel tight tonight. The Warriors are not the tight team tonight. The Suns are the tight team tonight. Big time. He is very bummed to be in this game. Now, he's just the broadcaster. But think about what the story that he told of their season. They sat there in that 7 seed the whole time. They won 45 basketball games this year. There has never been a thought in their mind that they would not be a playoff team. And they had everything at home, and they had an 8-point lead with 3 minutes to go. And the next thing you know, it's like, poof, Steph Curry is in your arena, and you're staring down the barrel of not even getting to participate.
Yeah. That's because of the play-in tournament.
That's the team that's tight.
Yeah, and they're probably going to be tight, but I don't know necessarily how tight.
I'm not saying it's going to make them perform poorly. I'm just saying pressure's on them, in my opinion, and the emotional sort of feel around this game is very positive for the Warriors and very negative for the Suns.
I think it's positive for the Suns to the extent that they see an opportunity and they're at home, but they don't have the championship pedigree. And what John was saying there, I believe, is completely how they're going to feel. And he said, we just want one. And he was talking about a championship, but you can't even think about that until you get this tonight. So, yeah, all these guys like Booker and Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, who's so competitive, they want a series. They want to take a shot at OKC, probably knowing in the back of their minds that that's a tall order for anybody.
Yep.
And, it looks like San Antonio and OKC for the Western Crown. Maybe not. We'll find out. But I don't know if either one of these teams would win and think, yeah, OKC, you're vulnerable.
That's sort of my other thinking with the Suns. And if you are if you're the 7 all year long, if you even just lose one game, which they did, now all of a sudden, OKC. I'm not saying San Antonio is that much easier, but that has to be kind of a mind bleep for the Suns. They were on the front side of this play-in thing, even sort of threatening at times for the 6 all year long. And then in the blink of an eye, and I don't mean one night, I mean 3 minutes of basketball, Denny Avdia goes on a heater, and the Blazers immediately knock the Suns into Friday night, and now your best case scenario is to go to the home of the champs. If I'm the Suns, I'm bummed. I am bummed. And I think you could hear it in his voice.
Right, which is why he was anti-play-in. And I think Steve Kerr had it perfectly summarized, which is you're 9-10, you love it. You're 7-8, you hate it. And I'm looking at standings by date. I like to do this to see the trajectory. And Phoenix got into the 7. For a hot second, they were the 5. But as of January 23rd, they were 27-18. From that point on, they moved nowhere. They were the 7 from January 23rd all the way through April 12th. So that is almost 3 full months of you're the 7. You didn't really sniff the 6, and you're just the 7. And so they've had 3 months to worry about the play-in, which is, all right, we're the 7. We play at home. Let's just win that one and not worry about it. Or lose and worry.
And now here we are.
Yep.
And it all collapsed with 3 minutes to go a few nights ago. So, and let me just say this, I don't want to rub it in on John, but I don't understand play-in tournament whining. You're the 7. You're not the 2. You're the 7. You didn't, I love that idea. We're the 7 all year. Yeah, you're the 7. I love the idea that you need to take an extra step to earn your way in when you weren't even one of the top 6 teams in your conference. You weren't elite. You were fine. You were barely above average.
You're 8 above 500.
Yeah.
Warriors were 8 below.
Right. You are somewhere between fine, mildly solid, and not very good. That's what these 4 teams are. But it also comes down to who are you in this moment.
Right.
And I believe, And I think you could hear this in his voice, too. That's why I said it earlier. I think the Suns are the worst of the 4 teams in this play-in tournament as they're all playing right now.
Right now, yeah. And, he had some great points about them being inconsistent and the fourth quarter fades. I'll look at the fourth quarter stats coming up here and just see exactly if that backs it up. I also like what Tim Roy said to us on Wednesday about, having there be a caveat. If you're the 7 and you're 10 games ahead of the 8, okay, now you can go ahead and whine. At that point, maybe you just get to go in and the 8, 9, and 10 slug it out.
Yep.
This year, the 7 was 3 ahead of the 8, 3 ahead of the 9, and basically 8 ahead of the 10. Right. So you were barely better than the 8 and the 9. So if you're in that spot, you got to play through it.
Yes, and you get 2 home chances at it. And you had an 8-point lead with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
How about hold it?
Yeah.
And score the basketball. And everything would have been fine. You'd have been in San Antonio right now. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. This is going to be your last chance to get something in here before this game. So, 888-957-9570. Are you already feeling satisfied after Wednesday night, or do you need more? Mark Spears joins us at 5 o'clock. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Now through May 3rd at Big O Tires. Get $50 to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Hankook, or Pirelli brand tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not covered with other offers. See your locally owned Big O dealer for pricing.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Cornell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are. But he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to Willer and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I believe we got a text a short time ago that said bench pods tonight.
Yeah, makes sense.
The bench.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's only played in 83 of the 83, and he played the most minutes and actually contributed to where he was a plus and the plus minus, but it fit him.
We don't care.
It's been a weird year.
Podsminski.
That's something for sure.
Don't you think it's been a weird year?
As far as like everything, or just the pods thing?
No, everything. Everything.
It's been a little bit of a weird year. It started with Kuminga's going to play on the qualifying offer.
Yep.
And then, the whole year. Like, then you get into the...
That was the off season.
Well, then you get into the season.
I was bought that for a second.
I was team, I think it can work. And then 2 weeks in, I was victory lapping. And then he got hurt. And then he didn't play DNPs. And that was weird. And Pods was good or not good and getting criticized. And fire Kerr now. And trade Draymond at the deadline. And Jimmy gets hurt. And Steph with runner's knee. And you pick up Pods and... I'm sorry, Porzingis, and he can't play because he's sick, and Horford, an old guy, can't play back-to-backs, and, weird year. Pat Spencer flashes for 2 weeks, and Guy becomes like a fixture, and then Malachi Leon's, a guy named Yurt7, LJ Cryer, and other guys who I can't remember were Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Weird year.
Yeah, Bassey showed up with like 4 seconds to go, and he's like, I'll play. And then he did.
Yeah.
And people were like, I like that guy. He's been in the G League the whole year.
Right. And now he doesn't really play anymore.
No,
but
he's
that's
not
fine.
anymore here in the postseason. I mean, I do think.
Did I get all the weirdness in there?
I think so. Like I was just trying to think and just in case we get back here on Monday and the season is over, like, I don't know. what are sort of the top 3 good and the top 3 bad? Or maybe, I guess I don't even know if those are the right labels for them. But it just all of the things. Mark Spear is going to join us in 10 minutes, ESPN, Anscape. He's awesome. He's the best. Joins us every week. So he'll be on here in 10 minutes. But 888-957-9570. Yeah, like I think Guy Santos is one of the thumbs up stories of the year. I think that what you're seeing of late from Kristaps Porzingis is that the Warriors, assuming they do bring him back and sign him back, you found a dynamic that you've not really had and you have been looking for a really long time. I do think that Brandon Podziemski has gotten better this year. It's kind of hard to call that a super positive story because it triggers people. And so there's this whole, I think Pods is on both lists. Let's put it that way. I think on the good side, he's gotten consistently better. If you look at his numbers for the last 6 to 8 weeks, you're like, oh. I mean, you're going to have a hard time with your Pods argument if you just look at the last 2 months. He's been a really good basketball player.
A lot of that was when they didn't have anybody and they were losing.
No
but
doubt.
It's not a knock on him, I don't think.
And then but the other side to that coin is like the Brandon Podziemski relationship with the fan base is, I mean, for me right now is kind of the number one thumbs down story of the year because it's still sitting there. Like the Kuminga thing was a bummer the way it all played out, but he's gone. Jimmy Butler's ACL, terrible, but it's gone. The Pods relationship with the fans thing is an ongoing story, and it is going to need to, I don't know, be different at some point.
I wonder, I was thinking about what he did last year in the summer, and he was our Valkyries correspondent, and he would, report once a week on what he's seeing, and he's a big-time super fan. And we talked Valks with a guy who knows a lot about the team. I've just been wondering if he'll even want to do it this year. I'm sure we want him. I know I want him to do that in the summer when we're going to talk Valkyries. We're going to be there and, do our show from the gym down there at Chase Center. And I know that I want him to do it, and I'm pretty sure you do, but I wonder if Pods will want to put himself out there again.
Bet he won't.
I mean, we'll find out. He may be one of those guys who I'll do what I want and I'll do that because I'm into it. I don't know.
I don't know if is he into it?
I mean, he's into the Valkyries.
He's into the Valkyries, yeah.
I think he enjoyed doing that with us last year.
I mean,
but a lot has been different sounding this year.
For sure. Yeah. Let's go to 19 in Palo Alto. Hey, 19. Why are you 19? That's not your name.
Well, that was my number in high school.
Oh, okay.
Football.
Is your first name Debo?
No.
Okay.
Just Debo wasn't always 19, was he?
No, he wasn't, but he was.
He was one.
He finished as one, but he was 19 problems for a long time.
That is true. So I'm a longtime Warrior fan dating back to the days of Nate Thurmond, Rudy LaRusso, Clyde Lee, when they plied their trade back at the Cow Palace. And I'm responding to your question about how I feel about tonight's game.
Yeah.
And, the 49er process reminds me, the Warriors playoff process reminds me of the 49ers earlier this year when they went to Philadelphia. And my feeling before that game was I just wanted the 49ers to be competitive. I was going to be happy I wasn't going to be happy if they lost, but I would have been satisfied. And so the Warriors, I turn on the TV on Wednesday night and they're trailing 12-2 right out of the gate. And I'm thinking to myself, I'll be satisfied if the Warriors are competitive. And in both cases, the 49ers won and the Warriors won. And I found that kind of similar experiences for the two teams.
Yeah.
What do you think?
And I think 19, it's actually appreciated. It's not the first time I've heard that today.
I was going to ask him the follow-up, which is going into tonight and going into the Seattle game, did you feel like you were playing with house money?
No. I
wonder
don't.
what he would think.
Yeah, I know that's what you meant, but I mean, he's no longer with us.
Right.
So I would say no. I've heard a lot of people make that comparison, but I'm not going to compare a wild card NFL playoff win to a first round of the play-in 9-10 win, here's what I would say. Because I know a lot of people think if the Warriors win tonight, I think they think that the Oklahoma City series is going to look a lot like the Seattle 49er playoff game. In other words, doors blown off. I don't know that it'll go that way, but I sort of look at both of these games kind of like the Niners-Eagles game. So I'm gonna meld them together. The game against the Clippers and the game against the Suns collectively equal the Niners game against the Eagles.
Okay.
And if the Niners win that game and you're like, wow, they earned another round that we didn't necessarily see coming, that's what I'll say as well about if the Warriors get to Oklahoma City.
That's a fair way to look at it because these two are essentially two halves of the same project, which is project get to the playoffs. And so you won the first half, so to speak, against the Clippers, and now you got to win the second half against Phoenix to get there. So that's an interesting way to kind of summarize where the Warriors are sitting here because the Niners went to Philly, and it's like, wow, you played 4 good quarters, and you went to Seattle, and you did get your doors blown off. Literally, the opening kick got returned for a touchdown. Rashid Shaheed to the Heezy. And it's like, okay, well, that's going to do it for that. And so that was a bummer, and the OKC series might be that, but at least it'd be fun to see it.
Put it this way. When the Niners were about to play Seattle, what was your confidence level? Were you feeling like, we got a chance?
Definitely. Better chance than the Warriors do against OKC.
Interesting. But see, I was about to make the point that I definitely think the Warriors have a better chance against the Suns tonight than I felt like the Niners had in Seattle.
Well, yeah, but this is, to your analogy, this is the second half of the Eagles game.
Correct.
So
I guess my point is I'm comparing the idea that the Warriors going to Oklahoma City, to me, would feel very similar, actually, to the Niners heading to Seattle. I was not confident at all. At all. Seattle, week of rest. Their defense, fantastic. They're at home. They had just come and shut the Niner offense down a week earlier, 2 weeks earlier in the regular season finale. All of those things. I wanted to convince myself that the Niners had a chance to win that game, but I didn't feel good about it. And I again, we'll do this next week if they win tonight, but that's how I feel right now about a potential Oklahoma City series. Like, I can go into a room and put a headset on and convince myself that because of Steph Curry and because, who knows, somebody might get hurt or something. Like, I could convince myself that the Warriors have a chance to beat, just listen when I say it, the Thunder 4 separate times, including at least one on their home floor.
Yeah.
It sounds kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you.
It's a little of a long shot,
right?
Considering, as I detailed yesterday, 6-8s have beaten 1 seeds. 2 of them did it in a best of 5, so I don't count that because this is not that. The Warriors did it to Dallas, and Dallas was not coming off a championship, and 2 of the other ones involved catastrophic injuries to Derrick Rose, and Giannis wasn't catastrophic, but he couldn't play anymore, and so even if that happened to OKC, it still would be difficult. Seattle was minus 340 on the money line against the Niners in that game, 7.5-point favorites. So the implied odds are 77.3% for the Seahawks to win the game.
Okay.
I would say OKC's implied odds to beat the Warriors in a best of 7 is probably
better than that.
95, 96%.
You're probably right.
So just the math of it.
But that's also a piece of that is because in football it's one game.
Right.
It's one game.
And I also think a piece of it was the Niners already beat Seattle. So that's why I felt a little bit like, maybe more encouraged by the possibility of that. And, beating an NBA team, a defending champ 4 times, very, very difficult.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And speaking of coming to you live, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be on video as well. Oh, stand by. False start. Actually, I need to tell you something else first. One more time, I want to let everybody know that the NFL Draft is next Thursday. Dibs and I are going to be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. So really hope everybody comes on out to see us. Let's hang out. Let's watch the picks. The Niners have one. Watch every pick. Win great prizes. Come spend the afternoon with us Thursday next week, 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It is presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. Now we can officially go out both to the River Islands guest line, and it's on YouTube as well. It's our guy, Mark Spears, ESPN, Anscape, and more, joining us courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors. Hello, friend. How are you?
Man, I got some interesting basketball going on this week. There hasn't been one bad game, right?
No, I mean, I think there might be one going on right now. The Magic are already kind of blowing the doors off of the Hornets, but it is. It's early. Well, Mark, let me ask you, how surprised are you that the Warriors are still playing?
Not. I mean, we knew they were going to be in this position for a while, right? But this is play-in territory. This isn't playoff territory. They're not in the playoff yet.
Not yet.
I know the Bay is excited about that game. The Bay was like Pat Bev jumping on the table, after winning that game against the Clippers. And I love seeing all those videos. But tonight's the night. The reward is Oklahoma City Thunder. How long would that last? Right? But still in all, it's funny. My buddy Al Gordon, San Francisco basketball legend, I was just talking to him. He goes, I'd rather be in the first round of the playoffs than worrying about the lottery pick, like having a good lottery pick. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, because basically at this point, I guess the odds are pretty small. The lottery pick, if it doesn't move up, would probably be 13, 14. The Warriors losing this first round, it'll be like there won't be too much of a difference, but there's always a chance. That being said, this is a postseason Bay, man. We're used to having postseason basketball. Oklahoma City, San Antonio, it don't matter. I think Warriors fans want to see something rather than it be over with.
Agreed. And I mean, the whole thing is like maximize the Steph Curry window. So even though the chance of beating OKC is not great, they have a 9% chance. They're sitting at 11, 9% chance of getting a top 4 in the lottery. Probably less than that to beat OKC. But I mean, the thrill of seeing
it's a good draft, Dibs. It's a good draft.
Well, that's my point, Mark, is if you stick at 11 or you fall to 15, how much of a difference is that really going to be?
It could be a difference between I remember a guy like Clay and a guy like Kawhi got picked around 11, 12, right? Well, I mean, Kawhi was probably around 15. This is a really good draft. I do think that around the 14, 15 area, it'll start dipping a little bit. That doesn't mean the Warriors still wouldn't get a good player. I'm not so much worried about the 12 to the 15 or the 30, But when you look at the draft lottery over the last couple of years, there have been some low, percentage teams that have jumped up. Dallas, Atlanta, right? They jumped up. They jumped up. So what do they say in that movie? So you say there's a chance?
Yeah.
I mean, based on how the draft lottery has gone with Atlanta when they got the number 1 pick, and with Dallas last year, like, there's still a chance.
No doubt.
And if somebody said, hey, if, top 4 or first round, a chance at the top 4 of the first round, I think that's how you got to look at it too. But the Warriors are too far down the line with this. They, Draymond don't care about that. Steph don't care about that. They still think they could beat anybody. And the one thing I'll say, man, and I don't know if you guys felt the same way, when I was watching that game against the Clippers, I thought to myself, wow, what would it look like if Jimmy was playing?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because Porzingis and Horford showed you their championship medal, right? they showed you where being a veteran helps on this. And I think it will help tonight as well. And, Porzingis had a small window, but I think Warriors fans, and you guys shut me up if it don't sound right, I think I've seen enough where at a reasonable contract, I think he's worth bringing back for what he does. And with Jimmy on that, I mean, it's a pretty good team, man.
I mean,
pretty good team if they're healthy.
Mark Spears, ESPN, with us. Mark, I think Warrior fans, largely based on who we talk to every day, they agree with you. But I wonder, is there anything?
What part?
Well,
the Porzingis part.
Yeah, Porzingis. I think people want him back. The Warriors sound like they want him back. He sounds like he wants to be back. But is it that easy? Yeah. Is it snap your finger? What is the number? What and what is the rest of the league thinking about him?
You know what? I would think that at this point in his career, I don't know if you could, look it up real quick. How much money has Porzingis made at this point? To me, at this stage of his career, it should be about happiness and what's a good fit. All money ain't good money. I don't know that any place is going to pay him tremendously more than the other, especially with all the injuries that he's gone through. He's already got a big payday. I think for him, if he's happy here, and I think that Warriors are taking a little bit of risk because of injury issues, but I think Kuminga money is probably a fair barometer.
The answer is $235, Mark.
Yeah, man.
$235 million.
He could just make some basketball decisions at this point.
Yep.
Where's he from? Latvia? How much does it cost to live in Latvia?
A lot. Is he going back to Latvia after this is all over?
It costs a lot to live in Latvia?
I mean, they don't call it a little via. Am I right?
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
What are we talking about here? Of course it doesn't cost a lot. It's Latvia.
Maybe he wants
exactly.
Maybe,
so my point is,
maybe he wants to live.
If the money is fair, if the money is fair, why wouldn't he come back?
Yeah.
He looks like he's enjoying himself. He's a big league guy. I mean, big town guy. San Francisco is about as European as you're going to find in the U.S. I'd be optimistic of him staying.
Yeah, I think that he will stay, and part of it is when he called Rick Celebrini the GOAT of heads of medicine. And if you're a guy who's been struggling to stay healthy, wouldn't that be something that would play in as well?
Yeah, because he could help him make even more money later. I mean, he's not that old, right? How old is he?
30.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. If Celebrini can get him right, he could play another 6 years. So I think it's, you kind of bet on yourself in a little bit if you play for the Warriors.
That one makes, that one looks like it's making a whole lot of sense. The question, I think, for a lot of people, and this is, Mark, this is going to be for future conversations with all of us, but if Kristaps gets that, you called it Kuminga money. So let's say it's 20 to 22, it's a 1-year deal. Okay. Does that prevent any other shopping? And how would the Warriors go about big game hunting in the offseason? Because that's what everybody keeps saying.
Yeah. Well, when you got, assuming let's say Draymond's still here, based on what we saw last game, why wouldn't the Warriors want him? That was incredible. That's his top 10 performances. I don't know where it ranks, but that fourth quarter might have been the best fourth quarter of his career. So he's obviously showing you that he could play. Draymond, when I spoke to him a couple weeks ago at the Kendall Jackson function at Chase, the one thing he said, which is music to Warriors fans' ears, is he's going to be fair. That if the Warriors do good by him, he'll do good by them. He's not trying to break the bank. He understands the legacy he has here, what it would mean to play in one place. So I think at the last game, if there was a game that basically tells the Warriors, no question, we got to bring them back. If there was even any question, I think the last game did it. And so because Draymond, I think, is going to work with the Warriors, I think the Warriors will work back with him, which, to answer your question, basically means with Jimmy's contract, Steph's contract, you get maybe Porzingis is basically your offseason signing. Draymond back, I don't know that they're going to do anything. What more than you could do unless somebody just decides they want to come and take a discount.
Do you see Draymond, taking a discount but stretching it over 2 years? In other words, turning down his option if they agree to keep him for 2. Maybe Steph sticks around as well.
I think Draymond is going to work with the Warriors as long as he basically told me, I'm going to work with them in good faith, that they work with me in good faith, and we'll figure it out.
I mean, makes sense.
That's good for the Warriors. That's good for Warriors fans. And if he's not here, then it might be the Warriors' fault, because if he sticks true to that, it sounds like he wants to figure something out. That's fair.
Mark Spears is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Mark, we're getting ahead of ourselves here into the offseason too. Definitely want to get a bunch of thoughts from you about tonight. Phoenix does not look right to me over the last handful of weeks.
Yeah.
What version of themselves are they right now?
Well, the version you're going to get tonight is a motivated Dylan Brooks. He's already talked trash already, saying he looks forward to seeing Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr and Steph, got the gold medal over him in Canada too. But they've had that rivalry. I just hope there's no dirtiness from him, right? Like, you see Steph is going left for a reason. Keeps going left for a reason because he doesn't want to plan on that right. And that's one thing I wonder that Dylan Brooks, who is a great defender, is going to make an adjustment there that the Clippers didn't make and try to push Steph to push on his right knee more, on one day off. But he does some dirty things sometimes. Like, let's just be honest about it. I'm not sugarcoating how he plays. So I just hope he doesn't have any antics. I'm afraid he will, because it's Draymond, because it's the Warriors, because it's Steph. But for them to win that game, Devin Booker is just going to have to be lights out.
Have you had opportunities
Plain
to?
and simple.
Go ahead, Mark.
No, I'm listening.
I was just going to ask you how well you know Dylan Brooks, and what do you think of him?
I don't know him well, and I'm not a big fan of antics.
Yep.
I'm not. Just play, man. Just play. Like Pat Beverly used to do stuff. I still remember what he did to Russell Westbrook. Just play, man. I don't like seeing guys that look like they could hurt people. And to me, like what Melo Ball did the other day was unnecessary. And if he played back in our day, I'm sounding like the old man yelling at the sky, he'd have got hurt. Somebody would have clubbed him on a layup. And because you just don't do that. And I want to say I'm surprised nobody from the Heat got him, but this is a different era. But he is the one guy that could do something dirty to Steph and not blink on it. And that's what concerns me about him in a game, like winner take all stakes like that. Like, watch him, watch his antics, and hopefully there's nothing we're talking about next week that's concerning.
Mark, I know you're
but they do have a referee tonight that doesn't really play. So
you are
maybe he'll say something to him beforehand.
But you're close with Draymond, and so I know some of our listeners, when you say you're not a fan of antics, they're going, well, wait a minute. So do you right? Like, do you separate Dylan Brooks and Draymond? No, let's be real. Do you separate Dylan and Draymond? Are they different with what they do on the court?
Really good question. See, you're good. You're a good interviewer. Oh man, that's funny. That's a good comeback question. I would say, well, I don't think Draymond tries to hurt people. Then I remember the Sabonis thing, and I don't think Draymond is looking to hurt anybody.
You think Dylan is looking to hurt someone?
Things happen in the moment. I think things happen in the moment with him that he certainly regrets later. I'll say this: he doesn't do anything preconceived. He does things out of emotion where I worry that Dylan is looking to do things.
Wow.
Either way, that's the difference.
That's an interesting distinction.
Is Draymond a saint? No.
No, but
he's not a saint. I'm not going to sit here and say he's a saint, but I don't think he's purposely looking like I worry that Dylan Brooks is trying to take advantage of that injury going into the game. I don't think Draymond plays like that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the second game this year where Steph shot.
That's a good answer, right?
That was a great answer.
It's a very good answer.
And I do think it's somewhat fair. Like Draymond with the swinging punch to Nurkic and trying to choke out Gobert. Those were just
reactionary stuff.
Correct. And this is not fouling GP2 from behind in the air.
Condoning it. We're not saying it's right.
We're not.
We're not condoning it, but reactionary and I'm looking to do something to harm somebody because I know they have an injury is two different things.
And he punched Steph in the stomach earlier this year.
And I'm not saying Dylan's going to do that. I just think he has a capability of doing that.
Fair.
So
Fair
I'm
enough.
just saying, Warriors fans, just watch him early. Watch the tone he sets at the beginning of the game. Watch how he plays. Watch Steph's reaction. But Scott Foster's reffing tonight, and I'm not the biggest Scott Foster fan for reasons for another day over a glass of Kendall Jackson, LaCroix, or Verite wine, but I don't think he plays that. Homie don't play that. You know, if something's out of pocket, I think he'll take care of it.
It's a scary thought, though, that you're talking about, Mark. I mean, there's so much that's been put into this with Steph coming back and so much that's still on the table for next year. The idea that you're putting out there that Dylan is going to be seeking potentially to do something is scary.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying he will, but just keep an eye on it.
Yep, for sure.
And if I'm Steve, I'm telling Scott Foster before the game, I'm not saying he's going to do anything, but just keep an eye on him. He's already, talked about our rivalry and stuff like that. He has a history. Just keep an eye on him.
What did Wednesday night, Mark? I think for Warrior fans, it's obvious, like it was an emotional win. But I heard from so many just kind of national voices, non-Warrior fans, who felt like the nostalgia of that night really struck them. So I want to know from someone like you, what did Wednesday night mean to this team and to the NBA?
And it just reminded you why we all fallen in love with this Warriors era of basketball. There was no Clay, so that was missing. But Draymond reminded you why he's going to use defense to get into the Hall of Fame. Steph reminded you why he is as electric as anybody that's played this game. Pound for pound, maybe the best player that's ever played this game. And we don't know how many more times we're going to see this, right? This was like, just seeing some beautiful concert. Like I saw Earth, Wind, and Fire last year. And one of the key members obviously passed away, but they were good. And they reminded me who they were. You know what I mean? And Steph, Draymond, they reminded us who they are. And then when you see Porzingis and Horford do what they did, and the Brazilian kid, man, wow, he's really been a great. People talk about the Warriors don't develop anybody. He's developed. They developed him. He wasn't much when he was playing with Santa Cruz, but Guy, anybody want to say they don't develop anybody? Guy Santos. What a story for them.
Love that. Mark, you're the best, man. Thank you as always. Enjoy the game tonight, and we'll talk to you soon.
Peace, fellas.
To you as well. Mark Spears is with us, of course, courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors. There's no way to dance around that. That's a terrifying thought that he's putting out there.
Well, it's already been out there, and you have to kind of expect that, unfortunately.
No, for sure. But the idea that it's targeted, the idea that it's purposeful, and by the way, I love that it comes from someone like Mark Spears, so well-traveled, has covered this league across the board for so many years, because every single time Dylan Brooks does something that ticks you off, I don't know about you, I find myself on social media with the Dukes up trying to fight because people go, "What? Draymond Green's the exact same guy. Draymond Green's the exact same guy." And I love that Mark just said that because yes, Draymond has antics. You don't have to love all of it. I do not see these two players as the same. If you want to call Draymond dirty, then what I will say is, okay, Dylan is dirtier. They're not the same.
I don't think that. Well, first of all, antics. Yeah, both of them antics.
For sure.
Like Luka Doncic antics. There's so many people who have antics. Then there is the physicality. And when Draymond swings around and flail punches Nurkic, that is not what I'm looking at right now, which is Warriors up 1-0 against Memphis. And 8-0 Memphis early in the game. GPT gets a pass and Dylan jumps up, pushes him, and hits him across the head and breaks his elbow. That's a foul from behind that is beyond dirty. And just looking at the clip, flagrant 2 called by Scott Foster. Scott Foster on the scene.
Yeah,
not a tough call.
I don't want calls after the Warriors are laying on the ground and have to be taken to the hospital.
But you can't. I mean, unless you would say you don't get to play tonight, there's no way to stop him from doing something like this. All you can do is when it happens, you kick him out, and you kick him out of the game. And I'm kind of with you as far as...
They don't do that, by the way.
Not all the time. They did here. You got a flagrant 2. Yeah, flagrant 2, you're gone.
Yeah.
And GP2 with a broken elbow had to miss, I think, the whole series.
Of course he did, yeah.
But he was able to come back, and they won the title. But what he said about Steph going left, I didn't even think of that from the Clipper game.
Yeah.
But if he's got a bum right knee, then you want to make him go to the right. So when he plants left-right to rise and shoot, that force on the bad knee will be tougher on him.
Yeah, and if you think about the way the Warriors planned out that big three-pointer, Steph wanted to get to that left wing. A lot of his shots on the right wing, at least when they were on the move, were not as good.
Right.
That is a very, very interesting point.
And you think about Dylan Brooks, not even like the blatant cheap shot part of what he does, like staggering into Steph and going knee on knee on the right knee and targeting the knee. And, we see it in football and
for sure.
In basketball, if you know a guy's got a bad right knee and you're one of these people, you probably go after it.
Yeah, the players are not above this, at least some of them. All right, Grandy's got injury news. What do we got? What's going on?
Yeah, there's a couple of Suns that were listed as questionable in this game, Grayson Allen and Mark Williams. Jordan Knott, their rookie head coach, has said that Mark Williams is out, so no Mark Williams.
Okay.
He said Grayson Allen is going to warm up before the game, and then they will decide.
Okay,
so still don't know about Grayson Allen, but no Mark Williams, their starting center.
Okay, but they got a shot with Grayson. They're going to warm him up and see. But that's
no decision there. And then Kristaps is still officially questionable. I know that we have heard that he's expected to play, but still officially questionable at this point.
Okay. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
How about this? The Warriors, for the second time this week, are the taller team. Weird.
Yeah, weird. We're not used to it. That's for sure.
Super weird. Super weird.
It's unusual. We haven't had that much in the past, but you go out there. Even if Williams was going to play, you still might have been the taller team
at times. Certain lineups. But yeah, Porzingis and Horford, with all of their warts and injuries, are like great centers in this league. And if you don't like the word great, how about really, really good? Really, really good accomplished centers in this league. They both play for the Warriors.
Right.
Weird.
And, Phoenix is going to be without their big. And, Grayson Allen, if he plays, he's a good player, but he's not a center. So go out there, Dubs, and use your height. Use your height to your advantage?
Use your height. How about it? Yeah, 510, thank you for texting in. This is another good one. Remember when Dylan Brooks was openly swiping at Curry's injured hand? That was just last year in the series against the Rockets. He's absolutely right. I remember going crazy the next day on the air.
Yeah.
About that.
And then this year, he went to block a shot, missed, and he punched him in the stomach.
Punched him in the stomach. And Steve went off about it after the game, which is why Dylan brought up Steve's name. I love that. Okay, let's get mad at the Warriors because they call you out for your BS. It's just...
I think he mentioned Steve because Steve said he broke the code way back in 2022. Yeah. Not because of what happened earlier this year.
It's all like all of it. Steve goes to the podium and calls out Dylan because he should. Yeah. So anyway, look, I'm not going to get upset about it until something happens, but this is a scenario with Steph in the physical shape that he's in, high profile, known weak spot injury. I don't love him being on the court with Dylan Brooks. I really don't.
And it's unfortunate, and it's an inconvenient truth that he will be out there. And, based on his track record, that he's not above, trying to target that injury. And so you just kind of hold your breath. And if he's out there guarding Steph and Steph rises for a three, Dillon might just stagger underneath him and take the flagrant one.
I mean, 510 just texted in, why don't we just throw Pat Spencer in there early in the game and let him go? Go attack
Charles Bassey.
Go attack him.
Pat's a little shorter and he's feisty enough, though. I like that.
Go, whatever. Go attack him.
What do you mean by attack him?
Go hurt him.
That's just not in your playbook.
No, it's not, but it's been in his multiple times with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And it's why, John jokes with me. He knows. He and his wife send pictures of Dillon Brooks to me sometimes. They're like, "This is your favorite player." They know. Every time you and I talk about athletes that we don't like, it's sports hate. I don't really have actually anything personal against James Harden or Russell Westbrook.
Right.
You know what I mean? Even Chris Paul. There are things that they do that annoy me, turn me off. Maybe even, I don't want to call them personal experiences, but even things that are off the court. Russell Westbrook's thing with the media in Sacramento earlier this year, I thought was completely out of line. It was totally unfair based on the situation that they're in. Here you have a guy on a team that sucks out loud, tanks like crazy, and then grabs the microphone, starts attacking media members because they've said out loud, you guys aren't good. They weren't unfair. They weren't personal about it. And then so I don't like that stuff, but that's no big deal. That's his personality, fine. Dillon Brooks is in a completely separate athletic category from any other athlete that I know in sports right now. He is dangerous.
I know you guys heard him say that he wanted to play the Warriors because he wants to go at Steph, Draymond, and Steve Kerr. Did you guys hear his follow-up when he was asked why or what specifically is it like playing against Steph? You have it on your board. You want to play it? It's that second one, the second purple one on the right.
Okay. Why does he want to play against Steph?
One of the best players to ever do it. Who else you want to go against? The elimination game. He's proven it over the years, and they've been, shown and battle tested in every way possible. So, it's a good matchup.
Miss me with your fake respect, Dillon. If that's how you felt, then you wouldn't punch him in the stomach. You wouldn't swipe at his injured hand. Don't start acting respectful now. I got no room for it.
He's one of the best to ever do it.
And I got no room for you, 408. Dillon's a great player. He plays to win. Stop being soft, Willard. It's basketball. You want to know what the problem with your text is? No, it's not basketball. I have no problem if he's playing basketball. Swiping at someone's injured hand, breaking someone's elbow when they are midair, punching someone in the stomach when they are midair in the middle of a shot, that's not basketball. And if that's basketball to you, then you play a different brand than I do. And all the other players do, by the way. You don't see any other player in the NBA, quite frankly, do this at this level. You don't. And it's not basketball. And I'm sorry that I sound the way that I do about this, but he is very triggering. He is absolutely out of line almost every time I watch him play. And it's not just the Warriors. I've seen it do it against the Lakers. He tends to only do it when it's a high-profile team. I don't see him do this stuff to Charlotte.
Well, hard to get up for Orlando on a Tuesday night.
No, it's because he's a gravy trainer with this stuff. He knows when it's on national TV. He knows when the other player's a star. He knows when he can build his ridiculous brand. And so, listen, the situation that we're in tonight, I'm not going to lie and front on this. It is not a good feeling. He is not to be trusted. Everybody else on that floor tonight, I have total faith that they will, for lack of a better way of saying it, play fair. You play fair. You play with respect. If you're going to say that into a microphone, he's the best to ever do it. Love being on the floor with him.
Out there.
Yeah, then play with it. Don't say it. Play with it.
Yeah,
That's a bunch of words without action.
Going after his hand on a shot, to me, is not a dirty play.
When you know it's an injured hand and you're going after the offhand, it's not even a shooting hand.
He's swiping at the ball. Swiping at both hands.
Not swiping at the ball.
The punch in the stomach and the foul on GP2, yeah, I get that. Those are definitely way beyond the pale plays. We did this last year. We had a difference of opinion on that play.
He's a disrespectful player. So
he's a dangerous player.
So don't get on the microphone and be respectful. You're not.
He is respectful.
You're not.
And he's a different guy.
How is he respectful?
Draymond Green is not the same guy on his podcast that he is on the floor. And Dylan Brooks, having watched that gold medal documentary that they put out, and you see Dylan with his family, and he's quiet and he's humble and all these other things.
I don't care if he's a different player.
Well, then this is him being honest and being respectful.
No, it's being dishonest. He's being completely dishonest.
That's your opinion.
Yes, it is. That's all I have.
And I disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
Like, he can be respectful in this moment, and like John Bloom said, when he gets on the court, he's a different guy.
Yeah, but that different guy still needs to play the game with respect, because that is what is expected of all players.
But not all players play with respect. Well, and we saw it from LaMelo Ball, who tripped a player, and that player had to leave the game.
Right, and that was out of line. I thought LaMelo should not play tonight.
And Draymond Green does things that are beyond the level of respect.
And he gets suspended for those.
At times, yeah.
But I do not see any other player intend to hurt. I do not see that.
Yeah.
I don't, and I do with this guy. So for me, that's my line. And I don't want to hear, like, you can't sit here and tell me, no, I'm an honest person, and then go out and do dishonest things, and then say, well, I'm just a different person when I go out. Like, no. Like,
you can judge intent based on what you want to judge it by, and there have been many other incidences where you could judge that it was dirty, trying to hurt people, and we don't hold them to that same standard.
I mean, Mark Spears just said it. He just said it. And I agree with him. And Mark, nobody is more well-traveled through this league than Mark Spears.
And then you followed up with the Draymond piece of it, and he, did a little bit of the dance because you kind of caught him in a spot.
But that was his line of demarcation. One person gets a little too hot under the collar and, yes, pushes the line. The other one seeks to hurt.
Okay.
His opinion.
Right.
And I agree,
as well.
And I agree with it. I agree with it. The track record is there.
And we can chalk up Draymond's incidents and we can judge him however we want. Ultimately, only he knows if he was intending to hurt somebody or not. And same thing with Dylan Brooks. You can look at the GP2 foul and say, man, that was a really bad foul. Or you can look at it and say, he was trying to break his elbow.
I mean.
And that's up to, the eye of the beholder.
You've never played basketball if you're okay with going after a player who's in the air. This is the oldest unwritten rule of basketball. It's why Steve Kerr said that he broke the code. It is the most known code from the second you play at any level. I knew this in high school. Luckily, I never left the ground very much. But this is absolutely known by anybody who's ever worn sneakers. And by the way, you've never seen Draymond do that. You never, ever, ever armbar somebody when they're in the air. And I've never seen it. Quite frankly, in the last 2 decades of NBA basketball, I cannot remember somebody doing that other than when Dylan did it to GP2. Maybe you'd have to go back to the Pistons of the 80s and 90s. I was a little bit young then. You could probably find a highlight then. It's a little bit of a different world and league at that time.
You could look at some of Draymond's fouls and you could say, oh, he wasn't intending to hurt, but there have been times under the basket where guys go up and he just goes for the two-hand pull down, and it's not pushing someone from behind. And
you never see it. Not airborne. You just don't. He's never done it.
But not on a breakaway like that. This one was a breakaway, and it was egregious from behind. There have been fouls that Draymond's committed that were excessive and unnecessary with guys in the air.
You have never seen Draymond Green, in my eyes,
I'll show you a
take
couple during the
someone's
break.
legs out while they are airborne in a forward toward the hoop mode. I've never seen that.
Airborne forward toward the hoop.
I've never seen anybody do it other than Dylan in the last 2 decades. I'm not kidding.
Well, let me ask you guys this. So the Dylan Brooks foul on GP2, you're right. I mean, that's in a category in and of itself, in my opinion. The swiping at Steph's stomach earlier this year, that was not good. It was a terrible basketball play because the Warriors were down 5 with a minute left, and they had a 5-point possession because of that. It was the stupidest basketball play I've ever seen him make. the swiping at Steph's thumb last year in the playoffs, that to me kind of straddles more the line of competition and strategy, because it was a legal thing to do last year in the NBA. The high five contest, where a player can shoot and you're allowed to clap his hand on a contest.
His shooting hand.
Yes. That was a legal thing for you to do. If you contest, you could follow through and could hit that player's hand.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It was not Steph's shooting hand.
No, it was Steph's shooting hand.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was.
I was not under that impression, but
there was in my opinion, that was more of a strategy kind of thing, and it's not too dissimilar to what Mark Spears is talking about. Dylan is probably going to force Steph to drive to his right.
That's fine.
And he's going to force him to put weight, and it's going to stress his knee and probably not feel great for Steph, much like a swipe at his injured thumb doesn't feel great for Steph.
That is sports to take advantage of what, to me, are known weaknesses of the opponent. That's different. Force him right, fine. Whack his knee, we got a problem, and I don't believe Dylan is above that at all.
Just if it's within the rules of the game.
Well, yes.
For you to swipe at someone's thumb and his thumb's hurt. It's not like you're threatening breaking his arm.
I did not see that scenario as you did. I did not see that at all as being legal action whatsoever. I saw him seeking out in odd moments the hand. He did it, in fact, one time after the shot had already been released. Well after the shot had already been released. So, again, like... We can go. I know you and I have gone round and round on this before. This, to me, too often spills into a Draymond versus Dylan conversation because they're the two characters we know, and Draymond is the most famous one. But there are Draymonds all over the league. There are Draymonds everywhere. Isaiah Stewart, whatever. There's Draymonds all over the league. There's one Dylan. One. I don't see any other player purposefully go after injuries. I just don't.
Yeah. I mean, there's a long history of guys who commit fouls, and whether or not the intent was to knock a guy out or not, it basically resulted in that. Zaza against Kawhi in the playoffs, where they have a rule now that you can't go under a guy. And I don't know Zaza's intent, but the Warriors were getting boat raced that night, and he staggered under Kawhi, and Kawhi couldn't play anymore.
Yep,
Warriors win. So
it's fair.
You can judge intent however you want. I'm looking at some of these videos of Draymond from just last year, I guess, against Houston, when he grabs Jalen Green by the head and throws him down and tackles Şengün. And these are not airborne players, but these are acts of not violence, but acts of physicality that are beyond the pale of the rules.
Nobody is arguing that Draymond doesn't go over the line sometimes. And like I said, there are a bunch of those dudes in the league. If you watch the Pistons-Knicks series last year, and you remember we talked about this, the physicality that the referees allowed in the playoffs last year was stunning. It was overwhelming. There were all kinds of crazy physical plays going on. You never saw anyone do what Dylan did to Gary. Ever. Not even close. And that's why you got the result that you got. That's why you don't do that. It's why Steve reacted the way he did after that game. And I don't think it's crazy at all as a Warrior fan or even a fan of the league to not want Dylan on the court with Steph Curry tonight. Honestly, I would rather the Warriors, like I'm glad they're playing Phoenix because I don't think the Suns are all that good. But that is not the player I want out there with a hobbled Steph Curry.
Yeah, even with a healthy Steph Curry, because he has a history, especially against this team, of inflicting these sorts of acts. So you hold your breath and you hope for the best, and hopefully Steph can go left tonight.
Steph go left, exactly. All right, 888-957-9570. We'll get you ready for Warriors Live in a moment. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Gas prices are crazy right now, sky high. But Ceremony Ford's got you covered during the Fuel Your Ford event. Get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yeah, they're helping you fill up. Happening now in Coleman Daly City, right off 280, or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all way day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
For over 40 years, Kendall Jackson has crafted exceptional wines from California's cool coastal vineyards. Family owned since 1982, Kendall Jackson is home to America's #1 selling Chardonnay for more than 30 years. The iconic Vintners Reserve, with nearly 50 wines to explore, including Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, and Pinot Noir. There is a Kendall Jackson wine for every taste and every moment. Find Kendall Jackson nationwide at major retailers, your favorite bars and restaurants, or delivered to your door. Learn more at kj.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai. Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
I don't know if it was intentional, but it was dirty. And playoff basketball is it's supposed to be physical. You know, everybody's going to compete. Everybody's going to fight for everything. But there's a code in this league. There's a code that players follow where you never put a guy's season/career in jeopardy by taking somebody out in midair and clubbing him across the head, ultimately fracturing Barry's elbow. This is a guy who's been toiling the last 6 years trying to make it in this league, finally found a home, playing his butt off this year in the playoffs. You know, this should be the time of his life. And guy comes in, whacks him across the head in midair. He broke the code. Dylan Brooks broke the code. That's how I see it.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, I mean, that's all very well said. I think sometimes I get it as fans, we romanticize what we're watching and we want these guys to be gladiators and television characters and everything. But you could hear it in Steve's voice there. He's like, you guys, you're all supposed to be kind of in the same fraternity. You're all supposed to kind of like, you know what I mean? You're all trying to make it. You're all trying to be NBA players. Don't be loose with that. There's so much on the line for these guys' careers. That's what bugged me most about that particular experience, which was only one. But
yeah,
I mean, you're never going to get that stain off the couch.
No, I mean, that happened.
I mean, yeah.
And there have been things that have happened on the basketball court that are far worse and things that were unable to be reversed. Kermit Washington punching Rudy Tomjanovich back during a time when fights were actual fights where you just punch people and there were melees and haymakers, but this was just the ultimate cheap shot. Rudy wasn't looking and Kermit caught him flush and it ruined Rudy's career basically, and Kermit could never play again either.
Yep.
So, like, even if you say Kermit Washington to somebody who's old enough to remember, and I was a young kid, but I know exactly what happened. So Dylan Brooks did that to GP2, and it wasn't as bad as what Kermit did, but it was a cheap shot, and he can never undo that, even if he wanted to.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, 888-957-9570. Real quick, we need to do the engaging Dub Nation poll because engagement is everything. On the court and in life, we ask you on game days to vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. And it's presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. We asked you earlier after Wednesday's win over the Clippers, is that it? Are you kind of satisfied with the Warriors season if they lose tonight? And 37% of you, did you vote on this, by the way?
No, I didn't get there.
Okay, 37% of you say, yeah, satisfied. All good.
Yeah.
I hope someone brought cookies.
Well, and I think it's, for me, that's why I thought of the poll this morning at about 6:30. I was thinking about it in light of just how awesome that Wednesday game was, and that was so fun and fulfilling that if they lose, you'll at least have Wednesday. Now, I'm not satisfied, but if they lose tonight, I'll be bummed, but I'll look at a year of injury and of all the other sideways things that happened, and I'll be satisfied, and I'll think that they got the most out of this year. You know, you had Steph for, barely more than half the games. You lost Jimmy. Kristaps played barely a dozen and a half, and all the rest of the things. You had multiple G Leaguers all the time. And so do you expect more than what you got? For me, it's a little like the Niners, where backup QB for almost half the year, and you lost your edge. You didn't have your middle linebacker for a while, and I mean, you had so much adversity and you went 12-5.
Yep.
That was pretty cool.
I mean, the whole world, the whole word expect, should you expect more? No, probably not based on everything that's happened, but everything that happened. And so that's going to shade your quote unquote satisfaction. Yeah, I get it. Listen, if nothing else, Wednesday night was a preview of what could go well for the Warriors next year. But I personally am in a spot tonight where I would love to see more, because I can also look at Wednesday night and think to myself, well, they maybe just got hot in the fourth quarter. I don't know if the Warriors played a great game Wednesday. In fact, I really don't think they did. They did not
20 turnovers.
Yeah, they did not play 4 great quarters. But, man, they shot the hell out of it in the fourth. So that was a great time. I'd love to see them play a more all-encompassing game tonight. How about that?
Yeah,
even if they lose.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd rather have them play bad and win than play good and lose. If you're, talking about the aesthetics, and you're right, Wednesday they didn't play great until the last 10 minutes, and then they were amazing. But they were 37-45 this year, and I know a lot of that was due to injury, and you played the last 2 months without the chef, basically, so that's reflective in your record. But ultimately, you were kind of that team all year. You were a team that just wasn't great, and so if you go 1-1 in the play-in, that's about where you've been all year.
888-957-9570. How about Manly Man in the city? Hey, Manly Man, what are you doing?
Oh, just getting ready to go out. But I wanted to bring up a few points. One is that the Warriors need to tell the refs that, hey, look out for Dylan doing XYZ, because he's going to do it. We both know that. Number 2, I want to come to Zaza's defense and point out a second matter in that game as well, too, is that Zaza had his back turned and he moved back a step, and it was a great rule they put in about going underneath the people's feet, because it was a bad accident. It did happen, but he wasn't looking. But if you look at the 3:12 to 3:15 mark, Aldridge went underneath Kevin Durant's steps in that game and almost took out his ankle as well, and he looked down to do it. I saw this. I could not believe it. I watched the replay 3 or 4 times, and I could not believe it. But Aldridge did look down, put his foot underneath Kevin Durant, and tried to take him out. And if you go check that game footage out, you'll see what I'm talking about, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, actually. And
thanks.
He closes out, and he's facing Kawhi. Kawhi's in shooting a long 2, which we don't do that anymore. He's shooting right in front of the corner 3, and Zaza's looking at him, and he does turn after Kawhi's airborne. So I'm not going to excuse it as,
no. None of that stuff is okay. I don't love that these things are being brought up in a conversation with what Dylan Brooks did to Gary Payton. That's like what Dylan did is level 10. The things that are being brought up with going underneath somebody, which sometimes can be accidental, sometimes purposeful. But even if it's purposeful, that's a 6 out of 10 on the radar.
Well, the thing that makes this appropriate is that he had a hurt ankle. And so Kawhi had a hurt ankle coming in.
Yep.
The ankle was hurt, and then the Warrior player went underneath, and the ankle got re-injured.
Yep.
And the Spurs were up by 22 at that point.
No, I was at
that game.
It's not good. It's not good. But I don't think it just does not, for me, it does not rise to the level of, quite frankly, I think what Steve was getting at, what Dylan did to Gary a few years ago, that threatens people's careers.
I don't know if I've ever seen anything that egregious, but if you want to look at some of Draymond Green's greatest hits, quote unquote,
sure,
there are multiple YouTube compilations, and you can refresh your memory with some of your favorites.
Oh no, they're like, he goes over the line, and not that far.
None of them involve him going after a player who is airborne going forward.
Yeah.
There's some against airborne players, but none of them are to that level, certainly.
Guess who's on the line?
I have no idea.
It's Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hi, Kurt.
Hello there.
Hey. What are you doing, Kurt?
Will and Dibs, the 2 best boys in town. Let me tell you something. I called that game